The glitz and glamour gradually started to fade. I was getting tired living out of suitcases, always wearing disguises and looking over my shoulder. I had no real friends, and even if I met someone I thought I could like, I knew I couldn't be in a real relationship. I was almost thinking of talking to Meredith about quitting the con artist life, when one day she burst into our New York hotel room looking beyond excited.
You won't believe the job we just got. It's gonna pay us $250,000.
Who would pay that kind of money? And for what? Turns out, the kind of people who take you to their headquarters blindfolded. As Meredith and I walked into an underground room, a large chair swiveled around to reveal a tiny, skinny guy.
What? You think all mafia bosses are tall, fat, bald, and wear gold rings? Sorry to disappoint you with my looks, but trust me, I am every bit as ruthless.
Something about his steely gray eyes sent a shiver down my spine. I believed him. His name was Pierre Soufflé, which was obviously a lie, and the job he had for us was to steal a priceless painting from a museum and replace it with a fake. That's the painting? It's, tiny.
What's your problem with tiny things and people?
It's also kinda stupid. What is that? A raccoon eating a cheeseburger?
It's worth $10 million, so the joke's on you, dummy. Now, the owner of the painting has allowed the museum to borrow it for only 3 days, so we don't have a lot of time.
Wouldn't it be easier to steal it from the owner's house?
Everyone, look at Lady Einstein coming up with brilliant ideas. Why didn't we think of that ourselves?
Happy to help.
Of course we thought of that ourselves! Trust me, the museum is easier.
Why choose us?
It's a very stupid security measure, but the museum's floors are activated by pressure sensors at night. Anything above 55 kilograms and they go off. I haven't been able to find a boy who weighs less than that. Ellie, get the weighing scale.
Meredith weighed 52 kgs, while I weighed 55.1. How is this possible? You eat so much more than I do.
What can I say? I got all the good genes.
Okay. You're out, fatty! Meredith, you're my leading lady.
The plan was to enter the museum through its large air ducts, carrying the fake painting with us. We first had to make a stop in the security room and disable all the cameras and alarms. Then we'd crawl back through the ducts till we reached the exhibit area, and I'd lower Meredith down along with the painting so she could switch them out. As Meredith made it to the bottom, I dropped the painting to her, and she missed it, and we heard a loud crack. Oh my God, did you break the frame?
Me? It's your fault. Who told you to throw it like that?
I was expecting you to catch it, but what was I thinking? You made us lose the Frisbee tournament in 8th grade because you're so bad at catching things, unless it's someone's boyfriend.
Seriously? You were so distracted by that hot boy on the bleachers, your throwing skills were completely off. FYI, that boy was totally into me.
Why are we even talking about Frisbees and boys right now?
You started it.
No, I didn't. Okay, shut up. Let me think how to fix this. Are you trying to glue it together with your saliva?
You got a better idea?
Any idea would be a better idea than that. Look, it's a museum. They must fix broken, ancient things here all the time, right? I'm looking at the floor map, and there are some offices in the left wing. I'll go get some glue. It took me an hour to find glue and return to our spot, and I found Meredith eating a bowl of ramen. Where did you get that?
I brought a packet of instant ramen with me, and you were taking forever, so I went to make it in the staff kitchen. There was someone's chicken sandwich in the fridge, so I used the meat from that. And there was also some tofu, and I added a dash of oyster sauce.
I'm so happy you chose this moment in your life to become a gourmet chef. Just send the painting back up so I can fix it. I tried to fill in the crack as best I could, then sent it back down to Meredith, who took the real one off and put the fake one on the wall. But just as she started walking back, the whole floor lit up suddenly and a blaring sound went off.
Oh my God, what's happening?
I don't know. Is the painting heavier than the fake one? Just hurry up. We gotta get out now. I pulled up Meredith and the real painting and closed the opening in the ceiling seconds before security burst in. We crawled down the ducts and out of the building as fast as we could. We ran a few blocks down where Pierre's van was waiting for us, and we sped away.
Oh, I would have preferred if you hadn't alerted all of New York about the break-in. Now I'll have to move this painting around with cops crawling all over the city. Never mind. Here's your check, and Claire, try to lose some weight. Au revoir.
And without warning, we were dumped on a dark street. We scrambled to our feet, headed for the subway, and made it home. It was all over the news the next morning that someone had broken into the museum and switched off all the security systems. But apparently, nothing had been stolen, except a chicken sandwich and a block of tofu from the staff kitchen. You ate the entire block?
Hey, I'm not the one who needs to watch her weight.
I do not need to. Whatever. Listen, I've been meaning to talk to you about something.
It'll have to wait. I got a hair appointment. We'll talk over dinner?
Yeah, sure. I was gonna tell Meredith that I wanted a break from this life, and I wasn't sure how she'd react. As I sat in a cafe later, I suddenly found a cute guy next to my table.
Mind if I sit here? There are no other empty seats. I won't disturb you. I promise.
We actually ended up talking for over an hour, and I found him sweet and charming.
I'd love to meet you again if you're free. I don't live in New York, but I come every weekend.
You come here for work?
No, actually, I came to visit my mom who's admitted in the hospital here for a medical trial. She has some rare brain issue that sent her into a coma.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. How long has she been in a coma?
6 years now. It's been the toughest thing I've ever dealt with. Actually, she was part of this other really promising clinical trial before, but that didn't work for her. He was in a hospital in Connecticut.
As he kept talking, I suddenly felt like I was spinning around very fast, and I could hear my heartbeat in my ears. My chest felt heavy, and I could barely breathe. I don't know what I said to the boy, but I just ran out of there and didn't stop till I got to our hotel room.
Hey, I was about to call you. What's wrong? Claire, are we in trouble?
I am a terrible person.
Hey, you're not that terrible, just a bit ugly. You don't have cops after you, do you?
Meredith, I met someone.
It's not a cop, is it?
No, I met a random guy in a cafe, and his mom was in a clinical trial.
I hope this gets interesting at some point.
In a hospital in Connecticut.
Oh my god, the same hospital Mom was in? And the same trial? What a small world.
No, it's not the same trial. It's a different hospital, too.
Okay, I'm bored again. The coincidence made me interested for a bit.
Meredith, his mom's been in a coma for 6 years. We did that to someone.
Didn't you just say it's not the same trial?
Yes, but for a few seconds, I thought it was the same trial. And I just realized for the first time today that we did something awful to someone out there. When we switched the patient files, we took away someone else's chance to get better.
You realized this just now? Are you dumb or something? Of course that's what we did.
I mean, I never really thought about it like this. It was just a name on a file. But meeting someone who's going through that with their mom for years, it just made it so real. We're really bad people.
Not really bad, if you consider all the bad people in the world. Okay, look, we didn't have a choice. If I had to do something like that to save Mom all over again, I'd do it in a heartbeat.
Okay, so we did that to save Mom, but what about everything else? We had a choice to not continue living this life, but we didn't stop, and I want to stop.
What's the big deal, man? It's not like we're stealing from poor people.
It doesn't matter who we steal from. It's not about them, it's about us and the people we've become. I don't want to be this person anymore.
Look, just calm down. I'll get you a pina colada and everything will seem better.
But I pushed her away angrily and she landed on the floor. She looked up at me, stunned. No, I am done. Meredith and I barely spoke over the next few days, and I had no idea what was going through her head, but I'd made my decision. I was gonna go home. I sent Freddie a text to say I'd be coming next week, and he called me back.
Hey, I'm actually in New York with my parents for the weekend. Can we catch up?
The moment I saw Freddie, I just burst into tears and he hugged me tight. As we talked over dinner, he assured me that he'd talk to Meredith and try to make her come home too. We had just stepped out of the restaurant and walked 2 blocks down when suddenly a black van screeched to a halt beside us and some men pulled us in, handcuffing and blindfolding us. When our blindfolds came off, I realized we were in Pierre's quarters and I found Meredith there too. What's going on here?
Welcome. We just gathered here to discuss a teensy-weensy, itsy-bitsy issue. Now, Meredith, go ahead and tell them the moronic thing of titanic proportions that you just did.
Apparently, Meredith had found her way to Pierre's headquarters and stolen the real painting from him. She had then tried to sell it to a buyer she'd arranged, and while the exchange was about to happen on the docks, the cops had showed up. Meredith had barely managed to escape, but the buyer and the painting were in police custody.
The police didn't let it get out in the news, but they knew the real painting had been stolen and replaced with a fake. They were probably watching every dock, airport, and train station to see if someone would try and move it out. And your sister practically handed it to them.
What were you thinking?
It's your whole quitting the biz talk that made me do it. I did it for us, so we could sell the painting and retire to Bora Bora for good. And what the heck is Freddy doing here?
Hi guys, I'm Freddy. Old friend. Nice to meet you. Not terrified at all.
You made me lose a fortune, and you double-crossed me. And Pierre does not take betrayal well. Harry! Sam!
Yes, sir!
You know what to do.
Boss? I'm not really sure how I feel about punching a girl.
Yeah, boss, I am not really comfortable with this. Maybe we can just punch the boy.
I'm not really a boy. I used to be a girl. Ask Claire and Meredith, we practically grew up like sisters.
Please don't hurt him. He has nothing to do with this.
Silence! You buffoons! I didn't say hurt anyone yet. I just wanted you to threaten them. But of course, you're useless. I'll do myself. Torture Harry and Sam after this meeting. Now, get lost.
Then Pierre shifted his cold gaze to me.
That painting is everything to me, and I want it back. And now the only way we can get it is from the owner himself. You, Claire, will be executing this mission. The heir of that painting is a young, charming millionaire. And you will get to know him, become his girlfriend, kiss, cuddle, yada yada. You need to earn his trust completely, so he lets you into his life and his home. Then, when the time is right, you will steal the painting from a high-security vault inside his house and bring it back to me. You will do this if you care about your moon sister and this girl/boy and his family and your mother and your stupid husband and your whole neighborhood.
What if I fail?
I don't think you want the answer to that. But once you succeed, I'll give you two enough to go to Bora Bora and never return. I'd be ecstatic to never set eyes on you annoying girls again.
I had my eyes on the target from across the street. As soon as I saw him walk towards the cafe, I headed for the entrance. Just as he opened the door, I bumped straight into him, spilling coffee all over his shirt. Oh, God, I'm so sorry. I wasn't looking. I'll pay for the dry cleaning. His arm rested gently on mine.
Hey, it's okay. It was an accident.
I looked up into his bright green eyes.
In fact, you're the one who's without a coffee now. Can I get you a new one?
Sure, I'd like that. Can we also start over? Hi, I'm Christina.
Hello, I'm Eric.
Do y'all remember Eric? You know, the guy Meredith and I were fighting over the night Mom went into a coma? The guy who was so hot he made boiling water look cool? The guy whose smile shone brighter than the sun and whose eyes were deeper than the Amazon rainforest? The guy who...
He looks familiar. Oh my God, I've kissed this guy once.
Yeah, the guy who stole my heart the minute I saw him. And then Meredith kissed him.
Do you girls know him?
Not super well, but I'd rate him number 8 on my list of good kissers. And I've kissed tons of people, so that's pretty high. Oh, Pierre, you really gotta see his brothers. They look like...
Ugly old girls, I know. I know everything about him, but how well does he know you?
He and his family lived in our neighborhood only for a month, and that was years ago. I don't think he'd recognize me now.
Yeah, she's not that memorable.
You're all still going in disguise. We have to convince him that you're just a stranger who has randomly bumped into him with no agenda. Also, he must believe you're very rich, so he doesn't think you're a gold digger.
From Pierre, we learned that Eric's mom had passed away at his birth, and his dad had remarried a woman years later who already had children of her own, the quadruplets.
The world makes sense again. Thank you.
Eric's maternal grandmother recently left the painting to him in her will. His father is a big business tycoon, so they always have security at the mansion. But the painting is even harder to access. The only way you'll make it in and out of there is if you're welcomed into their home.
I couldn't believe that of all the millionaires in the world, I had to pretend to like Eric, make him fall for me, and then rob him blind. And how was he even better looking now? Over the next few days, I took on the identity of Christina Delafour, a wealthy socialite with a law degree who lived in a beautiful apartment in a posh area and wore only designer brands. Wow, this Givenchy coat is stunning.
It's Givenchy, you moron!
Okay, geez. Also, Pierre, can't someone do a background check on me and easily find out that I did not graduate from Harvard and that I don't have parents who made a fortune out of selling toilets in India and now live there?
If anyone runs a check, they'll find all this information to be accurate. I've made sure of it, and no one is interested in the law or toilets. So they won't ask you many questions. Now, show me how to walk in heels like a rich lady.
Fine. Meredith, pass me the Jackie Chim Chews.
Oh my god, they'll know you're fake in a second.
I was joking. Relax. I've hung out with enough rich people to pick up a few things. I got this. And then, a week later, I was inserted into Eric's life. We talked over coffee for an hour, and I thought it was going really well. But when it was time to part ways, he didn't ask for my number and just left. Ugh, I'd failed to capture his interest. I'd have to plan another encounter without seeming suspicious. As I was walking away distracted, I ran straight into a garbage can and stubbed my toe hard.
Son of a biscuit! Holy mother of fudge!
I was still hopping around when I crashed into a woman pushing a stroller, and a doll went flying out of her hand onto the road. Just then, the car ran over the doll and turned it into a pancake.
You destroyed my child's precious doll!
I'm so sorry. It was an accident. I'll get your little girl a... Wait, your child is a cat?
Yes, and that was my childhood doll, which I passed on to my baby.
Look, here's some money. Get your baby another doll.
She loves that one, and they don't make those anymore.
Your baby is a cat. She doesn't love that particular doll. She probably doesn't even love you. She'd eat your face in your sleep if you weren't the one to feed her. Now please. Just then, someone tugged hard at my purse, and I saw a thief running away with it.
You've got to be kidding me!
I took my heels off and sprinted after the thief. He jumped over a fence into a park, and I followed. I was gaining on him and sent a flying heel at his head. Just then, someone ran past me, pounced at the thief, and pinned him to the ground.
Gotcha!
Eric? The park security immediately arrived on the spot and took the thief away.
Aren't you glad I followed you and came to your rescue?
My rescue? I hit him with my shoe to slow him down and was about to catch him, but then you swooped in at the last minute, and now you want credit?
Whoa, easy. I was just flirting with you.
Oh, sorry. Wait, you said you followed me?
Yeah, I felt stupid that I left without asking for your number. I definitely want it now. You became even more interesting when you stubbed your toe, murdered a doll, yelled at the cat lady, and chased a robber.
Eric and I started seeing each other, and even though I knew it wasn't a real relationship, it still felt wonderful. We both hated rom-coms, but were always up for watching horror movies. We supported different baseball teams and had heated debates about who sucked more, and we both loved eating from street vendors and walking around the city at night. I enjoyed his company more than I cared to admit, and my heart skipped a beat every time he took my hand or gave me a goodnight peck on the cheek. And then one night, as we watched a fireworks show in the park, he pulled me close and kissed me, and I practically melted in his arms. Soon enough, he told me his parents were hosting a party at their house, and he wanted to introduce me to them. This was the first time I'd be in his mansion, and I needed to make sure I got invited often enough to find out where the vault was. Eric's dad was lovely, but his stepmom looked at me with a stare so icy, it could make hell freeze over. I escaped from the party for a while when the dancing started. Yeah, that's when Meredith dropped by as Catwoman with a cheeseburger. But soon enough, Eric came around to call me in for dinner, where the quadruplets also joined us.
So, Eric told us your parents sell toilets in India.
Yeah. It's a great business because everyone needs a toilet, right? And you know the population of India. Multiply that with toilets and you have a fortune.
What is the population of India?
Well, I don't have an exact figure. It's just a lot of people. Suddenly, I had a queasy feeling in my stomach.
Didn't you get made fun of as a kid? If you were in my school, you'd be called the toilet princess. Grabber queen. Duchess of poop.
Guys, cut it out. You're not in high school anymore.
Wait a second. Have we ever met before?
What? No, I really don't think so. Oh God, why was my stomach churning?
You know I'm really good with faces, and you remind me a lot of this girl we met in a neighborhood in Connecticut years ago. Guys, remember? She had a twin sister. Oh yeah, I remember those twins vaguely. The blonde one was prettier, right?
Dang it! Has to be someone else. I'm an only child, and I've always lived in Boston until I moved here.
Yeah, Eric told us you're a lawyer from Harvard. So who's the baddest person you put behind bars?
Not that kind of lawyer. I'm actually an environmental lawyer. I was really feeling sick now. Maybe it was that burger I ate?
Like you have trees as clients? What do they pay you with? Leaves? Hey, why are you turning green? You love trees so much that you're becoming one?
You guys stop. You're not even that funny.
No, look at her. She's green.
I think I'm gonna hurl. Eric called the doctor immediately, who said I had food poisoning. He gave me some medicines, and Eric insisted I stay over for the night in one of their guest rooms. I fell asleep immediately and woke up a few hours later feeling thirsty. As I made my way down to the kitchen, I realized I had the perfect opportunity to try finding the vault. Just then, I heard some low voices from some room, and I slowly crept up to find Eric's stepmom talking to one of the bodyguards in the library.
Were you able to figure out how to unlock the vault?
There's no way. I've tried everything for weeks. I only have to use a tiny explosive device to destroy the lock. The vault is all the way up in the attic. No one will hear a thing. But we have to steal a painting the day after tomorrow while your husband and Eric are away on business. Are you ready for this?
And then he pulled Eric's stepmom into his arms.
I can't wait to run away with you, James. I'm so tired of seeing you secretly, and I am completely ready.
As the two locked lips, I turned around and tiptoed away as fast as I could. Okay, so the vault was in the attic, the lock could only be destroyed with an explosive device, and I couldn't let Eric's cheating stepmom and traitorous bodyguard run away with it. The next morning, when Eric came to check on me, I decided to tell him the truth for once. Eric, I have something really difficult to tell you. I got up last night to get some water, and I heard your stepmom and this bodyguard James talking.
They were talking late at night?
Yeah. Do you have some vault in this house with some painting inside?
How do you know that?
That's what they were talking about, breaking in and stealing the painting. They're planning to do it the day after tomorrow, and your stepmom said something about running away with James. I saw them kiss. I'm so sorry. I wish I hadn't.
No, I'm glad you did. This is gonna be a huge blow for Dad. But it would have been much worse if we'd found out everything afterwards. Thank you for telling me. And please, keep all this to yourself. I know I can trust you.
Eric kissed me gently before walking away, and 2 days later, when the bodyguard and Eric's stepmom were about to escape with the painting, police officers immediately arrested them.
This is fantastic. They might link the museum robbery to the bodyguard and stepmom too, and assume the painting is now safe. So it'll be easier for you to steal. Good job, mon chéri. I knew you was a smart twin.
After Pierre left, I sank into my armchair, but then I noticed Meredith staring at me. What?
You should be happy, but you don't look happy. What's up?
Nothing. I just can't wait for this job to be over.
You can steal the painting soon, right? You know exactly what to do, and Eric trusts you. By the way, have you two kissed?
I've been dating him for 2 months. Of course we've kissed.
We text every day and you never mentioned it.
I didn't know I had to.
So, how is it?
It's fine. It's whatever. It's like kissing anyone.
My memory's a bit fuzzy, but you know I've kissed him.
You never let me forget.
And I definitely wouldn't call it a whatever kind of kiss.
Yeah, okay. It's nice. It's good.
Nice? Good? Oh, wow. Don't make me jealous with all the passion.
Okay, you want to know what kissing Eric is like? It's like flying through space, like a meteor that explodes into 1,000 stars, and then jumping into really cold water that makes you feel alive all over, and then feeling warm and tingly down to your toes, like having hot chocolate next to a fireplace on a snowy winter night.
So, I'm guessing it's better than kissing the pillow you used to practice on?
I did not! Shut up!
You're in love with him, aren't you?
I was about to snap at her again, but then I just sighed. Yes, I am. The night of the heist arrived, and I felt sick to my stomach, but I just wanted to get it over with. Eric's dad was away, and Eric was holding an important shareholders dinner, with which most of the household staff was busy. I'd volunteered to host the dinner with them, and got ready to leave before their meeting started.
Thanks for your help tonight. You're the best.
Oh, it was nothing. Don't thank me.
So, I'll see you tomorrow at our coffee shop?
It's a date. As Eric walked away, my heart felt like it was breaking into a million pieces. This was the last time I'd ever see him again. I gulped down my tears, and instead of leaving, I sneaked up unnoticed to the attic. Inside, I found a heavy metal door to a vault. I took out the tiny explosive device Pierre had given me, placed it on the lock, and activated it. In a few seconds, there was a tiny pop and a sizzling sound. Then, I heard the lock click open. I walked into a tiny, dark vault and found the painting under a glass case. Praying to every god that no alarms would go off, I lifted the case carefully, put the painting in my bag, and started sprinting down the stairs. But just as I'd reached the second floor landing, one of the Ninja Turtles blocked my way.
What are you doing?
Hey, bro! You know when I stayed over a few weeks ago? I dropped a necklace, and I was looking for that guest room, and I got lost. But it's fine. I'll just get new earrings. See you later. He suddenly grabbed my bag and pulled out the painting.
Do you think I'm a moron?
A moron? You? No way! Sorry, which one are you?
Michelangelo.
Okay, no one has time for that. Now listen, Mike. You're definitely the smartest of your brothers, and just a tiny bit better looking than all of them too.
We're identical.
That's what they want you to believe, but I know you're better. I think you and I can strike a deal, okay? I'll sell this painting, and you and I can go halvesies on it. Just give me an account number and I'll wire the money to you.
No, you're not leaving with it.
Okay, look, dude. I'm doing this for your mom. I have to sell this painting so I can pay for her bail and get her a really good lawyer. Don't you want that?
No, my mom's in jail because she did something wrong, and she abandoned us all. She shouldn't have stolen Eric's painting.
What do you care about Eric? Don't you hate Eric? He's so good looking and smart and perfect and gets all the ladies. It makes you guys look even worse than you really are. You should want to hurt him. So let me take the painting. That'll really hurt him.
Eric's the best brother in the world, and I love him.
Okay. I have an offer you can't refuse. How about I become your girlfriend? I bet you've never had one.
I'm gay.
Jesus! All right, I surrender. Just one last thing. Without warning, I punched his face so hard that he went reeling back with shock and dropped the painting. Then I kicked him into a room and locked the door shut. I'm sorry, Mikey. You're a really good guy. I sprinted down another flight of stairs and jumped out of the first-story window. I ran across the garden to the fountain, climbed the tree next to it, jumped onto the wall, and then landed softly outside on all fours. Just as I got up, I found myself facing Eric. What are you doing here? Isn't the meeting going on?
Nope, that's just what I told you. I sent everyone home and was now waiting for you to steal the painting and run away with it.
What?
After the painting was stolen from the museum, the FBI contacted me to help them catch the guy they suspected was after it. Does the name Pierre Souffle ring a bell?
Nope, never heard of him. What a dumb name.
They told me you would probably strike again. I really didn't suspect you until one of my brothers said something about you looking like a girl we once met in Connecticut, who had a twin. I just couldn't shake that off, and wondered if you were hiding something. I had the FBI look into you, and most of your information checked out, but then they told me that they'd seen the suspected art thief and a girl your age leave your apartment a few times.
Okay, so let me get this straight. Tonight was a trap? How could you trick me?
Hello? Should I get a mirror for you? You've been tricking me from the very start.
That's different.
Only if different means exactly the same.
You'd really send me to jail?
You'd really walk away with that painting?
Eric, I have to do this. I don't have a choice. It's to protect everyone I love from Pierre.
And I'm guessing that list doesn't include me, does it?
As we stared breathlessly at each other, suddenly Pierre's van stopped beside us.
Good Lord, get a room!
And before I knew it, his men had grabbed both me and Eric and put some rags on our faces, and I instantly drifted into unconsciousness. When we came about, Eric and I found ourselves tied to chairs on some boat.
The Sleeping Beauties are awake just in time for me to say goodbye.
You're not getting away with this.
Oh, yes, I am. It's not like you are smart enough to call the police to your house when you caught Claire. Yeah, that's her real name.
You didn't call the police? What was your plan then?
My guess is he was just going to take the painting from you and give you a chance to run away. I think he even gave his own security men the night off.
Why would you do that, Eric?
Because he wasn't going to send the girl he loves to prison. Duh.
Eric sat there poker-faced as I glanced at him. Pierre, you got what you wanted. Now keep your end of the deal. Pay up and let us go.
Your sister double-crossed me first, which landed you in this mess, remember? I think I'll do the same.
Why is there water coming in the boat?
Oh, that's because it's got oils everywhere. It's going to sink soon. You two should make up and forgive each other because life's too short to be angry. I mean, literally, your life is really short. I'd say about another 30 minutes. Adieu. So long. Farewell.
And with that, Pierre and his goons left.
There has to be some way out. Don't you know how to get out of such situations after all your years as a criminal?
I'm a con woman. I don't know how to trick my way out of these ropes.
Great! Then I'll just die here with you of all people.
Who would you rather die with? Maybe that really pretty, extra smiley waitress at the restaurant you love so much?
You know what? Let's just not talk.
Fine by me. We sat silently for a few minutes as the water kept seeping in.
I've never had boba tea.
What?
You know, a few years ago when everyone really got into boba tea, and I never had boba tea. I always thought I had time to drink boba tea, and now I'll never drink boba tea.
It's nothing special. You didn't miss much.
You really mean it?
Nah, it's amazing. Who is stopping you from trying boba tea?
No one? Ugh, you're the worst. Let's go back to not talking.
As we sat there in silence again, I slipped my fingers through Eric's. Eric, I'm so sorry for getting you into this. I really wish I'd never crossed your path. He pushed my hand away.
For the first time today, I agree with you.
Just then, the door burst open, and Meredith came running in. Thank God, Em. I knew you'd come for me.
You could have told me too. I would have panicked less.
Hi, Eric. Remember me? We kissed once. We'll talk more later. Gotta go now.
Meredith cut through our ropes quickly, and we splashed through the water, climbed onto the paddle boat outside, and rowed back to shore.
I had a feeling Pierre was up to no good. I followed his van to Eric's house and saw him take you two and bring you here. I had to wait for him to leave before I could rescue you, and that jerk left without giving us a dime.
We have to get that painting back. He can't get away with it.
What is so special about that stupid painting? Why is it for $10 million?
Apparently, it's worth much more. My grandmother bought it at some auction a few years ago, but I don't think she ever knew its real worth. The FBI told me that painting has hidden codes all over it. Sensitive government secrets and coordinates of underground facilities, and Pierre wants to sell those secrets to the highest bidder.
Jeez. Trust stupid men to make everything so complicated. Who put codes in a painting? Who wants them now? What is wrong with everybody? All I ever wanted from life was to go to Bora Bora, and now we have no money.
If you girls know anything about where he's going, help me catch him. I'll tell the FBI you were helping me all along, and you'll go scot-free.
Free but poor?
Should I offer you a reward for helping me get back a painting you stole from me?
That would be polite, yeah.
Meredith, do you have any idea where Pierre's going?
Yeah. I've bugged everything that man owns. His phone, his coat, his shoes, that painting. I know where he's going. Oh, by the way, Mom wants us to come home. She says she has something important to tell us. And yeah, her memory is back, and she's very angry we made her marry Arthur.
What?
More about that later.
Eric immediately got in touch with his FBI contacts, who picked us up from our spot and followed Meredith's trackers on Pierre. He was headed for a train at the Grand Central Station, and seconds before he was about to get onto his ride, he was surrounded by officers.
Don't manhandle me, you orangutans! My outfit costs more than your yearly salary! I lose the day I ever laid eyes on you two! I'll make sure I take you down with me!
I'm taking all your coats, Pierre. They fit me perfectly, you tiny mafia boss.
Get used to an orange jumpsuit, cause you'll be wearing that for a long time. As the FBI officers took him away, I turned to Eric with a worried face. He'll give them information against us.
You've helped recover a really important painting and capture a criminal the FBI has been trying to nail for ages. I promise, I won't let you get into any trouble.
Thank you. We stood there in awkward silence.
Okay, this is super uncomfortable. Do you guys need privacy to talk or something? I'll grab us some hot dogs. Do you want relish or mustard or...
No, actually, I think we're done here. I have to go. Good luck and goodbye, Claire.
Goodbye, Eric. Meredith and I took the next flight to Connecticut to see Mom back at her old house, and I was really happy to see her with her memory back. And then, Mom shocked us with her whole story.
Many years ago, I was a government scientist in Russia, working on top secret technology. And our team later wanted to sell it to an enemy country. I refused to do that, and destroyed the technology. And after that I had to go on the run, because I knew those traitors would come after me. I had a boyfriend, and he recently found out I was pregnant. So I never told him about you girls and just escaped. I settled in America and took on the identity of a helpless mom living in the suburbs. Before I left Russia, I set up this laptop as a way to communicate with my father, who sent me a little money every few months to get by. I was even afraid of working in any place for too long, as being part of any system by which I could be tracked down.
Whoa! Mom, that's insane and so cool!
I'm sorry we never had much, but I was glad you grew up independent and resourceful. When I finally recovered my memory a week ago, I was able to access the laptop and get in touch with my father. He hadn't heard from me in so long, he thought I wasn't even alive anymore. He told me that the traitors working on the project are all behind bars now. It's safe for me to go home.
So we're going to Russia? Man, it's so cold there. I always wanted to go to...
Bora Bora, I know. That's all you said growing up. We'll visit Russia to see my family, and then we'll go anywhere you girls want.
Mom, we're kinda poor, especially since you've left Arthur too.
Oh, but my family isn't poor at all. I come from old money. We've been rich forever.
There is a God out there. Thank you. Claire, we're finally going to Bora Bora.
Yeah, it's everything we ever wanted. I tried to be as excited about the trip as Mom and Meredith, but my heart felt heavy. I wish things had ended with Eric on a better note. On the bright side, I got to meet Freddie, and I was so pleased when he introduced me to his lovely girlfriend. I'm so happy for you, Freddie, and I don't know if I can ever thank you for everything. You're amazing.
I know. Just don't forget about me and come to visit, okay?
On the day of our flight to Russia, we just reached the airport when Mom and Meredith turned to me with strange smiles on their faces. What's going on?
Here's your ticket.
That's a ticket for New York. Why, are we going there?
No, Mom and I are going to Russia, then Bora Bora. You're going to New York.
What? Why would I do that?
Come on, Claire. You've been so mopey lately. I can't stand your face anymore. Just go talk to Eric, okay? You're in love with him. And even though he's way out of your league, he loves you too. And that's something you shouldn't give up on so easily.
Pretty sure he hates me now.
Claire, go meet him once. You'll regret not trying. And in case it doesn't work out, you know where to find us, love.
Go get him, loser.
Mom and Meredith hugged me, and I felt tears flowing down my face fast as I turned away. Suddenly, I got the wind knocked out of me as Meredith gave me a bear hug.
I can't say this with you looking at me directly, so don't turn around, okay? I love you more than anyone in the world, sis. You're my BFF and my soulmate and my better half, so you better not stay away too long because of some stupid boy.
No one's ever coming between us, Em. I love you too, and I'll see you soon. As I walked out onto the New York airport, I was feeling so nervous about visiting Eric that I accidentally bumped into a man's luggage cart and went down with the suitcases.
Are you blind? You blind idiot?
It was an accident, sir. You don't have to be so rude.
You don't have to be so blind, you blind idiot.
You're so obnoxious. I grabbed the bagel the man was holding, threw it on the floor, and started jumping on it. As I continued jumping and he kept yelling, I suddenly found Eric by my side.
I'm sorry, sir. She hasn't taken her meds today. So sorry.
Jeez, what's with your temper?
He started it, and what are you doing here?
You texted me that you were coming and wanted me to pick you up. You said it was an emergency? Oh, I'm guessing that was Meredith.
Yep, but I did come to New York just to see you, Eric. So I might as well say my piece now, which I've been rehearsing on the plane, and I've forgotten every single word. Dang it. Okay, I'll just spit it out. Look, I'm really sorry about the tricking and the lying and stealing and hitting your brother and endangering your life. The one thing that wasn't part of this assignment was falling for you, but I just couldn't help it right from the start. In fact, you made me fall for you years ago, and I often wondered what had happened to you. I really wish we'd met again under different circumstances, and I know I don't deserve another chance, but here I am, asking for one anyway.
Well, they say third time's the charm.
They do say that, whoever they are. Just as Eric pulled me closer, we suddenly found ourselves surrounded by federal agents. Did you set me up?
I swear I didn't.
Ma'am, there's no need to panic. We got notified about your arrival in New York when you checked in for your flight. We've also apprehended your sister before she could leave for Russia. We've been looking for you girls for a long time, actually, but you always managed to get away. Now we have a deal for you. Come work for us and help us nail some con artists, and you'll have a clean slate.
Are you offering me a job?
Yes, and a really well-paying one. The only catch is that you two will have to serve 6 months jail time first. We have to do that as a formality.
No, officer, there has to be another way.
Eric, wait, it's okay. I think I need to do this actually. Maybe we got away for too long without any consequences. If this gives me a chance to start over fresh, I'm willing to do it.
What about Meredith?
Oh, she's gonna be pissed, but she'll do it for me. So, will you come see me in prison?
It's a date.
How many weeks has it been here already?
It's just been 2 days.
Oh God, I was so close to Bora Bora. And you're so ugly and orange. How am I supposed to look at you for 6 months?
I think you're actually happy we're getting to spend more time together. You know, since I'm your BFF and soulmate and better half. That was so cheesy. Ow! I woke up in the middle of the night feeling extra thirsty and almost passed out when I saw the time. It was 3 a.m., the devil's hour. I tried to go back to sleep, but I just couldn't. Come on, girl. Ghosts aren't real, but dehydration is. So hold yourself together and get your ice-cold water. I silently prayed as I went down to the kitchen. Suddenly, I caught someone moving in the shadows. Holy Mother of God, was it the devil? I was about to scream when I realized that it was just my older brother, Kevin, who looked suspicious. I silently followed him as he went down the basement and was surprised when he opened a mysterious door that I had never seen before. But before he could enter, he looked back and saw me. Don't you ever tell anyone about this, especially Dad, no matter what happens. Why? What's inside that room? He just patted my head and smirked. The devil himself. He then disappeared into the room and locked it, leaving me shaking in fear and confusion. Hi, my name is Kendra, and this is my story of how my mysterious brother changed my life forever. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. After what happened last night, the first thing that I did in the morning was to check that door in the basement. But unfortunately, it was padlocked to death. Kevin was definitely hiding something in there, and it was killing my curiosity. I was finally able to corner him during dinner. Are you sure that you weren't dreaming? Because that totally didn't happen. That night was really weird, so he could be right. Our conversation was cut off when Dad joined us. Son, it's time for you to take over the company. We will be holding a gala next weekend to introduce you to everyone. They're all so excited to meet you. But Dad, no buts. You're graduating in a few months, so prepare yourself. I don't want any problems. Understood? Of course, my brother couldn't say no to him. He was always Dad's favorite, his golden boy, the perfect son. While me, I was just a stranger to him. If Mom was still alive, things would probably be different. Later that night, when I was about to sleep, I almost screamed when I saw Kevin leaning against my door. Can I help you? What makes you feel alive, Kendra? Huh? What's with you? Why are you being so weird? The less you know, the better. Good night, Peanut. Peanut? Where did that come from? That was the weirdest and longest interaction we've ever had. He was a year older than me, and we had never been close growing up. His time was spent in his room reading, in the piano corner perfecting his sonatas, or with Dad talking about business while playing chess. We also didn't see each other often at school because he was always with his best friend Cedric or surrounded by their crazy fangirls. The next morning, I woke up to Dad screaming from the library. I dashed to check what it was and found out that one of our maids found a letter under Kevin's pillow. I read it and froze. Kevin left. He didn't say where he went and when he was coming back. All the note said was, "Do not wait for him." I would expect something like this from you, but not my son. Kevin is a responsible young man. Well, the note says otherwise. The gala is this weekend. I need your brother to be there no matter what it takes. We tried looking for Kevin everywhere, but no one knew where he was. Even the police couldn't find him, and it was driving Dad crazy. One night, he just walked up to me and started inspecting my face. You would do. You were going to be him. Be who? Kevin. In case your brother is still on this stupid little adventure on the night of the gala, you will pretend to be him. But Dad, I don't think I can... Kendra, you are a capable young lady. Of course you can. You'll be saving our company from humiliation. I know I have not been very vocal about your accomplishments, but I do notice. Will you do this for me, sweetheart? I had never heard Dad talk to me that way, and it felt really good. So I found myself giving in. Besides, it would only be for just one night, right? I just needed to hide my hair under a wig and dress up like Kevin and just smile and avoid conversation as much as possible. Simple. When the big day finally came, I was a nervous wreck. There were too many important people, and Dad kept reminding me not to mess up. Luckily, the party was a success, and I thought my little mission was finally over until Dad came up to me.
You did well. Now we just have to make sure that your brother will not fail his classes so he could graduate. You'll need to attend school as him.
But how about me as Kendra and my grades?
I'll call the school and tell them that I sent you out of the country for an emergency. Anything you fail, you can take for a summer class.
But
no buts. This was already decided. And remember, no one should ever know about this.
But Kevin and I were just too different. After carefully thinking about it, I finally decided to do it. It was my chance to impress Dad. I just needed to do one little thing, which was to learn everything about my brother to make it believable. I checked his room, but I didn't find anything useful. I had to ask for help from the person closest to him, Cedric. But there was one problem. At school or whenever he visited my brother, I would usually lock myself in my room because every time our eyes met, I felt like passing out. The guy looked like a demigod, and I just couldn't handle him. But this time, I had no choice, and I knew exactly where to find him at school, the music room. As I peeked into the room, I saw him playing the violin, and I was instantly mesmerized. Just then, he stopped playing and smiled at me. Just avoid his eyes, and you'll be fine.
Did it tickle your soul?
Huh?
The rhythm, the passion, the climax.
Sorry, but I'm not into music. I stepped back and he started walking towards me.
How about this? Did it tickle your soul?
I suddenly became mute.
This is the first time you talked to me, and I'm surprised. What brings you here, Cupcake?
Cupcake? I got a grip of myself and slapped his hand away. First of all, I'm not food. And second, I'm not here to talk about souls and music with you. It's about my brother. Suddenly, his face turned serious.
I had already talked to your dad about it. Kevin ran away and he didn't want us to find him, and there's nothing we can do about it.
I know, but I need your help with something. I told him about Dad's demands, and he suddenly laughed.
That's a ridiculous idea. You two look similar, yeah, but you're too cute and girly to be a boy.
Wait, he found me cute? I excused myself to the bathroom, and after calming down, he was nowhere to be found. It took me a whole day to finally find him playing violin in the school garden. So, are you gonna help me with this, or are you just gonna play your violin all day?
I only help people who can look me in the eye.
Ugh, why was he being like this? I gathered up all my courage before finally meeting his eyes, and thankfully, I was able to control myself until he smiled.
You have the same eyes as your brother. They're very pretty.
So he liked my brother's eyes? That was fruity. Whatever. Now, where do we start?
Your appearance. And I think it needs a lot of work.
For the makeover, he brought me to the mall to cut my hair short, and it took me several hours to finally say goodbye to my precious long hair. After accepting the fate of my hair, we tried on some clothes similar to Kevin's fashion. As I walked out in a leather jacket, he came up to me to zip it up. He was so close, I could hardly breathe.
Looks perfect now.
He then taught me about my brother's stance, walk, and gestures.
I told you to walk faster, not like a gangster. And stick out your chest more. Think of yourself as the hunkiest man alive.
Like this? He held my hips to guide me, and I felt like exploding from the sparks. Just then, I noticed some girls around drooling over us. Both guys are so cute. I'll take either of them. They look so in love. OMG. Love wins. Great. And now we were a gay couple. Cedric coached me about Kevin's interests, and I was surprised. I didn't know my brother was such a dork.
He loves SpongeBob so much, he even thought of diving into the ocean just to look for its real-life version.
But one revelation made me tear up a bit.
And he adores you so much. But he thought you didn't like him, so he always chose to give you space.
What? That's not true.
He's too protective of you. He even told me not to talk to you because he thought I'm trouble.
Oh yes, you're definitely gonna be trouble. To my heart. That weekend, we continued practicing until I looked convincing enough, and when we finally got to school, I just stayed close to him and smiled at people from time to time. I was doing an excellent job at being my brother until it was lunchtime. We sat at their usual table for lunch when suddenly, someone sat on my lap and kissed my cheek. It was Lauren, the prettiest and coolest chick at school. What in the frickin' pregnant duck is happening? What? You hate my kisses now? You look like you've seen a ghost. I turned into the ripest tomato when she giggled into my ear.
I could never hate such a goddess like you.
Wow, since when did you become this cheesy? I gave Cedric a panicked look, but the jerk was trying his best not to burst out laughing. I kicked his leg under the table and his wince was satisfying. I then excused myself in the bathroom and dragged him with me. There, he revealed that Kevin had been dating Lauren for a while now, and I had no idea about it. Lauren had been all over me for the next several days. This was totally normal, of course, except for the little detail that I was not her actual boyfriend. And through all of this, Cedric remained an unhelpful idiot who was clearly enjoying my discomfort. We were walking to our last class when someone suddenly grabbed and pushed me against the wall. You're acting weird lately, and I like it. Before she could kiss me, I acted like there was a bug inside my shirt and ran away. I needed to talk to Cedric. As usual, I found him in the music room. We need to tell Lauren. Suddenly, Lauren appeared from behind me. Tell me what? Wait a minute. Don't tell me that you guys are dating? What? Cedric finally stopped playing the violin and grinned at me.
I'm straight, but I don't know about your boyfriend.
Aw, baby. You know I would accept you however you identify, right?
Well, that's good to hear.
Lauren looked like she bought it, and I just found myself exploding. I'm not Kevin. I'm not your boyfriend. I'm his sister Kendra pretending to be him. I then explained everything to her.
Oh, okay. Explains why you look and act differently.
That's it? No violent reaction whatsoever? I'm used to Kevin's quirks. So, anything I can do to help with this mission? Just don't tell anyone about this. Got it, baby. Despite knowing the truth, she still kissed me on the cheek and it made Cedric laugh. I started hanging out with both of them since then. They would talk fondly about my brother and share things about him that I didn't know. It made me realize that he wasn't as boring as I thought he was. One day, Cedric dragged me to the music room and asked me to listen to his new composition. It was a wrong move to come with him, because the way his fingers moved and his handsome face played with the painfully sweet tune screamed danger to my heart. I calmed myself down and hyped him up when he was done. You really like playing the violin, don't you?
I like to touch people's hearts with classical music. How about you? What makes you happy, Kendra? I'm curious.
I ended up telling him about my passion, which was fashion designing. I used to draw my designs every day, but when Dad saw it, he burned all of them. He found it lame and useless to his company.
I'm sorry to say this, but your dad is the biggest jerk in the world. He treats you and Kevin as assets to his company, and never as a son and daughter.
You're right, but it just made me crave for his love and approval.
Someday, I hope you'll be able to find the courage to do what you need to do. You have me now, you know. I'll take care of you.
He leaned in closer, and I thought he was going to kiss me, but to my surprise, he pulled away and walked back to the platform to play again. What was that all about? After the incident in the music room, I started thinking that maybe Cedric liked me too, until one day I heard him talking to Lauren in an empty classroom. You like Kendra, don't you?
What are you talking about? She's off limits. And besides, she's just like the little sister I never had.
Those words were enough for me to accept the truth, that Cedric will just be my dream. To distract myself, I invited Lauren for a sleepover, and as she was trying on some of my favorite clothes, I couldn't help but admire how beautiful she was. Just then, I found her smirking at me through the mirror. Are you falling in love with me now? What? No, I wish I was as pretty as you. Oh, honey, you are prettier than me, and not to mention cute. She ended up knocking on my drawers, spilling some things. There was one thing that suddenly caught my attention. A peanut. What was it doing there? Suddenly, I remembered Kevin calling me a peanut before he ran away. Why don't we crack it open? Maybe he left a secret message or something. And he actually did. I'm finally alive. Wait a minute. That night before he left, he asked me what makes me feel alive. Lauren and I then came up with a mission to find the answer to that question. Your brother is too mysterious sometimes. Maybe Cedric knows something. But unfortunately, he was useless. One day, Dad suddenly called me and started asking about Lauren.
I learned that she's dating your brother. Her parents and I are talking about a very important business deal. We will have dinner with them tomorrow night. Make sure to be extra attentive to her.
I thought it wouldn't be much of a problem until they suddenly decided to marry us off with Dad knowing that I was Kendra. He was crazier than I thought. Do you think Kevin will be home by then? I don't know if he's ever coming back. I can't believe you dated an idiot.
Watch your words, honey. That's my idiot.
Well, we need to find your idiot ASAP. The next day, we met up with Cedric in a cafe to talk about finding my brother.
We don't even know what makes him feel alive. Shouldn't we just wait for him to come back?
Our parents are talking about marriage, for Pete's sake. We're running out of time. Do you know what my parents would do if they found out they were being played? Out of panic, I remembered something again. The mysterious door in the basement. I told them about it, and we waited for Dad to be out before destroying the padlocked door, only to find out that it was actually a dark room where Kevin developed all his photographs, and it was connected to his room. And all those pictures were related to an island that only meant one thing. Kevin was staying on one of them. It makes sense now that he always disappears on weekends.
I also found a camera in his bag one time, but I never saw it again.
And why didn't you both tell me about this earlier? You're both idiots. And with that, the three of us were off to an adventure to get my brother back. As we traveled, I kept on flirting with Lauren to avoid Cedric. And for a moment, I thought I saw his deadly glare through the rearview mirror. Was he jealous? I wished. In a span of 2 days, we had already visited 7 islands, but there was no luck. Just when we were about to give up, we suddenly spotted someone resting on a hammock. It was Kevin. He looked shocked to see us. Suddenly, he glared at Cedric.
Dude, you told them?
Wait, you knew?
Let me explain.
No, you knew. And you kept silent while I was going crazy trying to find a way to bring back my brother so I could get me back. Kendra was equally furious.
Babe, I can explain.
Shut it, Kevin. You're not my favorite person right now.
Kendra.
Later. I need to speak to my brother. I walked away and Kevin followed me. Now start explaining the reason I'm sacrificing my identity.
I'm sorry, Peanut. I didn't mean for you to be tangled up in my mess. I felt stuck and suffocated because of Dad's expectations. I always knew I would have to take over the company someday, but I didn't know it would be this soon. I thought I would have enough time to still do what I love, to enjoy every island and see its beauty through my lens. But suddenly, I didn't even have a year, so I panicked and I ran away. I'm such a coward.
It didn't take a second for me to melt. No, that's the bravest thing I've seen you do. All our lives, I've only ever seen you nod to Dad's every demand. I'm proud of this version of you. I convinced him to come back, but he ended up convincing me to ditch Dad and come with him. After everything that happened, I just realized one thing. Dad wasn't worth it. So I agreed. Lauren is amazing, you know. She didn't deserve to be left without a word.
I know, Peanut. I guess I have a lot of making up to do.
Good luck, Walnut. Later that day, he spent his time making it up to Lauren and talking to Cedric, while I was left alone doodling some cute dresses on the sand. My brother then came up to me and asked me something.
Are you mad at Cedric? I asked him not to tell anyone. Keeping this from you must have been very hard for him.
I understand, but
you like him, don't you?
What? No, I mean...
Don't worry. I finally gave him the go signal. You two can kiss or whatever.
As soon as he left, Cedric walked up to me with an earth-shattering smile.
Can we talk?
I couldn't look at him in the eye again. About
us. I've always fancied you, you know. More than violins.
I felt like melting at his confession. I told him about the reason why I'd been avoiding him all these years, and he responded to it by finally kissing me on the lips. Thank God I didn't pass out.
So, did it tickle your soul this time?
Yes.
Finally.
My mom had 2 passions in life: overworking in her successful tech firm and making up lies about my dad. He left us when I was a baby, and Mom hated him so much she wouldn't even tell me his name. But once when I was 10, I just wouldn't back down and kept asking, and finally, she caved.
Fine. Your dad's name is Roald Dahl. Can you leave me alone now?
I was so excited. I had a name. I'd find out more about him, which I did only a few days later when our teacher said we'd be reading a famous book called Matilda by Roald Dahl. That's my dad. He wrote this book.
I don't think so, Mila.
He is. My mom told me that Roald Dahl is my father.
Then your mom is lying, and you're stupid to believe her.
The kids in class started laughing, and I was so mad I threw the book at my teacher's face, and I got detention for a week. Growing up, I tried asking Mom's friends about Dad, and I snooped through every corner of her room, always hoping I'd find some clue. And when everything failed, I turned to YouTube. People of the world, I need your help. My dad is lost, and my mom won't tell me where he is. I don't know his name or what he looks like, but I do know note that he's very handsome. Like me, my mom looks like a cross between a Dracula and a very sad clown, so I'm definitely not like her. Anyway, I just want to talk to my dad, and anyone who can make this happen will get my really expensive Barbie collection. You can email me on www.mymomisamonster.com. I did get responses, but they were all prank emails and creepy messages. And of course, Mom found out and got that channel blocked by her team of hackers. All my colleagues saw that video. It's so embarrassing. I wouldn't be if you'd just tell me who my dad is.
Your dad is a nobody, and I don't want to talk about him. Also, you're grounded.
With time, Mom and I grew further apart. Eventually, I stopped asking her about Dad and focused on school. And even though I was always a good student, my real passion was painting. I worked hard, watched a million YouTube videos, and by 18, I got pretty good. I even applied to a bunch of art schools and got accepted into a really prestigious one. Of course, Mom didn't approve and thought art was for losers. So I decided to prove her wrong and organized a small exhibition for all my paintings. I invited her friends, my teachers, and other artists I knew, and I was super excited until Mom walked in. So, what do you think?
I really thought you were serious about this art school, but I have to tell you, I am so relieved that you're not. I just wish I'd seen your paintings before I wasted my time coming here, not to mention the money you spent on this event.
What? Of course I'm serious about art school, and I've really worked hard, Mom, and you're just insulting me in front of all my friends.
I'm telling the truth. I mean, look at that painting. It's a donkey, for God's sakes.
It's not just a donkey. It's a metaphorical depiction of the pain someone goes through when you load them with expectations. It's art.
No, Mila, it's rubbish. Now, I can stay here and give you 10 reasons why you suck, but I just don't have the time. So wrap this up and I'll see you at home.
Everyone was staring at me, and I'd never felt so embarrassed in my life. I was still recovering from that when the next morning, I received a call from the art college that Mom had called the dean and withdrawn my application. I barged into Mom's office, boiling with rage. Are you insane? How dare you mess up my college application?
I told you, it's a waste of time, and you're not even good at art, but I'm glad you're here. I've decided that you should do an internship at my company this summer and learn about the family business. It'll help you with business school applications too.
I'd rather eat a bag of poop than become a stone-hearted computer slave like you. I will never work at your stupid company, and I hate you. I really mean that. I hate you, Mom. I tried talking to the college authorities if they'd consider me again, but they asked me to apply next year. Feeling heartbroken, I was waiting for a cab outside the college when suddenly this hooded figure walked over, threw a note at my feet, and ran away. You're my sun and moon. I'm near you, and I'll meet you soon. Love, Dad. Dad? Jeez, who was playing this idiotic prank on me? I didn't think much of it and tossed the note aside. But then, I started getting these dumb notes all the time. With my mail, ones in a restaurant, and even in my school locker. I didn't believe for a second my actual dad would send me these notes. But one day, I opened a book and found a photograph of me as a baby along with a phone number. Feeling curious, I dropped a text, and minutes later, I got a pin location. Of course, I was skeptical, and I knew this could be dangerous, but what if it really was my dad trying to reach out? I'd go there with my pepper spray. That afternoon, I took a cab to the location. I nervously knocked on the door, and this young girl opened it. I'm looking for the man who lives in this house. I think I'm his daughter. And I'm Beyonce. Excuse me? Oh, I thought it's a game we're playing. Who lies better? Now get lost, you imposter. I'm my dad's daughter. The only one. You don't. Before I could finish, the girl went inside and started chasing me around with a paintball machine. As I tried to dodge her aim, I tripped and hit my head, then blacked out. When I opened my eyes with some difficulty, I found myself lying on a sofa with a man next to me.
I think she's waking up.
She's certainly not dead. Hey, ugly eyebrows, open your eyes properly. I'm just 14, and I can't go to jail after killing you with a paintball machine. Stop shaking me.
Oh, thank God you're okay.
The man hugged me tight and told me that his name was John and that he was my real father. You're really my dad? You sent me all those notes?
Yes.
You creeped me out. Why didn't you just get in touch like a normal person?
Because I was scared of your mom.
Dad explained how Mom and Dad started their company together. But then Mom got greedy, started taking on clients for illegal things like hacking into companies' databases and stealing information. When she got busted, she framed him and he went to jail.
I was released a few years later, but I couldn't find a job here, so I went to Spain where I met Estelle's mom, but I missed home, so I came back.
Mila, your mom ruined my life.
Dad started sobbing, and I felt terrible for him. Of course, it sounded just like Mom. If she could crush her own daughter's dreams, she could do anything. The entire next week, I met Dad secretly without letting Mom know. He was sweet and really interested in my life. It was nice to have a parent who actually cared. And eventually, I told Dad about how Mom had withdrawn my college acceptance and how angry I was. And Dad suggested I move in with him.
It'll give you time to calm down and we can bond better. I know my house is smaller than you're used to, but it's full of love and care and—
Mold! What? Gold! Like golden hour. So good, it'll make your ugly face shine. Anyway, continue.
So, what do you think?
I'm in. And the next day, I told Mom I was leaving for a vacation and went to Dad's. I was looking forward to having a peaceful time, but Estelle was a nightmare. She spiked my food with earthworms, trashed my closet, and wrote threatening messages on the bathroom mirror. And one day, I was hanging out in the food court at the mall with my friends when out of nowhere, Estelle joined us. Did you follow me here? Guys, ignore her. She's, my crazy cousin. I just had a few questions for your friends. Did you know that Mila farts in her sleep and snores like a hibernating bear? You don't believe me? I have it here on record. Look, look. And that's her picking her nose when no one's watching. Isn't she adorable? That's enough. Estelle, please get lost. But I only want to hang out with you. You hate me, right? Is it because I'm not rich like you? Oh my God, it is. My cousin hates me because I'm poor. This is the worst day of my life. And Estelle started howling before dropping to the ground, and everyone was staring at us. I even had security come over to ask if everything was okay, and I literally had to drag her out of there. I went to Dad's room to complain, and he calmed me down.
Estelle has had a tough life. Her mom and I never had the kind of money you did, and we were always working to make ends meet. She didn't get our attention and basically grew up alone. She's just acting out. Give her some time to warm up to you.
I could kind of relate to that, so I softened towards Estelle and decided to make an effort. I thought I'd pick her up from school one afternoon, but when I got there, I saw a bunch of girls surrounding Estelle. Hey, double eyes, if I take your glasses away, will you turn blind? And what's with your hideous outfit? Wait, I might have something to make it better. And with that, one of the girls threw mud on Estelle, and she didn't even react. The girl charged at Estelle again. I walked in and pushed her away. Don't you dare! Hey, who the heck are you? I'm her sister. Now, if you don't want me to break your pretty nose, I suggest you buzz off. The girls looked scared and ran away, and then Estelle turned to me. You didn't have to do that. I know we hate each other, but you are technically my sister. It's kinda my job to look out for you. Aw, you almost made me cry, which never happens. Care for some ice cream? You're paying, obvi. We actually ended up having a really good time, and Estelle even opened up to me. She told me her mom was in Spain, working to give her a better life. My parents got separated a while back, and I'm only here with my dad for a few months before I return. Will you stay in touch with me after you leave? Don't hold your breath. Estelle had a weird sense of humor, but at least I wasn't the target anymore, and we only got closer. Life was finally looking up until one day I walked into the kitchen to find Dad looking tense over a pile of papers. Is everything okay?
I have no money and the bills are just piling up. If things don't get any better, I might have to pull Estelle from school.
I'm sorry, Dad. Is there anything I can do? I could give you my credit card.
And who would pay for that?
My other credit card?
That's not how things work, Mila, but if you really want to help, there's something you can do which you may not like.
Try me.
Well, I've got information that your mom is building this groundbreaking software for the government. If we could get the back-end codes for it, I could sell them to one of her competitors and we'd have enough money to cover the bills and plenty more. I could even pay for your art school.
You mean you want me to steal from Mom?
Technically, everything your mom's done has been based on my research, so it's mine. I'm only asking you to get it back. Think about it.
I thought about it a lot. Mom had ruined Dad's life and stolen from him. And she was ruining my life too. And she was already so rich. How bad would it be for her to lose one project? So the next morning, I told Dad I'd help him. I had to steal the software files and bring them back to him. But for that to happen, I had to go home first and act like things between me and Mom were okay. As I was packing my things to leave, Estelle walked into my room. Don't do it. Don't do what? I heard your conversation with Dad and your plan to steal something important from your mom, and I'm all up for crazy ideas usually, but that feels wrong, even to me. You should trust me. I have a really high IQ. You don't know what she's like, and she's ruined Dad's life. I'm doing this for him and you. You tell yourself that, but it's just your way of getting attention. You'll regret it, Mila. And yeah, I know he's our dad, but really, why are you you trusting a guy you just met a month ago? Just go away and play with something, Estelle. You're just a kid. No need to butt into grown-up business. Fine, don't say I didn't warn ya. I went back home the next day, and Mom was pleasantly surprised. I've had a lot of time to think, and you're right. I don't want to be a painter and die poor. I'm ready to take you up on the internship offer, if that's open.
Of course it is. I'm so happy you finally found your way back.
Mom hugged me, and a couple of days later, I started working for her. I kept a close watch on Mom, carefully observing her routine. Any chance I got, I sneaked into her office, but I didn't find anything. So a few days later, while Mom was away, I stole the key to her home office from her room, and sure enough, I found the files on her personal computer. The next day, I went straight to Dad's and handed him the flash drive.
Excellent, Mila. Now you can just sit back and relax while I put this information to good use.
Did you really mean it when you said you'd pay for my art school?
Of course, honey. Why wouldn't I mean that?
Well, you've lied about everything you've ever said to me. You can see why I would have trust issues.
Excuse me? What do you mean?
I was so angry at Mom, and I'd been so keen to find you that when I finally met you, I just believed everything you said. But when you asked me to steal from her, I began wondering if you turned up in my life because you actually cared about me, or if you just wanted to use me to get back at Mom. The last few weeks, I haven't been searching for the software. I've been digging deeper into what actually happened between you and Mom. Turns out, the two of you set up a company with her money, after which she found out you'd been stealing money and transferring it to an offshore account. And when she kicked you out of the house, you broke in and tried to kidnap me to extort money from her, for which you were caught and sent to jail.
What? Who's been feeding you all this baloney?
I found the documents of the court case proving you were embezzling, and also the police report of the break-in and attempted kidnapping, plus the restraining order Mom has against you for both me and her. I've seen it all with my own two eyes. Oh, and obviously, that drive just has a bunch of nonsense in it. Did you really think you could just turn me into a criminal like yourself? Dad stared at me speechlessly, then snarled and flung the drive into the wall. Just then, the door flung open and Mom and Estelle walked in with police officers who had Dad in handcuffs within seconds.
What are you arresting me for? I didn't do anything. If this girl says I asked her to steal something, she's lying!
Oh, that's not why they're arresting you. You've broken the law by even being in the same room as me. Restraining order, remember? I'll be reporting this as another attempted kidnapping. Dad went kicking and screaming as Mom hugged me.
I'm so glad you came to me and told me everything, Mila. I just wish I'd told you the truth sooner and kept you safe from that man. I had no idea he'd ever reach out to you. I'm really sorry about this and everything else. I haven't been a very good parent, have I?
You can start now, and I know you were just protecting me from the truth. And if I wasn't angry at you, I wouldn't have trusted Dad so easily. Thank God Estelle knocked some sense into me and made me think about his agenda. Yeah, I'm very smart. Now, my mom's waiting for me in Spain, so can you buy me a ticket? And I hope you have a good life, which may be hard since you're kinda stupid. I don't like making a lot of trouble or a lot of noise. I just like hanging out with my friends and eating good sushi and being totally peaceful. But if you mess with someone I love, all the peace is gone and my heart burned like 1,000 flaming suns, and I'll become a monster. Before that fateful day when everything changed, I was just a normal, peaceful girl who lived with her parents and did my best in school. Though that wasn't always very good. The kids all knew not to mess with my friends because I would lose my mind and yell and scream and make their life horrible until they apologized. But when they did, I would just say thank you and go back to normal. I had no idea this little quirk of mine would change my life forever. I was on my way to meet my friends at the public garden on the bridge when I saw 4 guys surrounding them. But the guys all had their backs to me, so all I could see were my friends' faces, and they looked so distressed. I swear my friend Miyumi was about to cry. My head boiled and my cheeks turned red. I ran up to them, already yelling, "What are you doing to my friends, you jerks? Get away from us!" I panted like a dog, totally out of breath. The guys were all stunned, their eyes wide and mouths dropped open. Then Miyumi tapped me on the shoulder and said, "Itsuki, they weren't picking on us. Then why were you about to cry? And you, Akari, I saw your face too. Don't defend these jerks. I know what I saw."
Excuse me. I'm so sorry. We weren't harassing your friends. We were just talking to them.
Oh yeah? Then why? Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. I saw his face, and all the air went out of my lungs. The rage in my heart became utter humiliation, and I wanted to crawl into a hole and never come out. It was...
I'm Aoki, and they were just trying to get an autograph. These are my bandmates behind me. I swear, we weren't doing anything bad.
I could barely hear a word he said because all I could think about were the millions of times I danced with my friends in my living room to their videos. It was Aoki from the band Take Back Time, the biggest, most popular band in all of Japan and almost the whole world. When he saw me freeze up, he smiled.
Don't worry. It was really brave of you to stand up for your friends like that. We have to go to prepare for our show tonight, but why don't you guys come? Look, I always carry extra tickets just in case I meet cool people like you guys before a show. And if you want to come backstage after, just say this to the security guard and they'll let you in.
He gave me a paper with the words abracadabra. Aoki sent me. I'm so sorry.
It's okay. I like your courage. Maybe we'll write a song about it one day.
They left and my friends screamed with joy, but I couldn't even think about going. I was so embarrassed. How could I do that? Yelling at someone just for being nice? And to the pop group I love the most. While we went to eat and my friends couldn't stop talking about going to the concert, I just kept replaying the moment over and over in my head. Except every time I pictured it, it got worse and worse in my imagination. I even started to believe I pushed him off the bridge and into the water. Itsuki, relax. That never happened. Plus, it was your crazy defensiveness that got him to give us the tickets in the first place. I'm not going. What? Are you crazy? This is the chance of a lifetime. We get to go backstage. Yeah, and I get to face Aoki again, my hero who I've idolized since I was in middle school. Except now, instead of meeting him like I always imagined, he'll always think of me as the crazy girl who punched him and made him cry. That didn't even happen. Well, that's what I remember, and you can't change my mind. So no, I won't go. I'll stay home and eat ice cream and cry. That night, I was home, eating ice cream and crying, when my phone dinged with a text message from a number I didn't recognize. All the message said was, outside. I looked out my window and there he was, the black SUV parked behind him. I assumed in case anyone saw him and he had to run away. I thought maybe I was dreaming, but nope, it was real. Even in my house, I couldn't hide from my embarrassment. I opened the window. I don't have makeup on. I can't come out. How did you find me?
I asked your friends when they came backstage. I just want to talk. I wanted to talk to you.
Talk to me about what?
Come down and I'll tell you.
I took a deep breath, got myself as ready as I could with such a short amount of time, and went out to meet him. Even now, after doing a whole show for hours of dancing and sweating, he looked perfect. I can't believe you came here. Don't you hate me after I yelled at you for no reason?
Hate you? I think you're the coolest person I've ever met.
I think your idea of cool and my idea of cool are two very different ideas of cool. He laughed. I wasn't even sure I'd made a joke. What did you want to talk about?
Before we get to that, do you want to go to the beach?
Now? It's the middle of the night.
I know, but when I'm on tour, I almost never have time to go. Today was my only chance, but I wanted to see you, and I figured this way we could do both.
So, I went to the beach in the middle of the night with a pop star. I guess I still wasn't sure this wasn't a dream. But on the way, we talked about regular things, like how he missed school and what TV shows we liked. And he asked me a lot about myself, and I just blabbed on, and by the time we got to the beach, I actually almost forgot he was famous. He was just a normal boy in my eyes. We sat on the shore, the stars shining, and it was so beautiful, except it was freezing. I tried not to shiver. I didn't want him to think I was uncomfortable and that we had to leave, but I couldn't help it when he asked me,
"Are you cold?"
"No," I stuttered, my teeth clattering. He took off his jacket and gave it to me. Finally, I could relax and enjoy being there.
What I wanted to say to you is, I admire you.
Me? Why? For yelling at you and making a total fool of myself?
Yeah, actually. I'm kind of kidding, but the truth is, my whole life, I could never stand up for myself. I've always been so reserved and shy and, if I'm being honest, scared. But because of what you did, I finally had the courage to stand up to our manager tonight. He has been terrible to me and the others for years, and because of you, we're free of him now.
I didn't know what to say. I had no idea being myself and just defending my friends could have such an impact on someone's life like that. We walked along the beach, and as we talked some more, I couldn't believe how funny he was. And then, out of nowhere, it started snowing. We had been so busy talking, we didn't even notice it got cloudy. He took my hand while we stood there, watching the snowflakes fall. I looked him in the eye. "Thank you for taking me out tonight. I'm having a really good time."
Everyone thinks I'm so happy all the time because of what I do, but to be honest, sometimes all I want to do is talk to someone, connect to someone who doesn't see me as just part of their job. No one has ever said thank you for just spending time with me.
I'm sorry to hear that. Those people don't realize how lucky they are to have you. He looked into my eyes, and that tiny little moment suddenly became an endless ocean. He leaned in to kiss me. I closed my eyes. I couldn't believe it. My first kiss was gonna be with the biggest pop star in the world. Then, a wave washed over our feet and I screamed from the cold. He laughed, and I did too. And then suddenly, a warm light fell over me. It was pink and yellow and purple, and I realized it was the sunrise. We had been there all night. Oh no, I'm gonna get in so much trouble with my parents. He got me back home as soon as he could. When he parked in front of my house, he said,
"If you ever want to come to my concert again, text me and I'll get you in. And use those words and come backstage to visit me."
I leaned over and kissed him. The kiss made time stand still all over again. I swear in that moment, even the sunlight froze. When I pulled away, I was a little embarrassed. I'd done it without even thinking. I wondered what he would say. He just smiled and said,
"The bravest girl I know."
Finally, I went home, but my parents were already awake, and they were furious with me. I apologized, but I couldn't help but smile, which only made them angrier. They sent me to my room and said I was grounded for a whole week, but that was fine with me. For the next few days, all I did was write about that night. I texted with him as much as I could. He even told me about life on the road, the interviews and film premieres and concerts he was going to, and even asked me to FaceTime. Wow, while I'm locked in my tiny room with nothing to do, you're out traveling the world, meeting famous people, singing to thousands, and watching movies that haven't even come out yet.
That's all true. I met all my heroes, and every night I sing to thousands of girls who wish they could marry me, and none of it means anything.
What do you mean? Of course it does. You're making such a difference in people's lives. You make them so happy with your music, and I know the people who meet you love you.
I don't want to sound ungrateful. I love my life. I worked very hard to get here. But the truth is, out of all the amazing nights I've experienced, just sitting with you and talking on the beach under the stars was the best, most unforgettable night of my life.
And then he got quiet and looked so sad it made me want to cry. And that's when I knew, I'm never gonna see you again, am I?
After the Japan tour, we're going straight to America, then Australia, and then England. I won't be back here for another 2 years.
I realized this conversation was gonna be our goodbye. It was the hardest thing I have ever had to do, but I knew it wouldn't work with us, and I thought it would be much more meaningful if we stopped talking on purpose, rather than just slowly falling out of touch over time. As much as I tried not to, I couldn't help it. Tears began just falling from my eyes, and he cried too. I wanted to say so much. I wanted to promise that we would meet again one day. But I knew with him being so busy and me going to college soon and having to work so hard, it wouldn't be possible. So I said the only thing I could think of in the moment, the only thing that was true. I'll never forget you. He was still sad for a while and stayed quiet for a long time. Then he looked up at me and smiled.
Of course you won't. I'm unforgettable.
We both laughed, and for a little while, we even let ourselves forget our sadness. We talked on the phone all night. And again, I didn't realize how long it had been until the sunshine came through my window and hit my eyes, just like it had that night on the beach. And then finally, we hung up. Some years later, when I was in college, I got a message from him. He said he would be in Japan for a concert, and if I wanted to go, he could get me and my friends a couple of tickets. I asked for 5. Me and my friends went, and there he was. It was really nice to see him again. And then, just as the concert was about to end, his bandmates all left the stage, and the lights went out except for his spotlight, and he played a song on his acoustic guitar that no one had ever heard before. The song was called "To the Bravest Girl I Know," and it described everything that happened between us. I didn't tell my friends it was about me. It was special. It reminded me of that amazing night. And then the spotlight fell on me, and everyone turned to look. I didn't feel very brave then, with all those eyes on me.
Come on up to the stage, brave girl,
he said, and everyone clapped when they realized the song was about me. My friends were in shock. I took a deep breath and walked through the crowd. But all the fear left me, and I realized maybe I really am brave. On the stage, he met me in the middle, putting his guitar on the stand and turned off his microphone so that when we talked, it was only for us.
Hey, I missed you.
Of course you did. I'm great. He laughed, and then, with the whole world watching, he kissed me right then and there. The crowd went crazy with applause. I don't know what'll happen, but for now, I'm just happy being his brave girl. Growing up, the only person who ever noticed me was my big sister Akari. My mom traveled for work so much that I even called Akari Mom when I was too little to understand what was going on. My sister would take me to school where I would sit in silence and never say a word to anyone until she picked me up again. And then I wouldn't shut up the whole way home. But she didn't mind. She liked hearing me talk, and she liked playing games with me, like making me look like one of her dolls. She would also give me a makeover using our mom's makeup, or dress me up as a monster and have me chase her around the house.
Rawr, I'm gonna eat your head. My head? Yeah, it's the yummiest part.
You really are a little monster.
Rawr!
When we got older, our mom moved to another country for work. She asked if we wanted to come, but we decided to stay. Akari had graduated from university and had a real job now, so we didn't have much time to hang out. But every Friday, I would wait for her at the train station near my school for when she got out of work, and we would hang out all weekend. And even though we grew up, nothing really changed, except now we didn't play dress up anymore. Now we dressed up for real to go out to dinner or the arcade or whatever we wanted. We had the best life. The only problem was, I was still too shy to talk to anyone, especially boys. One time when we were at the arcade, I saw a boy staring at us. Akari elbowed me. He's looking at you, Nozomi. Go talk to him. My cheeks got so red, my hands all clammy. I suddenly froze up and couldn't even play the games anymore. Okay, let's go home. You don't have to talk to any boys. But you know, it would make me really happy if you tried, at least once, for me. Maybe you can talk to a boy for me. Then I won't have to do any work. She gave me a dirty look, but she was only kidding. I knew she was right. I just had no idea how I would ever talk to a boy. Then one Friday, the train that was supposed to arrive didn't come, and suddenly I got a really bad feeling. After 30 minutes, the train finally came, but Akari wasn't on it. I called and called, but she didn't answer. Then finally, I got a call, but it was from a random number. Hello?
Is this Akari's sister, Nozomi? This is the hospital. Your sister was in an accident. She's in a coma.
All the air left my lungs. In the hospital, I found her lying there with her head bandaged. She looked like she was sleeping. They didn't know how, but she fell onto the tracks and hit her head. The doctor said it was impossible to know when she would wake up. From that day on, I started visiting her every day. I usually read to her, but one day I forgot my book, so I just talked. And when I left, I ran into the nurse in the hallway. If you have time, maybe you can talk to him too. He's in a coma like your sister. I think he was part of the accident she was involved with. He was? I think so. But we don't know who he is. He didn't have any ID when he was brought in. He had no one to visit him? I felt so sad. I imagined my sister being here all alone with no one to talk to her all day. Before I knew it, I was in his room. He looked a couple of years older than me. I sat down beside his bed and without even realizing it, I was just talking to him just like I talked to Akari. 30 minutes later, I was finally out of things to talk about. That's when I realized something. You know, you're the only boy I've ever talked to. You're a really good listener. I started bringing 2 books to the hospital every day after that. One for my sister and one for the boy with no name. Something strange happened after I was reading to him for a few days. Every night when I went home, I would think about him and even dream that we met and talked and fell in love. I realized it was ridiculous to fall in love with someone I didn't even know. And the next day, when I read to him, I tried to push the thoughts away. but for some reason, I just couldn't help but think maybe it was love at first sight. That night, I decided to leave the book I had been reading to him in the hospital closet so I wouldn't forget it. But when I opened it, I saw there was a leather sketchbook inside. I opened it and saw that it was drawings of people at the train station. Every page was a different person. I flipped until I found my sister. I couldn't believe it. I realized then that the nurse was right. They must have been in the same accident, and it gave me a great idea. Maybe if I could find out what happened, I could find out who he was. I went to the train station from his drawings. It was the same one Akari used to come and see me after work on Fridays. I saw a woman waiting for the train. Excuse me, do you know about an accident that happened here a few weeks ago? Yes, I was here. A young woman fell from the platform as the train was coming and she hit her head. She would have died, but then the boy jumped down and picked her up. But as he pulled her away, the side of the train hit his back and he fell too. Whoa, the boy I had been reading to all this time had saved my sister's life. Maybe I wasn't so ridiculous for having feelings for him. Maybe it was destiny. Then the woman pointed to an elderly lady. That older woman, I think it's the boy's grandmother. She's been coming here every day waiting for him. We tell her he's in the hospital, but she doesn't remember. I was so sad to see her waiting there for him. I wanted to tell her what happened. Excuse me, ma'am. Are you waiting for your grandson? Yes, he's never late. I don't know what happened. But I decided if she couldn't remember anything, maybe it wasn't a good idea to tell her something so terrible like he's in a coma and might never wake up. But I couldn't leave her there like that, waiting for him. She had a cane and looked very weak. I'm sure he'll come home soon. Can I help you get home? I walked with her as she told me stories about how kind and wonderful her grandson was. His name is Kenji. He's always drawing. He takes care of me. With every word she spoke about him, I was falling more and more in love. But then I realized, oh no, without him, she had no one to take care of her. After I walked her home, I went to the market and bought a bunch of food and took it to her house where we both cooked while she told me more stories about him. I always tell him he needs to meet a girl and have a life of his own, but he says he doesn't have time for girls. He says it's because of his work, but I know it's because he takes care of me every day. But there is one girl he likes a lot. He always draws her. See? She pointed to a stack of drawings. I looked through them all. They were all of Akari waiting at the train station. I couldn't believe it. He was in love. Hi, I'm Stormy. Please like and subscribe. I lived with my parents in a small city in the States. My parents loved me loads, and I was living a simple, peaceful life until I discovered something strange about me on my 5th birthday. When I was about to thank the guests after the party, I felt quite nervous with everyone staring at me. We did thank you all for coming to my birthday. What a fumble. That's the first time I realized I stutter in nervous situations. Everyone around me laughed and I just ran away. I sat by the pool crying when a girl my age with glasses came and sat down near me.
Hey, I'm Nora. We just moved here. I know, speeches suck. Yuck. I hate them too.
She wiped my tears and I instantly put my arm around her. It felt like we were destined to be friends.
Mommy takes me to the park every night. Wanna come along? It'll be fun.
And so we met at the park every evening, and soon we became best friends. One such day, I saw another girl with Nora. As I approached them, the girl started laughing.
Don't tell me you're friends with her. Isn't she the dummy who said thank you at her birthday party? Yeah, I did. But what's your problem? You're such a stupid combo. Stormy the dummy and No Eyes Nora.
She laughed and pulled Nora's glasses. Nora reached out for them, but the girl threw them on the ground and stomped on them. I lost it. I kicked her hard and she fell on her butt.
How dare you mess with my friend? Your friend? She's my sister, you moron. Get lost.
What? Turned out, she was Nora's twin sister, Leah. She gave Nora a death stare and ran to complain to her mom.
She can't be your sister, Nora. She's awful. Yeah, she is. That's why I didn't introduce her to you before. We just never get along. But thanks for standing up for me.
Days passed and we all started going to the same school. Whenever Leah or anybody bullied me or Nora, We always stood up for each other. Life was good until one day in the 6th grade, Nora told me the saddest news. Their family was moving to New York City. I don't want to go, but my dad's got some big job there and he can't miss it. I'm so sorry. She hugged me and we both burst into tears while Leah mocked and laughed at us. And that's the last day we all met. I missed Nora so much that I didn't even attend school for days. But then Mom and Dad encouraged me. Slowly, I started focusing more on my studies and became a school topper. But when I was in high school, my parents came up with a strange plan. They wanted me to move in with my aunt in New York for a better education. I wasn't so happy to leave them, but I agreed. When I reached New York, Aunt was so pleased to have me. She took me shopping around the city and got me all ready for my new school. Stepping into the big school, I felt like I was in a movie. I walked straight up to my class in the 9th grade, but almost all the seats were taken. I was gazing around when suddenly a girl waved at me. Me? Yeah, come on up, here's a seat. That was so sweet. I walked near her, but then I noticed from her smile, she's someone I knew. OMG, Nora? Is that you? You look amazing, and you got contacts? I know, gotta make some changes. And you're beautiful as ever, too. We shouted in excitement while the whole class stared at us like crazy. Nora took me out on a tour around the school, and we bumped into Leah. Oh God, you again? How many more losers can a class of grade 9 hold? And she had a set of minions here too around her. Seemed like she hadn't changed one bit. Well, maybe you can leave and never come back, so the class will be one loser less. Nora and I laughed and high-fived. Leah looked like she was about to attack me, but some teacher walked by just then, and I escaped. Later that day at lunch, I sat down with Nora at a table, and the next minute, 2 girls brought us food as if in a restaurant. Hey, don't you know I'm on a diet? Take this burger back and get me a salad. And oh, one for Stormy too. No, really, it's fine. I can get my own lunch. Thanks. Hey, why? Easy, girl. See, she's already going. Now, chop chop. Whoa, I was surprised to see she was a big shot in the school, with her own set of minions. As we were eating, Leah was sitting a few tables away, and I saw a strange grin on Nora's face. Now, watch the show. Saying that, she walked straight to Leah with a bottle of water. She silently poured the whole bottle onto her food. Leah snapped and pushed her hard. Nora fell down with a scream. Ah! Look, guys! She slapped me and pushed me down for no reason. Do you want such a mean girl to be your president? Stop embarrassing yourself, Nora. You're gonna lose no matter what you try. We'll see about that. What was happening? When she came back to her seat, I asked Nora, what was all that about, Nora? And I saw that you started it. That wasn't very nice of you. Why? I told you, you gotta change to fit into the world or you'll lose. Well, here I mean the school president election. I'm running and so is Leah, and I have to beat her butt. I wasn't liking her cheap winning tactics, but she was my friend, and when she asked me to help prepare posters for her campaign, I did. A day before the election, the candidates had to give their final speech in front of all the students, and a second student had to speak in favor of each candidate too. I was praying Nora wouldn't look up to me, but she did, and I really had to step up. I started off confidently, but suddenly I realized how many pairs of eyes were on me, and I lost my nerve. So, what I'm trying to say is, vote for Nora. And the whole school ended up shouting in chorus, No, Nora! No, Nora! Nora looked furiously at me and stormed off. I called her out, but she didn't stop. Gosh, I'd messed up, but I hadn't done it on purpose. She shouldn't have asked me. And when the election results were announced, Leah was declared the winner. I knew Nora would be really mad, but I had no idea what she'd do next. Just as the previous president was putting the president badge on Leah, Nora came charging straight at her onto the stage and knocked Leah over. She ripped the badge right off her shirt. I jumped onto the stage to stop her, but just then, she pulled Leah's hair, and it came off. OMG, it was a wig! Everyone looked stunned to see Leah hairless. Nora just stood there grinning, while Leah looked around horrified. I thought you'd at least keep this promise, Nora. You suck. She burst into tears and ran off. As Nora walked off the stage, I went after her and grabbed her arm. Are you crazy, Nora? How could you do something so awful to your own sister? Who are you? What have you become? Who are you to ask me that, you stuttering moron? You cost me the election too. She pushed me so hard that I hit the wall. I lost it. I attacked her back, and it was a big fight that landed us both in detention. But at least I was clear about something now. I was not going to be friends with her ever again. I didn't even know who she was anymore. I felt bad for Leah, but she didn't show up for days. And Nora was just going out of control. She made the whole class sign a petition for a re-election and sent it to the principal. Worse, she used Leah's absence and told everyone she was the acting president. So class, today we're all gonna skip the math test and go watch the soccer team's rehearsals. They're amazing. We're not listening to you, Nora. You can go if you want, but we'll be right here in class. You always were such a loser nerd, Stormy. Don't talk back to your president. You are skipping math. Everyone will, 'cause I said so. That was insane, and there was no way I was gonna listen to her. I stayed back in class, and I was glad at least some of the other kids did too. Weeks passed, and finally, Leah showed up for the exams. But she wasn't the same girl anymore. She sat in the last seat in class and didn't talk to anyone the whole day. I decided to go talk to her. When I went to her at lunch, she immediately stood up and started walking away. Hey, wait up! You don't have to run away from anyone. If you start running, you'll have to do that your whole life. Just stop. And she did. She came back and sat down next to me for lunch. And I saw Nora and her gang staring at us from afar, but I couldn't care less. I shared my lunch with Leah, and slowly she started getting comfortable. She told me she got a strange condition called alopecia a year ago, which made her lose most of her hair. She even apologized for being so mean towards me. You know, all these years, I thought being mean to people says you're tough and strong. The way I treated you and Nora till now, I think I deserve this shame. No, you didn't deserve it, Leah. It was cruel, but I'm glad you realized your mistakes, and I hope this means we can be friends now. We started hanging out in school and even at my place to study together, and she was actually quite easy to get along with. We aced the exams, and I was really looking forward to junior prom, but Leah seemed reluctant. Actually, I don't think junior prom is a good idea, but you should go. It's just me. Oh, come on, Leah, you're the president now. You mean the hairless president? If only it was a Halloween party, you could come as Voldemort and win. Shut up, Nora. There's a big difference between being hairless and heartless. You should be more worried about how ugly you are on the inside. How come you don't stutter at all when you raise your voice at me, Stormy? Was it a plan to make me lose the election then? Think whatever you want to, I don't care. See you at prom. Leah and I walked out. I took her shopping that evening, and we got some beautiful dresses for the big eve. And I bought something that shocked Leah. A bald wig. This is gonna complement my costume. I'm gonna show everyone being hairless is a fashion in itself. How about you? She cried and hugged me tight. I held Leah's hand tight and took her to prom, beautifully hairless. Some gossiped, many were speechless, and I saw my friends smiling with confidence. That made me happy. Nora mocked us and laughed, but no one backed her up. Hey, knock it off, Nora. Leah looks lovely, and it's brave of her to come like this. Yeah, and we all like Stormy too. She's really nice. Nora lost her mind and picked up some juice glasses to fling at us, but just then the principal happened to walk by, and the juice went straight in her face. She immediately kicked Nora out of the event. That felt like a victory. Just like that, we were at the end of high school. We got some great news. Leah and I got placed in the same university on scholarship. The last day at school, I walked into the restroom to find Nora sitting in a corner bawling like a baby. Hey, Nora, you okay? What happened? You of all people. Why are you here? Just leave me alone. Sure, I will. Right after you tell me what's wrong with you. What do you want to know, huh? That I'm a real loser? Fine. I'm dumb and stupid, and I failed all my exams, and I won't graduate from high school this year. And I've lost all my popularity, and everybody hates me. Happy to hear that, Stormy? Why would that make me happy, Nora? We used to be best friends, and I miss that person. But maybe this is a chance for you to set things right before you leave this place. Be nicer to your new classmates, and they won't hate you. You said you have to change to fit in, and I guess you need to change into the better, kinder version of yourself now. I know you can. She looked at me silently as I gently patted her on the shoulder, and then I walked away. Hi, I'm Anne from France, and I'm here to tell you my story. Please like and subscribe. I was born when my mom was just 18. Since childhood, Mom wanted me to have everything in the world, everything she didn't have growing up. One time, Christmas was coming, and I really wanted a Barbie I'd seen my friends play with, but Mom said she'd get it for me on Easter instead.
But Mommy, you promised. You can't break a pinky promise. Please, please, please.
And on Christmas, I was so happy to see that she got the Barbie for me. She was the best. Soon, Mom started getting all sorts of random things. A vase, some magazines, which I totally knew she'd never read, and the most bizarre things. Tons of garden gnomes. Like, why would Mom buy that when we didn't have a garden? I knew something was off. For starters, we didn't need that stuff. And secondly, I wondered where Mom was getting the money from. She worked as a baker in someone else's bakery, and I knew the job didn't pay that much. So one time in 7th grade, when Mom went grocery shopping, I followed her. It was all normal. But then suddenly, Mom acted like a wild toddler and grabbed a bag of marshmallows and hid them inside her baggy sweater. What? Mom was stealing? I ran to her and she knew I'd seen her, and she put the bag back. When we got home, I confronted Mom, and she broke down into tears. What? Who doesn't like marshmallows? I just wanted them, so, I sort of just grabbed the bag.
Wow, that's your excuse? Mom, you're not a 2-year-old kid.
Please, promise me you won't steal again. Mom rolled her eyes, but promised, and I was relieved. But one time during a parent-teacher meeting, Mom lost it. Seeing the teacher's table full of stationery, Mom's eyes widened, and I knew she was up to no good. And I was right. Just as the teacher went to bring my file, Mom jumped up and started shoving the teacher's stationery in her bag. Before I could react, I heard a laugh. It was Billy from my class, and ever since I'd reported him for cheating on a test, he hated me. This is epic. Stealing school stationery? That's a new low. He snatched Mom's bag and turned it upside down. It was the most embarrassing moment of my life, because Mom hadn't just stolen the teacher's stuff. She also had all sorts of things from around the school in her bag. Everyone looked at us like we were freaks. Later, I found myself in the principal's office with Mom. Anne, I truly don't know what to say. This has never happened before. I should be reporting the theft, no matter how small or big, but I want to give you and your mom a chance. Take her to a doctor, get her checked. This isn't normal. Of course it wasn't normal. Mom had become a habitual thief. After many evaluations by the doctor, we learned that Mom was, in fact, sick. She had kleptomania, an uncontrollable urge to steal. It wasn't her fault. Mom, I'm so sorry. I will do everything to help you get better. Oh, sweetie, I'm sorry too. I wanted to explain it, how it just happens. I'm so ashamed of it all. After that day, I supported Mom on her road to recovery. Mom totally avoided going to the supermarkets, which triggered her episodes. She was getting treatment and was also in a self-help group. In a few months, she was doing so much better. But at school, things were anything but normal. Since that parent-teacher meeting, I'd been Billy's favorite target to bully. Seeing me, the guy would say stuff like mother, like daughter. I need to check your bag too. He kept doing this for weeks, but one day I just snapped and grabbed his shirt collar when he called me a thief. Stay out of my way or I'll break your teeth. Billy looked scared and I was proud of myself. The idiot did leave me alone, but just for a while. A few months later, we were having a fun fair at school and Mom and I had set up a brownie stall. Things were going perfect until Billy and his friends came to buy some brownies. Brownies? For $2? So expensive. It's like you're stealing from your customers. Speaking of stealing, is your mom still a thief? I'd had enough. I slapped him hard, and suddenly there was pin drop silence. Billy, you are a certified jerk. I bet even your family don't pretend to like you, do they? Just get out of line and stay away from me and my mom. Boy, did Billy look pissed. I'd really hit a nerve there. But then suddenly, he shoved the stall so hard. I tried to push the stall back, but I fell, and the large table fell on me. I let out a scream. I was taken to the hospital, and the doctor told me how I had a mild fracture and had to wear a cast. The next day, the principal visited me at the hospital and informed me how Billy was expelled, and his parents were sending him to a really strict boarding school. The guy totally deserved it. With Billy gone, my life was perfect at school. I started to do well in class again and even topped in 10th grade. I wanted to pass high school with flying colors and aim for a scholarship at a prestigious university. Mom was so happy. Oh, my love, I am so proud of you. Mom, so am I. The way you're managing your illness, you make me so proud. Mom and I went to my grandma's for summer vacations, and I had the most fun there. When we returned, I was excited to go back to school. But right on the first day, I was walking when a car whizzed past me at full speed, splashing mud all over me. I realized that it was Billy's friend. Yeah, now look like who you are. Dirt! I was furious. I so wanted to punch the guy, but just then someone threw a stone at the car and the jerk drove off. I turned to see a boy my age.
What an idiot. Your clothes. Here, let me help.
As the boy helped me wipe the mud off my dress, I felt goosebumps. Thanks, I can take care of it. Saying that, I walked away, feeling so nervous. Gosh, that boy was so cute. At school, the teacher announced that we had a new admission in our class, and I was pleasantly surprised to see that it was none other than my savior. His name was a basketball match at our school, and all of a sudden, Sebastian took off his shirt and there was a loud gasp from the audience. And the next thing, all the girls were around him. Sebastian came running to me.
Oh, please, Anne, save me from them.
Then you shouldn't have taken off your shirt.
Oh, jealous?
What? Why would I be jealous?
Come on, I know you like me. Well, I'm hoping that you do, because the thing is, I like you, Anne. I like you a lot.
Saying that, he kissed me on the cheek and whispered that he'd pick me up for a date in the evening. How could I say no to that? For our first date, Sebastian took me to a picnic on the beach. It was the perfect first date. Before dropping me back home, he kissed me. We dated for weeks, and I felt like I had the most perfect boyfriend ever. I was falling for him hard. Until one day, I saw Sebastian surrounded by Billy's friends. What were they doing with Sebastian? Sebastian, can I talk to you?
Yeah, maybe later. So, what were you saying?
Whoa, he actually did that. I was so mad. Throughout the day, I totally ignored him. But he was constantly on my mind, so much that I totally forgot about the big test we had in history class, and I ended up failing miserably. Gosh, that's what you get when you think about boys. I reminded myself of my goal and decided not to worry about Sebastian at all. But things only got messier when my teachers gave me an F for assignments, saying they never got them. I was so sure I emailed them all my assignments. Some days later, I was called into the school's counselor's office and informed that if I wanted to get my scholarship, I needed to bring my A game and work harder. I poured all my strength into my studies, but one night I found Sebastian at my door.
Want to go out?
What? You act like you don't know me and now you're here? No, I'm not going with you. You can go and hang out with those jerks.
Babe, you got it all wrong. I was just busy. Please, come with me to this amazing party. Come on, you're my girlfriend.
I was determined not to go, but when he literally begged me, I caved in. On our way, Sebastian asked me the most bizarre question ever.
So, those jerk guys, they told me you got their best friend expelled. Some guy named Billy? What exactly happened?
Got him expelled? I had nothing to do with it. He brought it upon himself. When we parked outside the party, I showed Sebastian pictures of the time I wore a cast. And then I told him all about Mom's kleptomania and how Billy was always pestering me and what he did at the fun fair. He looked really shocked.
Let's go somewhere else. This party doesn't look worth it.
What? We drove like half an hour to be here. Come on. Well, that party was insane. At first, Sebastian seemed edgy, but later he loosened up and we danced like crazy. But when Sebastian spun me, I suddenly found myself facing Billy.
Hey, thief. Did you miss me? I'm so thankful to my brother for getting back at you.
Getting back at me? Brother? What was he talking about? I pushed him away and looking at Sebastian, I could tell Billy was telling the truth. Sebastian was his brother.
It was so fun messing with your head. First, making your grades go down, even deleted your assignments from the school's main computer. Then, my brother totally fooled you into thinking he cared for you. And now, he's gonna dump you. Oh, you're so pathetic. Come on, let's finish this party on a fun note.
I felt furious, but before I could do anything, Sebastian pounced on Billy.
Leave her alone. I told you not to do this. You lied, Billy. You lied to me. So what? Don't tell me you have the hots for her now. What happened to family before chicks? I swear, Anne, he said you were the one who got him kicked out of school by wrongfully accusing him of something. I'm so sorry. You're apologizing to this bimbo?
And just then, Sebastian punched Billy square in the jaw and then came towards me. But before Sebastian could even open that lying mouth of his, I gave him a tight slap. Stay away from me. I hate you. I ran from that party and cried my heart out to Mom. The next day, Sebastian wasn't at school, or the next. The teacher said he'd left. Why do I care? Good riddance. But why couldn't I forget him? I was crushed and distracted, and I just couldn't focus on my studies. And I actually failed high school. All my dreams of going to some big university were crushed. I felt depressed for a long time. But one day, Mom took me with her to her support group, and hearing the inspiring stories of others gave me hope. Soon, I started working with Mom at the bakery, and after a couple of years, we were able to open a little bakery of our own. It was Mom's dream, and I was glad that together, we could make it happen. After a 3-year break, I started preparing for high school exams, and this time, I topped and even got a scholarship to my favorite university. Told you you could do it. I never stopped believing in you. Thanks, Mom. I love you so much. One day, I was closing up the bakery when I heard a familiar voice calling my name. It was Sebastian.
Before you say anything, hear me out. I am so sorry, Anne. Billy, he's my baby brother. He lied to me. I should have known. I am so sorry for everything I did to you.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. The next day, a surprise awaited me at the bakery. It was Sebastian with a broom. What the heck? Mom had actually hired him. I really hated it, but Mom wanted me to give him a chance, because she knew that deep down, I still had feelings for that idiot. Sebastian tried his best to win me over, but I stayed strong. I couldn't let him know that I still cared. One night at the bakery, Mom fainted suddenly, and it was Sebastian who took us to the hospital. And we learned she'd had a stroke. I was devastated. I was about to start college, and this happened. But thank God Sebastian was with us. He took care of Mom, and I was able to leave for college. While I was miles away, Mom called me every day and told me how Sebastian took care of her and the bakery, and then she said something that got me thinking about my feelings for Sebastian. Honey, you know, sometimes love needs a second chance because it wasn't ready the first time around. Think about it. She was so right. So during summer break, I traveled back to my town and went straight to the bakery where Sebastian was working, alone.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Without replying, I kissed him, and Sebastian swept me into his arms.
Anne, can we start over? Can we create new memories? Can you give me another chance? Because I love you so much.
I love you too.
Hi, I'm Lorna from Nashville, and this is my story. Please like and subscribe to For Eve. I grew up as an only child, and it was pretty lonely because my single mom was always busy. She'd mostly forget my birthdays or any promises she made. Mom, you promised you'd take me to the beach for a birthday picnic. The sea and the beach will still be there next weekend, Lorna, but without my job, I won't be able to raise you. Mom worked as a chef at a big restaurant, and I enjoyed watching her cook whenever I tagged along with her to work. That soup looks tasty. I need to use the bathroom. Don't touch anything. As soon as Mom left, I picked up a ladle and leaned over to scoop up some soup. Oh, it was so good. As I went in for another spoonful, suddenly, my removable braces fell into the pot. Lorna, what are you doing there? Nothing. I quickly moved away, and she hurried with a bowl and dished out some soup. We have a very important guest in the restaurant. No distractions, please. When she went out again, I frantically searched for my braces, but moments later, she came into the kitchen crying. I just got fired because the important guest found this in his bowl. I am so sorry, Mom. Ever since you came, my life has been a roller coaster.
I was heartbroken when she said that. After that, she changed towards me, even though I said sorry like a million times. She managed to get some part-time jobs, but was having trouble making ends meet. So eventually, when I was in 7th grade, we had to move from our nice apartment in the city and go live with Grandma in a small town. We hadn't met Grandma in ages, and she hugged me tight.
Oh, you've grown so big, Lorna.
Mom just sulked and took our bags upstairs to her old room. Grandma made an amazing supper, and I was having a great time, but Mom was still in a bad mood. And then she had the strangest conversation with Grandma.
I don't want certain people to know that we're here.
That's kind of impossible, dear. It's a small town.
We're only going to be around for a few months till I get another job. Just don't talk about us with anyone.
But I like Grandma's house. Please, let's just stay here for good. Mom just ignored me and walked off.
We'll convince her to stay, don't worry. Now, you go to bed because tomorrow is your first day at your new school.
The school I was going to was actually Mom's old school, and Grandma took me there the next morning while Mom stayed in bed. As I walked through the corridor, I saw this boy with big glasses hanging from his locker.
Hello, can you help me down?
How did you get up there?
My stupid older stepbrother and his friends.
I was as short as him, so it was a bit difficult getting him down, but we both ended up in a heap on the floor.
Thanks, I've never seen you around before.
Oh, I'm new. My name's Lorna.
Ew, what's that smell?
What smell?
It's coming from your bag. Do you have dead skunks in there?
When I opened it, I saw that Grandma had packed me lunch and it was leftovers from last night, and it didn't smell right. The boy ran away without even telling me his name, but when I got to class, I saw him there, and he instantly yelled,
"Hey everyone, there's the stink bomb I was telling you about."
That's how he paid me back for helping him? Everyone pinched their noses as I sat down with my stinky backpack, right behind that jerk, whose name was Brad. Hey, idiot, I'm hanging you back on that locker later.
I know what I did was wrong, but I've been waiting for a long time for someone new to take my place in school.
What are you talking about?
I've always been the easy target for bullies, the one that gets thrown in the trash bin or gets his face stuck in the toilet.
So you want me to go through all that?
It's not that bad, you look strong. Good luck.
I couldn't wait for class to be over so I could get back at him, but he ran out like lightning. When I got home, I told Grandma it was a bad idea to put leftovers in my lunchbox. I'm sorry, dear. Let's go get some lunch snacks from the grocery store.
No, she's not going to the grocery store, Mom.
Why can't I go to the store? It's just a short trip. It'll be fine. No one knows who she is. What? Nothing. Mom reluctantly agreed. And as Grandma and I roamed through the aisles, I suddenly spotted Brad walk in with a man who was probably his dad. Grandma, that's the boy who made all the kids laugh at me at school. Just then, Brad's dad saw us and approached Grandma.
Hi, it's been a while since I've seen you. Oh, yes. Your son is really grown up. Yeah, who's this pretty girl?
Oh, just a maid's daughter. What? No, I'm not, Grandma.
Grandma? She's your granddaughter?
Oh, God. Yes, she's my granddaughter. And then Brad's dad bent down and suddenly hugged me. Okay. What are you doing, weirdo? Gran, what's going on?
Honey, I wasn't supposed to tell you this, but he's your dad.
What? But Mom told me my dad wasn't alive.
Oh, that's what she said. Well, I'm very much alive, honey. And this is your twin brother.
What? Brad and I looked at each other stunned, and then Grandma said we needed to leave. On our way back home, Grandma explained everything to me.
Your mom had just completed high school when she had you and your brother, and she wasn't ready to start a family, so she took you and asked your dad to keep your brother.
But that's so unfair. I always wanted a sibling, because growing up, Mom was always busy and I was so lonely.
I know, love. It wasn't a fair choice for both you and your brother.
When we got home, Mom was waiting for us, smiling. I got a job interview. You told me I didn't have a dad, but I saw him today. And I have a twin brother too? Were you ever going to tell me?
Gosh, I knew I shouldn't have come back here. She had to find out one day. Things like this just can't be kept a secret forever. This is a mess.
Lorna, listen, I don't want to hear anything you have to say. You lied to me all my life.
The next day when I woke up, Dad was in the kitchen with Brad.
Why didn't you tell me you were in town?
Because we made an arrangement to never see each other ever again.
But you're here now. Don't you want to meet your son?
Mom looked at Brad tearfully, and he looked as angry as I felt.
I have a mom.
And I have a dad. The situation in the kitchen was really tense, so I took Brad to my room while our parents still argued. This used to be Mom's room, but now it's mine.
I can't believe I have a mom. My own mom. And a grandma and a sister. After Dad married my stepmom, things just went bad for me. She and her son are awful people.
Don't worry, you have me now.
I'm sorry about what I did at school.
I forgive you. Mom and Dad apologized to us both and said they'd been wrong to keep us apart. Brad and I told them it would take us time to forgive them. But secretly, we both thought it was the best thing we'd ever discovered. Mom decided to stay, and as time went by, Brad and I got really close. He started coming by often, and we had a lot in common. Grandma adored Brad, and slowly he and Mom started warming up to each other too. Like this one time, Mom was struggling to open a bottle of pickles, and he instantly got up to help her out. Wow, you're a strong boy now. She kissed him on his forehead, and his face just lit up. But at school, his older stepbrother Mason kept acting like a psycho. One day in the 8th grade, Dad took us all out to a restaurant. And just as I was about to sit next to Brad, Mason pulled away my chair and I fell flat on my butt.
Mason! What? I was pulling out a chair for the lady. I was being a gentleman, Dad. It's not my fault she's a clumsy idiot.
When Mason went to the bathroom, I smothered his seat with barbecue sauce without Dad noticing. Brad and I giggled as he took his seat.
What are you two goofballs laughing at?
It was so hilarious because when he got up, it looked like he pooped his pants. As we grew up, we learned how to defend ourselves against Mason and his friends. Until one day, I found Brad sitting with them during recess. Hey Brad, did you lose your way and your mind? Come on, let's find another table.
He doesn't want to chill with you anymore. Go find some other friends.
Brad? But he just looked away. What was going on? I caught up with him at the end of the last class. You want to tell me why you're hanging out with Mason suddenly?
Look, Lorna, my stepmom has a lot of connections, and she said she'll help me get into a great university on full scholarship if I help Mason pass his exams. So I gotta do this, okay?
That's ridiculous. You don't need her connections. You can get in on your own. And I'm sure Dad has enough money to pay for your college.
That's the thing. He doesn't. Dad's business was doing really poorly when he met my stepmom. Sometimes I think he just married her for the money. Now she controls everything. I have to do what she says. That's what Dad's told me too. It's just for some time. Mason will graduate soon.
He just walked away, and I suddenly felt so lonely again. He stopped coming over completely. And since Mom had gotten a job as a head chef in a nearby city, she'd become really busy again too. Thankfully, I had Grandma, but lately she'd been struggling with her memory. And one day I came home, and she couldn't remember who I was. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? Grandma, are you joking? Go away before I call the police. But it's me, Lorna. I had to wait outside till Mom came back. We took Grandma to the hospital, and the doctor said she had Alzheimer's disease. Why is this happening to Grandma? She's the only person I can talk to. Sweetie, you can talk to me, but you're never around. Mom started taking weekends off from work, spending more time at home so we could take care of Grandma together. Lorna, I was very young when I had you and your brother, and it felt like it might be the end of all my dreams, but it's not true. I just want you to know that I love you both more than my career. Family is the most important thing, and it's taken me some time to realize that. Thank you, Mom. I love you too. Grandma's illness brought Mom and I closer, but Brad just never came back to us. He was still hanging out with Mason and his stupid friends even after they'd graduated high school. And then one day in 12th grade, I found him in the school parking lot trying to break into a teacher's car. Brad, what are you doing?
None of your business. Go away.
No, you were doing something wrong. I'm not just gonna forget what I saw.
Look, just get out of here.
I'm not going anywhere. Just then, Mason jumped over the school fence and started yelling at Brad.
What's taking you so long, dude? My boys are waiting outside. I couldn't get the car open. I'm trying.
I couldn't believe what I was hearing. They were stealing a teacher's car? Mason, I should have known that you were behind this.
When are you gonna learn to mind your own business, Lorna?
I'm calling the principal. As I walked away, Mason grabbed my hand and I screamed. But just then, Brad pounced on him.
Don't touch my sister!
While they rolled on the floor wrestling, I ran straight to the principal for help. The principal called the police, and Mason was arrested for trespassing on school property and attempted theft. Turned out, it wasn't the first car he and his gang had stolen. Brad, what happened to you?
Lorna, you don't know what I had to live with. Mason's mom is so evil. If I didn't listen to Mason, then he would tell his mom, and I won't get to go to college.
Did you talk to Dad? Did you tell him that Mason is making you steal cars?
I tried, but he never believes me.
I hugged him as he cried. You should have told me. I would have helped you. I told Mom everything that happened, and she was so mad at Dad. She insisted that Brad come and live with us, and he was really happy to. Soon after, my college application replies came back, and to my delight, I'd gotten in on a full scholarship.
I'm so happy for you, sis. My scholarship applications never got accepted, but at least you get to go.
I have enough money saved by now, and I'll pay for your studies, Brad. You don't have to worry about that ever again, because you are also my child. As we celebrated in the living room, Grandma suddenly appeared. Lorna, Brad, when did you get here? I'm so happy to see you. Grandma remembered us, even if it was for just a little while, and it was a moment to cherish.
Hi, I'm Valerie from Philadelphia. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, I thought I had the coolest mom. She was a professional gymnast who'd won tons of competitions, and I wanted to be just like her, the best at something. But no matter how hard I tried, Mom always said I could do better, and she kept comparing me to others.
Mommy, I won second in the art contest.
What is this? The neighbor's daughter draws like Picasso, and her art was published in a magazine.
Mom, I came in third in the math quiz.
Well, that's disappointing. Your cousin just skipped 2 grades because she's a genius. Mom always had something to say.
Your cousin's a genius and she's so perfect, and her farts smell like flowers.
In 6th grade, I really started enjoying soccer and joined the team. But I hated it when Mom came to the games. She would shout instructions at me non-stop. And once at a match, she pulled me aside during halftime. What are you doing? You haven't scored a goal once.
But I helped others score goals, and we're winning.
But no one's noticing you. You want to be a star or someone's sidekick? I could feel Mom's eyes on me in the second half, and I didn't want to disappoint her again. My teammate was kicking the ball down to the goalpost, and suddenly I ran after her. I tackled the ball away and scored the winning goal myself. Our team won, but everyone was angry at me for stealing the ball from my teammate. I felt terrible, but Mom was ecstatic.
Did you see that? My daughter scored the winning goal. Take that, losers.
I left the soccer team, but soon after, Mom took me to my first ballet, and I just knew what I wanted to do with my life. I'm gonna be a ballerina, Mom. Mom encouraged me and hired a private instructor who trained me hard for the next few years. And in 9th grade, Mom enrolled me in a fancy private school which had its own ballet team. On my first day, I was just signing up for the ballet club when I heard loud voices behind me. I turned around to see a gorgeous girl walk in, and for some reason, everyone seemed excited to see her. I thought I'd find out who she was, so I walked over with a form. Hi, are you signing up too? You can take this. These forms are for nobodies, like you. I'm already in. Wow, what's with the attitude? And who are you? I'm Tatiana's daughter, you fool. What? Tatiana was a ballet superstar and my idol. I'd have to compete with her daughter? Okay, so having a famous mom doesn't mean you're any good because I've never even heard of you. I walked off before she could reply. Her name was Anastasia, and even though I'd played it cool, I was definitely intimidated. On the day of the auditions, I realized that my ballet shoes were missing. I had no choice but to borrow some spare ones for my performance. I calmed myself down as I stepped onto the stage, but just then, I spotted Anastasia grinning at me from a corner, and I knew she had something to do with my shoes. I felt so bothered that I just couldn't focus. As I did a jump, I suddenly lost my balance and stumbled to the ground. I ran off the stage, my face blazing.
And Mom was even angrier. Tatiana's daughter did this? I went with that witch to school, and she was so aggressive and competitive. Of course, her daughter's just like her. I was shocked the next day when the ballet teacher called me and said I'd been selected. I had no idea what changed her mind. Later, as I was putting stuff in my locker, Anastasia came and slammed it shut in my face. Wow, you're such a cheater. You're only on the team because your rich mommy bribed the principal. Yeah, I saw her here today. What was she talking about? You're one to talk. I know you hid my shoes, and you keep using your famous mommy's name any chance you get. Well, now we're both here. May the best ballerina win. But I couldn't help wondering if Mom really had done something to get me on the team. So I asked her. The principal and I are old friends. She owed me a favor. Mom, that's cheating. I messed up. You listen to me, Valerie. I will not have your chances ruined because of one mistake. Sometimes to get ahead, you have to play a little dirty. Do you want to be on the team or not? The truth was, I wanted it more than anything. It felt wrong, but I couldn't miss this chance. And by 11th grade, I'd worked so hard that I was the best in my class. Anastasia was really good, but I was better. We were soon performing in the year-end musical, and the teacher told us that professional ballet dancers would be attending. I knew Anastasia was burning because I had the lead role. Well, I'd earned my place. One rainy afternoon, I'd just picked up my new ballet dress from a shop when suddenly a cyclist came charging down the pavement at full speed. I managed to jump out of the way, but slipped on a puddle. I was about to land hard when someone caught me. Whoa, gotcha. I saw a boy with messy hair smiling down at me. Oh my God, you saved my life. You're welcome, but you wouldn't have actually died. Oh, I'm a ballerina. I can't afford to get injured, especially right now. So, thank you. Thank me by having lunch with me? I can't. I don't have time to spare. And suddenly, my stomach growled loudly. Looks like you don't have time to eat either. Come on, I just saved your life. And I gave in. His name was Seth, and he was in college. I was having such a good time that I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. As he was leaving, he asked for my number. I didn't have much time to date, but he was cute, and it was hard to say no. We began texting each other, and soon, his messages became the highlight of my day. Why are you always grinning like a moron these days? Is it a boy? It's called None of Your Business. So it is a boy. Well, if you have time to date, you're clearly not working hard enough. Maybe some of us can do it all and still be the best. Seth and I went on our first official date soon, and being with him made me happy. So I made space for him in my crazy, busy life. A few days later, I walked into school to find the halls buzzing with excitement, and I discovered it was because Tatiana was visiting. Sometime later, I went into the changing room, and I stopped short when I saw her there, my idol in the flesh. But just then, I noticed Anastasia, and Tatiana started screaming at her. You're telling me someone else got the lead in the school play? That's because your technique still isn't perfect. Why aren't you pushing yourself harder? I work as hard as I can, Mom. I'm still one of the best. There's no such thing. You're either the best or you're nothing. Oh, for God's sake, don't start crying. You know I can't stand it. Saying that, Tatiana left. My idol was a witch, and for once, I felt sorry for Anastasia. Hey, are you okay? Valerie, were you spying on me? Did you hear everything? I won't tell anyone. And your mom's wrong, Anastasia. I've seen how committed and talented you are. She's being unfair. Who do you think you are, Mother Teresa? Did I ask for your pity? My mom's the best, and I will be too. I'm not gonna be nothing, you'll see. Wow, these two were crazier than my mom. That afternoon, as I was leaving school, I was surprised to see Seth outside, leaning against a fancy car. Seth, what are you doing here? Hi. I'm here for Miss Tatiana. I'm her driver. OMG, your boyfriend is our poor driver? I thought you would have aimed a little higher, Val. Oh, maybe you can come work for us as the maid. The driver and the maid. So cute. Seth's face turned red and he got into the car silently. Tatiana soon joined them and he drove off. and he asked me to meet him the next day. I'm not poor. I make good money, but I did lie that I'm in college because I wasn't sure what you'd think of me. Why aren't you in college, Seth? I'm taking a break. I haven't figured out what I want to do yet. How can you live like that, with no goals? You can't just be a driver. I regretted my words as I saw his hurt face. I really admire you, Val, but there is more than one way to live. Your way doesn't have to be right for everybody. I'm sorry, I didn't mean that. Look, I want to take my time to find my passion and enjoy every moment, like this one. Suddenly, he leaned in and kissed me, and my heart soared. One night as I got home from a date, I found Mom in panic. Valerie, where were you? Why weren't you answering your phone? Oh, I guess the battery died. Do you know how worried I was when your instructor called and said you never turned up for rehearsal? I stared at her in shock. How had I forgotten about my rehearsal completely? You were with Seth, weren't you? Valerie, you have to break up with that boy. But why? Because he's a distraction, and he's making you lose your focus. He has no goals or ambition. You hardly know him, Mom. He's amazing, and he cares about me, but he doesn't get you. He's not right for you. You can be a superstar. Why are you letting him bring you down? I missed one rehearsal. Big deal. You would have never said that before you met him. I felt so angry at Mom. Seth wasn't like me, but he made me happy. The school musical was the same day as my birthday, and Seth took me for a little picnic by the beach before dropping me at school. But suddenly, the car came to a stop in the middle of nowhere. Don't worry, I'm sure it's nothing. But the car just wouldn't start. This can't be happening. Why did I ever agree to go out with you today? It took a while for a cab to reach us, and I left without even looking back at Seth. But I still arrived 20 minutes after showtime, and I cried as I watched Anastasia out on the stage as the lead. Mom drove me home in complete silence, but I could feel her disappointment, and mine was even greater. So later that night, I decided to end things with Seth. I'm really sorry, Val, but that could have happened to anyone. No, Seth, it wouldn't have happened to me before. I would have been focused on only the show. Look, my career will always come first, and you'd understand that if you had some real goals in your life too. There was silence, and suddenly he hung up. I knew I'd hurt his feelings, and I felt devastated too, but it was the right thing to do. The next day, I was dreading seeing my team or Anastasia at school, but mostly, I was feeling heartbroken over Seth. I went into the empty locker room and broke down into tears. Moments later, Anastasia came in. You're here to rub last night in my face? Go ahead, get it over with. You won. You're the best. Your mom must be so proud of you now. Actually, she isn't. She made sure to remind me that I only got the lead because you didn't show up. For a moment, we just sat there quietly. I saw you on stage last night, and you were amazing. Congratulations. Thank you. Anastasia got selected by a famous dancer right after the musical. After high school, I got into a great dance academy in New York and soon joined a ballet company. I reached fame and success quickly, and I was living my dream life, and Mom was finally proud. A year later, I went back home for some shows, and to my surprise, I bumped into Anastasia one day. She looked different, and I was shocked to learn that she'd given up on professional ballet. I'll always love ballet, but I just couldn't take all that pressure. I'm not like Mom or you. So I left it, and I started a dance studio for young kids. She looked so much happier now, and I was happy for her. One night as I was performing, I suddenly spotted a face in the front row that made my heart skip a beat. Seth! After the show, he was waiting outside my dressing room. I'm a journalist now, and I was in town to cover a story. I had to come see your show. You were magical, Val, and I'm so proud of you. That means a lot. Thanks. Got time for coffee with an old friend? I was so happy to see him that I said yes. We kept seeing each other for the next few weeks, and I realized I'd really missed having him in my life. But a few days later, I found out I was being sponsored to go on a world tour by my company. I would be an international star. I met Anastasia and told her the amazing news, but she sensed something was bothering me, and I told her everything about Seth. You should totally date him. But I'm about to leave for a world tour. I won't have time for him, and I can't have any distractions. That's your mom talking, Val. Listen,
You can have all the fame and money in the world, but what's the point if you have no one to share it with? Being successful doesn't mean you have to be alone. Anastasia was right, and the next day I met Seth and told him everything. This time, I don't want to choose. I don't want to give up one dream for another, but I'm moving soon for my world tour and Val, I wouldn't dream of holding you back. I travel for work all the time, and I can move to Europe while you're there. We can make this work. I let you walk away from me before, and I don't want to do that again. I love you, Valerie. I love you too, Seth.
Money was my whole life, my biggest problem, the only thing I ever wanted, yet the only thing that I could not get. Even in the first grade, I knew I wanted money more than anything. I itched for it. I wanted it. I had to get it, and I would do anything for it. And I mean literally anything. And this is where my story begins. 1 week after I started my business, I literally had trouble hiding all the money I had. I looked adorable posing outside the Disney castle in the cutest dress. I uploaded the photo, and within 5 minutes, the likes and comments came flooding in. Ah, yes. This was going to be one of my most popular pictures ever. I was about to become an influencer, and it was all thanks to Churritos, the Photoshop king, whom I never met in real life. I was about to put up another photo when my mom called my name. Oh no, I pretended to be asleep. She couldn't know about this. No way. Well, to be honest, I didn't actually go to the Disney castle. In fact, I'd never traveled anywhere. My Instagram account was one gigantic lie, and Churritos was my key to success. I'd send him photos and he'd Photoshop them to look amazing. The best part? No one knew I was a fake. No one. Not even my parents. There was one other secret. Even Churritos didn't know that the photos I was sending him weren't even mine. Yup, I'd found a French model on the internet and was using her pictures. I just wanted to make some quick money. Ha, I had all this figured out. But fame wasn't enough for me. I wanted money, so I came up with another brilliant idea. What if we started a business to Photoshop people's profiles to make them more popular? I mean, who doesn't want more likes on their social content, right? We made a new account and got down to business. Pretty soon, messages were pouring in. Turned out everyone wanted to be an Instagram model. I felt rich already. It wasn't only about looking beautiful. People asked for different things also. One girl asked if we could cut her stepmom out of her picture. Then she paid us $100. It was so easy. Another girl asked us to make her crush smile to her. Another asked to remove their body hair, to add expensive cars, to add a dragon, to replace their cheating boyfriend with a dog, to make her sister uglier than her, to make their teacher pee in her pants, and so many other crazy things. But the real moneymaker was making the nose smaller and lips bigger. The thing is, my parents were really poor. Whatever they earned, they'd spend on my education. There was never enough money for pretty dresses or travel vacations. This one time, I asked my mom to buy me a lip gloss, and her face turned purple. Sheesh, she was always overreacting. All I wanted was to be rich by any means. They had no idea what I was up to. If they knew I was spending 99% of my time on Insta, they would probably disown me. After a couple of weeks, I'd already earned enough to buy myself a whole new wardrobe. I had to hide it under my bed in a special box because if my parents found out, they'd think I was selling myself. One day, I was in the school bathroom changing into my new Gucci dress when I overheard a couple of girls talking about our Photoshop account. I almost laughed my bum off. If only they knew it was me. I texted Churritos to tell him we were the talk of the town and then came out of the toilet stall. One of the girls was still there. Her name was Belinda, and she was a goddess. She was everything I wanted to be. I smiled at her, but she took one look at me and said, "Oh, Valerie, you should definitely contact the Photoshop people. They might even be able to make you look half decent for a change." I was so humiliated. How could she be so rude to me? I ran out of the bathroom stall almost in tears. But then I thought, why should I care about stupid Belinda when money was rolling in, right? Then one day, a jewelry brand emailed my fake travel account offering me $1,000 for a sponsored post. There was one tiny problem though. I actually had to go to the jewelers to collect the necklace for the post. If they saw me, my gig would be up in smoke. But the money was so good, I just couldn't resist. At this rate, I could even afford plastic surgery. And then I might even end up prettier than Belinda. So I did what all the models do when they want to lay low. I wore the biggest sunglasses I could find. I put on super fancy clothes and wrapped a silk scarf around my head. No one could tell it was me. The store treated me so well, and all I had to do was to act slightly rude when they told me to take off my scarf. I could do this forever. Life was perfect. But that's when the weirdest thing happened. After having worked with Choritos, I started developing feelings for him. He was just so nice to me. He said I was the prettiest girl he'd ever seen, and I totally deserved to go to all these places I wanted to go to. He made my heart flutter. One day, he asked if we could meet. I was so bummed. I so badly wanted to say yes, but I didn't want to lose him. I knew I should tell him I'd been lying about my image. But I wasn't ready. Days later, Belinda texted us. I almost screamed with joy. She asked if we could make it look like she was traveling on weekends. I told Choritos she'd bullied me and asked him to do a bad job, but he refused. He said we had to be professional. Otherwise, she might not pay us. And I guess he had a point. I did want the money. Plus, I felt so satisfied that she was faking her life too. She kept coming back to us, which I found hilarious at first, but after a few weeks, her account was almost as popular as my fake French model account. I couldn't believe it. Sure, we were rolling in cash now, but I didn't want her to overtake me. It felt like she was my competition, and I told Choritos I didn't want to work with her anymore. He didn't reply that day. I guess I should have known something was fishy because that's when things started going downhill. What happened the next morning made my heart sink. He had sent me a message saying he didn't want to do this anymore, as it was interfering with his studies, and that we'd already made enough money. I was really surprised and mad. How could he just want out when we were doing so well? And I thought we were friends now. I asked him if we could meet up, and then he just didn't respond. I couldn't believe it. I was furious. What a traitor. I didn't need him. I could do this on my own. I removed him from the Instagram account and then posted an ad. I would be a one-woman show from now on. That's when I realized what a huge mistake I'd made. I had been so bummed about Choritos that I'd posted the ad on the French model account. By the time I saw what I had done, everyone had seen it and they knew my pictures were photoshopped. I was devastated. My account lost followers immediately and people were making fun of me. Even everyone at school kept talking about it. After school, I was miserable, so I went to the park to calm myself down. I was sitting under my favorite tree when I noticed Belinda walking into the park. I quickly hid behind the trunk so she wouldn't see me and then noticed her walking towards a boy. Ugh, I rolled my eyes. They kissed and then sat down on a bench. Pretty soon they were laughing like hyenas. I wanted to know what they were laughing about, so I got closer. To my horror, they were talking about me. Well, the other me, but me. Belinda was telling him about the influencer who had been her competition. She was so happy to have that girl out of her way. The guy said he was happy for her and kept laughing at how stupid I was. I wanted to punch him. And then he said something that left me shook. He said, I actually know the girl who has that account. I was running the Photoshop account with her. Oh my God. I almost passed out. Choritos was Belinda's boyfriend? What the? He gave Belinda a kiss and said, not like you, babe. I mean, sure, your photos aren't real, but at least it's your face. And Belinda looked at him with the biggest puppy eyes and said she was so grateful that my Photoshop account had brought them together. I wanted to puke. It was time to get out, but I should have known the universe was set against me because just as I was about to leave, Choritos said something that ruined my life. He had hacked the French model account when I refused to see him and had found out that I was using someone else's face. He added that he had traced me back to Belinda's school. I gasped. Please don't say it. Please don't say it. Belinda was all ears. No way, she said. Tell me who. Then in the worst 2 seconds of my life, I heard Choritos say my name. For a second, Belinda was silent. The whole world was silent for a minute. And then she roared with laughter. I wanted to die. How could Choritos do this to me? Belinda obviously spared no time in telling everyone that I was behind the fake French model profile. I instantly became the school's laughingstock, but at least my parents didn't know anything about it. Things were really terrible at school. One time my math teacher commented I should waste less time on Instagram and focus on studies. Everyone laughed. The only person who didn't was geeky little Freddie. He just looked at me and his eyes showed empathy from behind his thick glasses. However, I couldn't bear the laughs, and I was humiliated and furious and heartbroken. Why was this happening to me? I decided I wanted to take revenge on Belinda and Choritos. I was going to do something wicked to them. I wanted to get rich and flaunt my money in their faces, and I knew just how to do it. I made a third new account, hired a different photo editor, and got to work immediately. Thanks to my already established connections, I knew where to begin. I started getting requests like crazy, and soon I had built quite a profile once again. I was back in business, all by myself. More money for me. Then I set up a fake account of another pretty girl, keeping it as secret as possible. From there, I messaged Choritos one day. He replied immediately, the cheater. I started flirting with him and told him he was the cutest boy I had ever seen. Like I didn't know that was a fake profile. He started flirting back with me almost immediately. When I asked him if he was dating anyone, he said no. I laughed. There you go, Belinda. You're no more special than me. I took screenshots and moved to stage 2 of my plan. I asked to meet Choritos and immediately he agreed. Then I also messaged Belinda and told her Choritos was cheating. At first, she wouldn't believe me, but I told her where I was meeting him. She said she'd be there. Ah, sweet success. I couldn't help feeling overjoyed. The next day, I texted Choritos and Belinda to make sure they were both coming. I had decided to call them to the very park they betrayed me in. When they saw each other there, the looks on their faces were priceless. Choritos tried to make up a story, but Belinda showed him the screenshots I'd sent her. There was no escaping this. Choritos almost looked like he was about to cry, and Belinda looked like she would make him. I sat behind the tree laughing. I could hear her yelling all the way from where I was hiding. Life was good. That's what you get for humiliating me, Belinda. But the very next second, the most horrible thing happened. 2 police officers approached me and asked if I was Valerie. I said yes with a shaking voice. One of the officers started reading out my Miranda rights. I was shocked. What was this all about? I had done nothing wrong. The commotion also attracted Choritos and Belinda's attention. They stopped fighting and came over to see what was happening. It was just my luck that they saw I was getting arrested. I kept asking what I'd done wrong, but the cops said they had to escort me to the police station where they would call my parents and explain everything. I was scared to death as I got into the police car. I swear I saw Belinda and Choritos laughing. I wanted to cry. Once we got to the police station and my parents had arrived, looking totally confused and anxious, the chief investigator told us that they had convicted a serial offender who they had been looking for several months. It turned out he used fake internet IDs to scam people. They had reverse-tracked his fake IDs to my account. They were arresting me for assisting a federal criminal, and I would have to appear before a judge. I was horrified. My mom was so embarrassed that she started crying on the spot. Dad just stood there silently in shock. I wanted the ground to open up and swallow me whole. My life was over. I was going to be thrown in prison. The idea of the cold, dark walls of a prison cell made me want to puke. I started shaking and crying uncontrollably. Mom asked the police chief to let me go, but he said there was nothing he could do. When we appeared before the judge, our lawyer advised us to plead guilty to all the felonies I had committed. Since I was underage, they couldn't send me to prison, and I was so thankful. The police said that they were going to take down all of my accounts and I would have to repay the victims. I thought I had earned some really decent cash, and not only did it get taken away, but also my parents had to pay extra fees for the lawyer and court expenses. My dad didn't speak to me for an entire week, and Mom locked herself in her room and cried her eyes out. At school the next week, I tried to keep my head down, but there was no escaping Belinda. Seeing me at the park, she had obviously put 2 and 2 together and understood I was behind her and Choritos' fight. So she even forgave him. But me? Everyone was whispering about me. At lunch, Belinda the demon came up to me and said, "Valerie, you're pathetic. First, you make fake accounts, then you get involved with criminals." I wanted to shout back at her and tell everyone she was a fake too, but I was too scared to even try now. I snuck around in the shadows all day, hoping no one would see me. Sometimes I went to the park to cry. I was devastated. I just didn't understand why all this was happening to me. One day, as I sat crying under a tree, I heard a voice, and I almost jumped out of my skin. I swear if it was Belinda, I was going to punch her, but it turned out to be Geeky Freddy. He asked me if I was okay. I sniffed and rolled my eyes at him. After everything that was happening, did he expect me to be okay? Suddenly, he just started laughing. That's it. I couldn't punch Belinda, but this geek was getting his butt kicked. I was about to jump to my feet when he said, "Valerie, you're better than that. You don't need to fake your life to be successful. You can study and work hard and prove to all those people that you're more than just a pretty face." I stared at him with narrowed eyes. "You think I'm pretty?" He went bright red and said he'd had a crush on me for years. I was shook. Then he quickly changed the topic and said he'd show me something I wouldn't believe. His Instagram account, it had more than 50,000 followers, and it was about science. He jokingly told me to stalk his account when I had time and left. That night, I couldn't get Freddy out of my head. I deleted Choritos' number from my phone. I never wanted to speak to him again. And then I was about to text Freddie on Insta when my parents suddenly burst into my room. They were shaking with anger and said they'd spoken to the school and found out I hadn't applied to college at all. They said they worked so hard for me to go to school and I was doing all these crazy things for some cash. I was so embarrassed. They did have a point. I tried to apologize, but they were crazy mad at me. I heard my mom crying herself to sleep and my dad just kept slamming doors. I knew I had to make it up to them, but how? I texted Freddie for ideas, but he said he was busy and would talk to me later. I was disappointed. I thought we were becoming friends, but when I got to school, I saw something that made my jaw drop. All over the hallway at school were photos from Belinda's Insta account, and they said fake on them in red ink. I knew Belinda would think I'd done it, but I didn't even care. I later learned from my friends that Churritos broke up with her after her reputation went south. I didn't feel the least bit of sympathy. They well deserved each other. Turns out it had been Freddie. And when I saw him at lunch that day, I literally threw myself at him and hugged him. Everyone had been laughing at Belinda. She was no better than me. Freddie just laughed and said he hated to see me so hurt and that Belinda deserved it. 6 months later, my life is finally on the right track. I studied really hard with Freddie after school for my SATs and did a restaurant job on the side to save up for college. And finally, I'm in. And my parents couldn't be prouder. Freddie the genius is off to med school, but I still get to see him every day because we are dating now. Guess what I'm studying? I'm doing a degree in business. I figured I really have a flair for selling and marketing things to people. After all, I did manage to run a business successfully when I was only 14.
Finally, I had the beach house all to myself for an entire month. A summer of sunbathing, parties with friends, and bonfires on the beach was headed my way. I couldn't wait, and the best part, a break from my dad's annoying rules. Hi everyone, I'm Taylor, the girl who has it all. Everyone knows my name, teachers love me, and I live in the sweetest oceanside mansion on this side of the panhandle. Everything was falling into place. I'd just finished my senior year. I got accepted into my dream college, and I had a killer party planned at the end of the week. Life was great. My summer dreams shattered like a mirror when I saw a familiar face jump out of a moving truck next door. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. What is she doing here? I ducked behind the railing and peered over at a preppy-looking girl walking toward the neighboring house. Her hair clips stuck out like a sore thumb.
Whoa, that's Heather Lanigan. I haven't seen her since...
Shut up, Troy. She'll hear us. My annoying little brother almost gave us away. Thankfully, I pulled him out of sight just in time.
Weren't you guys like best friends or something? Why are you being so sketchy?
I glared at my brother and crept inside as fast as I could, watching from the tilted blinds. Heather and I went way back, but she moved away when we were 12 and took all her insane drama with her. We used to be friends until she started making my life a living nightmare. More on that later. All week, I was forced to sneak around from room to room to stay out of sight, like I was a burglar in my own house. This was not how I wanted to start my summer vacation. Before I knew it, it was the day of my party. I didn't even realize the DJ had arrived to set up his equipment until the doorbell shocked me out of my trance. The guests started showing up, and I wasn't even dressed yet. I threw on the cutest dress in my closet and raced downstairs. Oof, straight into my boyfriend, James.
Careful, babe. What's the rush?
Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. My arch nemesis moved in next door a few days ago, and I'm pretty sure she's plotting my demise.
You mean the tiny little girl on the swing over there?
Sure enough, Heather was outside swinging innocently with a lollipop in her mouth like Lord Voldemort with pigtails. I didn't buy her act for a second. Don't let her size fool you.
Okay. Should we go dance?
Yeah. The music kicked on, and I finally let my guard down. We danced and sang karaoke all night long, having an absolute blast. At one point, I looked out the window again and saw Heather, still alone on the swing set. Maybe I'd been too judgy. I was almost tempted to invite her to the party, when suddenly I heard gasps behind me.
Watch out!
I spun around and stared just as a light snapped off the railing above. James dove and pushed me out of the way just in time. When I looked back out the window, Heather was gone. I tried to act like it was no big deal. Just a little accident, everyone. No need to stop dancing. But the truth is, I was shaken up. Did Heather do this? Even if she did, I knew there was no way anyone would believe me. After all, no one did the first time she tried to ruin my life. So, about that. Growing up, Heather and I were best friends. We loved all the same things. Fashion, parties, the beach, obviously the beach. But we were also straight-A students and in all the school clubs. My dad wouldn't let me do anything without adult supervision, so I used to always drag my mom to our hang sessions because she was less strict. And Heather would bring her dad since he'd recently sold his company for like $1 billion billion and suddenly had a bunch of free time. Then one day, Heather's dad left. Not long after, my parents got divorced too. Heather's dad moved to Europe to start a new business, and my mom moved to the rainforest to find herself. Guessing all she found was bug bites and poor cell service. It was one more thing Heather and I had in common, except not fun like the others. But instead of bringing us closer together, Heather changed. She stopped answering my calls, started playing cruel pranks on me, and even spread a rumor at school that I peed myself. Pro tip, do not drink lemonade with white pants. Learn from my mistakes, people. One day, she started telling everyone I'd ruined her life. And when I stuck up for myself, Heather turned on the waterworks and no one believed me. I understood her being sad. I was sad too, but I couldn't understand why Heather suddenly hated me. Eventually, Heather and her mom moved away. By then, I was honestly relieved to see her go. At least I'd be safe from her pranks. And I was, for a while. But now, she's back. Over the next few weeks, my brand new car broke down. I lost my entire makeup bag in a thunderstorm, and James even started ditching me. This wasn't a coincidence. Heather was ruining my life all over again. I knew I needed proof this time, so I watched Heather like a hawk. One day, James came over to pick me up for a date and found me doing surveillance.
Babe, she hasn't said a word to you. You're being paranoid.
That's what she wants you to think.
Ooh, scary. Watch out for the big bad she-wolf.
I considered dumping my mocha latte on James's head, but decided to be mature and punch him in the arm instead. Also, this latte was way too good to waste. Mocha. I headed out, not waiting for James. I took one step off my porch when suddenly a tidal wave of bright blue paint rained down from above, covering me from head to toe. Still think I'm paranoid?
Didn't your dad have the house repainted before he left? The painters probably forgot the cans.
You live in a dream world of lies and unicorns! I quickly rinsed off and changed so we could make our reservation on time. I wasn't about to miss out on a meal at the most exclusive restaurant in town just because of the Wicked Witch of the Panhandle. When we arrived, I was so excited. But before we could even walk into the restaurant, the hostess came out and stopped us. I'm sorry, miss, but the entire restaurant has been rented out for the evening. What? We had reservations. Someone came and offered to buy out all of the tables. It's out of my hands. I had a sneaking suspicion I knew who that someone was. Before the hostess could stop me, I barged inside and glared at the center table. There she was, seated and sipping her lemonade with that stupid, innocent smile. Oh, hey, Taylor. My uncle bought the place out for me tonight. Who knew you could do that? It was our first time being face-to-face in 6 years, and I was speechless. You know, I didn't expect to see you here. You seem more like a fast food kind of girl. But you, James, a pretty boy like you can do better than this trash. At least this so-called trash could get a date eating all by yourself. That wiped the smirk right off her face. For a moment, I felt satisfied until Heather flung a mound of mashed potatoes right at me. This is the second dress of mine you've ruined tonight, you little...
Okay, time to go.
Before I could slap that snarky grin off her face, James picked me up and carried me out while I screamed and kicked like a toddler. When I got home, I broke down in tears. All I wanted was to have a fun summer, and Heather had ruined everything. What had I ever done to deserve this? There was a knock at my door, and my little brother Troy came in.
Hey, you okay?
No, Heather was ruining my life again.
Hi, I'm Angelina, and my story? It's kinda crazy. But please know that My Story Animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person who subscribes in the next 7 days. Tell your friends to subscribe now. My mom worked as a maid at the mansion of a wealthy family, and because she couldn't afford to send me to school, I went with her to work. By the time I was 8, I was helping her with small chores around the house. The owner was a really rich CEO who was never at home, and his wife was really self-obsessed. She left her daughter Maddie with the house staff to get beauty treatments so often that when Maddie was little, she called my mom her mom. I didn't mind because even though she was a couple of years younger than me, she was my best friend. One day, Maddie and I were just settling down to watch a movie in her room when someone flung the door open. It was Maddie's mom, and she did not look happy to see me.
You girl, what do you think you're doing in my daughter's room?
Mom, don't talk to her like that. She's my friend. Her mom gave me a glare and walked away. The next day, Maddie's mom called me to her chambers, and I just knew I was in trouble. When I walked in, she got up and said,
I can see you're spending so much time in my daughter's room when she's at school. So I've decided to enroll you in her school too, and you can work afterwards. No need to thank me. Close the door behind you.
School? I thanked her and went to tell Maddie the great news. She seemed excited too. But when we got there together, she asked me to walk a few steps away from her. And once she met her friends, she disappeared. What was going on?
I found out soon enough. When I was sitting alone in the cafeteria at lunch, a group of girls walked up to me and put a big backpack on the table.
You're Maddie's maid, right? She said we can ask you to do anything. After school, carry this to my car. I'll be waiting.
Take these assignments with you. I expect them to be ready by tomorrow.
Oh, tomorrow morning, get me a latte and a donut.
Here's the money. Keep the change.
What on earth? I ran off to look for Maddie and found her in the girls' bathroom. Maddie, why are you telling people that I'm your maid? I thought we were friends.
Oh, Angelina, of course we are, but only at home. I have a reputation to maintain here.
And I can't mingle with someone like you in public.
You get it, right? See you at home, bestie.
She walked away while I stood there, shocked. Was this the same sweet Maddie I known my entire life? Maddie and her friends were always dumping their homework on me and making me run around for errands, and I was getting exhausted. I didn't even get time to study for a big math test and ended up with a big, fat D. Later that day, when Maddie and her gang walked up to me and handed me a list of errands for a party, I tore it up. I've had enough. You guys have hands, don't you? Do this yourselves.
Oh, that's rich. Coming from someone as poor as you, you know I pay for your school, right?
Before I could reply, I heard a boy's voice behind me. Cut it out, Maddie. You don't pay for anything. Now buzz off before I tell Dad what a brat you've been. It was Dwayne, Maddie's older brother. I'd seen him around the house, but he mostly kept to himself. Maddie looked furious and stomped off angrily. Dwayne smiled at me. Sorry, she can be a jerk sometimes. Don't let her push you around. And since you're new here, let me know if you need help with something. Well, actually, there is one thing. Are you any good at math? Because I'm really sucking at it. He started tutoring me at home, and by the time 7th grade ended, I was getting straight A's. But my grades weren't the only things that changed. As I grew older, I seemed to be catching the attention of a lot of guys. One day, I wrapped up my chores quickly for a movie date with a really cute guy. And just as I was leaving, Maddie screamed,
"Oh, Angelina!"
When I reached her room, I wanted to pull her hair out. She had dumped every single pair of footwear she owned on the floor and handed me a toothbrush.
"These are really delicate shoes, so take your time and clean them with this. I need them all by tomorrow morning."
How many shoes are you going to wear at a time? Can't I do the rest later?
Mom! Angelina and her mom might need to be let go.
I had no choice but to do what she said. My date got canceled, and well, this was the first of many. Maddie always found some way to ruin things for me, and slowly all the boys stopped asking me out. One day when Dwayne and I were studying, I caught him looking at me. What is it? You know Maddie is just threatened by you, right? Threatened? By me? Why? You're smarter, prettier, and so much nicer than her. You don't think she knows that? I could feel myself blushing hard. Just then, Mom called me to help with the dishes, and I floated away on cloud 9. A little later, Maddie appeared, throwing a letter on the kitchen table.
"This friend of mine really likes you. God knows why. He's really shy, so he asked me to give you this."
And why are you suddenly being nice to me?
I just said he's my friend, didn't I? I'm not doing this for you. Just write a response quickly so I can hand it to him tomorrow.
When I opened the letter, I felt really flattered, but also cringed a bit. Dear Angelina, or should I call you my angel? I wish I could talk to you, but your beauty just makes me speechless. I wrote back and kept an eye on her the next day to see who she handed the letter to. But she was surrounded by so many boys that it was impossible to tell. The next week, she gave me another letter. "Hi, my angel. I think I have the courage to face you. Meet me behind the school tonight at 7 p.m. I was really curious about who this guy was, so I decided to go to the meeting spot. Half an hour went by, and it was getting chilly. Suddenly, Maddie and her friends jumped out of the shadows, laughing hard and recording me. "You thought someone was interested in you? How dumb are you, maid?" "What? This was all you guys?"
Duh! Just because some losers ask you out doesn't mean you're something special. Gosh, you're so pathetic. Poor Cinderella, waiting desperately for Prince Charming.
I was almost about to attack her when suddenly someone took my hand. It was Dwayne. He pulled me away and we started walking back home. I overheard Maddie telling her friends how she wrote those letters to play this dumb prank on you. She's so immature. She and I used to be best friends. I don't understand why she hates me so much. As tears poured down my face, Dwayne put his jacket around my shoulders, pulling me a little closer. "I don't know why anyone would want to lose you as a friend. You are something special." Before I knew it, he leaned in for a kiss, and it was amazing.
Even though the video of me waiting for a non-existent boy was making the rounds at school and everyone was making fun of me, I didn't really care. Dwayne and I had secretly started dating, and the next few weeks were bliss. Dwayne and I were making out in his room one day when suddenly, Maddie barged in, looking down at her phone. The parents are out and I'm having a party. Can you invite some of your hot friends? Wait, what is she doing here? Angelina is my girlfriend, you idiot. Now get out. He shut the door on her face, and we heard a tiny crack. Do you think she broke her nose? Doesn't matter. She's been getting it changed at the plastic surgeons for years. We laughed and started kissing again when we were rudely interrupted again a little later. But this time, it was his mom, with Maddie grinning behind her. Dwayne, seriously? You know all the richest girls in town and you choose this maid? I mean, if this is only for fun and not public, then fine. Do whatever, but be careful. She's probably only after your money. Mom! Listen, lady. Dwayne asked me out. I didn't. And your money doesn't give you the right to treat anyone like garbage. If you want to be respected, you have to treat others with respect too. Just then, Mom came running, looking pale as a ghost. What have you done? How can you talk to Madam like that? Apologize right now. But I didn't. Needless to say, my mom was fired, and I was taken out of the school. When I was packing up my stuff, Maddie walked in and threw some old dresses of hers at me. Here's a parting gift. They were going in the trash anyway, so same difference. What happened to you, Maddie? Why did you turn into this awful person and just forgot that we were best friends? Oh, please. I was only bored at home, and you were hired to entertain me. And then you forgot your place. We were never best friends. We never could be. Well, good luck finding true friends then, Maddie, because the ones you have right now are just here for your money. And I never cared about that. With that, I picked up my bags and left. Dwayne kept texting me, but I didn't have the heart to reply. It was better this way, probably. We were worlds apart. Soon after, Mom found a job as a waitress, but it wasn't enough to make ends meet, so I managed to get a job as a cashier at a local bookstore. And one evening, Dwayne walked in. Angelina, I'm so sorry about everything my mother said. I really love you. Please give me another chance. I won't ever let her say anything mean to you again. The next day, I walked into the mansion, and before his mom could say a word, I stopped her with my hand. I'm not your maid anymore. I'm an independent girl dating your grown-up son, and you can't do anything about it. Her jaw fell to the floor as I walked into Dwayne's room holding his hand. We dated for the next few years, and I graduated high school. I started working at a local cafe, and the old lady who owned the place grew really fond of me. But one day, she suddenly passed away. I had barely registered the news when a man in a suit came into the cafe and asked for me. The owner has left the business to a girl called Angelina. Where is she? Oh my god, what? She had left the entire cafe to me? And with that, life changed forever for me and my mom. We both started working together and turned the place around. It became one of the most popular spots in town. One day, Maddie and her mom walked into the cafe, and a few minutes later, I heard Maddie screaming at a waitress. Are you stupid? So what if it's not on the menu? Just go ask your chef to make me a salmon salad. I walked over to their table, and their eyes almost popped out. Ladies, please leave the cafe immediately. We refuse service to ill-mannered customers. Oh, and you? Another waitress is allowed to talk to me like that? Call the management and I'll have you fired right now. I am the management, and I will have you thrown out now. As my staff escorted them outside, the humiliation on their faces was epic for me. With all the money I made, I opened 3 new cafes in the next 2 years, and by the time Dwayne came back from university, there were 4 more. One day, as I was leaving work, I noticed a bunch of paparazzi outside. Suddenly they parted, and Dwayne walked towards me with flowers and a ring? Angelina, will you do me the honor of marrying me? Yes, of course! All the journalists snapped pictures and cheered as we kissed. How does it feel being engaged to the richest boy in town? It's not a big deal. I'm rich too, you know. Dwayne and I flew away to a private beach to get married amongst friends. And Mom, of course. Naturally, his family did not come. We have our own home and 3 cats, and we're all very happy. I got my fairy tale ending after all.
Hi, I'm Clover, and boy have I got a crazy story to share with you. But before I spill the beans, please like and subscribe. Growing up, my mom and I were constantly butting heads. She was a marine biologist and dreamt of making me some kind of scientist too. Unfortunately for her, I loved fashion, and the only person who got me was Mom's sister, Aunt Lydia. Aunt Lydia ran a small boutique in the city, and even though she didn't make much money, she was the happiest person I knew. She always encouraged me to pursue my interest in fashion, and even taught me to sew. Every day, I would skip school and run to my aunt's boutique to watch her work. And while I loved it, it didn't reflect well on my report card. You got a D in science again? You go to the best school, you have the best tutors, and you still disappoint me. When I was your age, I didn't even have a school in my area. I had to walk 10 kilometers, cross a desert, swim through a canal, and walk over 3 bridges to reach the nearest school. It was tough, but I was determined to make a life for myself. That's an exaggeration. You don't get in the middle of this. You're ruining my daughter's life, just like you ruined yours. You're jealous I'm happier than you'll ever be. If by happy you mean as poor as a street rat, then congratulations, you take the cake. Mom and Aunt Lydia fought a lot that night, and the next day, Aunt Lydia told me she was moving to another town. Are you leaving because of Mom? No, sweetie. I'm leaving because I want to explore new opportunities. Then take me with you. I hate going to school anyway. You will finish your school and then follow your dreams. Now, I have something to keep you company while I'm gone. Aunt Lydia handed me the keys to her boutique and the cutest Pomeranian puppy I'd ever seen in my life, Bonnie, and she became my best friend. Of course, I missed my aunt, but with Bonnie by my side, I felt less lonely. She followed me everywhere, and to my mom's horror, even slept in my bed. Even my friends adored Bonnie, and they gave me the idea to start a vlog based on her. I posted a bunch of videos with Bonnie, but what really picked up was when I started posting videos of us dressed in coordinated outfits that I designed. By the time I was 17, my vlog with Bonnie got really popular, and people even started reaching out for custom orders. I had my aunt's old sewing machine, so I started taking orders online and finally had my own business. Life was good, but Mom still thought I was wasting my time. Not that I cared. I was busy making my dreams come true. Then one evening, I was out walking with Bonnie when I noticed a cute ribbon shop. I was checking it out when suddenly Bonnie started growling. I turned around and saw this girl staring in our face. I knew it was you. You're the girl who dresses up like her dog on her vlog. Excuse me? Oh, don't get me wrong. I meant that as a compliment. I'm a big fan. Her name was Daisy, and she told me she was new to the neighborhood. We talked for a while before I noticed that it was late, so I left. The next morning, I had one of my big arguments with Mom, so I was in a really sour mood. And as soon as I walked into my class, I saw Daisy sitting at the back. She saw me too and slid into the seat next to mine. And we meet again. It's like we're destined to be friends. Anyway, we couldn't talk properly yesterday. You see, I had this really bad toothache. I was a kid when I slipped on a mop and broke my front tooth, and it just never got better. You want to see? That's, interesting. But I really need to focus on this class, Daisy. But why do you need to study? You're so famous and talented. Studies are for losers. You know what? We should totally hang out after school, and I'll show you this cool place. This rock is shaped like a weird tarantula. It's, oh my god, just stop talking. You're giving me a migraine. What part of I need to focus do you not understand? I'd been a bit louder than I thought, and the whole class fell silent while Daisy looked really hurt. I wanted to apologize immediately, but before I could, the teacher asked me to leave for disrupting the lesson. Later that day, I saw Daisy sitting in the cafeteria alone and walked up to her. Can we talk? No, I need to focus on this spoon so I can bend it with my mind. I'm sorry. I had a really bad argument with my mom and took it out on you. It's just that my mom doesn't get me. She just wants me to do whatever she's saying without thinking about what I want. I get it. Parents can be so weird sometimes. My dad's a lawyer and wants me to be just like him, but I want to be a stand-up comic. Do you want to hear a joke? Why does an ant never get sick? Because it has antibodies. Oh, one more. Why does the ant never smell bad? Because it wears deodorant. Get it? Get it? It's hilarious, right? I couldn't help laughing. And after that, we ended up spending the whole day together. Daisy was nuts, but she really appreciated my work and had all these amazing ideas for my business. I won't lie, it felt good to be taken seriously. Soon, Daisy started helping me with my videos, and she hung out at my house all the time. I enjoyed her company, but for some reason, Bonnie just couldn't warm up to her. Once, we were shooting in my living room one day when suddenly Bonnie charged at Daisy and grabbed her pants. Daisy lost her mind and jumped in panic. They went round and round around in circles before Daisy tripped and fell into this huge shelf full of Mom's medals and trophies, and everything came crashing down. Mom heard the noise and came running. Oh my God, what have you done? I worked 850 hours every week to earn these.
Oh, wow. You did all that and they only gave you this junk? That's sad.
Who is this stupid girl and why is she in my house?
Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Daisy, Clover's best friend, and you must be her grandma, right? Listen, Grandma, I know you're very hurt that we broke these ugly old trophies, but in my defense, I was being chased by this cute but very ferocious dog, and I just happened to bump into this shelf. Daisy, she's my mom. Oh, so you're the dragon lady? She doesn't mean that, Mom. We're really sorry for breaking your stuff, but it was a genuine mistake.
I'm getting tired of your genuine mistakes, Clover. Now clear this mess up, and I never want to see this girl in my house again. Am I clear? After that day, Daisy was banned from my house, which made me so mad. It's not like that was gonna stop me from hanging out with her. Soon, it was time to fill out my college applications. I wanted to apply for a design school, but Mom was on my tail to apply for a science program, and we were arguing every day. So one night, when Daisy invited me to hang out with her at this new amusement park, I decided to go because I could really use some fun. But 10 minutes into it, I got a frantic call from Mom saying that someone had broken into our home. I immediately took a cab back home and found Mom standing on the porch with Bonnie. Are you okay? We're fine. Thanks to Bonnie, I was getting dinner ready when she started barking. And then I saw this guy jumping off the backyard fence, so I called the police. I kept screaming for you, but you weren't in your room. Where were you? I was hanging out with Daisy, but that's not important. Really. Just like it's not important to tell your mom that you applied for a design school, I got your acceptance letter in the mail today.
I got accepted? Why didn't you tell me?
Because you're not going. You will go to a science college like I did. Now, I've already spoken to the dean of Harvard, and he's ready to slide a few grades if you do well in your first year in college.
But I want to go to design school. I'm good at this. Even Daisy.
Do you think I care what Daisy says? Also, you should stay away from her. A lady in the neighborhood was telling me she'd heard Daisy's dad is known to be involved in some shady business deals. She's a bad influence on you.
Of course you don't approve of Daisy. How could you approve of anyone who makes me happy? First Aunt Lydia, now Daisy?
That's not fair, Clover.
Yes, it is. Just like it's fair enough to choose my own career path. I want to study design, so that's what I'll do. Saying that, I grabbed Bonnie's leash and walked outside. I kept walking till I cooled down, and when I stopped, I realized I was in some unknown street. I was trying to figure out my way back when suddenly this car stopped out of nowhere, pushed me away, grabbed Bonnie, and left. I ran after the car, screaming for help, when I turned a corner and banged right into something, and I fell and passed out. When I woke up, I was in my room with Mom and Daisy staring in my face. What happened? What is Daisy doing here?
She's the one who found you passed out in front of your school. What were you doing there?
My school? But I remember being out on a walk with Bonnie, and then we got lost. Oh my God, Bonnie! Someone kidnapped her! I have to find her! No, have to rest. You're in shock. And as for Bonnie, I'll talk to my dad. I told you he's a lawyer, right? He has friends in the police department who can help.
Daisy spoke to her dad, and we filed an official complaint. But a whole week went by, and we got no leads. I even reached out to my older clients and posted on my vlog, but that didn't work either. I was running out of time and patience, so I decided to speak to Daisy if she could ask her dad to fast-track the case. But when I called her, she didn't answer her phone. So I went to her place when I saw a huge truck parked outside, and people were moving furniture from inside the house. I got closer, trying to figure out what was happening, when I heard a low growling. I looked around and figured that the noise was coming from one of the crates covered with a huge cloth. I lifted the cloth, and inside was Bonnie and a few other dogs that looked just like her. Bonnie saw me and started barking, and then someone sprayed something in my face. Suddenly, my head started spinning, and everything went black. When I woke up, I was in the basement, tied to a pole, with Daisy sitting in front of me. Oh my God, what's happening, Daisy? Why am I here? Let me go.
You talk so much. You're giving me a migraine. Blah, blah, blah. That's what you told me in class that day, remember? I wanted to punch your face, but I couldn't because I needed you to get close to Bonnie.
But why? That's when Daisy told me how a couple of months back, her dad made a couple of bad investments and lost all their family money.
They lost our house, status, everything. Dad took this huge loan from a crazy mafia lady to start a new business, but that didn't work either. I guess he's just stupid. Anyway, now this mafia lady wants her money back, but obviously, we don't have any. So she gave us this crazy challenge to get her all these Pomeranian puppies. Apparently, these lay bags are worth a lot. Also, they're super rare.
But what does this mafia lady want these dogs for?
Make a code or something? Or she's just obsessed with puppies? How the heck am I supposed to know? We managed to get a few of them, but when I saw Bonnie on your vlog, I just knew I had to add her to the collection. So I came here, fooled you into being my friend, and waited for the right time to take Bonnie. I would have gotten to her way sooner, but this stupid dog almost bit my dad. He had to jump off the fence and he broke his knee. He's been limping ever since.
So it was your dad who broke into my house that night. How could I have been so blind to have trusted a snake like you?
No clue. Guess you're as stupid as my dad. Told you I'm funny.
That's not funny. I turned around and saw Mom standing in the doorway along with Bonnie and a few policemen. I always knew you were trouble. Daisy growled at my mom before the police handcuffed her and dragged her away. As Mom untied me, Bonnie jumped in my lap and started licking my face. How did you find me, Mom? After Bonnie's kidnapping, I got paranoid and installed this tracking app on your phone. What? Relax. I didn't see you in your room, so I thought you might be at Daisy's. I'm so sorry, Mom. I should have taken your advice and never trusted her blindly. The truth is, you trusted Daisy because she showed faith in you, which I never did, and I'm really sorry. I've decided I'm sending you to Lydia next month. Her business is growing and she could use an extra hand. Really? I love you, Mom. You're the best. Hi, I'm Lizzie from Chicago. Before I tell you my story, please like and subscribe. I grew up with 2 loving parents and an amazing sister, Patty. She was 2 years older than me, but she was my best friend, and I stuck to her like glue. Once when I was 7, I just bought popsicles from an ice cream truck when suddenly a tall boy blocked my way and knocked them out of my hand.
Hey, what'd you do that for, jerk?
I just felt like it. What you gonna do? Go cry to your mommy?
She doesn't need to, because she has me.
And with that, Patty tackled the boy to the ground. She grabbed one of the dirty popsicles and rubbed it all over his face. The boy pushed her off and shouted, "Crazy psycho," before he ran away. Patty was awesome. Life was good until the 5th grade when everything changed. Patty had climbed onto the roof one day and she ended up having a terrible fall. My parents rushed her to the hospital, but a few hours later, we found out that she'd gone into a coma. We were completely devastated. I missed Patty like crazy. And to make things worse, my parents became super protective about me from that moment. Every time I got the slightest injury, Mom freaked out. "Oh my God, my baby! She's bleeding!" "Mom, it's just a paper cut. I'm fine." But Mom rushed me off to the clinic like I'd cut my hand off. Even the doctors there were soon sick of her. And things kept getting crazier. Once when I was 14, I had to beg my parents to let me go on a school trip to an amusement park. They finally agreed, and I was so excited. But just as I was climbing onto the roller coaster, my teacher came flying and pulled me away. "Oh no, your parents made me sign an agreement that I wouldn't let you go on any ride." "What?" I just sat on the bench like a moron the whole day while everyone else had crazy fun. This was so unfair, and I was so mad when I got home. "Guys, you have to stop. You're sucking all the fun out of my life." "We're only looking out for you. Why don't you understand?" "I do understand. Mom, Dad, I really miss Patty too, and I wish she'd never been hurt, but you can't always stop bad things from happening." "Well, we're sure as heck gonna try." Ugh, they were impossible. A friend had a slumber party at her place one night, and I knew my parents would never let me stay over. So once they were asleep, I climbed out the window. I'd be back before they woke up. I was having an amazing time with my friends when suddenly we heard loud screams from downstairs, and to my horror, I saw my mom attacking Lizzie's mom and yelling, "Where's my daughter? I know you're holding her here. I can track her phone location. Tell me, right now." Oh my God! Mom, are you insane? I can't take this anymore. Just then, Dad came running in, looking pale as a ghost. I just got a phone call from the hospital. Patty is awake." We forgot everything and rushed to the hospital, and we found Patty sitting up in bed, smiling at us. It was unbelievable. Luckily, Patty's head injury hadn't affected her memory, but it took her a month of physical therapy just to be able to walk again. When she finally came home, we had her room all newly decorated for her, and I hugged her tight. Patty, I missed you so much. I missed you too, Lizzie. Patty was now 16, but her mind still seems like that of a 12-year-old. I felt like the older sister now, and it felt a bit strange talking to someone who had no idea what had happened in the past 4 years. Oh, any new songs by One Direction? Oh, no, Patty, they broke up soon after your accident. Oh, I see. How about we make a YouTube video of how to make slime? No one really does that anymore. She looked a bit bummed out, so I introduced her to other things I knew she'd love. There's TikTok, My Story Animated, and now everybody goes in pajamas everywhere. Patty looked fascinated, and we stayed up all night while I got her up to speed. A few weeks later, Patty started school again, but she had to go back to 7th grade, while I was already in 9th grade. I could tell she was struggling with studies, so I would help her out during breaks in school. One day, I found Dad standing in the driveway next to his car, which had a large dent on the side and the headlights were smashed. What happened to your car, Dad?
Oh, you're asking me? Well, let me remind you. You took my car out last night, hid it somewhere, and brought it back like this.
What? Are you crazy? I didn't do that.
The neighbors said they saw you driving off with it last night, so stop lying. I can't believe you'd be such a reckless maniac. No pocket money for 3 months, and I'm never allowing you to drive.
I didn't do it, I swear. Dad just walked off into the house without hearing another word. The only thing that cheered me up was I was meeting my boyfriend Jonathan later that evening. We'd been going out for a month, and of course, I hadn't told my parents. That evening, while they were busy watching TV with Patty, I slipped out quietly and waited for Jonathan at our meeting spot. But when he didn't turn up after half an hour, I called him.
What do you want?
Where are you? I'm waiting for you at our spot.
Oh, do you have amnesia now? You broke up with me over text yesterday, remember?
And with that, he hung up. What the heck was he talking about? When I looked at the messages I'd sent, I was shocked. Jonathan, what was between us was nice, but I'm kind of bored of you now, so let's call it quits. Okay, thanks, bye. Gosh, was I losing my mind? I didn't remember sending this message. Oh, this seems like something Mom would do. I ran home to confront her.
Where are you coming from, Lizzie?
Oh, I went to meet my boyfriend. Yeah, don't look so shocked. Mom, you already know about him. After all, you're the one who broke up with him from my phone.
What rubbish. I didn't know anything about a boyfriend before, but thanks for telling me now, you're grounded.
Just then, I saw Patty behind my parents, and she had an evil smile on her face. Oh my God. Patty, you did all this, didn't you? Wrecked Dad's car? Stole my phone? It's you!
My poor Patty has barely learned to walk again, and you're saying she took my car? You're awful for trying to blame things on your sister, Lizzie.
Don't you dare say another word about Patty. Maybe you're just jealous she's been getting more attention since she's come back to us. I couldn't believe they had just said that. I stormed off to my room and slammed the door shut. She completely denied it when I confronted her, saying I was crazy and paranoid. But she kept messing with me, putting salt instead of sugar in my coffee, breaking my things, cutting up my clothes. I never knew what she'd do next. But I was in for a major shock when I saw her kissing someone in the school corridor the next day. My ex-boyfriend, Jonathan. I marched up to her and pulled her away. What do you think you're doing?
Kissing my boyfriend. Why? Are you jealous?
Are you out of your mind? Jonathan, since when have you been dating my sister?
Not that it's any of your business, but it just happened. I like how mature she is for her age.
Of course she's mature. She's 2 years older than you. She's a 16-year-old dummy witch in 7th grade. Suddenly, Patty leapt forward and attacked me. I pushed her off me and her head hit the wall. Oh my God, Patty, are you okay?
Oh, my head. I feel dizzy.
As Jonathan quickly carried her away to the school nurse, she turned around and grinned at me. And all hell broke loose when the principal called my parents to take Patty home, and they found out I'd pushed her. Mom, Dad, I didn't mean to. She attacked me first, and she's fine. I'm telling you, she's lying.
That's enough. I can't believe you'd hurt your sister after everything she's been through. After everything we've been through. I don't know what we'll do with you, Lizzie. We can't even trust you to be around her anymore. My parents left, and I looked back at Patty lying in bed, smiling at me like a witch. I no longer recognized her as the sister I dearly loved. It's better for you to give up and understand that I'm in control here. No matter what you say or do, no one will believe you. Patty was right. I decided I had no choice now but to just leave. I packed a bag, took my savings, and ran from home that night. I crashed at a friend's place, but the next day she said if I was staying any longer, I had to go sleep in the garage. But why? You have plenty of rooms. Yes, but I was just talking to Patty, and she said you have a fungus on your feet, and it's contagious. What? Why are you talking to Patty? We're really good friends, actually. She's pretty cool. She's a big fat liar. I'll just show you my feet. But she just shrieked and ran out of the room. Ugh. I packed my stuff and left angrily. I moved on to stay with another friend, but it turned out she was also friends with Patty. And that's how I went from friend to friend, only to realize that Patty knew everyone I knew in the city. So I decided I would just travel out of town. I bought a one-way ticket and got on the bus. I was so tired from the last few days that I just fell asleep. God knows for how many hours. Finally, the bus conductor woke me up, and I sat up in a panic. Where am I? You actually just came to Chicago. What? Did I just make a complete detour to the same place? I'd failed to even run away from this stupid city. When I got off the bus, I started walking around in the pouring rain when suddenly I spotted Patty standing on the other side of the road, just as shocked to see me. Why are you still in Chicago? I thought I made you leave. My life is none of your business, so stay away from me. She started walking over to me, yelling, "Making your life miserable is my business, because you stole my life, and I don't have an ounce of guilt." What? What are you talking about? You really don't remember? That day 4 years ago when our parents were away and we were playing, and you threw the ball on the roof. You started climbing up to get it, and I told you to stop. But you didn't listen to me, so I climbed after you. And that's when I fell. I started to cry, hard. Maybe the shock of Patty's fall had made me forget all these details, but now I remembered. Patty, I was just a kid. I didn't mean for you to fall. Patty looked even angrier as she walked closer. I don't care what you meant. Because of you, I lost 4 years of my life. And during this time, you grew and studied and made friends and a boyfriend. And what about me? I just can't seem to catch up, and I just want you to go away. As Patty screamed, I suddenly saw a bus was traveling fast in her direction. Patty, watch out! Without another thought, I ran towards her and pushed her to the sidewalk. My head hit the pavement and I lost consciousness. When I woke up, I saw that I was in the hospital. My parents hugged me tight and said I'd woken up after 2 days. We're so sorry we didn't believe you and caused you so much pain, honey. Turns out after my accident, Patty broke down in front of my parents and confessed everything she'd done. Together, they decided to get her psychiatric treatment to help her get better. Just then they left the room and Patty walked in. I'm so glad you're okay, Lizzie. All this time I've been blaming you and hating you for an accident, and you risked your life to save me. How could I have been so horrible? Please say you'll forgive me. Of course I forgive you. You've always been the person I love the most in the world. I would do anything for you. I'm so sorry for what you lost, and you're back with us now. You can have anything and do anything you want, Patty, and I will always be by your side.
I can't believe I agreed to do this. Oh, come on. Don't be a coward. We're going into the school now, get to the printing room, steal the semester's exams, and leave. It's that simple. And you're sure you hacked the school system, and the surveillance system is definitely off. And yes, everything is off. The cameras, the internet connection, the electricity, everything. Now let's go. We climbed the main gate and got into the school building. It was pretty dark, and honestly, I was terrified. But I couldn't say anything to Michelle. She was my sister, and as a cheerleader, she was gorgeous. But she was so weak-hearted. Everything was going according to plan. We got into the printing room, found the exams in the first drawer, did our happy dance, and were just about to leave when we heard a voice behind us.
Well, look who is here.
Is she who I think she is? I think she is who you think she is. This girl knew everyone's secret in the school. The girl who knew my secret. She could expose me in front of Michelle. We both turned around, forcing a smile. Layla, Emily. She shut the door, dragged a chair, and sat on it like a queen. I didn't expect any guests tonight. You stay here every night? Oh no, only on the weekends. What do? Communicate with ghosts? I could see the anger on her face. She stood up and took a deep breath. She's joking! You know her. Don't take anything she says seriously. Her face lit up and she batted her eyelashes at me. I will forgive her only for you. You sweet, sweet girl. She came up to me, put her hands on my face, and kissed me. Oh, I've waited for months for this moment. Oh, 1 second. I should write this in my diary. She took out a notebook from her bag and started writing. She was humming a familiar tune. Suddenly, Michelle started screaming and calling for help, but I was sure no one was going to hear us. The room had no windows, and the school was practically in the middle of nowhere. And now there was no signal, no internet connection, no electricity, all thanks to me. Layla didn't move and kept calmly writing in her diary. When she was done, she brought another chair. Come, Emily, come, sit next to me. If you ever leave your place, I swear I'm gonna... I got up and sat next to Layla. Then she took out some snacks from her bag and shared them with me. We're not going to share anything with Michelle. She's a bad girl. I nodded my head in agreement. I had to figure a way to leave this place. So I said, I need to go to the bathroom. Babe, you can go. You don't need my permission. I didn't even lock the door. Did you see me doing it? Michelle and I both stared at each other and quickly ran to the door. We tried to open it, but it didn't budge. We pushed against it, kicked it, and tried everything, but nothing worked. Why are you doing this? Being the principal's daughter doesn't give you any authority to sneak into the school and spend nights here or trap us here. Actually, being the principal's daughter means that the school is my kingdom, you moron. Calm down, please. Just ignore her. Can you please open the door for me? Babe, I told you, I didn't lock it, I swear. But don't worry, I have a solution. She took out a bottle of juice, drank it all at once, and handed it to me. Here, take this. You can do it behind the closet. I'm not going to sneak up on you, I promise. Oh God, this girl was crazy. I said it was fine and that I could wait. Michelle sat on the floor and held her head in her hands. I'm hungry. Give me some food, Layla. Say please. You wish. Stop it, Michelle. Just say it. Please. Give me some food. Please. 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 Happy now? She gave her food and she started eating like a hungry monster. Layla looked away disgusted. I tried to reason with her. I really appreciate that you like me, although I'm not as good looking as Michelle. Oh no. I'm sapiosexual. I find intelligence so attractive. Yes, I do think you're so smart too. And I believe a smart girl like you knows that she should open the door now and let us go. She got up looking furious and said, Oh my God! I said I didn't lock it. Are you stupid or blind? Immediately, I tried to calm her down and tell her she was right, but she whispered in my ears, I know your little secret. Then she pushed me to where Michelle was sitting. I don't like stupid people. Go sit next to your stupid sister, you stupid creature. Can't believe they say you're a genius. Michelle got really angry and said, Oh yeah? Why should we obey you now? You're stuck here just like us. So shut up or else. Layla looked terrified and started crying annoyingly. She stood up and started kicking and pushing the door. I swear I'm gonna tell Daddy when I am out of here. I was about to tell her to not even bother opening the door when suddenly the door flew open. Michelle and I ran to the door, pushed Layla out of the way, and went straight to the main door. It was locked. We checked the classroom's doors, and they were all locked. The bathrooms, the teacher's room, the principal's office, everything was locked. We were stuck in the hallway. Michelle started screaming again. The echo was the only reply. Michelle ran to Layla, screaming, If you don't open the doors, Layla, I'm gonna... I ran after her and managed to stop her from attacking Layla. She collapsed on the floor and started crying. I'm sorry. I locked all the doors when the power was out. I was afraid someone was going to hurt me.
I locked them and threw the keys under the doors into the empty rooms. So, you chose to lock the doors and trap yourself instead of running away, you airhead? I stood between the two of them. I didn't know what to do. I even felt sorry for her. I don't know why, but she seemed lost and helpless at that moment. I looked at her when I noticed it, the picture above her. It wasn't there when we first entered to get the exams. This was my school, and I was sure this picture was never there. I asked Michelle if she saw it before, and she said no and told me to leave her alone. I took a close look at that picture. It was the principal. He looked younger, holding a gold cup, and the number 1993 was engraved at the bottom. Layla, did you hang that picture? Layla stopped crying and fell silent. I told her to speak, but she didn't reply. I ran to the printing room and looked for her bag. I took out her notebook and started reading. Oh my God! Put it away, Emily. I was shocked and speechless. What's going on? Michelle stood there silent. Let's talk! There is nothing to talk about, Em. Now the three of us are stuck here, and there is nothing we can do about it. Okay. Bring Layla, and let's sit here in this room and stick together. The two of them joined me, and the three of us sat there in complete silence. Layla took some more food out of her bag, and when she was about to take her first bite, she fell asleep. You like her? She wrote that in her notebook. You used to go to her house and sing under her window? Is that the same song she was humming? Oh my God, who are you? Why didn't you even tell me that you were into girls? Tell you what, that I loved her from the bottom of my heart, and she kept rejecting me because she was so into my sister? Yeah, that must have been hard. So, you do have feelings? Sing to her? To her? Girl, she's crazy! Oh, stop it. I like tough girls. Whatever, I'm going to sleep. Such a crazy girl. I also felt sleepy. I leaned to the wall and closed my eyes. Why did she hang that picture there? I was a light sleeper. I woke up in the middle of the night when I heard some noise. I saw her looking through the drawers. What are you doing, Layla? She froze. I couldn't sleep. I just wanted something to read. I got up, headed to her, and snatched the paper from her. I almost passed out when I saw what was written on the paper. The number 1993 was written all over the paper. I yelled at her and demanded to know what was going on. But Layla said, Honey, I know your secret. I'm the one who should be yelling at you right now. So shut up or I'm going to tell Michelle everything and I'm sure she will finish you off in a flash. I gulped. This girl was evil. I can't believe I felt sorry for her just hours ago. She got back to her place and fell asleep holding her bag tightly. I stayed up all night. I couldn't sleep thinking about everything. The picture, the number 1993, her notebook, and God only knew what else her bag contained. When Michelle woke up in the morning, the first thing she did was run to the main door. It was a translucent glass door, and Michelle started screaming and kicking it. Then Layla came and joined her. I stood behind them. There is no use! No one is going to hear or see you. Then Layla turned to me. Oh yeah? Why did you want to get the exams, huh? You're a genius. You can get A+ easily. Why did you do all of this? Think about it, Michelle. What is your sister up to? Oh my God, was she going to say it? Michelle froze and stared into my eyes. You can have me but cannot hold me. Hard to gain me and quickly lose me. If treated with care, I can be great. And if betrayed, I will break. I looked deep into her eyes. Trust. I was going to ask her why she mentioned trust now and if she knew anything about my secret, when the annoying Layla said, Oh, you're her? Oh my God, you're her! Who? The Great Buffalo, the famous writer on Wattpad. That's her last riddle. She just posted a part of her novel last night. I can't believe it's you, Michelle! And she started hugging her and touching her face like a psycho. Now that you know, please, we should keep it a secret. I'm not planning to reveal my identity. Yes, babe! Come on, let's go inside. I still have some food. Let's feed our amazing writer. While they walked beside me, I looked at Michelle in disbelief. The Great Buffalo? Really? I followed them. Okay, since everyone has a secret here, obviously, I think we should all start telling the truth. No more secrets here. Oh, I have a huge secret. I know a way to get out of here. Seriously, Layla? And you waited until now? Don't yell at me, idiot. Yes, and I'm not going to say anything until Michelle tells me what will happen in the last part of her novel, Stuck in the Printing Room. Wait, what's the name of the novel? Stuck in the Printing Room? Michelle?
Did she plan all of this to get inspired to finish her stupid novel? Layla told me to shut up, and Michelle totally ignored my question. They both started discussing her novel, and Layla handed her a pencil and a notebook. Layla was all over her. One minute she was hugging her, and the next she was giving her a shoulder massage. I got disgusted and got up to leave. When Layla said, "Oh, by the way, Dad told me there is no school for the following 2 weeks at least because of the virus. They made their final decision last night." I turned around looking super angry. "And you waited until now to tell us, you psycho?" I was about to attack her, but this time Michelle came to her rescue. "Calm down." She said she has a way to get us out of this place. Don't upset her. "Get your hands away from me. I don't trust you anymore. Which side are you on?" "I'm with the one who will get me out of this creepy place." I didn't reply. I knew she was right. I thought we would be leaving this place in 2 days when school started on Monday. But since it was now more than 2 weeks, I had to do something. Fast. Just finish your novel, woman." I left the room and started wandering around. I needed to be away from these two. I reached the janitor room, and I knew it was locked, but I just wanted to try again out of boredom. I opened the door, and it opened. I was shocked and quickly ran into the room to open the window. I saw a group of boys playing soccer in the yard behind the school's building. I was about to shout at them and ask for help when I backed off, closed the window, and got out of the janitor room. I can't leave now. I have something to fix first. I looked at the principal's picture and threw the baseball at it. I broke its glass. Michelle and Layla left the room when they heard the noise and looked shocked. "Oh my God! You broke Daddy's picture! How dare you, you fool!" "Oh yeah? What are you going to do about it?" "I swear, when I'm going to tell your secret to everyone, I'm going to ruin you." "You know what? I really don't care if you..." "Cut it out, idiots! My brain doesn't work under pressure. Quietness is my inspiration. So, shut up, both of you, if you want me to finish my great novel and get out of here. Whatever." And Layla put her arm around her. "Oh, sorry, babe. Let's go inside. I'm going to give you a leg massage as you write." I continued my walk in the hallway, looking at the pictures on the walls. I noticed a picture of the principal during one of the school's math competitions. It was also taken in 1993. But this time, he was wearing a ring around his finger. Did he get married in 1993? What's the secret about this year? No, wait. He is divorced now. Not really. I mean, Layla's mom just ran away and disappeared years ago. Just like that. Oh, that explains why this girl feels lost. I bet she misses her mom so badly. I sat down on the ground, feeling really tired. I hadn't slept all night, and before I knew it, I was fast asleep. I woke up hours later because of Layla's loud screeching. I went to the printing room and saw Layla holding the notebook crying loudly, and Michelle standing there like a scared mouse. "That's how you finished the novel? You made them break up? He travels abroad? She gets sick? Then he passes away? Then she passes away after him? What, Michelle?" "Listen, people pass away sometimes." But Layla's face went pale, and she passed out immediately. We both stared at each other. "Give me her bag." I went through her stuff until I found it. I knew she would have it. "It's the device I created, Michelle." "Oh, how did she steal it?" This girl is a genius. "I just have to enter the code, and it will cancel everything. The power will come back, the internet connection, everything. Remember the code?" "Oh yeah, 2020. The best year ever." I entered the code, but it said error. We looked at each other terrified. She changed the code. Then I remembered. I knew exactly what to enter. 1993. And it said access granted. And the power was back. We both jumped with happiness. "You genius, I love you." "I love you too, sis. The greatest buffalo I have ever met." I have no idea who that is. What? She was faking it? She wasn't that writer? Well, she wasn't as dumb as I thought she was. We both laughed. "Let's charge our phones." We took Layla's charger and charged our phones, then called the police. They arrived in minutes and saved us. Layla was still on the floor, and the nurse started taking care of her. She woke and screamed, "Bring them back to life, Michelle!" "I can't, babe. It's impossible." She looked shocked and passed out again. When we were about to leave, Michelle stopped me, and with a serious look on her face, she said, "Are you going to tell me now what your secret is?" Oh no. I should have prepared myself for this. How was I going to tell her this? It's about the exams. What about them? I write them. You what? She looked really mad now. The principal and I are partners. I write the exams for him before the day of the exam arrives. Oh, so you're telling me that you already knew what questions were going to be included in the exam and never told me before? Why? And you still planned for all of this and involved me in all this craziness? Why? I needed to test my device and live this adventure and learn something from it since, run for your life. Michelle started running after me in the school's yard and I ran like a cheetah. We are still running until the moment you're watching this. No, we're not. Just kidding. Please don't hate me. Thanks for watching my story.
Soon after, I left, feeling pretty surprised by this turn of events, but I was gonna take any help I could to sort out Mom's situation.
You might be flying high right now, little bro, but I know what your biggest weakness is, and I'm gonna use it to bring you down very soon.
The next day in class, I just couldn't focus on what the teacher was saying because I couldn't stop thinking about how both Dom and Margot's seats were empty, and I wasn't the only one.
Where's Margot?
I saw her last night by the lockers laughing with Dominic. They probably sneaked off somewhere. I can smell something juicy going on between them.
For some reason, that made me feel kinda sick to my stomach. Later at recess, I could barely get my lunch down.
Jeez, your chicken nuggets are begging you to eat them already.
I'm just full. Mom gave me some extra fried chicken when I did some deliveries this morning.
And you didn't give me any? How dare you? You're gonna... Oh no you don't, you little butthole.
I leaned over to see Clover playing a video game furiously. You're getting all worked up because of a game?
I tried it the other day because I was bored, and apparently I'm really good at it. But also, it's become really personal now. This unbeatable Beast 123 keeps on challenging me because he or she can't accept that he or she is totally beatable.
Wait, your username is Sharks Can't Poop 96?
Yeah, Woody, right?
Is it? Just then, I noticed Dom walk in, and he was instantly surrounded by a horde of girls, which he didn't seem to mind at all.
So, were you able to talk to Mr. Newfound Fame about your mom's deportation problem?
No, but someone is already taking care of it. I looked down at Ace's message on my phone, who had texted me earlier saying someone was already working on getting Mom's documents in order. Suddenly, I was startled when Clover slammed her hand hard on the table.
Yes, take that, loser! Ha!
You're such a dork.
Who does this Sharks Can't Poop 96 think he is? You're just a noob and I'll beat you next time.
Later that night, I was sitting at my desk with my laptop when an email popped up, and as I read it quickly, I jumped out of my chair in excitement. Mom! I quickly picked up my laptop and ran down the stairs to the kitchen. Mom! Mom! Just then, Mom came running in with a fire extinguisher.
Where's the fire? Or the thief?
What are you talking about? Mom, I got offered a huge publishing deal. If I sign up, they'll give me an advance payment to start, and it could really help us right now. Mom dropped the extinguisher and squealed for joy as we both hugged each other and jumped around like kids. Okay. I need to calm down. I think I'm gonna go out for a quick walk.
But it's rather late.
I'll be right back, don't worry. And with that, I hurried out the door and started walking around the neighborhood, buzzing with excitement. All I really wanted to do was call Dom and tell him the good news, and I almost dialed his number a couple of times, but something held me back. Then suddenly, a car on the road started slowing down next to me, and I felt a bit alarmed. Maybe it wasn't such a good idea to be walking alone at this time. I picked up my pace when someone called out.
Sadie, it's me!
I sighed in relief and turned to see Ace leaning out his car window.
What are you doing out here?
Just walking.
Listen, I'm glad I caught you. I want to talk about your mom's papers. Can we go somewhere and sit?
Where?
Just nearby. Hop in.
I felt a bit awkward, but I wanted to know what he had to say, so I got in the car. I thought he'd take me to a cafe or something, but he stopped outside a playground. Why here?
It's a beautiful night, and I thought we could sit on the swings.
Oh, well, you just didn't strike me as a swings kind of guy.
Sure I am. I just miss being a kid sometimes.
You've been working for your dad since a young age, so that's pretty understandable.
Yeah, Dad has always relied on me and I can't let him down, you know? Besides, I've always wanted to save the world by doing something great through biotech.
That sounds awesome, Ace. Anyway, about those documents.
Oh, right.
Ace reached for his jacket's inner pocket and handed me some papers.
You and your mom just need to read and sign these papers, and then the lawyer I'm working with will process them in just a few days.
Oh, thank you so much. Also, I just got a publishing deal and I can use the advance payment to take care of the fees.
A publishing deal? That's amazing! I knew they'd get in touch with you.
Wait, what? How did you know that?
Shoot! Sorry, I wasn't supposed to blurt that out.
Ace looked away shyly and scratched the back of his head.
Okay, you caught me.
You were behind this?
Since I knew you won't accept any money from me, I thought about showing my friend your story online because he's working for a huge publishing company. I decided not to tell you about this because I didn't want to raise your hopes too soon.
Wait, how did you even find my story?
Well, everyone at school has been talking about your interesting pen name.
Oh, right. So everyone knows Princess Wok Wok is me. That's kinda embarrassing.
It's cute, and I was really hoping the publishers would call you.
Ace, can I ask you a question? Why are you suddenly talking to me? This is like the first time in so many years, and then you're just doing all this and it's just too much.
Remember that night by the pool when I brushed an eyelash away from your cheek? You've never left my mind since then. Well, it's not like I never noticed before how pretty you are. I really don't know why we didn't talk to each other before.
I was caught off guard as he leaned over from his swing and gently pushed away some hair from my face.
Am I going too fast or making you uncomfortable?
No, I mean, it's just a bit overwhelming, and I don't know how to thank you for everything.
There's one thing you can do. Just go out with me and I'll make all your troubles go away. I would really take care of my girlfriend.
I sat frozen in my spot. Ace, of all the people in the world, liked me enough to be my boyfriend? My mind was spinning, and my face felt like it was on fire. Can I think about it?
Of course. Take all the time you need. I can wait.
I'd been standing outside Sadie's door for at least 10 minutes, hesitant to knock. I knew I hadn't been very nice to her lately, and I wanted to apologize. I started pacing across the porch as I practiced my lines. Dude, I'm sorry about my attitude lately. I'm just hurt because you're not telling me everything, especially about what's going on between you and Ace. Please forgive me. I miss you. I hope we can... Suddenly, the door opened and I jumped back.
Oh, Dom. I didn't know you were here, sweetie.
Hi, Mrs. Wilson. Is Sadie home? Her bedroom window is closed.
She went for an evening walk around the neighborhood. She got a publishing deal and she wanted to calm herself down. Isn't that great news? Oh, but of course, she already told you, and that's why you're here, right?
Wow, yeah, of course. That's why I came. To congratulate her in person. But don't you think it's a bit late for her to be walking alone?
Well, she called and said she's with your brother.
Oh, I see.
Do you want to come inside and wait for her?
It's fine, Mrs. Wilson. I'll come by later. Good night. I felt anger bubbling inside me as I walked back to my place. Why were Ace and Sadie suddenly so close? Why hadn't she even spoken to me about this? This was not okay. Just then, my phone rang, and I was surprised to see it was Margot. Hello?
Hey there. What are you doing right now?
Nothing much. Just getting ready to sleep.
Can you come over?
Now? But it's almost midnight.
It's okay if you can't. My parents are out of town as usual, and I was just feeling a bit lonely. But it's no biggie.
I thought about it for a few seconds, then said, I'll be there in 10.
Great. See you soon.
I wasn't really sure what I was doing. But if Sadie could be out on moonlit walks with my brother celebrating good news in her life, well, I could certainly hang out with Margot. Which maybe wasn't the best idea, because I was just feeling kind of awkward being there in her living room as we settled on the couch to watch a movie. But Margot seemed more keen to talk.
My parents are super busy. I'm always alone here, and sometimes it drives me crazy.
How about Dana and your other friends? Do they come here often?
Not much. I'm not really comfortable with them.
Then suddenly, she removed the cushion lying between us and moved much closer.
I'd rather have you here. I hope you don't mind.
Oh yeah, no, I had some time tonight. Otherwise, I'm quite busy nowadays, but... Suddenly, she leaned in even closer and kissed me square on the lips. I felt stunned.
I think I like you, Dom. Do you like me, too?
A few nights later, Clover was at my place for a sleepover, but I could hardly focus on anything and kept rewatching Margot's stories on Instagram. I mean, it just doesn't seem like Dom.
What doesn't?
Him hanging around with Margot and partying with her circle of elite friends.
I got news for you, girl. Dominic always belonged to the elite circle. Maybe he's just wondering now why he was hanging out with us commoners all along.
Oh, come on, he's never been like that. I just don't get why he'd change overnight. And what's worse is that whenever I try to talk to him, he finds a way to avoid me. It's driving me nuts.
Just admit that you're jealous.
I'm not. I'm just saying, all these parties and public displays are more like Ace's style, not Dom's.
Speaking of Ace, you need to give me all the details on that.
I don't know what to make of Ace. He's been really friendly the past few days. More than friendly, in fact. He's been flirting with me a lot, and he's the one who's been helping me with Mom's problem. Clover nearly spat out her soda as she stared at me in disbelief.
That was him? Did you give him a love potion or something?
I find it weird, to be honest. He's just too good to be true. He's even planning to send some bodyguards to protect us from those goons who keep threatening Mom. What if he's up to something?
What could he be up to? And really, what do you have to lose? You date a hot guy and get your mom out of trouble. You can always break up with him later if you don't like him.
But I don't know how Dom will feel about this. They've always been rivals, and I've been put in a difficult position.
Well, Dom isn't around much lately, so...
Right. Clover was watching my face intently, so I forced a smile. Before I forget, Ace actually asked me out to a party.
Then what are you waiting for? Stop being so boring even just for a night and just go.
I was almost considering it. Yeah, I think I was gonna go. Dom was busy partying with Margot. Why should I care what he'd think of me going out with Ace? I walked into the club on Ace's arm, feeling many eyes on us. The place was buzzing and everyone was really glammed up, which made me feel awkward and out of place. But Ace led me straight to the dance floor and pulled me in by the waist.
Isn't this amazing?
Yeah, I guess. Listen, I don't really know how to dance.
Just follow my lead and move to the rhythm.
I was sitting on a bar stool next to Margot when I spotted Ace and Sadie on the dance floor, and my stomach flipped. I felt something close to rage when I saw Ace's hand on her waist. Just then, Margot grabbed my hand and pulled me to the dance floor too. And soon enough, Sadie turned in my direction and our eyes met. I could see she looked surprised and quickly tried to hide it as she gave me a weak smile before looking away. Of all the guys out there, why my rival? Traitor!
Why am I even surprised that he's dating her? She's practically perfect.
Margot had her arms around my neck, and suddenly she grabbed my face and kissed me, and I kissed her back.
My heart felt like it was breaking as I saw Dom and Margot kiss. I needed to get out of here. I gently pulled away from Ace. I gotta go to the restroom. I ran to the bathroom, locked myself into a cubicle, and then I burst into tears. The next day at school, I was still feeling bummed out about the events of the night when I walked over to my locker. As I was taking my books out, a small silver envelope fell to the floor. There was nothing written on it, but I found 2 cards inside. The first card said, "It's been years. Can't wait to finally meet you. Dad." I stood frozen for a few seconds in surprise. What kind of prank was this? And who would play it on me? The second card said, "Dinner at 6 p.m. Brasserie de Pierre. Give your name at the reception." Yeah, sure. I'll go to this high-end French restaurant to meet you, Dad. What a stupid joke. I slammed my locker shut and tossed the cards in the trash. But later that day, when I went to my scooter in the school parking lot, I found the same silver envelope in the front basket with the same notes inside. Someone really thinks this is funny, huh? Just rolled my eyes and started rummaging through my bag for my keys. And as I fished them out, the same envelope with the same cards fell out. Oh, you have got to be kidding me. This is ridiculous. I took a deep breath and looked around to see if anyone was watching their prank playing out. There weren't many kids around, and no one was paying attention to me. You know what? Fine. If you're watching me or whatever, you win. I'll play your little game and find out who has the time to prank me using a father I've never met. Later that evening, I arrived at the fancy French restaurant at 6 p.m. sharp and walked up to the receptionist. Can you please check for a Sadie on your list?
Mademoiselle Sadie. Yes, please, let me guide you to your table.
The server led me to the main dining.
Sit!
Who are you exactly, sir?
I was hoping you would just call me Dad.
I just stood there staring at him, frozen in shock. I was sitting across from this strange, elegant man, and I had no idea what to make of this situation. Is this a joke? Did someone ask you to do this?
I know it's weird that I've just sprung up out of nowhere, but I swear, this is not a joke. I really am your dad.
How do I know you're telling the truth? The man quietly placed a folder on the table and pushed it towards me. I opened it hesitantly, and it was filled with photographs of him and my mom when they were both younger. Mom had a visible pregnancy bump in one of the photos, and there was a sonogram too. Then I saw some letters and cards, unmistakably in Mom's handwriting. I don't understand. You look happy here. Why did you just leave? And what are you doing here, coming back after 17 years?
I had no choice but to leave. My parents were against my relationship with your mom from the start. When your mom got pregnant, I told my parents that I was gonna marry her. My father threatened to hurt her if I didn't stop seeing her. He was a dangerous, powerful man. I had to leave to keep you and your mom safe, but I never stopped loving you both.
Why didn't they like her?
She came from a poor family. And there was someone else they wanted me to marry, and I did. She got sick and died 3 years after our wedding.
Why didn't you look for us earlier then?
I did. I found you years ago.
Years ago? So what? You sit comfortably on your expensive couches in your fancy suits while watching Mom work to death to feed me and send me to school?
Sadie, I tried to come back so many times in the past 10 years, but your mom wouldn't let me.
I was taken aback by that revelation. What do you mean? Why would she do that?
Your mother hates me, and it's understandable. I tried for years to win her forgiveness, but she kept pushing me away. It was hard to watch you both struggle, knowing I could give you everything. I know she kept all this secret from you, but please don't hold it against her. I know she's just trying to protect you.
Dad reached out and placed his hands on mine.
I decided to reach out to you this time without her knowing, because I've watched you from afar for too long. I wanted to meet you so much and try fixing things.
This is a lot to process.
I know, I'm sure you're overwhelmed. But can I ask you for a favor? Do you think we could meet again tomorrow? I'd like to take you for a day out. It would give us a chance to get to know each other better.
I stayed quiet for a few seconds, feeling a storm of emotions. And then I said, sure, I think I'd like that. Dad gave me the widest smile, and I couldn't help smiling back. The next day, we met at a bistro for lunch, after which he took me to a luxury mall. Dad led me into a designer clothing shop, where the owner was practically tripping over himself trying to please us and showing us racks of their newest collection. I looked around at a few pieces, but none of them had price tags. Sir, this doesn't have a tag.
Oh, Miss Sadie, we do not put tags on our products, but it's for $2,300.
Oh, I see. It's lovely. I turned around to put it back on the rack, but Dad swooped forward and took it from me.
We're taking that and anything else you want.
But it's too much. I really don't need...
No buts. You agreed to do this with me today.
By that evening, I was surrounded by shopping bags, and I was wondering how I'd smuggle them into the house.
Tired?
Actually, yes. Can we go home now? I think it's too much already, and I'm worried about Mom seeing all this. Dad looked at me for a moment, then sighed.
I understand. Let's get you home then.
I had to get dropped a block away, climb over the back wall with all my bags, and sneak them in through my bedroom window. Just as I was inspecting my shopping, I suddenly heard a knock on the door.
Sweetie, are you there?
Oh my God. Yes, Mom. Just one sec. I quickly shoved everything under the bed, leaving only one bag on it before I composed myself and opened the door. Hi, Mom.
Hi, Sadie. You're smiling really weirdly.
Am I? I'm just happy to see you.
Where were you after school? You weren't answering my calls.
Oh, Clover dragged me to the mall and she gave me a cute dress and boots as an early birthday present. We were busy having fun. Sorry I missed your calls.
I see. Well, come down for dinner in 10, okay?
Hi, Captain.
You're acting strange. Is anything wrong?
Not at all, Mom. I'm just excited for dinner. Nom nom. In fact, I'll just come down with you now and help you. Mom was looking at me suspiciously as I pushed her out of the room and followed her. I had no idea how she'd react if she really knew what I'd been up to that afternoon.
The next day at school, I was standing with Justin in the parking lot when 3 fancy cars screeched in, and Margot, Dana, and her minion got out of them.
Why are they walking and acting like they're on the set of Mean Girls, weirdos?
I tried not to laugh as Margot approached me with a smile, but just then Sadie arrived on her scooter. There was something different about her outfit.
Louis Vuitton boots and a Gucci. Who is this?
I only know one person who owns that ugly scooter.
Chicken delivery girl. There's no way she can afford those brands.
Clover suddenly appeared beside us, sipping on an iced latte.
Sorry to burst your jealous bubble, but I think she can, and she looks good.
Sadie took her helmet off, and she wasn't wearing her glasses. Then she shook her hair out, and I couldn't peel my eyes away. She looked stunning.
She probably got plastic surgery on her whole face.
I thought you said she couldn't afford those brands, and now you're saying she can't afford plastic surgery? Make up your mind, girl.
Ugh, I'm not even talking to you. Isn't there a button to shut you up?
Dana slapped the coffee cup out of Clover's hand and stormed off with her minion. Just then, I noticed Margot staring at my face, and it felt like she could read my thoughts. Let's go to class, shall we?
Yes, let's.
She put her arm through mine, and even though I was tempted to, I didn't dare look back at Sadie.
As I got off my scooter, I could feel quite a few eyes on me, and then Clover came running up to me excitedly.
How? What? When? Why?
I'll tell you everything. Hold on, we're late for class. But it turned out, so was the teacher. I noticed Dom and Margot talking, and he didn't even look my way as I walked in. So I ignored him too and went to a corner, where Clover and I huddled close together as I told her everything.
So you're telling me that your dad finally showed up and he's a freaking billionaire?
Jesus, your voice!
Sorry, so you're telling me that your dad finally showed up and he's a freaking billionaire?
Yes, and I'm not sure how to feel about it. Mom's gonna kill me if she finds out I met him. It's just too complicated.
But you have to.
Just then, Clover got distracted as she looked towards the door.
Your boyfriend is here.
I turned around to see Ace leaning in the doorway, gesturing at me to come out, and somehow, it just annoyed me.
Wake up, my friend, your Prince Charming is calling you.
Can you be any louder?
Wake up, my friend, your Prince Charming is calling you.
You're dead meat. I forced a smile and walked up to Ace reluctantly. Ace, what are you doing here?
I just wanted to see you. Do I need a reason?
But we're having class.
I don't see any teachers around.
Then he stepped closer to me and brushed his finger against my cheek.
I saw you this morning and barely recognized you. You look stunning.
Ace, everyone's watching. Let's talk later, okay? I was sure Dana was digging a hole in my skull with her glare, but I felt more conscious of what Dominic must be thinking.
Okay, but can I have a kiss?
What? No, but before I could finish, he was pulling me closer, and just as I was about to push him away, Dom jumped in and punched his face.
She said no!
What the heck is wrong with you? Aren't you satisfied with what you did last night? It wasn't enough?
What are you talking about?
This!
And then Ace unbuttoned his shirt, revealing bruises all over his body.
You attacked me because of your stupid jealousy. Is that how a young businessman behaves? What a disgrace to our family. Just stop it already, bro. Sadie just sees you as a friend and nothing more.
What? You're spitting nonsense!
With that, Dominic shoved him back, and Ace dropped like a feather to the floor, clutching his arm.
My arm! Ow, my arm! I think you fractured it!
I couldn't believe what was happening. I knelt down next to Ace, who looked like he was in a lot of pain, and then I glared up at Dominic. Dom, have you lost your mind? What is wrong with you? He turned to me with a hurt expression, and just then, the principal walked in on the scene.
What on earth is happening here?
Dad had called me into his office, and I was feeling both nervous and angry because I knew it was all about the drama Ace had created. As I walked in, I found Dad sitting stiffly in his chair, while Ace was smirking in a corner with his bruised face and arm cast. You asked for me, Dad? Dad silently reached for the tablet on his table, then pushed it towards me. Feeling confused, I clicked the video on the tablet, and I was shocked that it was a recording of the fight between me and Ace in school. It showed me punching his face and then pushing him to the ground while Ace wasn't fighting back at all.
Would you like to explain why there is a video sent to my email anonymously of you starting this fight at school, Dominic?
I looked over Ace's blank face and felt anger boil up. Dad, this jerk—
Anyone seeing this video will think that you're a very violent person, Dominic!
I'm not, Dad! You know this!
But other people don't. The possible future CEO of my company attacking his own brother like a rabid dog.
I felt shocked as Ace looked. Dad really was considering me as the future CEO? Dad sighed and slowly shook his head.
Do you remember the story I used to tell you when you were kids?
Oh no, Dad, please don't.
No, you both need a reminder. There once was a wise chimpanzee who ruled the forest. He took in a lion cub and a wolf cub and raised them like brothers. They both grew up to be strong and fierce, and no one dared to hurt their kingdom when those two stood together. But then a slimy old python started to whisper to them both, "You're better than your brother. You have the stronger genes. You should be king." The two started to fight viciously, and then everything fell apart. Their poor old dad was killed in his sleep by the python because no one was looking after him. And then the pythons took over and banished the wolf and lion from their kingdom forever.
Okay, Dad, we get it.
I'm so disappointed with your actions today, Dominic.
I'm sorry, Dad, it won't happen again.
Make sure that it doesn't. I'll leave you two to sort out your issues.
Then Dad got up and left the room, and I turned to Ace. You sent that video to Dad! Did you get a friend to film the whole thing for you?
Can you prove it? Maybe I just got lucky that someone had their phone out.
I don't hear a denial.
I just know you too well, little brother. anyone gets close to Sadie, and you will act without thinking.
What is your deal with Sadie? Just stay away from her.
And who are you to dictate anything? Have you asked her if she wants me to stay away?
Stop using her to get to me. That's so low of you.
All is fair in love and war, dummy. You might have won Dad's favor to consider you for CEO, but you'll never win Sadie over.
She's not some consolation prize to be won because you didn't get what you wanted.
Who said she's a prize?
I stepped closer to Ace. We both know that at this point, I'll probably end up becoming the CEO.
Getting a little more confident, huh? I hope you can maintain that.
Ace's lips curled into an evil smile, and I turned and left the office before I punched him again.
After their crazy fight, I hadn't seen either Ace or Dom at school for the next couple of days, and I was keeping my mind off of them by hanging out more with Dad. As I was coming home one night after meeting him, I saw the living room was dark, and I figured Mom was in her room. I was quietly tiptoeing my way to the stairs when the living room was suddenly flooded with light, and I jumped out of my skin.
What are you up to these days, Sadie?
Sweet zombie kittens, Mom! You scared me!
You really seem to be enjoying your dad's company lately, huh?
I froze in shock. What? How did you know? Mom sat down on the couch, looking really upset.
I saw you walking out with him from a restaurant a few days back. I've been waiting for you to tell me about it, but I guess you didn't have any such plans.
I knelt down next to Mom and held her hands. Mom, I swear I've been planning to tell you, but I just couldn't find the right time. Mom pulled her hand away from me.
Stay away from him, understood? And don't even think about asking for help from him.
Could you talk to him? Just once? Everyone deserves a second chance, Mom.
You believed all his words, didn't you? If you're gonna choose your dad, then fine. Go ahead. You're gonna have a more comfortable life with him.
I can't believe you're saying that, Mom. I just want to have a complete family.
Well, I guess I'm not enough for you.
Mom, it's not like that. But Mom just got up and rushed to her room. I ran after her, but she closed the door in my face. I kept knocking, but she wouldn't open up. Mom, please, we have to talk about this. I finally gave up and went to my room in tears. I called Clover, but she wasn't answering her phone either. I looked over at Dom's place, and I felt even worse. I felt I needed some fresh air, so I climbed out my window and lay on the soft grass, tears streaming down my face as I looked up at the stars. Just then,
Perfect. Just perfect. I sat in a pool of milkshakes with sprinkles all over me while the love of my life stood there laughing his butt off at me. Hi, my name is Jane, and I'm going to tell you the craziest story you've ever heard. Part of it is that I fell in love with my dad's crush. It had started out like any other day. The sun was shining, the birds were chirping, and my dad was yelling his head off at me. I was in the kitchen making breakfast for Dad when he ran into the kitchen. "What's this?" He waved my science exam in my face. Oh, damn. Where did he get that?
That's the only way a stupid girl like you can make good money.
In fact, he often said that if I didn't pay back all the money he'd spent on me, he'd never let me get married.
You think I would let you get married and give him all the money you make for free? Oh, no way!
He then said I was grounded. I rolled my eyes and said I had to work. If I wasn't working, we didn't have any money.
Are you trying to rub it in my face?
My dad yelled as he angrily threw a plate at me. I ducked and it crashed into the window behind me. Whoops. Just as I turned around to leave, he said the worst thing I could hear.
"You're just like your useless mom."
Hearing this made me furious, and I yelled that if I was so useless, maybe I shouldn't work so many jobs and he could take care of me for a change. Then, without another word, I ran out of the house. It was time to go to work, and that was another drama altogether. My supervisor was a senior from my school, Martha. She was always picking on me, and I didn't even know why. She had been out to get me from my very first day. One time, a customer yelled at her for spilling his milkshake. The very next day, she tripped me and I spilled it in front of the same guy. But he nicely said it was okay. She was furious. She said it was because I was always flirting with boys. I was so embarrassed. As my shift was ending and I went about my work serving milkshakes and pizzas, the door opened and a huge crowd of kids from our school flooded in. My heart raced. Right at the front of the crowd was the school heartthrob, Alan. Alan was the king of football and my biggest crush in the world. He walked right up to me and said, "A milkshake for everyone, please." He smiled so warmly, I almost passed out. But my excitement was short-lived because suddenly Martha started calling me mean names. I was furious, so I turned around and yelled at her to stop being so horrible. For a minute, there was complete silence, and I thought maybe she would apologize. Instead, she said,
"You're fired." I looked at her like nothing had happened and said, "Yeah, whatever. I'm glad you finally said it." Then I left. The next day, just as I thought the day was going perfectly, my dad walked in. He was walking funny and kept bumping into everything. Oh no, I thought. Not here. I tried to crawl under the table, but he saw me and started yelling, "There's my little piggy bank!" He laughed loudly. I was close to tears. Thankfully, Mrs. Walker, my favorite teacher, stepped in and asked Dad to leave. But to my utter horror, he started flirting with her. But Mrs. Walker calmly stepped back and grabbed a jug of very cold water from a nearby table. Before my dad knew what was happening, she threw it in his face. Everyone laughed. Someone pointed at me and said, "That's your dad, isn't it, Jane?" Other people turned to stare at me. Furious, I ran to the one place I knew no one would be, the library. But I ran right into someone. I fell back with a cry. I looked up to see Bruce. I groaned. I didn't need this. Bruce was a high school dropout and a few years older than me. Everyone at school was terrified of him. But at that moment, he didn't look or act scary. He helped me up and asked me what was wrong. My frustration bubbled over, and I told him everything. He looked at me with serious eyes and simply said, "My mom's like that. She sucks." Somehow, the two of us became instant friends. He walked me home, and for a few days, we hung out together a lot. It was the best week of my life. But then it all came crashing down. One day, as I got home, I walked into the lounge and found my dad kissing a woman. "Ew, gross!" I yelled. They broke apart laughing, and the woman turned to look at me. She was really shabby looking. When she grinned at me, her teeth were yellow and dirty. "So this is the brat?" she asked Dad. She looked hard at me and said, "Looks more like a rat." The two burst into laughter. I rolled my eyes and went up to my bedroom. Clearly, this was a match made in heaven. A few hours went by, and someone started ringing the bell like crazy. I ran downstairs. I opened the door and saw Bruce. I asked him what was wrong, and he demanded to know where his mom was. "How could I possibly know? She's your mom," I laughed. He frowned and pushed past me into the house. "I saw her come here," he said, and then showed me a picture of his mom. It was the bimbo from this afternoon. Oh my gosh! We started looking for her, but she wasn't here. Neither was my dad. Find love for me any day now. But he didn't. But then something crazier happened. One day, as I was about to leave for work, the doorbell rang. I opened the door and saw a hot woman smiling at me. "No thanks," I said, thinking she was a saleswoman. But she hugged me and started to cry. She said she was my mom. I rolled my eyes and pushed her off. But there was no way this was my mom. She was so freaking hot. She showed me pictures of her and my dad. But it's not like I cared. I hated her. I told her to get out. "You don't care about me," I said, pushing her out the door. But just then, Bruce walked in and helped her up. He started to insist that we let her stay. I was disgusted and said that wasn't happening. But he said we could at least allow it for a few days. Mom just batted her eyelashes at Bruce and smiled flirtatiously. To my horror, Bruce blushed. I wanted to gag. The weeks following were a living hell. Mom had Bruce wrapped around her finger, and he practically wagged his tail every time he saw her. Then one day, Bruce announced he was giving the home to my mom. I was horrified. How could he do that without asking me first? But it was too late. The very next day, when Bruce and I got home, we saw Mom in the lounge with some guy 10 years younger than her. They were holding hands and smiling at each other. I started to laugh. Damn karma. Bruce tried to beat the guy up, but Mom laughed at them and kicked Bruce out. She said he'd served his purpose. Then she turned to me and smiled. "Sweetie, you can stay if you want." I rolled my eyes and went to my room. But living with Mom was horrible. She kept throwing huge parties at home. And every time she threw a party, I was locked up in a cupboard. The 5th time she did that, though. I got really mad, and the next morning, as she lay passed out on the couch, I called the cops. They took her and her stupid young boyfriend away. Now that I lived alone, I could finally focus on my college applications. I was in my senior year, and I was thrilled. But then, of course, something wacky happened. One day, I got home, and my mom was sitting inside. Ah! I demanded to know what she was doing there. She laughed and said she needed a place to stay. From the looks of it, she was never going to leave me alone. There was only one way to get rid of her and all the drama. I decided to leave town. When I turned 18, I decided to move away. But as soon as I arrived in a new town, I realized what a horrible idea it was. I was homeless again. But to my luck, as I roamed around outside the grocery store, I saw a very pretty girl, a few years older than me, looking at me. But suddenly, a boy pushed me to the ground and tried to run away with my bag. I jumped up, but to my surprise, the girl had already grabbed him and taken my bag from him. Then she came over to me and introduced herself. She said her name was Bella. I asked if she could help me look for a place, and she said, "Why don't you come live with me?" She said she was renting a place from an annoying man who was always trying to flirt with her. Then she laughed and said, "Well, I got lower rent because he has a crush on me." I laughed and agreed. When her landlord came, I was shocked to see that the creep was none other than my dad. Ew, gross! I almost attacked my dad when I saw him. "How could you just run away?" I demanded. He laughed and said, "I'll let you stay here instead." I was out of options, so I agreed. I asked him if he was still with Bruce's mom, and he rolled his eyes and said he was. "She finds me no matter how hard I try to get away." For a while, we stayed out of each other's way, and things were fine. Except that I had started crushing on Bella. She was so cute and dressed like a model, but there was nothing I could do about it. But when I came back from work one day, I was horrified to see Bella was reading my diary. My diary had everything in it about how much I loved her. She saw me come in, and I said I could explain, but she wouldn't stop laughing. Then she walked over to me and kissed me on the cheek and said she thought I was cute. But before I could respond, I heard a scream. "What's going on here?" It was Dad. He looked furious. He started to demand that I leave the house immediately or he would throw Bella out too. Bella looked at me sadly and said that I should leave. I was heartbroken, but I knew what I was going to do. I had looked up where Dad and Bruce's mom were living, so I ran straight over. I told her everything about how Dad had a crush on Bella. She was so angry, she literally grabbed a rolling pin and ran over to the apartment. We found Bella trying to kick Dad out, and Bruce's mom started chasing him all over the block. Then she said, "Don't bother coming home." Dad tried to apologize, but she wasn't having it. She said she was tired of his nonsense. Dad had no choice but to leave, as apparently the place was also under her name. "And you," she turned to me. "If you want to stay, you best find me my son. I know he's in town." After a few weeks, it finally occurred to me that the best place to look for Bruce would be the library. Sure enough, I finally found him. At first, he told me to get lost, but I told him his mom wanted him back and wanted to give him money. He agreed and followed me. To my horror, though, the minute he and Bella saw each other, they hugged. I stared at them. Bella was saying to him, "I missed you, babe." And Bruce was apologizing for breaking up with her. To make matters worse, Bruce turned to me and said, "Thank you for bringing us back together." His mom appeared and said she'd promised to let me stay, so she would. I ended up moving into her house. Thankfully, she had changed a lot after Dad's horrible behavior, and I finally got a normal life. My own parents had completely disappeared from my life, and Bruce and Bella had started dating again. But I wasn't mad. I was just looking forward to a normal college experience.
Hi, I'm Zoe, your future marine biologist with a passion for the ocean's mysteries. Did you know that only 5% of the ocean has been mapped and explored? So that means there might be a chance that megalodons still exist, or that mermaids are actually real. What do you think? Before we dive into the deep end to answer that question, don't forget to like and subscribe. Taking up my dream course in an elite university with the coolest professors was literally the perfect college life. And of course, what's school life without a secret crush? Enter Jace, the nonchalant and incredibly smart guy who sat next to me in a couple of classes. With his attractive looks and chill vibes, he was such a walking daydream. We had small interactions here and there, but each one sent a storm through my tummy. Sometimes our elbows would accidentally touch, or our fingers would brush when picking something up from the floor. He'd ask me short questions related to class, and I'd try not to melt. One time, during a particularly boring lecture, I doodled a little sea creature in my notebook, and he peeked over.
Nice drawing. Maybe you should add a shark.
Blushing, I quickly sketched a tiger shark. He gave me a thumbs up, and it instantly made my day. Another time, I accidentally spilled coffee on his notebook. Oopsie, sorry about that. My reflexes are so uncooperative sometimes.
Great. Now my notes are caffeinated. Maybe they'll wake up before I do.
He gave me a lazy smile and pretended that nothing happened. Admiring his perfect side profile and having these small moments with him every day, my life was just simple and peaceful. Until this mysterious woman came along and ruined everything. It started when my favorite professor didn't show up to class one day. Instead, the door creaked open and a mysterious figure glided in, and we collectively held our breath as she finally stepped into the light. She looked so ethereal, with cascading waves of red hair and eyes that shimmered like the ocean. She looked like the Queen of Atlantis. Hello, class. My name is Miss Marina, and I'll be your temporary teacher while Professor Munchkins is on 1-month vacation. The room remained in a spellbound trance. For a moment, I was lost in it too, but a jolt of clarity snapped me back. She looked too young to be a teacher, probably only around her late 20s. What was it about her that felt so enchanting? I just found myself leaning closer to Jace. Doesn't she remind you of a mermaid? But Jace just smirked at me.
Nice imagination.
How about we start our day with a surprise quiz? Good idea? Instead of groans and complaints, everyone was suddenly hyped up, like she'd cast a spell. She hummed a hauntingly beautiful tune while we scribbled away, and I noticed the boys were just staring at her, seemingly hypnotized. Suddenly, I remembered how mermaids were known to be enchanting beings who lure men to the sea to drown them, or make them their slaves. And it didn't help that there was a sea just a few kilometers away from school. Oh no, what if... No. Maybe I was just being paranoid. I tried to shake those ridiculous thoughts off, but over the next few days, I noticed that Miss Marina seemed a little too fond of Jace. She always found a reason to call on him, her eyes sparkling with an unsettling intensity. Jace, can you explain the process of coral reef formation?
Coral reefs form when coral larvae attach to submerged rocks or other hard surfaces along the edges of islands or continents. They grow over time, creating the massive, colorful underwater structures we see.
Excellent. And can you tell me why coral reefs are so important to marine ecosystems?
They support a vast variety of marine life. They provide shelter, food, and breeding grounds for many species. Plus, they protect coastlines from storms and erosion.
Very well said, Jace. You have a remarkable understanding of the ocean. As the days drifted by, her questions for him became more personal and probing, while the rest of us faded into the background. Jace, have you ever felt a deep connection to the sea, like it's calling to you?
I mean, I like surfing and swimming. It's peaceful out there.
Of course. The ocean has a way of drawing us in. The way her eyes glinted when she said that gave me serious goosebumps. After class, she even asked Jace to come to her office. When he finally emerged, I pulled him aside. It was the first time I'd initiated conversation with him outside of class, and I felt like peeing. Hey, what did you guys do in there?
Nothing. We just talked about my class performance over some smoothie. Why?
Oh, nothing. She just seems really sweet.
She is.
I wanted to ask more questions, but I didn't want to come off as a creep. Right. See you around. Since then, I started noticing the littlest things. I realized that Miss Marina kept using words related to the sea. All right, class, it's time to dive into the mysteries of the ocean. My ears perked up. Did she just say dive? Time to hoist the sails and get started, as we'll be fishing for more knowledge. Hoist the sails? Fishing? Don't drift away. Stay awake and drift away? Let's not let this particular slip through the net. Slip through the net? She talked like it was natural and out of experience. Also, I always saw her eating seafood-based snacks like sushi, seaweed, and shrimp chips. And my investigation hit a peak when I realized that she never drank water in class. She always sipped some weird greenish drink from a fancy bottle. Hey, what do you think she's drinking? It looks weird.
Kelp smoothie. She once offered me that in her office.
Did you actually try it?
No way. I prefer my smoothies without seaweed, thanks.
Good choice. Who knows what magical mermaid potion might be in there?
You know, Zoe, if you keep obsessing over mermaids, people might start thinking you're one.
Oh? And what would you think if I were a mermaid?
That would be cool. After all, how many people get to sit next to a cute mermaid in class?
Did he just call me cute? Well, if I were a mermaid, you'd be the first to know.
I'll take note of that.
The way he grinned at me just made me even more determined to save him from the possible danger. One day, my intrusive thoughts finally won. So I approached Miss Marina's desk after class. Miss Marina, can I ask you something? Of course, Zoe. What's on your mind? Do you think mermaids are real? I saw a lot of news and videos suggesting it's real, but some of them are definitely fake news. Well, the ocean is vast and full of mysteries. Who's to say what does or doesn't exist beneath the waves? Has anyone ever told you that you look like a mermaid? Oh, I've heard that a few times. I suppose it's the long hair and my passionate love for the sea. But who knows? Maybe there's a bit of mermaid in all of us who feel drawn to the ocean. I guess so. It's just, you seem so connected to the sea. Almost like you belong there. The sea has always been a part of me, Zoe. Maybe more than you know. As I walked away, her words echoed in my mind. The mystery deepened, and I felt even more determined than ever to uncover the truth. One rainy afternoon, I was searching for some books on mermaids when I stumbled upon an old, dusty book in the library. I read it and learned that to reveal a mermaid's true form, she needs to be pushed back into the water. The opportunity came sooner than I expected the next day when Miss Marina announced that we'd be camping by the lake this weekend. Perfect! When that day came, she showed up wearing a seashell and starfish jewelry, which glistened under the light in an almost magical way. Could she be more obvious? I tried to keep an eye on Jace, but he was always surrounded by these annoying girls in class. But at least they were safer than a potential mermaid. We started our day by warming up around the tracks, and as we rounded the bend, I couldn't help but notice Miss Marina's feet. They were oddly large, almost like a mermaid tail. Before I could overthink again, Jace caught up to me.
You know, watching you jog from behind is like seeing a baby giraffe learning how to walk.
Is that an insult?
Not really.
And then he winked and sprinted ahead, leaving me blushing and distracted for a few hours. Later that day, I was surprised when Miss Marina refused to participate in any activities involving water. I have a severe allergy to chlorine and sea salt. So convenient. Determined to expose her, I devised a plan to get her wet. During lunch, I accidentally tripped and almost spilled my drink on her, but she dodged smoothly, catching the cup midair. Careful, Zoe. After lunch, while we were fishing at the lake, I saw Miss Marina slide up to Jace and whisper something in his ear. She grabbed his hand and was about to pull him somewhere, but my overprotective instincts flared up. I dashed over to them and, faking a trip, tumbled right into Jace. I swear, I must have tripped over a wandering janitor fish.
On land?
Yup. You never know, some of them might have evolved to walk among us. I turned to Miss Marina with a knowing smile, and I swore her gaze turned icy. She stepped back slightly, putting more distance between herself and the lake. That night, as we gathered around the bonfire, I noticed Jace was missing, and so was Miss Marina. Alarm bells rang in my head. Oh no! I quietly slipped away to search for him, and finally found him sitting near the lake. Jace, you shouldn't be here alone. Miss Marina might be dangerous.
Dangerous? What do you mean?
And that was when I finally told him my theories. But he ended up laughing nonstop.
Oh,
If she turns out to be an actual mermaid, then I'll buy you lunch for a month.
Oh, perfect. I'm saving for a cute dress.
You're not only pretty, but you're also funny. Not gonna lie.
What? You think I'm pretty?
Why do you think I sat next to you in our classes?
Huh? He just playfully pinched my chin, which made me scream internally.
Let's get back to the camp before people start reporting us as missing.
He started walking first while I followed behind, still ecstatic that he actually called me pretty. The next day, I separated from the team to explore the lake. I stumbled upon an underwater tunnel entrance hidden among the rocks. My heart raced. This had to lead to Miss Marina's hidden lair. As I leaned closer, I tripped and almost fell into a hole, but strong hands pulled me back.
Oh, careful, clumsy.
Jace, you scared me.
What is this place?
I think it leads to something. We have to check it out. Reluctantly, Jace followed me into the tunnel. Inside, we found fish bones, old memorabilia, and creepy yet fascinating artifacts. I think this lake is connected to the sea. What if this is Miss Marina's secret lair?
You're something else, Zoe. But if this helps you sleep at night, let's find out.
Together, we navigated the eerie tunnel, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The deeper we went, the more convinced I became that we were onto something big. We turned a corner and stumbled upon a dusty old chest. Opening it, we found a stack of old love letters between two people.
Looks like we've stumbled upon someone's private drama.
I started reading aloud. My dearest, the sea calls to me, but my heart remains with you. Forever yours, M. I looked up at Jace. M. Marina, maybe?
Yeah, right. Because she's the only person in the world whose name starts with M.
Seriously, Jace? This is big. We might be uncovering some ancient love story. He chuckled, shaking his head.
All right, Nancy Drew. Let's see what else we've got here.
Before we could explore further, a loud bang echoed through the tunnel. My heart leapt into my throat. What was that?
Probably nothing.
Just then, Miss Marina and our principal appeared, their flashlights nearly blinding us. There you two are. This tunnel is a long-forgotten part of the nearest building's old irrigation system. It's dangerous to be here. So, it's not a secret lair of someone or something? No, Zoe. Just old pipes and history. Jace gave me an I told you so look, and I just rolled my eyes. Fine. It was a false alarm. On our way to the campsite, I suddenly slipped and fell into the lake.
Zoe!
Jace dived right in as panic surged through me. But before I knew it, Miss Marina had already pulled me out first, with surprising strength and agility. Hi, for a limited time, get up to 60% off our exclusive official merch. Don't miss out. Grab your favorites now. Visit our Amazon page through the link below and score these deals before they're gone. So she jumped in the water too? I thought you were allergic to sea salt. Sometimes you have to face your fears, Zoe. As I looked into the water, I noticed something strange. Her reflection appeared distorted, almost like a mermaid's tail instead of legs. Holy cheeseberries! Maybe I was indeed right after all. The weekend at the lake was coming to an end, but my quest for truth was just beginning. That night, while we were sleeping in the tent, I heard a familiar, magical voice humming. It was echoing throughout the woods. I asked my tent mate if she was hearing it, but she didn't. Confused, I opened the tent, and my heart dropped when I noticed something from afar. It was Jace, sleepwalking like a zombie towards the lake. No, no, no. I scrambled out of the tent and ran after him. I gently shook him as I finally caught up to him. Jace, Jace, wake up! Finally, his eyes fluttered open.
Zoe? What's going on?
Before I could answer, I saw a figure standing by the lake, shrouded in mist. As I inched closer, the fog parted, revealing Miss Marina, bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. She looked so out of this world, beautiful, like an enchantress, but my heart was pounding with fear and suspicion. You You're a mermaid, aren't you? And you're trying to lure Jace away with you. Miss Marina laughed, a melodic sound that sent shivers down my spine. Oh, Zoe, you're such an interesting girl, aren't you? What made you think of such a ridiculous thing? Just answer my freaking question. There's just something you kids need to know, but I can't tell you right now. Jace and I exchanged confused glances.
Why don't you just say it right now?
I can't. I'll tell you kids first thing in the morning tomorrow at school. The anticipation and curiosity were killing me. When I finally got home, Mom asked me to help her out in the attic. As we were rummaging through old boxes, I discovered an old family tree document that drained the blood from my face. At the very top of the tree, there were pictures of my ancient ancestors resting in the sea, with the lower parts of their bodies hidden beneath the waves. Was I distantly related to mermaids? Mom, what's this?
Oh, that old thing? Just some silly family legend.
Silly family legend? Or is it?
Your great-great-great-great-grandma said that they made that family tree just for fun because they were obsessed with mermaids.
This revelation made me question my own identity and motives for investigating Miss Marina. Could it be that I had some mermaid blood in me? Was that why I was so drawn to her? I had to know the real truth before I got sick from overthinking. I barged into Miss Marina's office first thing in the morning, but to my surprise, Jace was already in there. Zoe, you're just in time. I'm about to tell Jace the truth. Please, tell us what's going on. Who really are you? First of all, Zoe, as much as I want your mermaid theory to be true because mermaids are beautiful creatures, but sorry, I'm not one. Maybe all those things you noticed were just coincidences. Then what's your deal with Jace? Or me? She then dropped a bombshell that left Jace and me reeling. I'm your mother, Jace.
What? That's not possible.
I'm so sorry for leaving you. I've always been watching over you from afar. I never stopped looking for you. While Jace was still in shock, I demanded proof. Where's your evidence? How can we be sure you're not playing some twisted game to hide your real secret? I held my breath as she grabbed some documents from her drawer and showed us pictures of Jace growing up and his dad, along with a DNA test. Jace, remember when I offered you a kelp drink in my office last time? I used your cup for the DNA test. So she was really telling the truth?
I can't believe this. Does Dad even know? And why did you leave us?
It's a long story, filled with mistakes and regrets. I left because I was young and scared. Your father and I, our marriage was arranged, and I didn't know how to be a mother. I made the wrong choice, and I've been trying to make up for it ever since.
So, you just left? You abandoned me and Dad?
I know, it sounds unforgivable. I was overwhelmed and made a terrible decision. But please believe me, I never stopped thinking about you. I watched you grow up from afar, always wishing I could be a part of your life. I felt a wave of shame wash over me. I'm sorry, Miss Marina. I jumped to conclusions and caused all this drama. I understand, Zoe. You were just trying to protect Jace. But please, keep this a secret for now. I need to figure out how to fix this. Jace was still in shock for the rest of the day, and I just tried to be there for him. Hey, you okay?
Just thinking about everything. It's a lot to take in.
I get it. It's not every day you find out your mysterious teacher is your long-lost mom.
Yeah, no kidding. I never really had a mom growing up, you know?
So, it's only been you and your dad?
Well, I had a stepmom, but she eventually left. She wasn't exactly a fairy tale stepmother.
That sounds really tough.
It was. But, you know, I'm used to it. It's just finding about Miss Marina now, it brings up a lot.
You're not alone in this. I mean, I'm your seatmate, so...
I knew I made the right choice by sitting next to you.
He playfully messed with my hair before standing up and nonchalantly walking away, leaving me alone. Oh, when is he finally gonna ask me out? Since then, Miss Marina had been trying so hard to get closer to Jace, but something still felt off. I still couldn't shake off the weird vibe around her. She seemed too perfect, too eager to make up for lost time. One day, I heard that she asked Jace in her office again after our last class, and it had been hours, but they weren't coming out yet. I waited and waited until it was past the school hours. What in the world were they doing there? Moments later, I finally saw her coming out of the room, and she looked sus as she locked the door. What about Jace? I was pretty sure he was still inside. I waited for her to leave before rushing toward the door. I started panicking when I noticed some smoke seeping out from under the door. With a surge of adrenaline, I kicked the door open and immediately saw the problem. There was a gas leak, and it was probably poisonous. Jace was on the floor, coughing and almost passing out. Thinking quickly, I grabbed a nearby stapler and hurled it at the ceiling sprinklers. The water burst forth, clearing the smoke, and I dragged Jace out of the room as fast as I could. Once we were safely outside, I called 911. As the sirens wailed in the distance, I tried to wake Jace up. Jace! What happened? What did she do to you?
Zoe, Miss Marina, she's my stepmom.
I couldn't believe my ears. So Miss Marina tricked us into believing that she was his real mom? She hadn't gotten far yet. She was seen on the school campus trying to escape, but thankfully, the cops saw her and arrested her immediately. The news spread like wildfire. Apparently, Miss Marina had been scamming people for years, and the cops had been looking for her for months. After recovering in the hospital, Jace told me that his dad finally revealed everything to him.
My real mom is gone. It was an arranged marriage between them, so she never loved us. As soon as she gave birth to me, she left me with Dad and married someone else. And that's her, Miss Marina. Her name used to be Laura, and she looked so different back then, like an evil witch. One day, Dad caught her trying to steal all his fortune, so he called the cops on her. He found out she was actually a professional scammer and gold digger. She escaped prison a year ago and had plastic surgery. She came back to get her revenge on Dad by trying to harm me.
Wow, I didn't expect that at all. She's worse than a dangerous mermaid.
Thanks, Zoe. I owe you my life.
Nah, any girl would do that for their cute seatmate, you know?
Oh yeah? How about we go back to the lake this weekend for some real mermaid hunting?
Are you finally asking me out on a date?
Maybe.
Excuse me for a moment. I went out of the room and screamed in Cloud 9. Freaking finally! A few days later, Jace took me to the lake for a date as promised. As we enjoyed the tranquil moment, a sudden splash broke the silence. My heart skipped a beat as I turned to look, and for a moment, I thought I saw a mermaid's tail before it disappeared into the water. Did you see that?
See what?
A mermaid's tail. I swear I saw it. What if Miss Marina escaped prison again or something? Jace squeezed my hand.
It's just your imagination, Zoe.
I was about to check my phone to see if there was any... And all of my paranoia. Looking into the sun is really painful to the eyes. But you know what's even more painful? Seeing cheerleaders posing and pouting in front of jocks. I just wanted to study in the gym, but I forgot there was an audition for the muse of this year's football game. Suddenly, I sneezed, and everyone turned to me. Dude, there she is. Even the way she sneezed is so pretty. I think we found our muse. She's gonna be perfect for the team. The biggest brat in the universe, Candace, had a violent reaction. Excuse me, are you guys blind? This peasant is not even a cheerleader, and look at her messy hair and cheap clothes. But the point is, she's still the prettiest. Candace looked at me with murder in her eyes, and it was my signal to run. But she ran after me and pulled me by my shirt. You're just our stupid maid's daughter. Always remember that. I reached for her arm and twisted it away. At least I'm prettier than you. Always remember that. And I flipped my hair and ran again. I knew I was going to pay for saying that, but it was worth it. Hi, my name is Stellar, and I just wanted to have a peaceful life with my mom. But it's impossible if you live with billionaire brats from hell. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. Mom had been working for a super rich lady, Mrs. Branson, since I was a kid. In return, she gave us a cottage next to the mansion and paid for my tuition at a private school. She might sound like a generous lady, but she actually did all of this because no maid could put up with her besides Mom. She was mean and rude and I hated her to the core. She had twins my age, Candace and Julian, and they were as bad as their mom. Thankfully, Julian had left for boarding school 7 years ago, but I still had Candace to deal with. Candace had always been jealous of me because I was prettier and smarter than her. And because of what happened in the gym yesterday, she forced me to do all her homework. One night while I was studying, I heard loud voices outside. I wanted to check what it was and saw Mrs. Branson yelling at Mom in front of her guests. "How dare you serve us with silver utensils? Where are the gold ones? Did you steal them?" She made us feel poor for a second, Mom. It was traumatizing. As Mom was apologizing nonstop, Mrs. Branson just kept on humiliating her in front of everyone. I so wanted to punch her fake lips, but Mom gave me a look to behave. I didn't do anything then, but the next day I sneaked into the kitchen and sprinkled the hottest chili powder in the world onto their soup. A few minutes later, I was grinning from the balcony as both witches ran around the mansion with burning tongues. I felt so pleased with myself, but Mom was furious. "Mrs. Branson fired the cook because of what you did." "I have no idea what you're talking about, Mom." "I know it was you. How many times do I have to tell you to stay out of trouble?" "But those two are just horrible. We have to put up with them at least until you graduate high school. There are just a few months left. Please." "Ugh, fine." But a few days later, Mom fell down the stairs and broke her ankle. She couldn't walk for some months, so I had to take her place, which only made Candace happier because she could boss me around even more. She made me do the stupidest tasks, like painting hearts on her nails and braiding her boyfriend's long hair. And when Mrs. Branson informed me that Julian was coming back, I just knew that things were about to get worse. After cleaning up his room, I felt so exhausted that I sat down on his couch to rest for 5 minutes, and I dozed off. When I woke up, I saw a guy with the most beautiful green eyes staring right at me. Was I dreaming? He looked so majestic.
"Hello, buttface. Did you miss me?"
Buttface? That's what Julian used to call me. "Oh, you're here. Sorry, I got so tired that I fell asleep."
"Seems like you were having a very interesting dream. Was it about me?"
"Yeah, I dreamed that I was punching your liver."
"Still feisty as ever. Why are you in a maid's uniform? Where's your mom?"
"She had a small accident, so I'm replacing her. Temporarily. Now, if you'll excuse me, I still have a lot to do." Later that night, as I was serving their dinner, I noticed Julian's eyes following me everywhere. He even purposefully brushed his hand against mine. What was up with this jerk? And why had he turned out so fine? One night, I saw Mrs. Branson throwing out one of her branded bags in the trash just because it had a small stain. After making sure that everyone was asleep, I sneaked out and took it. But when I told Mom, she got so scared. "What if she finds out that you stole it? You know that woman. She'll make our lives hell." Technically, I didn't steal it because she'd already thrown it out. If the bag was alive, I'm sure it would prefer to be in the hands of a cute owner instead of rotting in the garbage, right? I will never win against you. Exactly. The next day at school, we were in the middle of an exam when suddenly the girls started squealing. We all turned to the door to see Julian peeking with a smile. What was he doing here? Suddenly, he waved at me and blew me a kiss. My tummy did a weird flip. As soon as he left, Candace elbowed me in the ribs. "My brother's just fooling around, so stop dreaming. You're not his type." Oh, trust me, he's not my type either. It didn't matter even if he was. I had to stay away from him because being involved with Julian meant trouble. One day, while he was working out in the living room, he suddenly called for me.
"Do you think my muscles look hard enough, or should I work out more?"
To be honest, they were a work of art, but there was no way I'd tell him that. "I think you should get a life, sir." He just grinned at me and laid down on his back. He then asked me to hold down his feet and started doing crunches. I held my breath when I realized how close our lips were when he sat up. He was definitely doing this on purpose. Excuse me, but are you flirting with me?
Am I that obvious?
If you think you can add me to your list of girlfriends, you're mistaken.
You're really amusing. Too bad you lost those chubby cheeks. I can't call you buttface anymore. Should I call you sweetface now?
Wow, that is so cringy. What school did you go to? Wattpad High? He just chuckled and reached for my cheeks to pinch them.
You're so cute. especially when you blush.
It's a blush of hatred. Anyway, I still have a mountain of laundry to do, so bye. I left before things could get weirder. I did my best to avoid him at school, but he was always doing silly things to grab my attention. And one of my friends suddenly started pestering me. Hey girl, I saw that hottie from the other class flirting with you yesterday. Are you guys like a thing? Ew, yuck, no. I don't date players. Okay, that's amazing. Maybe I'll ask him out then. I suddenly found myself grabbing her by her hair. Don't even think about it. My friend was totally surprised by my behavior, and so was I. I realized that I was actually having a crush on Julian, but I would never admit it, ever. A week later, Mrs. Branson hosted a grand New Year's Eve party at the mansion, and I helped the kitchen staff serve the food. I couldn't help noticing Julian staring at me the whole evening. It made me feel excited for some reason. While I was washing the dishes, someone suddenly breathed down my neck.
Wanna get out of here?
Your mom's gonna kill me.
So you're scared? Where's that fearless little girl who used to kick my butt?
And I was sold. We sneaked out and slipped into a sports car. Where are we going?
Wherever fate is taking us.
I was so confused when he brought me to a grass field. Why are we here exactly?
You'll have to wait for it.
As we sat on the car's hood and waited for whatever it was, we started talking. Why do you like racing so much? It's too dangerous.
Racing makes me feel like I'm flying, like I'm alive and free. How about you? Do you still want to become a nurse?
Of course. Remember when you stole my stethoscope when we were kids?
It was just so cute how you ran around and listened to random people's heartbeats and tummies. Oh, look, there it is.
Suddenly, the night sky was filled with the most spectacular fireworks.
I remember you wanted to see those New Year's fireworks so badly once when we were kids, but you missed it because Candace and I locked you up in a bathroom.
Yep, you both are horrible creatures.
I'm sorry about that. I was a dumb kid.
I felt butterflies as we watched the fireworks in silence. I closed my eyes and just enjoyed the colors behind my eyes. When I opened them again, I saw him staring at me. He was leaning in closer when suddenly my phone started to ring. It was Mrs. Branson. Your mom is calling. We need to go back. Can we make it in 10?
Try me.
He winked at me before stepping on the pedal, and the next thing I knew, I was screaming as he drove like a maniac. The party wasn't over yet when we got back home. As we sneaked in from the back, we suddenly saw Mrs. Branson walking towards us. Just then, Julian pushed me down to my knees.
Why can't you find it? Are you blind?
I immediately got what he meant, so I started crawling around pretending to find something.
Stellar, I've been looking for you. What are you doing here? I dropped my ring, Mom, and I'm asking her to look for it.
Mrs. Branson seemed to believe us. I was so relieved. But later that night, as I was clearing the mess, I almost fell back in fright to see her standing behind me.
Do you really think that I have no idea what you're up to?
I don't know what you're talking about, ma'am.
Stop with your acting, Stellar. And don't forget your place in this house. You're a maid, just like your mom, and that's all you'll ever be. Stay away from my son.
I'd already expected this to happen, and I started avoiding Julian as much as possible. I couldn't afford to get us thrown out while Mom was unwell, but it was hard, especially when I found out Julian had fallen really sick. After making sure that Mom was asleep, I sneaked into the mansion and into his room one night. He seemed to be having a really high fever, and he looked so vulnerable as he slept. I stayed by his side for hours, but just as I was about to leave, he suddenly pulled me down towards him and kissed me. I got lost for a few seconds, but then I quickly pulled away. That was a mistake. I shouldn't even be here.
It's not a mistake. I really like you, Stellar, and I hope you feel the same.
Stop liking me, Julian. We won't work out. I'm not the girl for you. I won't fit into your world, and your family will never approve of us.
Please stop thinking about other people. Just tell me how you feel.
I chose not to answer him and walked out, but I couldn't stop thinking about him. A few days later, Candace and her friends were having a pool party, and I went out to serve them drinks. I saw Julian was with them, and one of the girls was literally all over him. The sight made my blood boil. I slammed down the tray and turned to Julian. Excuse me, sir, but can you please come to the kitchen for a moment? I need to show you something. He looked confused and followed me.
What is it?
I grabbed a tray and tapped it on his head. Stars. Can you see them?
I can only see a jealous girl. But you're the one who told me we won't work, Stellar.
So that's it. Now you suddenly don't have feelings for me? You're just a player, Julian. One day you're kissing me, the next day you're flirting with some... Just then, he gently pushed me against the wall and kissed me. And this time, I kissed him back. I couldn't stay away from him anymore, and we began dating in secret. We started sneaking out at night and driving around, and we had the best nights of our lives. But then one day, he looked at me seriously and said,
I'm tired of seeing you secretly, Stellar. I just want to let the world know that I'm dating an amazing girl like you.
But I'm just a maid, and I'm sure it will be a huge problem with your family.
I know it's not going to be easy, but I'll find a way. I just need you to trust me.
I do trust you. A week later, Julian's dad came back from abroad, and Mrs. Branson held a huge party for him. During the event, I looked around for Julian, but he seemed way too busy with his guests and didn't look my way once. I didn't think too much of it until Mrs. Branson stepped on the grand staircase in the hall and asked for everyone's attention.
Since we're all gathered here tonight, I can't wait to share some amazing news. My son, Julian, and our business partner's daughter, Casey, are engaged. Cheers to the lovely couple.
I stared at Julian in complete shock as he joined his mom with the girl who'd been flirting with him by the pool. And he looked so happy. How could he do this to me? Feeling dazed, I was leaving the room in tears when suddenly Candace stepped in front of me with a smirk. Oh, I warned you. You're not his type. Not every Cinderella gets her Prince Charming. Just then, I turned red with rage. I was still holding a tray of appetizers, and I slammed it in Candace's face. Everyone gasped and stared at me, and I left as fast as I could. I ran back to our cottage and started packing our things. We have to leave, Mom. But why? What's happening, sweetie? I can't stay here. Not another minute. We'll be thrown out anyway, so we might as well go ourselves. I cried as I told her everything, and she started helping me pack. As the cab drove us away from that mansion, Mom took my hand. We should have left years ago, but I was too weak. I just let us suffer without doing anything. What will happen to us now? No, Mom. You're so strong for putting up with everything for me. Don't worry. We're gonna get through this together. We had enough savings to rent a cheap apartment, and I also sold the branded bag I'd taken from the trash. It was actually worth a small fortune. With some money to go by, we both started looking for jobs. Mom fully recovered soon and started working as a hotel maid, while I worked as a waitress. I also applied for a scholarship to a nursing school, and luckily, I got in. I studied and worked hard for 5 years and was finally an intern at a huge hospital. One day, I found a bouquet of roses in my hospital locker, and I hated myself for wishing it was from Julian. But it wasn't. It was a patient I'd taken care of some time ago, Enrique. He admitted he liked me and asked me out. Enrique was charming and sweet, but I told him I was too busy for love. But boy, was he persistent. He kept showing up and asking me out in the funniest ways. And after months, I finally decided to give him a chance. One evening, as I was stepping out of my apartment to meet Enrique, I bumped straight into someone and apologized. When I looked up, I saw that it was Julian. What? What are you doing here?
Are you going out on a date? You look lovelier than ever.
Are you freaking kidding me? You're not even ashamed to face me after what you did? And now you're flirting with me? Just wow. I wonder what your wife would have to say about that.
I didn't marry her. I didn't want to spend my life being miserable. I also cut ties with my family.
Do I look like I care? It's been 5 years, Julian. Please, just get lost. Before he could say another word, I walked away, shaking with rage. I wondered if he was telling the truth. But even so, he broke my heart in front of everyone, and I could never forgive him for that. Julian had somehow gotten a hold of my number, and he kept texting me to meet him once. But I kept ignoring him. One day at the hospital, we received a patient who'd been in a bad car accident. And when I looked at the patient chart, my heart leapt into my throat. It was Julian. I rushed to his room and took his hand as tears streamed down my cheeks. He suddenly opened his eyes and started talking. I tried to calm him down, but he wouldn't stop.
You have to listen to me, Stellar. Mom threatened to put your mom away in jail for stealing if I didn't break up with you. I knew she really meant it. So I agreed to do something that would make you hate me and drive you far away. I was young and weak, and I thought I was doing the right thing. But now I've cut off my family and made something of myself. and there's no point to anything if I don't have you in my life. Gosh, you wanted my attention? You have it. Just shut up and be strong for me right now, okay? Only if you say you love me, because I do. I'll see how I feel after a few dates. So you better get well soon, you moron. I bent down and kissed him on the lips, and his blood pressure shot up from excitement.
Hi, I'm Toby from Chicago. Please, like and subscribe. I was born to the kindest people you'll ever meet. My dad owned a giant tech company, and we were wealthy, but my parents were always caring and generous, and taught me to be the same. When I was in the first grade, my parents took me to an amusement park for my birthday, and as we were leaving, I suddenly spotted a boy crying behind a bench. I realized it was Nathan from my class. He was a giant bully, but I couldn't just leave him there. Hey Nathan, are you lost? Let me help you. My parents and I searched for his parents all over the giant park and finally found them after 2 hours. And it turned out that Nathan's dad was my dad's biggest business rival. His parents didn't even thank us and just took him away. Rude. I thought after what happened though, maybe Nathan and I could be friends. But the next day at school, I was walking down the hallway when he suddenly pinned me against the wall. If you tell anyone you saw me crying, I will deal with you. Do you get me? I won't, but how about you stop being a jerk to me? Why? I still don't like your face. He pulled my bag and threw it across the hall, sending my things flying everywhere as he laughed and ran away. And things never got better. He kept being a jerk, and my revenge was beating him in both studies and sports. And everyone else at school really liked me, but I always tried to be kind and helpful. Once in 8th grade, I was helping our driver wash the cars when I noticed something heartbreaking at the gate. It was a girl my age, searching the trash for food. I walked up to her, but suddenly she dashed away like a cheetah. Wait, come back! I don't want to hurt you! But she was so fast, I couldn't keep up. We have lots of food in the house, even cakes. I'll get you some. She stopped immediately, then slowly walked back to me. Cakes? When I told my parents about her, they immediately invited her for lunch. Her name was Jessica, and she gobbled down her food like she hadn't eaten in weeks. Jessica started coming to our house every day after that. She never talked about her family, and whenever I asked, she got moody, so I dropped it. One day, we were having lunch when we heard a loud knock on the door, and seconds later, a huge man barged into the dining room. Jessica, it's time to go home. Hey, I don't know who you are, but it looks like she doesn't want to go with you. I'm her father, and I don't need your charity. Stay away from my child. Jessica, we're leaving, now! She crept out and he led her away, and she didn't come again. My parents and I were really upset, and we contacted Child Services to try to track Jessica down, and it turned out that her father was a wanted criminal. He was arrested soon after that and was sent to jail, while Jessica ended up with some nice foster parents, who even enrolled her in my school. Hey, I'm really sorry about your dad.
It's okay. I don't really miss him. He wasn't very nice. He often forgot to get me food and made me leave school because he was on the run.
That's awful, but it's all in the past now.
Yeah, and I wanted to stay there. I don't ever want to talk about it again.
Pinky swear, we won't talk about it again. I wanted to give Jessica a present for her first day at my school, so I asked my mom to take me to the mall. And I picked out a beautiful red sweater for her, and I waited for her at the school gate. She was late, and I was beginning to panic. What if she decided she didn't want to go to school anymore? But thankfully, she showed up.
You thought I changed my mind, right?
Yeah, you had me a bit worried. Here, I got you something.
Oh, it's so pretty. And red's my favorite color. Thank you.
She hugged me, and I felt a million butterflies in my stomach. Whoa, who's this, babe? And why are you hugging that cockroach, babe? I was about to tell Nathan off, but Jessica spoke up first.
I don't know who you are, jerk, but don't talk to us again. Come on, Toby. Let's go.
Jessica fit in easily and was making new friends in no time. I was a little jealous that I didn't have her all to myself, but I was glad she was enjoying school.
Guess what I did today? I joined the track team.
That's awesome. I'm sure you'll beat everyone. I'm still trying to catch my breath from the first time I chased you.
The secret to slowing me down is to say, hey, I got cakes. I'll probably stop running and follow that person.
Having Jessica around was a dream come true, and I was just falling more in love with her. One day after school, I was looking for Jessica when I found her in the hallway with Nathan. Hey, is he bothering you? Nathan, just back off!
Whoa, calm down. He's part of the track team, and we're going to an event together.
I pulled her away to speak privately. That's Nathan. He's been a jerk to me since we were kids.
But he's my teammate, Toby. And actually, he's not that bad.
Come on, Jessica. We're running out of time. Get it? Jessica laughed out loud and walked away with him. What? It was a terrible joke. But from that day on, Nathan was always around Jessica, and it burnt my heart. Jessica was so good on the track that she was winning medals in no time. She became really popular and was always hanging out with the cool kids now. But one night in the 10th grade, I was studying for a test when she crept through my window.
Hey, Toby, I missed you.
Really? You bailed on our plans like 100 times.
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. So, listen, Nathan took me out for a drive, and I completely forgot about this big math test tomorrow. Will you help me, please?
Okay. I'm studying right now, so pull up a chair.
Oh, not right now. I mean, can you help me during the test tomorrow?
You mean cheat? You know I never do that.
But I'm going to fail, Toby.
Yeah, well, that happens when you hang out with people like Nathan. Keep doing that and he'll ruin you.
If you can't help me, at least don't give me a lecture. Thanks for nothing. I'm sure Nathan will think of something.
And with that, she left. And the next day, I spotted a shy girl in our class, passing cheat sheets to Jessica and Nathan during the test. So that was Nathan's solution? Bullying other kids to help them cheat? But just then, the teacher caught the girl and took her off to the principal. And moments later, Nathan and Jessica were called out too, and then suspended for a week. I really hoped that Jessica had learned her lesson. But a week later, I found her and Nathan cornering the shy girl in the hallway. You're supposed to be one of the smartest girls in class, so how come you're so stupid? You ratted us out to the principal. You know what we do to snitches?
And can you stop crying? You got snot on your face, and it's gross.
What the heck? Jessica was a bully now? Jessica, what's wrong with you? Knock it off and leave her alone. Mind your business, nerd. I wasn't talking to you, jerk. Well, you're talking to my fist now. And then, Nathan punched me. I tackled him to the ground, and we both wrestled like crazy until some teachers stopped us. And for the first time ever, I landed in detention. Jessica tried to talk to me, but I just walked past her. I completely avoided her for the next few days. But then one evening, the police arrived at our house with some news of her dad. He was really sick and was being transferred to another city for treatment right away. And he wanted to meet Jessica before he left. She wasn't answering my calls. And when I went to her house, her foster parents told me she was at Nathan's place for a party. Great. It was the last place I wanted to go, but I had to tell her. As I looked around for her, my heart suddenly dropped to my stomach. Jessica was in the corner with her arms around Nathan. Then she kissed him. Jessica, I need to talk to you. It's urgent. What are you doing here, man? You're not welcome in my house. It's not like I want to be here. Jessica, listen. I'm gonna call security.
Toby, can you please leave? I don't want you creating a scene in front of my friends.
She started walking away and suddenly felt a wave of rage. Is that all you care about now? I thought you'd like to know that your dad is sick and he wants you to see him before he's shifted to another prison. The loud music suddenly died as I shouted, and everyone stared at us. What? Your dad's in prison? You're some criminal's daughter? Jessica burst into tears as she ran out. Jessica, please stop. I'm sorry. She suddenly turned around and pushed me so hard I fell to the ground.
It's the one thing I ever asked you, Toby. I said I never wanted to talk about my dad, and you decided to announce it?
I didn't mean to, but I had to tell you about him, and you wouldn't listen.
I think you can't stand that I have other friends, and you just wanted to ruin that. Do you think I should be eternally grateful to you and not have a life of my own because you saved me from a dumpster?
Jessica,
just leave me alone.
The next day at school, everyone had heard about her dad, and her friends had dropped her like a dead fly. I tried sitting next to her at lunch, but she immediately walked away. But later that day, I saw Nathan and her holding hands, and she didn't look so sad anymore. I stayed away from them and tried to focus on schoolwork. Dad asked me to start coming into his office after school to learn more about our business, and I was happy to keep myself busy. Our tech company was launching new gadgets soon, and I was quite excited to be a part of it. But a few weeks later, I woke up to really loud voices downstairs, and I went running. I found my parents watching the news, and I couldn't believe my eyes. Nathan's dad was on TV, introducing a prototype of the gadget our company had been working on. I I just don't understand how our plans were leaked. My office is secure, and my home study is always locked. I just can't believe anyone working for me would betray me. This is terrible news. All our investors will be furious, and our company is going to take a huge hit. And it did. The company suffered huge losses, and there was no way to prove the theft. I went to school a week after the whole disaster, and I couldn't bear to even look at Nathan. His dad was a crook, but later that day, I was going to sit on the bleachers when I spotted Jessica yelling at him.
How could you do this? You told me those files were about some small project Toby was working on, and you'd mess up the plans to embarrass him in front of his dad. You never said it was something that could bring his parents' company down.
Okay, I lied. Boo-hoo. I didn't make you do anything. You got those files from me and then put them back. Remember? I was angry. I only wanted to humiliate Toby. You went too far. And I thought you loved me. It's not my fault you're stupid. You really thought I loved you? Daughter of a felon? Jessica, you did this? I couldn't believe it. The girl I loved was responsible for our ruin.
Toby, please wait. He lied to me. I didn't know what he was doing. I just wanted to mess with you because I was upset. I'd never hurt your parents.
Don't ever speak to me again. All I've done since I met you is love you, and you stabbed me in the back.
Wait, you love me?
Not anymore. Now I wish I'd never met you. The next few days at school, she didn't show up, and I didn't care. One day I was in my room when Mom came in.
Honey, we went to Jessica's foster home, and they told us she ran away. I'm so sorry.
Whatever. Good riddance.
Toby, that's unkind.
Mom, you still think she deserves kindness? After what she did?
I'm sure she got manipulated by that boy. Remember? She had a rough past, and maybe she was just trying to fit in and be loved. I know what she did was awful, but she was a good girl, and I hope she's okay.
Mom's attitude made me feel ashamed of myself, and I soon started regretting the things I said. But I couldn't take it back, because Jessica had vanished. But in a shocking turn of events, an employee from Nathan's dad's company came forward with proof that the product had been stolen from us. They had to pay millions in damages, while his dad served time in prison. The family moved away, and I never saw Nathan again. High school passed fast enough, and after graduating from university, I joined Dad's company and helped build it to newer heights. But one day, I was at a shopping mall when I caught sight of a girl who looked like Jessica. My heart was pounding as I ran after her. But by the time I got outside, she was nowhere to be seen.
Toby, is that you?
Oh my God, Jessica, I've always wondered what I'd do if I ever saw you again. I don't even know what to say, except that I'm so happy you're okay.
Toby, I thought of that.
Hadn't been miserable. As I loaded her groceries in her car, I spotted something in her back seat. It was the red sweater I'd given her in the 8th grade. Jessica, do you think I can call you sometime and ask you out on a date? I wanted to since forever.
You can ask me right now, and my answer is yes.
I was born with long, shiny black hair, blue eyes, and pink, rosy cheeks, just like my mom, or that's what everyone told me. I never met Mom. All I had were pictures of her that my aunt and dad showed me, and she was beautiful. You should enter her into beauty pageants. She'll win every prize, just like her mom. Maybe. I want her to be a weightlifter, just like me. Dad was a weightlifting champion until he was informed that he had weak kidneys and was forced to retire. That was when he opened a cozy little fast food restaurant to make ends meet, but it wasn't doing very well. Hi everyone, my name is Arden, and I am the She-Hulk of Germany. Please do like and subscribe before I continue. Both Dad and Aunt began deciding my future even before I could say my first words. And so I found a way to make them both happy, and myself too. I began participating in pageants and wore the prettiest gowns, spoke well and smiled gracefully, but the best part was, I got to show everyone my unique talent.
I can lift this heavy stack of books easily.
Everyone was amazed with how effortlessly I, a 6-year-old, could carry weights. As I grew up, I got stronger. I even began to lift actual heavy weights on stage by the age of 13. It became my dream to keep training so that one day I could make it to the Olympics. My beauty pageant wins made me very popular in school. Almost everyone loved me, except for a few who picked on me and would call me Hercules just because I gained some muscles. Honestly, I didn't mind, and it was like a compliment for me. But one time, I saw them pick on a new student, Troy. He was always quiet and was smaller than all the other guys. Hey, go pick on someone your own size. Oh, does tiny Troy need a bodyguard now? What are you gonna do? Well, first, if you want to talk to me, You should meet my eye line. I was pretty proud of myself. Soon I even began receiving letters and small little gifts congratulating me when I won competitions. It looked like I had a secret admirer. One evening when I got home, my dad and aunt looked so worried. I asked Dad what was wrong. He just brushed me off saying it was nothing. It's not nothing. We're running out of money and your dad's treatments are getting more expensive.
And whose fault is that? You're the one who doesn't save and spends every penny. You even spent all of Arden's competition money.
It was for her other competitions. Please, both of you, calm down. We have to work together and think of ways to bring in extra money. They both relaxed a little and tried to think, but couldn't come up with anything. This was way worse than I thought. I couldn't let the restaurant close, and I couldn't let Dad miss his treatments because of it. I searched all over the internet for weightlifting competitions I could join, but all the ones I could find that paid were for grown men, not girls. So I decided to make my own. I passed out flyers all over town and made videos of me lifting dogs, tables, dressers, hoping that would make people curious enough to come. I told Dad, we can use the restaurant as the venue. It'll bring customers and we'll have a place to host the show.
What exactly is the show? You're lifting dogs?
I'll lift anything anyone can bring. But there's one problem. We need to offer prize money for people to compete with me.
That'll be all the money we have. If we lose it,
we won't. When I beat them, they'll have to pay me instead. Dad was very concerned, but he trusted me.
If anyone can do this, it's you.
I won't let you down. But the truth was, I was terrified. What if I lost even the little bit of money we had left? We had no other choice. And when the day came, many people showed up because they had loved my videos. Dad was making money without even trying, and of course, I was able to lift everything they brought, from more dogs to big weights, and even some of the people themselves. Not only did we make a bunch of money and save the restaurant, we got so much attention that I was given a scholarship at the best training academy in the country. And the best part, being at this training academy meant I would even get a chance to compete at the Olympics someday. Then, I got another letter from my secret admirer saying congratulations for the big win. I had no idea who it could be. One weekend while I was visiting home, Dad had asked me to move a table to the outside seating area. They made me do every chore that required lifting or moving heavy things. Just as I began moving it, a very good-looking guy ran up to me, and my heart did a little backflip when I saw him. That's new.
Wait, let me help you out. This is very heavy.
Oh, no, it's completely fine.
Oh, not at all. You might end up hurting your back.
Oh, but he did. I watched in amusement as he frowned and struggled to move the table around. I had to hold back my laughter, but I couldn't help staring at him. He was so dreamy, kind, and sweet. Really, it's fine. I can do it.
Arden, I know how strong you are, but I don't mind helping.
How do you know me?
Oh, sorry. I didn't introduce myself. I'm Jude. I was at the same school as you, and my little brother was in your class. I've seen you at competitions. You're really amazing.
Oh my God. He was so kind. Wait, what if he was my secret admirer from back then? Turns out, he was now a final year medical student and visited our restaurant often with his friends. Pretty soon, I began visiting home often just to run into him. We would talk the entire time he was there, and he always praised me for my achievements in weightlifting and pageants. Now I was sure that Jude was my secret admirer. It was tradition for students to throw a coin into the fountain at the Academy campus fountain for good luck. Of course, I didn't believe it, but there was no harm in trying, right? Okay, let's try this out. I wish to go to the Olympics.
Making a wish to meet someone as good-looking as me?
Who do you think you are?
Arden, it's me, Troy, from school.
Troy? Oh, no way! How'd you get so tall? I'm sorry, I mean, you were…
Yeah, I was a very tiny guy.
Turns out, Troy was a swimmer. He had a good glow-up, huh? But he was now very vain. He constantly looked at himself when he crossed a glass door or mirror, and always praised his own good looks. He was constantly talking about how girls always get him gifts and food he likes. And he wouldn't stop talking about the amazing red car he was saving up to buy. It was so annoying. I pushed him in a bush to shut him up.
Oh, I see. You're jealous that I'm talking about all these girls.
Actually, I have a crush on someone else, so there. I could tell he was hurt, but he was too cocky. It would never work between us anyway. If you think what I did was mean, I should tell you what he did. Once he promised to give me swimming lessons. He said he would help me when I jumped in, but when I did, he didn't catch me. I started flailing my arms around and thought I was gonna drown when he lifted me up in his arms.
Are you all right?
All I could think about was how close our faces were to each other. I mean, I almost drowned, but I'm fine now.
Okay then, my arms hurt.
Saying that, he let go of me and I was back to struggling to stay up in the pool. What a jerk!
Just touch your feet to the ground. It's not that deep.
Well, Troy wasn't lying. When I stood up, the water came as high as my stomach, but I wasn't gonna let him get away with dropping me back in the pool. I chased Troy around the building for a good 5 minutes before he hid behind some random stranger. All I could see was red, but the minute I looked up, my jaw dropped. It was Jude. Jude, hi.
Wait, you know Jude?
The real question should be, how do you know him?
Looks like you met my little brother.
What? He's your brother?
Wait, is this the guy you—
Bye, Jude. I'll see you around. Troy had figured out Jude was the crush, and he was not gonna let it go. I begged Troy not to say anything to Jude, and even bought him food, held his towel at the end of the line at his swim practice, and even held a mirror for him just to admire himself. He finally agreed and even helped me by giving me ideas on how to get closer to Jude.
He likes watching football. Oh, and MSA videos too. So get to work if you want to have something in common with him. Ugh, man, he's so boring. I mean, look at me. I'm so smart and good looking, and I'm an athlete.
Wow, no wonder you don't have a girlfriend. You love yourself enough for 2 people. And Jude is just, he's perfect and handsome.
Ugh, gross. Stop talking about my brother.
If it'll make you happy, I'll set you guys up on a date.
But you have to focus on your upcoming competition first.
I agreed, and I was ready for my date with Jude. Except Jude didn't know it was a date. Troy bought 2 tickets to a movie and gave one to Jude and the other to me. I pretended that it was a coincidence. Jude even dropped me home and opened the car door for me as well. Such a gentleman. He said he would be busy for a while with his medical school midterms, but we should hang out again soon. I told him I would love to, and it was okay because I had to focus completely on the competition to get into the national team. I was so excited for the competition and even invited Troy, but Jude also came. I thought you were busy studying.
I have a couple of hours to watch your big competition. Good luck.
On the day of the competition, however, I was a nervous wreck. Dad, Aunt, Jude, and Troy showed up to support me along with my other classmates. It was a little embarrassing because of the sign they held up with my weightlifting face on it. All red and veiny. It looked like I'd explode. When it was my turn, I lifted the weight and heard cheers until I heard a scream and saw my dad faint in front of me. I left the competition and rushed him to the hospital. The doctor informed us that Dad needed to have his kidney transplant surgery immediately. Aunt and I rushed to get the money to pay for the surgery, but what the doctor said left my jaw on the floor.
Oh, you don't have to worry about it. Someone already took care of it. Your dad is already in surgery.
He then informed us that this person wanted to stay anonymous, but I was sure it was Jude because he asked me to forget about this person now and just stay with Dad. But I couldn't just let him pay such a big amount. But I decided to first help Dad recover before I thanked Jude, who was busy studying anyway. A month later, Dad himself kicked me out of the house and said I had to go back to the academy. And I'm glad he did because I got the best news ever. I was gonna get another chance to get into the national team. The new competition was in 3 months, so I trained and trained and trained some more and won. I was over the moon, and I texted Troy and Dad and told them the news. But there was one other person I wanted to give this news to, Jude. I rushed to meet him to thank him and also give him the news. I was shaking like a leaf as I walked towards Jude, but the minute I saw him, my heart shattered into a million pieces. He was talking to one of the prettiest girls I have ever seen, and they were smiling wide and holding hands.
Arden, hey, why'd you want to meet so urgently? Everything okay?
I wasn't paying attention to anything Jude said after he introduced me to the girl, his girlfriend. He said they'd been best friends since high school and finally, only a few days ago, confessed to each other that they were in love. That's when I realized our date really wasn't a date. He was just a nice guy. I spoke to her for a bit before I thanked Jude for paying for Dad's surgery. I couldn't tell him about my crush now.
Arden, it wasn't me.
When Jude told me who it was, I immediately rushed back to the restaurant when I saw him standing there, laughing and talking to my dad.
What's going on with you? Are you all right? You paid for the surgery? Why? How'd you even get the money? I can't believe he told you when I asked him not to. I was collecting money to buy the car I wanted. It's not a big deal, Arden. It helped with the It is a big deal. Why did you? It's because I like you, okay? I've liked you since you helped me back in school. You were my secret admirer? Yes, and always came to your competitions to support you. But I was too scared to talk to you in person. And then I saw how you spoke about Jude. You were falling in love with him. You were happy. I didn't want to come in between you two. I wasn't in love with Jude. I was just attracted to him because I thought he was you, the one who wrote those letters. It helped boost my confidence so much. And I like you too, Troy. Just not as much as you love yourself. Troy and I began talking more about all of this, and weeks later, Troy asked me out on a date. Even though he loved himself enough for the both of us, I gave him a chance. And a month later, we began dating. He was there the entire time during my practice. And finally, after years and years of training, hard work, and competitions, I made it to a prestigious international championship and won gold. Everyone supported and cheered for me, including my biggest supporters, my dad, aunt, and of course, Troy. I even opened my own training center and now train young girls in weightlifting and still continue to compete. Hey friends, I'm Nora from Atlanta. Please like and subscribe to 4Eve for amazing stories. I was born just a minute after my twin sister Suki. She was my twin, but we were nothing alike. We didn't even look like we were sisters at all. Suki, with her long golden locks and blue eyes, seemed like a Barbie doll. As for me, I might have looked like a Cabbage Patch doll. There's a saying that families are like fudge, mostly sweet, but with a few nuts. In our family, that nut was Suki. The girl was crazy. All she ever wanted to do was have fun, and she was born with a really short fuse. Like one time, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, and Suki thought it would be fun to squeeze the ketchup bottle at people. Thank God I was safe, but not for long. I'm not with them. Hey Nora, would you like some ketchup? Saying that, Suki squeezed the bottle so hard that the ketchup landed on not just me, but on the waiter as well. Instead of being angry, my parents were laughing. Suki, you sure know how to have fun. Yes, you are so naughty, but Mama loves you. I wasn't surprised when the waiter tried to stop her. She went ballistic, and eventually we were kicked out of the place and banned from ever coming back. Even when we would have exams, Suki would never take studies seriously, but still somehow managed to pass. But that wasn't for long. When we reached 10th grade, she failed and had to repeat the class. I wasn't happy that she flunked, but I wasn't sad either. I got to enter 11th grade without Suki, and it was awesome. I was finally my own person and no longer the sister of the most gorgeous and hot-tempered girl at school. I focused really hard on studies and aced every exam, and soon was top of my class. I had my life goals set. I needed to be the best and get that one scholarship to my fave university that was offered to our school. While my parents were happy that I was excelling in my studies, they were even prouder that Suki joined the cheerleading squad. Mom went so insane that she threw a full-fledged party for Suki, wearing her cheerleading uniform from ages ago. Oh, my love, you keep making us proud, following your mom's footsteps. Seeing how everyone was just hovering all around Suki, something inside me flipped. Like seriously, celebrating she joined the cheerleading squad? In case you guys haven't noticed, I aced my 9th standard exams. Okay, fine, I might have overreacted, but I did have a point. Mom and Dad just rolled their eyes and went on to enjoy the party, while I felt like I'd get a headache, so I went outside in the garden to catch some air. Feeling frustrated, I kicked the dirt, and that's when I saw a guy. You idiot. You stupid, stupid idiot. Huh? What the heck? Hey, watch your mouth. You're standing in my garden calling me an idiot and stupid? How dare— The guy raised his hand, and when he removed his phone from his ear, I felt my cheeks turn red. He wasn't talking to me. Beautiful, gorgeous. That's what I'd call you, not idiot and stupid. It was just my friend on the phone, who decided to let his pet fish swim in the bigger sea by flushing it down the toilet. Let's just say the fish is in heaven now. Who was he? He did look familiar, and then it hit me. It was Dad's friend's son, Ian. Our family used to be super close, but Ian and his family moved to England like 8 years ago. It's you, Ian, the guy who always stole my ice creams. Yep, it is I. The guy who heard you tell your mom on a beach picnic how bad you needed to scratch your butt because of the sand.
Oh gosh, why did he have to remember that?
Once summer vacation ended, I found Ian in my class. Perfect, as if having Suki in high school wasn't enough. Ian was the most annoying guy ever. First, because he knew so much about my childhood and would keep telling classmates how I used to be a cranky, weird kid. And second, because he was so competitive. He wanted to be number one at everything. He played in the school's soccer team and was also excellent in studies. A jock and a nerd. But I was a tough cookie. I was always one step ahead of Ian, and I wasn't gonna let him get my scholarship at all. One day, I was in the library preparing for this really tough advanced math quiz. Just as I was trying to figure out a very difficult equation, someone snatched my notebook. It was Ian. You're welcome. I was standing behind you and I just couldn't bear it anymore. If you had paid attention to the prime number theorem, you wouldn't have to find a workaround for this question.
OMG, how dare he? But I did forget to use it. I would have figured it out, but yeah.
This way it does seem easy.
Well, I guess thanks are in order.
I already said you're welcome.
Saying that, Ian sat next to me and we both started practicing together. After that day, Ian sort of grew on me and I started to like him. Soon we became really good friends. We always studied together and made our assignments together. We both wanted the same scholarship and hoped the best one would get it. One fine day as we were sitting in the cafeteria, Suki came out of nowhere and tried to be a little too sweet with Ian. Thank God he ignored her, but once we were at home, Suki had a full-blown meltdown about it.
Are you just hanging out with him to make me jealous? Like, he is so cool? How can he even talk to you? How dare he ignore me?
I don't know. Maybe because he knows I know what the cube of 2 is, while I guess you don't. Plus, haven't you noticed? He isn't into you.
Nerd.
Fine, he is cute, but not that cute. Saying that, she left in anger. If Ian had chosen me, she had to accept it. But had he chosen me? He was always so charming around me. I would often catch him looking at me and he'd give me just the cutest smile ever. We'd always sit together and study together in the library. He even walked me home every day after school, too. Every time he'd touch my hand, I felt as if my heart flipped, but we were just friends, nothing more. One day, Ian and I had to meet in the library to discuss an assignment, but he didn't show up. When I went looking for him, I saw him with Suki in the empty hallway. He was holding her hand and they were super close. I felt gutted, and I ran home and locked myself in my bedroom. Mom and Dad tried to talk to me, but I didn't let anyone in. Later that night, I felt hungry and went to get dinner. That's when I heard Suki talking to one of her friends. I almost ignored it, but the moment she said Ian's name, I lost it and barged into her room.
I know what you're doing, witch. Stay away from Ian, got it? Is that him on the phone? How could you, Suki?
What the heck? Get out of my room, Nora! Stop being a nosy jerk! Saying that, Suki pushed me out of her room, and the entire night, I felt so angry. It was my fault. I had been too scared to tell Ian how I felt. I needed to fix this. So the next day, the moment I saw Ian, I dragged him into the library and confronted him about Suki.
What are you even talking about? Nora, I don't know. She was fine 1 minute and then she fell and I just gave her a hand to help her up. That's all.
Oh, okay. I might have overreacted. No biggie.
Really? And here, I was happy that you might have felt at least a bit jealous, because I feel like that when you talk to another guy.
Oh, you do? And why is that?
Because maybe I'm falling for you.
Me too. Saying that, Ian leaned in and kissed me. It was beautiful. The following week, it seemed as if Ian and I were inseparable. I felt like I was on cloud 9. But Suki? Gosh, every time she'd see Ian and me together, her face would turn red as a tomato, as if I cared. One night I was in my room, ready to sleep, when Suki knocked on the door. Hey, I was wondering, can we talk about, whatever it is, make it fast. Nora, I know I'm the perfect sister, and I guess I steal the spotlight from you a lot of times, but still, I am your sister, and I want to tell you that Ian, well, he isn't exactly the guy you think he is. He sort of hit on me, and he's using you, Nora. He is... Oh God, this was a new low for Suki. I I knew me being with Ian made her feel jealous, but this was way too much. Without even thinking, I grabbed her arm and shoved her out of the room. Suki, you are not the sun. The world doesn't revolve around you. For once, it's about me. Stay back. I was fuming with anger. The next day, I woke up a little late for school, and when I reached there, I realized something was off. All eyes were on me. A girl told me to go to the gym room, and when I got there, I saw Suki yelling at Ian, and he had a bruise on his eye.
Nora, thank God you're here. Your sister? She is crazy. She asked me to date her instead of you, and when I said no, she punched me. She actually came at me. Everyone saw it. I was inches away, and she attacked me.
I would have also kicked you. Nora, this jerk, you know what? Before Nora could say anything more, I gave her a tight slap. I was so sick of her. What is wrong with you? Why can't you be happy for me? I hate you, Suki. Don't ever talk to me again. Before things could escalate, the teachers took Suki to the principal's office, and she got a much-deserved suspension for the stunt she pulled. And finally, for once, at home, Mom and Dad grounded her. Though Suki tried to talk to me many times, I totally shut her out. When she returned to school, she was dropped from the cheerleading squad and was always so quiet. The whole stress of Suki and Ian had me so distracted that I wasn't even doing well in studies. I knew I didn't do well in the exams, and I was certain that I'd have to kiss that scholarship goodbye. But when the results for the 12th grade came in, I was stunned to see I had failed. This can't be happening. But how? There must have been some mistake. I went straight to the school. I was going to get my assignments and exam answer sheets tested, but when the teacher informed me that I had not submitted a couple of very important assignments, I felt the earth beneath me shatter. And to my shock, Ian was there, with a grin on his face.
Oh my God, the look on your face? It's epic. Totally epic. Wait, let me take a picture and show you. Ugh, how fun it was. Nora, you were so easy to fool. I guess all girls are so easy to fool. Give them a bit of attention and they'll lose focus. And you know what? Your sister was onto me. She saw me throw your sorry excuse of an assignment in the bin instead of submitting it. But I played it so well that you didn't believe her.
I felt my ears burn. I was so going to get this butthead. But before I could lunge at him, someone jumped at Ian. It was Suki. Oh gosh, my sister had Ian in a chokehold. You jerk! My sister deserved that scholarship. You won't go far in life by stepping on others. Karma will bite you in the butt, Ian. I'm gonna tell the world what you did.
Good luck proving that.
I had to stop Suki. She had already gotten one suspension because of Ian. Another meant expulsion. Suki, leave it. He's not worth it. He's just a blood-sucking worm. Come on. Hearing my voice, she did let go of Ian and came running to hug me. I hugged her too and rubbed her back to calm her. I was sad for weeks. No, months. I felt so depressed and just wanted to stay in my room all the time. The pang of betrayal was falling hard on me. Seeing how homebound I was, Mom and Dad took us to a restaurant, the same one we had been banned from. Just as I was going to take a bite from my burger, Suki squeezed the ketchup bottle and a load of ketchup landed on my face. Suki, you idiot! Wait, I'll get you. As if you can. Come on, let's see your aim. Saying that, I did the same. And in no time, our family was acting like the crazy they were. We were. In the end, Dad had to pay for minor damages our family's ketchup fight caused. And guess what? We were banned again. But I didn't care. I felt alive after such a long time. And I knew Suki totally did that on purpose. When the schools opened again, I felt ashamed to go back. But Suki was by my side. Hey, it's no big deal. I studied 11th grade twice. No worries. Try until you succeed. She was so right about it. At the start, kids would tease me for repeating the same class, but in a few weeks, they forgot about it. Well, I guess my winning streak was broken because it took me 4 attempts in 12th grade to clear it. But when I did, I got into my favorite university. After graduation, Suki and I opened a restaurant together. And guess what? It had a separate section for kids to go wild. One time as we were closing up, we saw a homeless man and gave him some food. Just as he looked up at me, I was shocked to see it was none other than Ian. Ian, what happened? Then Ian told me how he got into college and how a girl broke his heart, making him go into a depression and lose focus and failed miserably. Even his parents disowned him in the end. I knew it was karma, just like Suki had said many years ago. I gave Ian a few dollars and held Suki's hand as we both walked towards home. Remember to always be kind.
I'd just settled into the couch with my snacks and my movie when suddenly the doorbell rang. Flippity flippin' flamingo. Can't a woman have a moment of peace in her own house? Why is someone here at midnight? I was marching towards the door when I stopped short. Why is someone here at midnight? Hello? Who is it? There was only silence. Are you a robber? Dude, I just took my kids to the dentist today, so I'm broke. Try your luck with the big house down the street. Again, no reply, but I could see a weird shadow against the door. Are you an alien who's accidentally landed on planet Earth? Run away while you still can. It's too late for the rest of us. Still no answer, but I heard a muffled laugh. Look, I've been having a rough time lately, and I am so not in the mood for this. So I'm warning you, I'm coming out with an axe, and I am not afraid to use it. I flung the door open and jumped back, half expecting to be attacked. But when the porch light fell on the face under the weird hat, I recognized someone I thought I'd never see again. Milo? Not a phone call or text for 12 years, and now you just show up at my door at midnight? Did someone die?
Hi, long time no see. Yeah, here's the thing, Jen. Thousands of people across the globe will die soon if you and I don't travel back in time and fix a tiny mistake you made in high school. Can I come in?
I was hoping this was the part I'd wake up and realize it was just a stupid dream that made no sense. Yeah, no such luck. Hi, I'm Jennifer, the oldest MC of My Story Animated. By the way, Mr. Director, I don't appreciate how everyone on set has been telling me I look very good for my age. That's something you'd say to someone in their 60s. I'm just a hot 35-year-old.
Sorry, I think I'm catching something from one of my kids. Nasty buggers. Anyway,
I'm old enough to be your mom, so y'all better show some respect and strap in for my story because it's gonna be da bomb. Okay, no one says that anymore? Whatever. Now, before I continue, please like and subscribe to MSA. I'll give you a quick walkthrough of my past. It's kinda important. I was born on December 27th, 1983, a cute lump of fat weighing 10 pounds, 8 ounces. I was an only kid, so my childhood was carefully documented by my adoring parents. Cute, still cute, then yikes! Puberty hit, and that was just ugly, hella ugly. I had it all. The braces, the unibrow, the baby fats still holding on tight. I didn't think I'd recover from that phase. So I worked hard on being smart and funny. Then boom! I turned 16 and had a big crush on a boy. Lost the weight, lost the braces, and people started using a word for me that I hadn't heard before. Pretty. I was class valedictorian, voted most likely to succeed, and the girlfriend of the football team captain. Alex was an absolute dreamboat. You just had to see him in action once and you knew this guy was gonna be a star. We dated all through university and got married after graduation. Alex's career was on the rise. I was about to start my PhD. Life was peachy, blah, blah, blah. But then one day, Alex had a terrible injury during a game. And soon after, the doctors told him he could never play professionally again. It was a huge blow. And with a kid on the way, I had to quit my PhD program and get a job as a high school science teacher. Alex was depressed and bedridden for months. But when he got back on his feet, he was even worse.
Babe, I've got an amazing idea. We're opening a ramen place.
We don't know the first thing about making ramen.
I'm 1/8 Japanese. It's gotta be in my blood.
It wasn't. We filed for bankruptcy 6 months later.
I bought a flock of sheep, babe. It's a great investment. We'll double our money in 6 months.
We didn't. Unless we're talking about losses. Yeah, we doubled those.
I'm growing mushrooms in the garage. I'm growing avocados in the garden. I'm investing in a video game for bored 70-year-olds.
I tried to be supportive, knowing that he'd lost his big dream career. But the debts were piling, the fights were becoming more frequent, and we were drifting further apart. 10 years later, we decided to separate and see how we felt about it. But the one true joy of my life was becoming a mom to my daughter Stella, followed 5 years later by her twin brothers, David and Beckham. No matter what happened, this love I had for my kids was forever.
So were sleepless nights, piles of laundry, cleaning, doctor visits, viruses, diapers, more piles of laundry, cleaning, homework, tantrums, crying, more crying, falling like a baby in the bathroom. Yeah, okay, the last one is me.
Why are you telling me this morning that you need cupcakes for your entire class today? I put it on the fridge schedule a month ago, left sticky notes all over the house a week ago, and set a reminder on your watch for yesterday. Your brother stuck my watch in a jar of Nutella.
David Beckham, why do you keep taking your clothes off? That's the opposite of getting dressed.
I'll be the only kid who didn't get anything for the class picnic.
No, sweetie, wait. Let's see what we got. Here's a jar of peanut butter and some cookies. Ew, no, those are stale. You want to take some prunes? They're great for constipation.
Mom, I'll tell the teacher you forgot. It happens.
Oh, no, you won't. I know how judgy those teachers are. We're stopping at a bakery. Boys, I swear if you don't stop running this second, I'll call an elf who will call Santa and tell him not to get you any Christmas presents.
You don't know an elf? Yeah, we don't believe you.
I'm your mother, and mothers never lie to their children. Now get dressed before I call the goblin who eats twins for...
Hey lady, can you control your kids? One of them took my cookie.
Oh God, so sorry. I'll get you another one.
A coffee too. The other brat stuck his gross finger in it.
Okay, sure. But you don't have to be so angry. They're just kids.
Yeah, I'm angry at you. Clearly you suck as a mom and didn't teach them any manners.
Excuse me? You want to say that again to my face?
Did you think I said it to your butt the first time?
Oh, you want a piece of me, buddy?
Mom, please don't.
You're crazy. I'm out of here.
I need to pee. I need to pee too.
For the last time, you don't need to take your shoes off to pee.
After we returned from the bathroom, I turned to the lady at the counter. How many cupcakes do you have here?
2 dozen.
I'll take them all, please.
I can't sell them all to you.
Why not?
What if someone else comes around for a cupcake?
What do you care if one person buys them or 10 people do? You just want sales, right?
No, I want to make people happy.
Then go be a party clown in your free time. But right now, I need you to sell me those cupcakes. I'll pay you $10 extra.
No!
Give me it! I jumped behind the counter and started taking out the cupcakes. The lady started wrestling with me and screaming for security. I pushed her, she pushed me back, and I went flying straight into a baker walking out of the kitchen with someone's wedding cake. I'll never forget that moment. Me, covered head to toe in white frosting, the salesperson still screaming, everyone in the cafe, including my children, looking absolutely terrified, and in the doorway stood Alex, looking as handsome as ever, holding hands with a leggy redhead who looked like she'd stepped out of a magazine.
Mom, are you okay?
Yes, sweetie. I'm fine. I'm not fine. I feel like I'm one of those hamsters on a wheel, and the wheel never stops, and I'm running and running, but somehow I've gained weight. How did that happen?
You had 3 kids, honey, and you're an amazing mom.
No, I'm not. The twins are adorable, but they're maniacs. And Stella is so smart, and I'm constantly disappointing her. She knew Alex was dating someone for months, and she didn't tell me to protect my feelings. A 10-year-old shouldn't have to do that.
How do you feel about Alex having a girlfriend?
I know the marriage has long been over, but I just wasn't expecting him to get over it so quickly, you know?
I know.
So yeah, we got a divorce with shared custody of the kids. I became kinda friends with Cassie or Katie or whatever that dumb redhead's name is, and life went on. Now it was Alex's turn to keep the kids overnight, and I had big plans for myself, which were rudely interrupted. You have white hair now.
You have a bigger butt now.
You checked out my butt?
Don't sound so excited. I just made a logical guess.
Milo, you want to tell me where you've been for 12 years? You just suddenly left town without so much as a goodbye? Oh wait, what day was that? Yeah, my wedding day. And you were the best man.
I told you I had a brainwave related to my research. Also, you know I hate people and weddings and happiness in general.
You left me a text, and I haven't heard from you since. Why come and see me now?
Because we have to travel back. Okay, sit down and I'll set up a PowerPoint presentation.
Use your words and make them make sense.
Okay. So, do you remember what we were doing on the night of 15th December 2000?
Sometimes I'm in the shower and can't remember if I just shampooed my hair, so no.
Do you remember that you were a nosy person and you suspected something shady was happening in the abandoned warehouse in our town, and you dragged me there one night to find out more?
Oh yeah, I remember that. And I was right. It was some super freaky science lab, but then we went back a week later and it was gone.
Yeah. Have you heard about the xenovirox virus?
I recently read about some cases in the news.
Soon it'll be a lot more, all over the world. Apparently, the virus was created in that shady science lab by some people in government as biological warfare.
What? No way!
Do you remember that when we were in the lab, you accidentally bumped into some things on a countertop?
Did I?
You knocked over a vial, and the liquid in it got mixed with fluid in another beaker. That was the vaccine. Because of your mishap, the scientist working on it got the wrong result, and he concluded that the vaccine was impossible to make. The project was shut down because it was too risky having a virus from which no one could be protected.
So it looks like I did a good thing?
You'd think so, but there's no way to really destroy a virus. It was kept in a secure facility all these years, and I don't know how and when exactly, but it escaped, and it's spreading like wildfire now. And because of your accident, the vaccine for it was never made.
Oh my god. Well, someone will make it now, won't they?
Not fast enough. Jen, it's really serious, and we gotta go back and fix this.
What do you mean, go back?
Didn't I already mention the time travel thing? Yeah, so I stumbled upon a rip in the space-time continuum, which helped me to discover the way to open portals whenever I want and travel to the past. That's what I've been working on for almost 2 decades now.
Oh, no. Jennifer, please wake up from this terrible dream.
Is it that bad meeting me after all this time?
Yes, because not a single thing you've said has been good or made sense. How do you even know all this about the vaccine and the virus?
Time travel. I just told you. You used to be a lot smarter, Jen.
You actually expect me to believe you're a time traveler?
If there's anyone who'll believe me, I expect it to be you.
I looked into his sharp blue eyes and knew he wasn't kidding. Okay. If you've traveled back in time, why didn't you just fix the problem yourself?
Believe me, I tried. But I can't seem to do it alone, and I can't ask anyone else. Come on, we gotta go now.
I have this night to myself, Milo, and I don't want to be some hero and save the world. I just want to watch a movie and fall asleep 5 minutes after it starts and have pancakes in the morning. And no, I won't have to make 3 dozen pancakes or eat the cold ones. Fresh, hot pancakes just for me, and coffee and peace. Let me have this, please.
Jen, everyone you love is at great risk. Do it for your kids.
No, that's just emotional blackmail.
Is it working?
Yeah, fine. It's working. Let's go, you weirdo.
You're gonna go like this?
Yeah? What's wrong with this?
Oh, nothing. You look lovely. Is that mustard or barf on your coat?
Shut up.
Put this hat on, please.
Yay! I get a funky hat too. Next, Milo took out a cube, placed it on the ground, and it sprang up into a tent. Hey, I need one of those collapsible things for camping with the kids.
That's the astral tent. It's my time machine. Now, I just need a minute to set up the temporal destination.
I'd followed Milo here, curious to know what he was going on about. But it just hit me then. Milo was actually mental. He'd really lost it. Oh, you poor baby.
What's going on?
Nothing, sweetie. It's all okay. I'm here for you, but you need help. Professional help. Do you understand what I'm saying, Milo?
No. Can you get your hands off my face?
I hear there's really nice places now for people like you, and you'll get the help you need. And I'll come visit you, I promise.
Are you talking about a mental institution? I'm not crazy.
Of course not, sweetie. You're special.
Cut it out. If you think I'm crazy, why did you come with me?
I don't know, Milo. Maybe I just came along because I'm actually really happy to see you, even though I've been pretending otherwise. And maybe a small part of me thought, hey, he's a genius. Maybe he really did invent time travel, and you're in for an adventure, Jen, which would be a nice change from your mundane life. But you just pitched up a tent in a field and gave me a stupid hat, and this is also ridiculous. I'm going home. Just as I turned to leave, I heard a buzzing sound from behind. Oh my god, that was amazing! I feel so alive! Woohoo!
I'm gonna barf!
I followed Milo out of the tent, and my heart caught in my throat. I knew this place. It was the football field in our high school.
I'm fine. Thanks for asking. Uh-oh. I think I kind of made a small mistake.
How big is small when we're talking about time travel?
I just got us here a little earlier than planned. But don't worry, you'll be back at your house the same night I visited you. We just got a couple of extra days here.
As long as I get back on time. Where's my cell phone?
Jen, the iPhone wasn't released till 2007. It doesn't exist right now. Welcome to the winter of 2000.
Man, this is so freaky and so dope. You must be so impressed with yourself.
Who wouldn't be?
Milo said we'd be staying at his place where no one would notice us, and I knew why, of course. He'd been adopted as a kid by an eccentric businessman who loved him dearly, but was away on business a lot, and growing up, Milo was often home alone in a huge mansion. We climbed over the wall, walked across the garden, and slipped through a half-opened window. I still couldn't get over how weird it was to sneak through these familiar hallways. We slipped into a room in the unused wing of the mansion and settled in to sleep for the night.
You still awake?
Of course I'm still awake. I'm so excited to be here, Milo. I can't wait to go around town, visit our school, see my parents. You know what this means, right? My mom is still around.
Jen, you can't be out and about.
I just want to see.
Can you imagine how freaked out your parents would be if they saw and recognized the older you, or if you bumped into your younger self? We don't know what your past self would do if she saw her future self, and it could have serious consequences for your present. We have to stay low, do what we came to do, and go home. You got it?
Yeah, of course. Of course I wasn't staying in. I'd be careful. But how many times does one get to travel back to their frickin' past? So the next morning, I woke up early, locked Milo in the room so he wouldn't follow me too soon, and sneaked out of the house. I knew my parents would have left for work by now, so I'd see them later. That meant I was going to visit the most important place in my teenage life, high school. No one even asked me who I was as I entered the premises, and it looked like I'd walked onto the set of Mean Girls. The really low-rise jeans, fitted crop tops, butterfly clips, tattoo chokers, and everything with sequins looked like crimes against fashion to me now. I walked out into the main courtyard, and my heart skipped a beat as I caught sight of a young Milo on a bench, lost in a book on quantum physics. I'd always thought he was cute in his careless, genius way, and he had a bit of a fan following.
Hey Milo, I was wondering if you could help me with my math assignment.
I could, but I won't.
Okay, who cares about stupid math anyway? I just came to ask if you'd go to the spring dance with me.
Is it spring already? I hadn't noticed.
So, is that a yes or no?
A yes or no to what?
The dance, Milo.
Oh yeah, that. Nope, nada. Hard pass. Never gonna happen.
Why not? Am I that unattractive?
To me, yes. Objectively speaking, you're an above-average specimen of the female species.
Come on, stop pining for Jennifer and just say yes.
Are you sure you know the meaning of pining? Can you even spell it?
I don't understand quantity science, but I know when a guy wants a girl. But she's with Golden Boy now, so you should move on. With me.
The only thing I'm pining for is peace. So fine, give me that math assignment. Jeez, were you raised by wolves with underdeveloped brains? It's all wrong, literally all of it. I'll solve it in my lunch break and you leave me alone. Deal?
As Milo walked away without waiting for an answer, I saw a troubled look across his face. I'd sometimes thought Milo and I had a spark, but he'd never said anything, and I always assumed he didn't want to be more than friends. I made my way to the football field next, knowing exactly what to expect. Alex bunking his classes to practice football. But as I got closer, it nearly took my breath away seeing him playing and looking so vibrant, and my heart broke a little knowing how that dream had ended.
Hey lady, who are you? And why are you staring at that boy?
Hey, it's not a crime to stare at your husband. And by that I mean the coach. Beautiful man, can't keep my eyes off him.
Coach Jackson is your husband? I didn't know he was married.
Husband-to-be. Hopefully, if I can put a ring on it. Okay, I gotta pee. Be right back. I ran off in the direction where I remembered the bathrooms were and decided to wait it out in case the janitor was still outside. But as I was wandering through the hallway, I suddenly saw Alex walk in with his ex-girlfriend, Bianca. Oh God, I couldn't risk being seen by them. I slipped through the first door close to me and realized it was the boys' locker room. I heard footsteps coming closer, so I jumped into an empty closet seconds before Alex and Bianca came in. And then they started kissing. What the actual heck? Alex was cheating on me in high school?
Bianca, we can't keep seeing each other. I have a girlfriend I really like.
So, I have a boyfriend I really like too. Why can't we have some fun on the side? Yeah, we fought a lot when we were together, but we always had great chemistry.
That witch!
No, I can't. Look, this is too stressful and it's giving me an ulcer. And I need my head in the game before the big championship. We're not seeing each other again, okay?
Okay, if you say so. Now give me one last.
Alex, are you in there? Can I come in? That was me. That was my 17-year-old voice.
Oh my god, it's Jen. Hey, yeah, I'm changing. Give me a minute.
A minute? What'll happen in a minute? Are you gonna do some magic trick to make me invisible?
And suddenly, without warning, Alex shoved Bianca in the closet I was hiding in, and I barely managed to press myself to one side and hold my breath.
You can come in, Jen.
Seeing myself look so young and beautiful made me want to cry. I was a goddess. Hey, babe, missed you in class again. You're gonna flunk chemistry at this rate.
No one's gonna care when I'll be a rich, famous football player.
And then he pulled me in for a kiss. How could he kiss me with that same stupid mouth he'd used to kiss stupid Bianca, who I wanted to strangle? I just wanted to check if you wanted to go with me and Milo to this science exhibit at the museum after school. His dad got special passes.
Gross. I'd rather be hit by a car.
Seriously, it's by this really cool scientist who's worked on a quantum entanglement. You're not even listening anymore, are you?
Of course I'm listening. You said blah blah something, blah blah blah. Why you're even friends with Milo, I'll never understand.
He's my best friend, and he's really cool.
He's a dork, and he acts like I'm some dumb jock. You guys have fun, babe. I've got a thing with a friend anyway.
As the two walked out hand in hand, I could see Bianca smirking.
Yeah, the thing with a friend is a makeout session with me. Stupid Jen.
Gosh, you slimy little...
Ah!
Bianca jumped out of the closet like she'd been electrocuted, staring at me in shock. I was so close to getting out unnoticed. Stupid me.
Who are you, you pervert? How long have you been hiding here and spying on boys half your age?
What? No, I can explain.
Go ahead then.
Okay. Yeah, so I do have an explanation, and it's a really good one, too. And suddenly, Bianca let out an earth-shattering scream. I shoved her back in the closet and ran for my life. Apparently, not fast enough for a teenager.
Someone catch that woman! She was hiding in the boys' locker room! She attacked me!
And before I knew it, I had half the school running after me as I was headed for the gates. I'd never be able to outrun these kids. And if I got recognized, I was done for. Milo would kill me. And then suddenly, I saw him approaching me fast on some old bicycle.
Hop on, quick!
Milo pedaled away furiously, but we still had people after us. Can you go a little faster?
I'm trying, but you're I don't cycle professionally, you know?
I'm kinda what, Milo?
Well, a little chunkier than I remember.
Did you just call me chunky?
No, I said chunkier. There's a subtle difference. Stop distracting me!
Milo swerved into some street, after which we ditched the bike, ran down several narrow alleyways, crossed a main road, and finally ran into a park where we collapsed behind a huge tree.
What were you thinking?
I'm sorry. I know I should have listened to you, but I just couldn't help myself. Thank you for coming in time.
You're not welcome!
Milo, it was so cool. I saw you and my younger self, and I was hot. I don't remember being that hot. Do you remember that?
I really don't.
Also, I caught Alex making out with his frickin' ex, Bianca. Can you imagine? Milo just stared at me quietly. Why don't you look shocked? Wait, did you know back then?
I'd heard some rumors.
And you never told me?
Ow! I wasn't sure if they were true, okay? And it's not like you would have listened to me back then. I told you he was too stupid for you. A dimwit, a moron, a buffoon. But did you ever listen? No!
You thought everyone was stupid.
You wouldn't have taken me seriously no matter what I'd said, Jen. You had stars in your eyes for that guy. He was perfect.
Apparently not. So what, our entire relationship was a lie? And Alex never really loved me?
I hate siding with Alex, but I don't think that's true. I think he did really love you, the best he knew how.
I guess. If only I'd known, though, maybe my life would have been totally different.
No use dwelling on the past, right? Now, listen, we have to stay inside, especially since we've got people looking for us.
I just have one tiny favor to ask.
No.
Hear me out.
No.
Milo, I want to see my parents once, okay? Mom just left without a word. 2 weeks from this date, actually. And and I haven't seen her in 18 years. I won't interact with anyone, and I'll just see them through the window having dinner. It'll be nighttime, so no one will notice me.
Fine, just one look through the window, and I'm coming with you.
And later that evening, as we crept up to my house, my heart almost exploded. There was Mom, as lovely as I remembered, and Dad laughing and looking like a completely different person from now. Milo had joined us for dinner, and we were picture perfect.
I loved how you guys always made me feel like I was a part of the family.
I still don't understand why she left us. Just like that. It broke Dad's heart. Well, it broke mine too. I felt Milo slip his fingers through mine, and we watched for a few more minutes before we left.
How about we get pizza from our favorite spot and talk tonight? We've got a lot of catching up to do.
Sounds like a plan. And God, I've missed Gianni's pizza. Best in the world. This is the worst pizza in the world. Why does the marinara sauce taste like wet socks?
The pepperoni is like rubber. How come we didn't notice this before?
I don't know, man. This is inedible, and I'm starving. Can we explore your kitchen, please? Your dad's a millionaire. Why do you only have eggs in the fridge?
Because he wasn't around much and I wasn't interested? I don't mind you boiling some eggs.
Why should I do it? It's your house. Or is it my job because I'm a woman? I didn't know we'd traveled back to 1950.
Jeez, it's not a feminist issue. I'll boil them.
Do you even know how to boil eggs?
I'm a scientist. Of course I know.
The stove turns on the other way, genius. God, men are such useless babies. Give me that. I'll do it.
I can handle boiling an egg, woman.
I don't have the energy to bicker like an old married couple. Just let me do it. As we both pulled at the saucepan, it went flying out of our hands and landed with a loud clunk on the floor. Milo immediately pulled me into the tiny pantry, and we waited with bated breath, expecting some servant to come running in. I think no one heard us. We can go out now.
Let's give it a few more minutes. We can't risk getting caught.
I felt acutely aware of how close Milo was and how he seemed to be analyzing my face.
You haven't changed much since high school, you know?
Liar. Just earlier today, you said I'm chunkier.
I just meant you're not a skinny teenager anymore. And you look great. I'm sure you get asked out all the time.
Oh no. I'm probably known as the lunatic mom of 3 kids in my town. I attacked a salesperson and destroyed a wedding cake at a bakery not too long ago.
Oh God, I wish I'd been there to see it.
I don't like that crazy, angry side of me at all. And yeah, that would make anyone run away if they were interested in the first place, which I highly doubt.
I doubt the opposite.
Suddenly, Milo was even closer and tucking away hair behind my ear, and my arms were going around his neck, and I could feel his breath on my face. And just as I leaned in, the door burst open, and we stared in complete horror at a younger Milo who was staring back at us. Hi, my name is Valerie, and I'm from Seattle. Growing up, I lived on the penthouse floor of the fanciest hotel in the city, with the weirdest parents on the planet. My parents owned the hotel and about a dozen more around the world. They were millionaires, and everyone in town loved them. They'd wave and smile to the doorman and the guests as they walked into the hotel, but the moment we arrived in our penthouse, everything changed. They'd send me to my room and spend the rest of the night shouting into their cell phones. When I was 5, I asked my dad to read me a bedtime story. As usual, he was busy on the phone.
Please, Daddy. It'll only take a second.
I asked him again, and he snatched the book out of my hand and threw it out the window. Here's your story. Don't interrupt Daddy when he's on the phone. The end. Now go to your room. When I was 14, my history teacher, Miss Jackson, gave me an assignment to draw my family tree. I asked my mom and dad about it, and their faces turned white. We are your only family. That's all you need to know. What about grandparents or cousins? Do we have any pictures? I could use them for my project. The next day, my teacher was gone. She'd been reassigned to a new school. I was so upset. I knew my parents had something to do with it. When I came home, I confronted them about it, but they swore they didn't do anything. I could tell they were lying. Things at school weren't much better. I was shy and a teeny bit clumsy. And one day in the cafeteria, I tripped over my shoelace and spilled my lunch all over the most popular girl in school. Sorry. She and her minions made it their mission to make my life miserable. Hey, leave me alone or I'll... What, you'll tell your rich daddy and get us transferred like you did to Miss Jackson? After that, none of the kids in school wanted anything to do with me. My only friend in the world was the doorman's son, Peter. Why did the chicken cross the road? I don't know. Because the sun was in his eyes. Peter always found a way to make me smile. And on days when my parents were away on business, I'd sneak down to the lobby to hang out with Peter. We played chess, he helped me with my algebra homework, and even taught me how to play the harmonica. When I turned 16, things got even worse. My parents spent most of their time away on business, and Peter's dad wasn't working as much as he did before. So I spent most of my days alone in the penthouse. One day, I was wandering around the apartment looking for my calculator. I couldn't find mine, so I went to my parents' office to use theirs, and I saw a painting hanging lopsided on the wall. I walked over and adjusted the picture, and then I heard a clicking sound. What's that? The wall behind the painting wasn't a wall at all. It was a hidden door. I pulled it open and found a huge safe I'd never seen before. The safe had a combination lock. I tried a few numbers, but none of them worked. I started to walk away. This was my parents' secret safe. I wasn't supposed to be in here, but I couldn't resist. My parents were never good at remembering things, so they had to have written the code down somewhere. I searched through my parents' drawers and notebooks looking for clues, and then I found it. Stashed away in a secret compartment in my dad's drawer was a list of passwords and the code to the secret safe. I typed in the code, and the safe opened. Inside were a bunch of boring old documents and a photo album I'd never seen before. I opened the photo album and saw an old picture of my parents. They were much younger and didn't have any of their fancy clothes and flashy jewelry. They stood in front of a tiny old shack with a baby in their arms, but it wasn't me. Next to the photo was a birth certificate. I had a sister named Raina who was 16 years older than me. I was furious. My parents had lied to me my whole life. On the next few pages were letters from Raina begging my parents to come see her. Raina had a family of her own and wanted to meet me and reconnect with my parents. My fury turned to confusion. Why would my parents hide Raina from me? Why would they shut their own daughter out of their life? I needed answers, and I knew my parents would never give them to me. They'd only lie, or worse. My despicable parents might send Raina and her family away, and I'd never see them again. Raina's address was printed on one of the letters, and she only lived a few hours away. I could take the train and get there by morning. Without thinking, I packed a bag, grabbed some cash from the safe, and hopped on the train. A few hours later, I was on Raina's doorstep. Raina lived in a run-down apartment building. I knocked on her door. The door opened, and I gasped. It was like I was staring at my future self. Aside from her green eyes, we looked exactly alike. Valerie? Raina? Raina hugged me tight, and then a 5-year-old girl ran up and grabbed my leg. This is your niece, Amanda. Raina invited me inside. She explained that she'd left my parents' house when she was in the 11th grade. The last time I saw you, you were so small. You knew about me? Of course. I used to sing you to sleep when you were a baby. I left the house a few weeks before your first birthday. Leaving you behind was my biggest regret. I'm sorry, I don't remember you. It's not your fault. I know, it's our terrible parents. They're not terrible, they're just set in their ways. Controlling and overprotective one moment and never around when you need them. I know what you mean. I had to leave so I could breathe and be my own person. But now, I want them to meet Amanda. I want us to be a family. Maybe I can help with that. I can't ask you to do that. You don't have to. Our family is broken, and I'm gonna fix it. Raina drove me back to the train station. On the bus, I started nodding off, and then several of the passengers' phones started beeping and buzzing, and then everyone started staring at me. I glanced at the notification on my phone and saw that I'd been reported missing, and I was all over the news. The moment I got off the bus, a couple of policemen escorted me to their car and drove me back to the hotel. Where have you been? We've been worried sick. I went to see Raina. Raina, how on earth did you... I saw the photo in the safe. I read the letters. Raina told me how you refused to see her and her daughter. That's not the whole story. Spare me your lies. You've never told me a single truth since I was a kid, and that stops today. Your granddaughter, Amanda, wants to meet you. You've got a second chance to make things right with our family. I invited Amanda and Raina over for dinner tomorrow. Hopefully, you'll have the decency to be there." Then I stormed off to my room. I heard my parents whispering late into the night. The next morning, they were the nicest they'd been since I could remember. They pulled out all the stops as they prepared for Raina and Amanda's arrival. They brought in the finest chef in the city and bought Amanda a ton of gifts. When Raina and Amanda arrived, my parents were on their best behavior. We sat around the dinner table eating and smiling, and for the first time, it felt like I had a real family. Raina and Amanda moved into the penthouse next door. Raina even took a special interest in my parents' company. My dad offered her a job working beside him, and I got to watch Amanda after school. I read Amanda's stories, took her to the zoo, and taught her to play chess. Amanda and I did everything I'd never had the chance to do with my parents when I was her age. Things were going better than I ever could have imagined. We were all so happy, but a few weeks later, Raina started staying out late. At first, it was 1 or 2 nights a week, and she'd drop Amanda off to stay with us. But 2 nights a week turned into 4, and eventually, Raina started staying out for days at a time. She even stopped showing up at work. One night, I was reading a bedtime story to Amanda, and she was pretty upset.
Where's my mommy?
I don't know, sweetie. She'll be back soon.
But you said that 2 days ago.
I didn't know what to do. Each time I called to check on Raina, she didn't answer her phone. My parents weren't much help either. Every time I tried to talk to them about Raina, they'd just change the subject and rush off to their room. What's going on with you? Amanda has been worried sick. When did you turn into mom and dad? I thought you were cool. Then she grabbed Amanda's hand and stormed out the door. I was so confused. I wasn't trying to control Raina like our parents. I just wanted her to be more responsible when it came to Amanda. A few days later, my parents hosted their annual gala at the hotel for millionaires and celebrities from around the world. The featured event was the charity auction where fine art and jewelry were auctioned off to raise millions for people in need. Raina was supposed to help with the auction, but as usual, she was a no-show, so I had to take her place. She was supposed to do a final check of the items up for auction to ensure that everything was labeled correctly. I was halfway through my checklist when I heard glass shatter. I turned to see 3 people in masks rushing through the glass doors. I hid behind a large statue as the masked robbers snatched jewels off the counters and stuffed them into their bags. I hit the silent alarm and then the police burst in. The robbers fled. The police caught 2 of them, but one of them headed my way. Just as the robber was about to slip out the back door, I jumped up and tackled him to the ground. I pulled off his mask and saw that it wasn't a man at all. It was my sister, Raina. I was speechless. Raina was arrested and taken to jail. When the police searched Raina's hotel room, they found that she was the ringleader and she'd been planning the heist for weeks. I was sick to my stomach for days. I didn't understand how Raina could do such a thing. And with Raina in jail, Amanda wouldn't have a mother. Our family was broken before, but now we were shattered to pieces. I destroyed our family. You can't blame yourself for this. I'm the reason Raina's in jail. If I hadn't found her and brought her here, then maybe none of this would have happened.
Raina has always had problems. She's been in and out of trouble since she was a teenager. Lying, stealing, hanging out with the wrong crowd. We tried to help her when she was in high school, but she ran away. She lied about not wanting us to stay in touch with her. Our home was always open to her, but she refused to see us. We even sent her money to make sure she and Amanda were okay.
Why didn't you ever tell me any of this?
Raina made it clear that she wanted nothing to do with this family. We knew how much you always wanted a big sister or a big brother. We knew if we told you the truth that you wouldn't understand. It would only hurt you. We're sorry we lied. We didn't know how else to protect you. When Raina came to live with us, we hoped that she'd changed for Amanda's sake, but instead, she fell into her manipulative ways. We're so sorry that she hurt you.
I apologized to my parents and eventually forgave them for lying to me. My parents adopted Amanda and raised her as their own. They even stopped working so much so they could spend more time with me and Amanda. Our new little family wasn't perfect, but we loved and supported each other through everything. Every day, I wrote Raina letters to tell her that I loved her and missed her. After I graduated from college,
I opened a counseling center for young women, and one night when I was closing up for the evening, Raina walked in the door. I'm sorry, Valerie. I was a horrible sister, a crappy mother, and a terrible daughter. That may be true, but you're family and you're here. That's all that matters. Then I hugged my sister, and she cried in my arms.
Hi, I'm Jane, and I'm from New York City. And this is my story of how being short, like really short, leads me to have a unique, crazy life. So, I had a really crazy mother who was mad about shopping. Shoes, clothes, makeup, perfumes. She stopped at nothing. One day, when I was 2 years old, she left me at the mall because her hands were full of bags.
Where's Jane?
What?
You took Jane with you while shopping, right? Where is she?
Oh, my hands were full of bags. I might have just left her at the mall. Plus, she's too tiny and short for her age, so it's easy to forget her. Short and ugly. I wonder who she looks like. My dad was furious.
I already knew your shopping was a problem, but this is the last straw!
So he took me and left Mom for good. For a while, Dad and I lived happily in a small apartment. But when I was 8, Dad discovered that he didn't have much time to live, so he decided to leave me with his first wife. He took me to her huge mansion, hugged me really tightly, and left, and I never saw Dad again. Dad's first wife didn't have any children of her own. She was always dressed in black and never smiled. She looked just like a creepy widow, so I started calling her the widow. But there was no denying that the widow was rich. Practically everything in her house was made of gold, even the spoons. On the first day of my new school, the widow sent me off to school in a limo. And at school, the widow had the butler distribute free ice cream for a month, so everyone would be nice to me. At first, it was crazy fun, but on my 10th birthday, even though I was surrounded by friends, I broke down into tears. I missed my parents so much. And then I noticed that no one brought any gifts for me. When I asked them why, some boy yelled, "Because we don't like you, you dwarf, and your breath smells bad." Suddenly, the widow showed up from behind him and put her hand on his mouth and dragged him away. What was going on? So, everyone in school liked me only because of the widow's money? One day, when my so-called best friend announced,
"Hey girls, let's go get some ice cream. Jane's buying."
I lost my cool.
"No, I'm not. You want it? Go get it yourself. I'm not your debit card." "Look at this dwarf being so mean. It's not even your money, Jane. You're a charity case."
They all angrily marched away, and after that, I was a loner. Not only that, it was really annoying that I never got picked during gym class, and I really wanted to play basketball. So one day, in 6th grade, I ran straight onto the court, snatched the ball from another kid, and started dribbling it away. I was small, but fast. Just then, the substitute gym teacher came running onto the court, blowing his whistle furiously. And next thing I knew, he had picked me up and was carrying me away.
"We have a kindergartner on the loose! Don't you know you could seriously get hurt, kid?"
He just wouldn't listen and took me to the principal. He sure looked dumb when the principal told him I was in the 6th grade. But I was still banned from playing. It was too dangerous for me. One day, when I was in 9th grade, right before my exam was about to start, my teacher came up to me and put her hand on my forehead. "Jane, dear, your mom said you aren't feeling well today. You can go home and rest." "But I'm not sick." "Yes, you are, sweetie. You have a horrible fever." And the teacher just dragged me out of the room. After the exams, when I looked at my report card, I was shocked. I got an A+ on an exam I didn't even write, and all the rest as well. The widow then threw a fancy party where she literally distributed money. Worst of all, the party was full of my teachers. Ugh, talk about boring. The only person at the party my age was Andrew from school, the son of one of the teachers. I always had a crush on him, and now he was making his way to me. My heart began to beat like crazy. I do, Andrew, I do.
How does it feel to take something you don't deserve, just because you have money?
Huh? What do you mean?
Oh, come on. Everyone in class already guessed your mother bought those fake grades for you.
Aren't you ashamed? How could you have possibly topped when everyone knows I'm the smartest? I never asked her to do it. She's not even my mom. It's not my fault.
Yeah, your grades are better than your height. Dwarves can't be the smartest.
I stood there, shocked, and I decided it was time for me to tell the widow to change. But she said that she didn't mean any harm. She just wanted to help me get into some college, as it was my dad's last wish. I begged her to let me do it on my own. Eventually, she agreed. Sadly, that didn't pan out as I'd planned. I wasn't doing well in school at all. And without the widow's money, the teachers weren't so nice anymore. Why is your handwriting so big when you're so short? Are you so bad at math because it's hard to understand things with your teeny tiny brain? I flunked horribly and was held back a grade. My ex-best friend smirked and said, "Keep flunking and you'll finally reach a grade that suits your height. Can you just leave me alone?" Oh, I heard wearing a pink hat while studying helps your brain work because the brain likes the color pink. I tried it, but it didn't work. Guess I'm already a genius. Or that you don't have a brain. As I left for home that day, with angry tears in my eyes, I ran straight into someone. Andrew. "Hey, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" "Listen, just back off. I have enough troubles without you." But Andrew did not back off. The next few days, he really started chasing me all over school. There was just no escaping him. Wherever I went, there he was. "What's wrong with you? I'm trying to study. Stop stalking me." "I'm just worried about you. Let me help you with your grades." "Why? I appreciate it, but you really don't have to feel sorry for me." "I don't feel sorry. I understand you want to rely on yourself, and I respect that. I'm just offering to help, and also trying to make up for being a jerk." Well, I knew he was a math whiz. If anyone could help me, it was him. From that day onwards, every night, he snuck in from my window to help me study. But he was so distractingly cute and funny. We were becoming super close. The night before the exam, the door flew open and the widow barged in. She started yelling at me. "Boys ruin everything. This is probably why you don't get good grades. You're so distracted all the time." Then she dragged him to the window and told him to leave the way he came. "He isn't my boyfriend. He's my private teacher. He's helping me with math." But she wasn't listening. So Andrew climbed down the tree outside the window and left. The next day, I passed the exam and was over the moon. I ran to him and threw my arms around him. I did it! I passed the math exam on my own! Then, before I knew what I was doing, I kissed him. And what an utterly stupid thing to do that was! Because the minute our lips touched, he froze. I was so embarrassed. I let him go and stepped back. I'm so sorry.
"Jane, I had no idea that you felt this way about me. I'm sorry if I gave you the wrong idea, but I was just looking out for you. You know, like a little sister. You're just not my type." "Wait, what?" I never felt so humiliated in my entire life. Without another word, I just turned around and fled. And that was my real first heartbreak. I refused to go down for dinner that evening and shut myself up in my room. A little later, the widow knocked and came in. "Do you want to tell me what's wrong, Jane?" I burst into tears and told her everything. "You were right. Boys ruin everything. From now on, I'm just going to focus on me. I'm going to get a university scholarship and leave this stupid place." And for the first time ever, the widow hugged me. It was really awkward, but also kind of nice. "I'll send you to any university you want. You just focus on studying really hard." And that's what I did. I really focused on my lessons. And at home, the widow started to help me out too. She also had her chef make me really healthy food and gave me multivitamins regularly. She helped me out with all my college applications, and for the first time since Dad, I felt like I did have a parent. As I was about to graduate high school, our student counselor called me one day to her office to give me some really amazing news. "You got into your dream university, Jane! Congratulations!" I squealed in excitement and hugged her. In my excitement, I knocked over my bag, and my bottle of vitamins fell out. Just then, the counselor picked up one of the pills, looking confused. "Jane, why are you eating these?" "Oh, they're just multivitamins." "No, they're not, Jane. These pills are given to kids with ADHD to improve focus. No one should be taking these unless a doctor prescribes them." I couldn't believe it. Why would the widow do this? I rushed home and barged straight into her room, throwing the pills on her bed. "Why have you been lying to me that these are vitamins? Why are you feeding me pills I don't need? Are you trying to poison me?" The widow looked stunned. Then she said, "Jane, just let me explain. I was only trying to help you get better." "Oh, so you thought I'm so dumb that I needed pills to make me smarter?" "I only want what's best for you, Jane. That's all I ever wanted." And then I said the words I would regret for the rest of my life. "Well, in case you forgot, let me remind you, you're not my mom. You're just a pathetic old widow, and you don't deserve to have kids." And with that, I stormed off to my room. I didn't speak a word to her for the next few weeks, and then I left for university. I felt bad for the things I'd said, but I was too angry to take them back. I was doing really well at university. I met a wonderful guy, Dave. He was the only person I'd ever met who didn't treat me like I was dumb.
and he never made me feel little in any way. One day, while we were on a date, I got a terrible phone call. It was a doctor from some hospital saying the widow had been found unconscious in her home and was really unwell. Dave drove me straight to the hospital, and when I went to her, it broke my heart seeing her so pale and weak. I sat down by her and started to cry. Please be okay. I'm sorry. I didn't mean those awful things I said. I love you. You're my mom. Just then, her eyes fluttered open. She gave me a weak smile. Jane, I'm so glad you're here, dear. I'm sorry, too. You were always so tiny. I became really overprotective. I see now that you didn't need that at all. I moved back with Mom to take care of her, and soon she fully recovered. I graduated with honors
with her. My heart broke into a million pieces. The love I felt for him, it was all for nothing. And what was worse, if they both woke up, they would probably end up together and I would have to watch. Still, I couldn't let his grandmother be alone with no one to take care of her. So every day, I would take the train and find her there waiting for him. And every day, we would cook while she told me stories about how wonderful he was. I had to smile, but I wanted to cry. And every night after visiting her, that's exactly what I did. I cried on the train ride home, on the walk, and in my bed. And every day, I would get up, go to the hospital, read to my sister, and then read to him. And then one day, I stopped reading and just talked. You know, Kenji, you're still the only boy I've ever talked to. And to be honest, the only boy I've ever loved. When you wake up, everything will be different. I'll miss spending time with you, but I hope we can at least be friends. One night while I was sleeping, I got a phone call. Hello? Fantastic news. Your sister woke up and she's doing really well. I ran to the hospital and found her sitting there eating pudding. She smiled big when she saw me. I hugged her so tight she begged me to let go. Before we left, I asked the nurse, "Can I come back to see him again?" "I'm sorry, but we don't allow anyone up here except family. I wasn't supposed to let you visit him at all, but I felt so bad." "Oh, I see. Can I say goodbye?" She nodded and went to Kenji's room. "When you wake up, I'll make sure you and my sister meet again. Oh, and don't worry. I'll take care of your grandmother until then. Goodbye, sleeping boy." I asked if Akari remembered anything, but she didn't. "I heard a boy saved your life when you fell." "Really? I would love to meet him one day." "I'm sure you will. Fate has a way of making things happen." After that, Akari was still too hurt to work, so she just lived with me. But I kept seeing Kenji's grandmother every day to make sure she ate and was doing okay. One day, I knocked on his grandmother's door, and when it opened, it wasn't her on the other side. It was Kenji.
Hello. Are you looking for my grandmother?
Yes.
She told me someone was taking care of her while I was sick, but she couldn't remember your name. Thank you.
Then he gave me a big hug, and all the thoughts I was trying to push away about being in love with him came back. He invited me inside, and we all had dinner. And this time, he had done all the cooking, and it was delicious. While we sat and ate, I realized all the stories his grandmother had told about him were true. He was kind, sweet, funny. Then he asked me to wait while he put her to bed. After, he asked if we could talk outside. I said yes, but to my surprise, instead of going out the door, he went to a ladder that led up to the attic. "Wait, why up there?"
"This is where I go to draw when my grandmother goes to bed. And tonight, there will be fireworks."
He went up and I followed him, even though I hated heights. He led me to a window and stepped out. He sat on the roof and I sat beside him looking over the faraway city. The lights twinkled like stars.
"So, how did you meet my grandmother?"
"Oh no, I hadn't thought about this part. If I told him the truth, I would have to say that I read to him in the hospital. At the train station, she was always waiting for you. Which wasn't a lie exactly, but now that meant I couldn't even tell him thank you for saving my sister's life. Maybe if I ask him about the accident, it will all come out naturally. But he said he couldn't remember what had happened. I felt so foolish for not telling him the truth just to save myself from a little embarrassment. All he did was be nice to me. I decided I owed him for saving Akari. So even though I would be humiliated and look stupid, I would tell him the truth. But before I could, he said,
I kind of remember a little. There was this girl. I think she fell. I was in love with.
I know.
You know? How could you know?
I saw your drawing of her. Your grandmother showed me. You were in love with her. That's why you jumped and saved her.
Actually, no. I was in love with her sister.
I couldn't breathe. Did he just say what I think he said? He looked down at the ground and said,
Every Friday, the girl from my drawings and I would get on the same train. Sometimes we talked a little. She said she was meeting her sister and she started telling me about her, what she was like. She was cool and funny and when she would get off, her sister would meet her and I guess it was love at first sight. Like we were meant to be. Sorry, I must sound stupid.
Good thing he wasn't looking at me, or maybe he would have seen the hearts in my eyes. Why did you draw her sister and not the girl you liked?
I only saw her for a few seconds every day, but I always tried.
Then he showed me his book of drawings, and all the way in the back, there were drawings of parts of a girl, never the full picture, since he drew from memory but never saw her fully. It was me. I couldn't believe it.
After the accident, I can't remember what they looked like. I went to the station today, but I didn't see anyone who could have been her or her sister. I guess I'll never see her again.
Actually, you're looking at her right now. He turned to me, confused, and then his eyes lit up and he recognized me.
But how? I don't understand.
I put my hand on his and kissed him. Just then, the sky exploded with fireworks. I pulled away and looked into his eyes. It's a little complicated. Let's just say I took care of you. My dad used to be a basketball player for the national team, but he had to quit after a serious sports injury and a permanent limp. But he didn't give up his passion and became a basketball coach. He was my inspiration to always work hard.
Always remember, Kayla, the harder you work, the higher you go.
I was a very tall kid from the start, and while everyone around me thought I was a little weird, I loved and embraced my height. Hey, how's the weather up there? The weather is great. The view, not so much. When I turned 10, I got into basketball just like him, and I loved it. I worked really hard, and by the time I was 16, I was the best player in town, and also won a sports scholarship to a great school, which was in Dad's old hometown. On my first day in my new high school, everyone stared at me, but this one girl, Heidi, was the weirdest. She was the mayor's kid and a total brat. And even worse, she was on the girls' basketball team too. During the first day of practice, the coach introduced me to the team.
Kayla's one of the best players in town, and we're lucky to have her on the team.
As if I can take that giant down in one shot. Excuse me? Did you say anything? I was just saying that being tall doesn't make you the best player. I have the skills to beat you. Really? I'd love to see you try. Heidi and I had a one-on-one match, and I totally owned her. The coach was super impressed and asked me to take over as the team captain. I was over the moon.
Wow, that was impressive.
I looked behind to see a cute guy towering over me. For the first time ever, I'd seen a boy taller than me. Well, thank you.
I don't think I've ever seen Heidi get this angry. You did a fab job. I'm Jay, by the way.
Jay was in my class and the captain of the boys' basketball team, not to mention the hottest guy around. After that day, Jay and I started hanging out a lot and even trained together in school. By the time we were in our senior year, Jay was my best friend and we were always together. Things were great, and when I broke the record for highest baskets in a season, Jay was the first one to cheer for me.
Wow, look at you. You had a great season.
Well, thank you. It wouldn't have been so good if it wasn't for your grueling training.
Well, you're welcome. It's been a pleasure to work with you.
As we were talking, I opened my locker and was bombarded with glitter shots. My clothes, face, books, and even Jay's clothes were covered in pink sparkles.
Wow, looks like you have a secret admirer.
More like a hater. We both know who this is. Oh my God, just when I thought you couldn't look any worse, you show up in a full face of glitter. Is that a new makeup trend? For losers? I wouldn't know since I just had the perfect season. How was yours? Scored any baskets? Cheeky are we? But hey, look, you've ruined Jay's clothes too. Just like you're ruining his reputation by hanging out with him. Why don't we ask him?
don't look at me. I just want to get changed. I am terribly late for class. As Jay left, Heidi stared at me with death in her eyes. What is your problem? You've been after me since the day I came here. I want you to pay for what your dad did to my dad. What? What did he do? And isn't your dad like the mayor? Yes, he is. But your dad made him miserable in school. He was a bully, and I'm gonna take his revenge on you. Someone's gotta pay. I think you're confusing my dad with someone else, weirdo. I walked off quickly. This girl was crazy and just making things up. My guess was that she hated me, mostly because I was close to Jay and she had the biggest crush on him, which she didn't hide. A few days later, while I was in the locker room changing, I heard Jay screaming my name. What's wrong? Why do you look like someone stole your Air Jordans? It's not funny, Kayla. Do you really mean it? How am I supposed to know? You tell me. Did someone steal your Air Jordans? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about this note you left me. And I understand how you feel, but this is all just a bit of a shock to me. I was so confused until I took the note from Jay's hand and saw that it was a love confession from me. And I didn't even write it. I had a feeling Heidi had something to do with this. But before I could say anything, I saw her walking out of the gym, so I just grabbed Jay by the collar and kissed him. Wow, that was weird, I know, but just play along. Heidi's watching us. I'm sure she's the one who sent you the note. This is nonsense. Look at the handwriting carefully. It looks like a first grader wrote that. I've seen her assignments, and trust me, she writes exactly like that. Besides, do you really think I'd write such creepy, cheesy stuff? Yeah, but why would she do that? She likes you. Isn't it super obvious? And maybe she thought this note would make you freak out. But the joke's on her. I'm sure her butt's on fire. So you don't like me? And this note is just a stupid prank? Of course. What did you think? Yeah, of course. I was sure it was a joke too. Just then, the craziest idea struck me. We could totally pretend to like each other to piss Heidi off. So for the next few weeks, every time Heidi was around Jay and me, I would hug him or loop my arms in his and pretend to be lost in love. Oh, Jay, your eyes remind me of basketballs. Ew. How about this? Kayla, every time I see you, I feel everything is perfect. And I can stare at you all day, deep in those perfect brown eyes. He was just being lame, but somehow it made my heart skip a beat. How was that? Enough to convince her? Now, if we're done, let's go to class. Yeah, totally. This continued for days, and I could tell that watching me and Jay together as a couple was burning Heidi to a crisp. She was so distracted by everything that her game was at an all-time low. And even the coach decided to bench her for the upcoming championship. Don't you think we've gone too far? We should just let it go now. But the fun's just begun. She's always been mean to me. Have you forgotten the days when she ruined my new shoes? Dad got them for me after saving for months. And what about the time she burned my jersey and the coach screamed at me? She deserves it. But pulling a prank on her only makes you more like her. Think about that. Jeez, relax. You don't have to go all Buddha on me. Besides, it's only for a few weeks. She can stay distracted, and I'll perfect my game for the championship. Only the best player will get to go to a college with the prestigious Stanford scholarship. So that's what this is really about? You want the scholarship? That's not what I meant, Jay. Yes, of course I want the scholarship because I'm not as rich. But you know what? I get it. You're right. It was me who got mixed signals. Mixed signals? What did he mean? I wanted to ask him, but before I could, he flung his bag and walked off. When I tried calling him that evening, he totally avoided my call and didn't show up to school the next day, or for a whole week after that. I left him a text, and all he said was that he was down with a bug. I was sitting in the cafeteria one day watching my favorite MSA videos, when suddenly, Heidi plopped her butt next to me. Trouble in paradise? Where's your boyfriend? Who? Oh, Jay. He's not well. Oh, but I saw him at the party last night, and he looked fine to me. Did he finally realize you're too trashy for him? Or maybe he finally got tired of looking at your dumb face every day. Who knows? I got up and left, but I felt bad about Jay lying to me. He said he wasn't well. Then why was he at a party? Or maybe Heidi was just lying to get under my skin. I had to confirm it. So I went to his place to check on him, but security told me he wasn't around. And the next day when Jay showed up, he totally blew me off. Hey, where have you been? And why aren't you answering my calls? Because I didn't feel like it. Now, can you move? I'm trying to get some practice. The championship is coming soon? Oh, you would know that, since it's so important for you and your precious scholarship. Are you still hung up on that? I said, I'm sorry, Jay. I didn't mean it like that. Is she bugging you? Is my coochie coo honey bunny getting annoyed? Jay continued shooting as I stared at Heidi in shock and then burst out laughing. I don't know what's funnier, that dumb dress you're wearing or the fact that you just called Jay all sorts of marshmallow names. Oh, I'll tell you. The funny thing is that you're out of the picture and I am Jay's girlfriend. You're what? Oh, please tell me this is just one of your dumb pranks. Can you both take your crabby fights somewhere else? Some of us are actually serious about this game. But you can't date her. Really? Why not? What's wrong with her? She likes me. I tried to think of a better answer than she's a witch, but just then the coach walked in and asked us to get ready for practice. And then there was never a good time. He was either busy with basketball practice or that leech Heidi was always around him. It made my blood boil. But with the championship coming up, I had bigger fish to fry. I started practicing day and night till my body was sore, and it really helped me to keep my mind off the whole Jay situation. One day before the championship, I was walking home when I saw Heidi and Jay outside a cafe. You have to stop looking at Kayla like some lost lover boy. You need to look happier being my boyfriend. I'm only with you because I don't want to mess up Kayla's scholarship. I didn't know I had to look happy about it too. Fine. It's not like I'm really into you either. I just want to make Kayla suffer for what her dad did to my dad. And I know she's hating seeing how close we are now. So you better keep up the act. Just remember, all my dad needs to do is place one phone call and no good university will take her in. She can kiss that scholarship goodbye. Whatever. I'm here, right? I wanted to slap the daylights out of Heidi. But just then Dad called and I had to rush back home. And I really needed to ask him what he did to Heidi's dad. Oh God, that was such a long time ago. Yeah, I went to school with her dad and we used to bug him a lot. He was always trying too hard to fit in and getting everybody to like him, but he wasn't a nice guy. Maybe I wasn't very nice to him either, but it was decades ago. He's 10 times more successful than me now. Looks like he's still holding on to a grudge and his stupid daughter is taking it out on me. I couldn't sleep the whole night thinking about the whole situation. Jay was my best friend, and that witch was blackmailing him into dating her because of my scholarship. I had to put an end to this. So the next day, I walked straight up to Jay. Kayla, this is the boys' locker room. You need to dump Heidi. I heard you two talking by the cafe last night, and I know she's blackmailing you with my scholarship. But Jay, you don't have to do this for me. And stop blinking like that. You're freaking me out. I just don't know what to say. Listen, Kayla, the scholarship is important to you. And if I can keep Heidi off your back for a couple of days by doing this, then what's the harm? I don't like it. I can't see you two together. Why? Jay looked into my eyes, and I could feel my body melting at his touch. What was happening? I wanted to say something, but it was like words had fallen out of my brain. Was I falling for my best friend? Just then, his teammates called him and Jay left for his match. I waited by the courtside to talk to him later, but as soon as the match was over, Heidi leapt onto him and I couldn't stop myself from pushing her away. What the heck? How dare you touch me? How dare you touch him? I know you're just blackmailing him into dating you, so please, why don't you save face and get lost? Jay, you don't have to date her for my scholarship. But don't be stupid, KK, or you'll end up losing everything. You can take away 1,000,000 chances from me, and I'll still make it because I know I'm talented, unlike you, who always gets everything because of your father's money. Oh, sweetheart, money speaks for itself, and right now, I can hear it saying that you've lost your chance of ever getting into a good college. Heidi stomped her feet and left, but I couldn't care less. I was about to confess my feelings for Jay, but before I could, the coach called me for the match. That evening, I played the best match of my life and also ended up getting the Best Player award. I had no idea if I'd get the scholarship, but at that moment, all that mattered was that I was happy with Jay by my side. A week after the match, I was waiting by the lockers when Heidi walked up to me. Hey, loser, I told you you'd never win this scholarship. Why do you look shocked? Oh, you didn't see the list yet? No. I'm shocked because you're still talking to me after I royally kicked your butt last week. Yeah, and so what if she didn't get the scholarship? She did get selected for the nationals. I turned around to see Jay smiling down at me. What? I got selected? Yeah, And you'll be the team captain. Coach just told me about it, so I thought you should hear the news from me.
This is the best day ever! And you didn't even have to date anyone for this. Ugh, I hate you. I'm gonna tell my...
Dad?
We know. Heidi left red-faced as Jay turned to me.
So that was dramatic.
Not as dramatic as your whole, leave me alone, Kayla.
Oh, shut up. You act all smart, but you couldn't even figure out that I
like you?
You knew?
No, but I know that I like you too, and if I have to date someone, why not my best friend?
Not that easily. You'll have to take me out in basketball first.
You're on. Growing up in Canada, I was always in awe of how beautiful the country was, besides the freezing cold and constant snow. But Mom and Dad loved to travel. That's why before I turned 10, I had already been to 5 different countries. One time, when we were at the Met Museum in New York, I had the worst stomach pain. My stomach burned and I couldn't walk. Mom, Dad, it hurts. They rushed me to the hospital, and throughout the day, they tried to calm me because I was so scared.
Honey, you're gonna be fine. Don't worry, we're here. She must be in so much pain. Look at how much she's sweating. My poor baby.
And then it all went blank. When I woke up, I found Mom and Dad talking to the doctor. What the doctor said left me wishing I didn't hear it. I was diagnosed with Crohn's on my 14th birthday.
Crohn's is when your bowels are inflamed and can cause severe stomachache and may also require surgery at times.
My parents did everything they could to cheer me up, but I was angry at everything. Even though I knew they were struggling financially and were very stressed, I couldn't help it. I was rude to the nurses and even snapped at my parents. One day, however, I had snapped to the point that I threw a bowl of custard at the door right behind the nurse. That's so disgusting! Who eats food like that?
Billy, that's no way to behave. They're trying to help you.
I don't want anyone's help. None of you understand how much pain I'm in or what it's like to be stuck in here. It would be an understatement to say my parents were shocked at how much my behavior had changed. I hated everything about my life. I was away from my friends, stuck at the hospital eating tasteless food, and worst of all, my condition got worse. When I turned 15, I had to get a stoma temporarily, which is kind of gross and you don't need to know the details, except that I had several questions for my doctor. Will it stink? Is it safe? It won't cause an infection, right?
Honey, give the doctor a chance to answer.
Because of the surgery, I had to stay in the hospital for a couple of months so I could be monitored. The pain was getting worse, and I hated being at the hospital at first. One day, I walked out of my room because I couldn't sleep. That's when I heard someone crying. I walked towards the sound and saw it was Mom, and Dad was trying to calm her down.
I don't know how to help her. She's so upset here, and the bills will keep getting higher. What do we do? We will continue to be happy around her. She will be irritated, but if we stay happy, maybe she'll feel more hopeful.
I felt like the biggest jerk. My parents were struggling, and I had no idea because they were trying so hard to make me happy, make me feel like a normal teenager. That was when I decided to repay the favor and make them feel better about everything. But the only way I could do that right now was to be happy, or pretend to be, even if I'm not. So, to make my parents feel better, I sucked it up and decided to stay happy. I read somewhere that having a positive mindset helps heal faster, and that is exactly what I did. I decorated my room with pictures of friends and family, every trip we went on, and so much more. Billy, I love what you've done with your room. It's so pretty, honey. Thank you so much. I was cut off by some guy yelling and a nurse crossing my room wiping her tears. The nurse told me that there was a new guy down the hall, and he was always angry. I knew how he felt, and I realized what a horrible person I'd been to my nurses before. I knew just how to fix his mood. I wanted to do something for him, to get him to smile, but he wouldn't leave his room. All he did was yell at everyone who spoke to him. I had had enough. So one day, when he was taken out by the nurse to run some tests, finally I had my chance. So I rushed into his room to prepare my surprise. I decorated it just like mine. I think better than that, because by the time I was done, it looked like a unicorn threw up a rainbow in there. And wow, when he saw the room, the expression on his face was priceless.
You, what have you done?
Oh shoot. I ran away from him, but to my horror, he was running after me too. He only stopped when I did, and he began yelling at me and telling me how irritated he was. But you've got to admit, this is probably the most fun you've had in the past couple of days. You're very annoying. Stay out of my room. I hate hospitals. Rude? Since that day, I steered clear of the guy, whose name I learned was Steel. Silly name. And he seems to get bent out of shape much easier than his name suggests. He stayed away from me too. And every time he saw me, he would glare and walk the opposite way. One day, one of the nurses came to check up on me. She told me how bad she felt for Steel. Why would you feel bad for him? He's so rude. Oh, sweetie, who wouldn't be? It was his birthday last week. He was so excited to see his friends, but none of them showed up, even after they promised him. And his parents had to work. Poor guy. Oh, shoot. Now even I felt bad for him. My parents helped me get him a cake. I didn't want to go to his room after he asked me not to, so I asked a nurse to bring it with a note. Happy birthday, jerk boy, from the sick girl down the hall. 5 minutes later, I saw someone's shadow under my door, walking up and down the hallway. And then I heard a knock.
Hey, sick girl. What do you do when you can't sleep?
Wow. Took you 6 rounds up and down the hallway to ask me that? Just stare at the stars, I guess. He just rolled his eyes at me. I brushed past him and dragged him with me to my favorite spot. We went to the courtyard and sat on the bench looking at the stars.
I'm sorry. It's just that I hate missing out on everything. Why do I have to be sick? Why can't I just have a life like every other kid my age? It's just not fair.
I was like that too at the beginning. But then I realized how much my parents continue to do for me, and what I'm trying to say is, you shouldn't just pay attention to what you don't have. I mean, look, you got to meet an amazing person like me right here. You really couldn't have asked for anything better.
How are you this positive? How do you distract yourself from all this pain and stuff?
If you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life. So, I gave myself a purpose, a mission.
What mission?
I haven't told anyone before.
Oh, well, you don't have to tell me.
No, it's okay. I need motivation to work harder on it. So here goes. I'm starting a foundation dedicated to help parents of kids who are sick, so they don't have to worry about bills.
Wow, that's actually pretty amazing. I can help if you want, and would love to join for real once it's up and running.
Yes, I need all the help I can get. Pretty soon, the both of us began hanging out often and working on plans and ideas for the foundation. I would spend all day in his room and he would at mine. We even introduced our parents to each other. It was nice to finally have someone close to my age to talk to, who understands exactly what it's like to have a condition. One evening, a couple of weeks after my stoma surgery, Steele came up to my room.
Want a change of view?
What did you have in mind? I followed Steele out, and he helped me walk by holding onto my hand and my waist. My face was turning red as a beet, and my heart was hammering in my chest. Was this what a crush felt like? He led me to the cafeteria, and my jaw dropped. He had set up a beautiful candlelight dinner. Whoa, Steele, I didn't know you were such a sap. Why?
All you do is work to help other people. You deserve something just for you.
Thank you. This is so beautiful. He led me to the table and it was all set up. The food was still steaming. Steele even pulled out the chair for me to sit first. What a gentleman.
You know, even before I was sick, I wasn't very nice. I was rude, angry, and took everything for granted. And then I met you. I didn't know anyone could be so fun and positive while things aren't going the way they want. As much as I hate the hospital, I'm glad I'm here.
It was so sweet. But then he leaned in to kiss me. I put my hands against his chest. Steele, we can't kiss. You could get sick. The look on his face broke my heart. So I held his hand in mine instead, and he smiled. The next day, I woke up with the biggest smile. Yesterday was like a dream come true, a fairy tale. Just then, the doctor and my parents walked in to talk to me.
Honey, guess what? You get to go home, finally!
What?
You're all good now. You'll just have to come for a checkup in a few months, but other than that, you're fine. You can leave here today. Isn't that great, sweetheart?
It is.
It's amazing. While Mom and Dad were taking care of all the last-minute paperwork, I walked over to Steele's room. He gave me the tightest hug as soon as he saw me. Steele, I have some news. I'm being discharged today. I leave in a couple of hours. That's great news, Billy. Why aren't you excited about it? Because once I leave, I won't be able to visit you. I'll be moving back to Canada. Oh, is there... The first few months, I thought every other person I saw on the street was Steele. Everywhere I looked, there he was. I felt like Cupid had hit me with a bucket of love with Steele's name on it, but I pushed it aside. There was nothing I could do. As the years passed, life got in the way, and eventually, we both lost touch with each other. I got extremely busy with completing high school, trying to get into a university, and with the foundation. I put all of my focus on getting it open. After organizing talent shows and competitions as fundraisers and to get some awareness on it, I got some attention and eventually got to meet the CEOs of the biggest organizations who wanted to help me out with my own foundation. But I was in for a shock when I spoke to them. So, from all the donations and money you make, we will get 40% of the cut, and you can decide how much you want to keep and give the rest to the families. I'm sorry, but did you just suggest that you and I take the majority of the money that is supposed to go to struggling families? Of course, I don't agree. That is not the goal of my foundation. You're just a child. This is how it works. I have nothing to lose if you deny this offer. It's just you who will struggle. I was fuming with rage when I stepped out. I ranted about it for days to my parents. I had to take matters into my own hands. I worked hard for years at university and internships. And finally, at the age of 22, I opened my very own foundation. It became known globally. I was one of the youngest CEOs in the world, and I was on many magazine covers as well. I'm not gonna lie, that was fun and it made me feel great. But it wasn't the fame I was after. It was the families I got to help out. Many people showed up to donate and help out, and one day, my assistant ran up to my office to inform me that we had gotten one of the biggest donations ever, a whopping $100,000. He's here right now, and he wants to work with us as well. Isn't this exciting? Can I show him in? 100,000? Yes, of course. I can't wait to meet this angel of a person. I'm an angel now? I thought I was the jerk boy. It was Steele. I couldn't believe my eyes. 6 years later, and he was finally here. So I'm perfectly healthy now. Do you think we could pick up where we left off? Maybe I take you out somewhere that doesn't serve hospital food? I'm so happy for you, Steele. And I know a great coffee shop. There's so much catching up to do. Everything worked even better than I could imagine. And it was all because a long time ago I decided if you wait to be happy until everything is fine, you'll waste your whole life waiting. They say that when true love comes for you, you won't know what hit you. My girl Lacey came at me like a freight train. Babe, this song is for you. Every girl in the club turned to me with their eyes popping out of their sockets and their jaws wide open, like they thought I didn't deserve him. I don't care what anybody thinks about Walker and me. Well, that's not exactly true. I did care about what one person thought. Bex, Walker's little sister and my best friend. When Walker and I got together, I was sure I'd added a boyfriend and subtracted a best friend. I should probably start at the beginning. But first, please like and subscribe. It all began on the day we were born. Yep, we. Bex and I were born on the same day in the same hospital. Our parents lived next door to each other, and our moms were inseparable. Soon, they were pregnant at the same time. I can't believe we're so close to meeting these little ones. I know, they're gonna be the best of friends. It's as if Bex's mom had a crystal ball because she was spot on. Bex arrived 17 minutes before me, and we've been BFFs since. She's always been kind of motherly to me, and she took her job as the oldest seriously.
We should clean up these toys and get a snack. But I was still playing with that. Did you pack your raincoat? It looks like it's gonna rain.
When I say we did everything together, I do mean everything. We went to dance class together.
Lacey, how are you so flexible? I feel like a statue next to you. Double jointed, I guess.
We were each other's biggest cheerleaders, and we told each other everything too. My parents were fighting again last night. I'm worried they won't make up.
Don't worry, babe. Your dad'll get a new job and
and that stress will just go away. But then, one day, when we were 13, life as I knew it changed forever. Bex and I were walking home from school. We were on the crosswalk when suddenly a car came screeching through the red light at high speed. All I remember was the sound of metal and glass and the smell of burnt tires before I was hit with a huge force, and then everything went black. When I woke up, I found myself in the hospital. Oh, honey, thank goodness you're okay. What if something had happened to you? I couldn't do life without you, Bestie. Sweetheart, you just take everything easy now. You need to heal. And I did heal, kind of. My body was fine, but my brain was broken. For some reason, every time I left my house, I was terrified. When I stepped outside my door, I could hear that car and I could smell the burnt rubber. My world shrank in an instant. The only place I could make it without a panic attack was across the 5 cement pavers that separated Bex's front door from mine. Anything else brought me paralyzing fear, and I even stopped attending school. Bex, can we just stay at my house today? I don't think I can go out. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just cancel with our friends. Bex, do you want to watch a movie at your house? I thought we might go to the mall. I really don't want to go anywhere. I think that's when Bex started to resent me, which made me feel guilty. I didn't mean to be this way. I didn't want to live the rest of my life inside a house, but everything just felt safer there. At least to me. To Bex, it must have felt like a prison. Ugh, we never do anything anymore. This is boring, Lacey. There's so much out there to see and do. I was ashamed. Why was it so hard for me to just go outside and act like a normal teenager? Bex, you can go to the party if you want. I'm gonna stay here. Are you sure? You could try coming, right? We can leave early. Couldn't you just try today for me? Who knows? It might not be as bad as you're imagining it. A party sounded about as much fun as scrubbing tiles with a toothbrush, but I decided to make an effort for Bex. I was sweating bullets, and my heart was pounding by the time we made it to the party. My friends from school seemed happy to see me though, and I started to relax just a bit. I sat down in a corner, not ready to join the dancing crowd yet. Maybe Bex was right. This wasn't so bad. But just then, a waiter carrying a tray of drinks suddenly tripped, and everything went crashing to the floor. The sound of the smashing glass sent me into a panic. I dove under the table and buried my head in my arms, crying hysterically. Everything went completely silent, and Bex tried her best to make me come out, but I couldn't move an inch. Eventually, she had to call my parents to come and take me. Lacey, I'm sorry. I didn't know. I've been trying to tell you. I can't go out, and now things are even worse. Everyone probably thought I acted like a freak. I'm not trying to hold you back, Bex. You want to go to parties? You can go without me. I won't mind. Okay then, maybe I will. A few nights later, I went over to Bex's house, but I found her brother Walker instead. He smiled, and I was distracted by the dimples on his cheeks.
Hey, Lace, Bex isn't here.
Whoa, when did Walker get so hot? He was usually always in the garage practicing with his band. He had a major glow up. Right, I forgot she might be out.
Is something the matter? You look a little glum.
I'm just bored, I guess.
Yeah, me too. Come on in.
That's how it all began. That night, Walker and I talked. I told him I was scared I'd be hit by a car again. I said that I'd felt trapped in my own mind. I told him I felt guilty keeping Bex from living her life, and about what happened at the party.
Don't be so hard on yourself. What happened to you was a huge trauma. Healing takes time. As for Bex, don't worry about her. She's your friend. She'll always be there for you.
Hearing Walker say that felt good. You're right, Walker. I just can't help it. Sometimes I feel like a freak from another planet. I'm sure everyone at school now thinks I'm a total weirdo. That was when Walker picked up his guitar and started strumming it.
Why does it matter what anyone thinks of you? It should only matter what you think of yourself. But for the record, I happen to think you're pretty great.
My heart skipped a beat when he said that, and for the first time in a long time, I felt like I had someone to talk to, someone who cared about me, someone who saw me. The next time Bex came to see me, I tried to bring up Walker. I saw your brother playing his guitar on the porch the other day. He's gotten really good. Also, really cute. Yeah, he's good, but my parents think it's a waste of time and he should focus more on his studies. Wait a minute, you think he's cute? Just an observation. He didn't look too bad from my window. You know he's off limits, right? Because the last time he dated a friend of mine and broke up with her, she shut me out completely. I never want him going near any of my friends again. I know all that, Bex. Don't worry. But soon, I was waiting for Bex to leave her house so I could go and spend time with Walker. Part of me felt like I was betraying her, but I was hooked on a feeling. The feeling I had every time I looked into Walker's eyes. It didn't take long for Walker to get hooked too.
All these years, and I didn't realize what a cool person you were. Bex kept you all to herself.
Walker and I started spending more and more time together. He told me he wanted to be a famous singer, but he didn't feel like anyone in his family supported his dreams. I did though. No one gets to tell you how big to dream, Walker. You can do anything you set your mind to.
I know my sister might kill me for saying this, but I feel like you understand understand me. I feel connected to you somehow. He leaned in, and in one moment, his lips were on mine. All the tension I'd been feeling exploded, and I almost saw stars. My knees felt wobbly, and my head spun. Whoa, you're perfect. But I could only think about one thing. Bex was gonna kill us. Walker, we can't do this. Bex is my best friend. So what? Don't give up on something that could be really good between us. Don't you feel it? His hand brushed my cheek, and soon I was lost in his eyes again, leaning in for another kiss when, what's going on here? I pulled away from Walker like he was fire, and I'd just been burned. Bex, I can explain.
Explain what? Your spit-swapping fest with my brother? I told you I would never be okay with this. Oh no? It looks like I was just betrayed by the two of you. I don't want to look at either of you again.
Bex pushed her way past us, and I swear I felt my heart break. I stared at Walker, but with my chest so tight, I couldn't find any words. So I ran. I ran home to the safety of my bedroom, and that's where I stayed. For days, weeks, I missed Bex terribly, and even though I didn't want to admit it, I missed Walker too. Honey, this isn't healthy for you. You need to leave the house.
I don't want to leave the house. I want to stay in bed and let my blankets swallow me whole.
No, go outside in the yard and get some fresh air. That's not a request. It's an order. Her tone told me she wasn't messing around, so I headed to the yard with my phone, a blanket, and a grudge. That's when I spotted Bex dressed in workout gear and running shoes, her attention focused on her phone. She stepped out onto the crosswalk, and that's when I heard the car. Then I saw it.
Bex, look out!
Huh? The idea of me getting hit by a car paralyzed me with fear, but the idea of Bex getting hit by a car was unthinkable. I tackled Bex to the ground so fast that we both just stared at each other, shocked and breathless.
Lacey, you saved me.
Of course I did. I can't do life without you, bestie. You're my best friend too. I didn't mean to kiss Walker, Bex. He just made me feel less alone. Bex looked ashamed. Walker told me everything. He said you inspired him and supported his music. He said you were like a song to him. And I'm sorry. I haven't been a good friend. I should have wanted you to be happy. I do want you to be happy.
Walker raced out of the house and came running to us.
Stop fighting. You're friends.
We're not fighting. We're making up.
If being with each other makes you happy, I want you to be happy. Both of you. Bex, does that mean? It means that Lacey can be your song again. With that, Bex left us standing there. Walker, be my girlfriend. No more secrets. No more hiding.
Yes. 100% yes.
You helped me believe in myself. You did the same thing for me, Walker. I feel stronger now, like I can do anything. Anything? Anything. Walker stepped forward, taking my hands in his. Would you come to my first real gig? It's tomorrow, but only if you're ready. I hadn't left my house to go anywhere but school for such a long time, but when I saw the hope in Walker's eyes and the support I would give him by going, I felt I could do it. I think I'm ready, Walker. Walker wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close for a kiss. Bex squealed and gave me a big hug.
This is it, babe. My brother is living his dream.
I was born to workaholic parents, so I didn't see them much growing up. My babysitter didn't find me too interesting either. She'd spend hours watching TV, watching weird wrestling competitions on the TV, while I would spend endless hours drowning my face in fashion magazines. It was my dream to start my own clothing line someday, and it would be so successful that my parents wouldn't have to work another day in their life and spend all their time with me. When I turned 16, Mom and Dad got me admitted into one of the best schools in the city and took me shopping to get some new stuff. I was smitten by this gorgeous designer handbag. Mom, can I have this, please? Emma, that's $3,000. We can't afford that. Not after that expensive school. Really? You work so much, I thought we were rich. Mom gave me a weird look and we left, but I couldn't take the bag off my mind, so I decided to make my own money. I made lemonade stands, mowed lawns, and walked every rich person's dog that needed a run, even ones twice my size.
Wait, boy, not so fast.
Right before the term started, I'd earned enough to buy a fake bag, and it looked somewhat similar. My first day, the entire parking lot was packed, but just then I found a cozy spot in corner. Slowly, I made my way in, feeling like a pro, until I heard an awful screeching sound. I'd hit a car and made a huge dent. While I was reeling in shock, calculating the damage, a tall boy stopped and stared at me. Wow, that's as big as the Grand Canyon. Good job.
Sarcasm is not helping, dude. Do you have any idea whose car this is?
Let me see. Looks like mine. Sure enough, he unlocked the door and tossed his backpack inside. My mind went into overdrive.
How could he be so indifferent after I dented his very pricey-looking car? I'm so sorry. This is totally my fault. I'll make it up to you.
Cool. Get it repaired then.
I looked at him confused. There was no way I could afford to repair the damages. Before I could respond, he inched closer, and I swear he smelled like oranges.
Or you could agree to go on a date with me. Your call. Take your time. There's no rush. I'm Caleb, by the way.
He was cute, but I'd barely met the guy. I thought about it hard before saying yes, and later found out that Caleb was freaking rich. His dad owned a multi-million-dollar company, and basically everyone's parents at school worked for his father. He was like a huge deal. Caleb and I went on several dates after that, and I grew to like him. He was a great listener and totally grounded. I want to start a business of my own one day, like a super cute fashion line.
That sounds ambitious, but I'm sure you'll pull through. I can feel it.
A month later, when he asked me to be his girlfriend, he filled my car with roses and a giant stuffed teddy bear. I was happy, but the girls in school just went bonkers. On our first date as a couple, Caleb gifted me an expensive handbag, the original version of my fake one. Wow, that's awesome, but I can't take this.
You're my girlfriend now, and you only deserve the best.
Caleb insisted, and I couldn't say no. It was my favorite brand after all. One day after school, Caleb invited me to his place where he lived all by himself. While he swam in his private pool, I sketched new fashion designs in my journal. What do you think?
Very chic. You know you don't have to work, right? I'll have more than enough money to support us.
I know, but this is my dream, and I want to do this for myself.
Whatever floats your boat, love. Just remember, I'll always be there for you.
That summer, I decided to take a business class at a local community college, and I was by far the youngest one there. Not that I cared. I belonged there. I was busy concentrating on what the professor was saying when a heavy voice interrupted me.
So, Professor, you know all this from your successful businesses?
I turned around to see a cute guy in the back corner, leaning in his chair with his feet propped up on the desk.
Excuse me? I'm just saying, if you knew anything about marketing, you wouldn't be teaching.
They went back and forth for a while. My professor got angrier and angrier while the boy remained calm. I couldn't believe how rude he was, but I had to agree. He wasn't entirely wrong. After class, I decided to grab lunch at the college dining hall. I was finishing a sketch in my journal when that rude boy came behind me in line.
Is that meant for a unicorn?
Excuse me? So now you're a PhD in designing too?
That's designing? Let me show you something.
Listen, I don't know what your deal is, but you cannot insult. Before I could finish, he pulled out his phone and showed me a clothing website filled with plain black t-shirts, and they were listed at over $100 each.
This is my business.
These boring black tees? You could get these anywhere. He clicked a few apps and showed me his bank statements. The number almost made me fall backwards. How could this guy be making thousands of dollars selling regular old t-shirts? I don't get it. Why are you even taking classes?
What can I say? I'm a sucker for knowledge.
You're crazy.
Actually, I'm Eric, and you need a better teacher. Someone who knows how to make big bucks in real life and not some loser professor.
He went on to cut me in line and buy the cheapest thing on the menu. For a while, I avoided Eric like the plague. I didn't want my work associated with him, but the more I researched about his business, the more I realized I needed his expertise. He could sell t-shirts just from the hype alone. So that following week, I put my pride aside and asked him to tutor me. Little did I know, it would turn out to be my biggest mistake. He talked way too fast and laughed at all my questions. He even made me work the customer service line for his business to understand how businesses work. I complained about Eric to Caleb all day. He's so rude and mean. I don't even know how to deal with him.
Drop his classes then.
I can't do that. He's good at what he does, and I can genuinely learn so much from him.
Then take his attitude with a pinch of salt. Anyway, I have something that'll cheer you up. I want you to meet my parents.
I was shocked. I only ever saw his dad on billboards or on TV commercials. Being nervous was an understatement. We met them at an expensive Italian restaurant in town the next week. His dad stood up to shake my hand, but when I looked over his shoulder, I saw none other than my tutor sitting at the same table.
You must be Emma. We've heard great things.
Just then, Caleb saw Eric too,
and he seemed mad. What are you doing here? Not even a hello, brother? Brother? My head spun in a million circles. Eric and Caleb? Brothers? Caleb looked ready to fight him until their father got in between them. I invited him here, son. He's still family. Caleb backed off, but I was still in shock. And to make matters worse, Eric pretended he'd never met me. Caleb's parents ordered me all kinds of delicious courses, but I couldn't find the stomach to eat anything. And after dinner, Caleb took me straight home and angrily drove off without saying goodbye. During our next tutoring session, I was still fuming when Eric walked up. Why didn't you tell me about your family? You never asked. And besides, I didn't think we're that close. What do you mean? You're related to my boyfriend and you… Yeah, that's kind of unfortunate. You're not really his type, to be honest. That's not the point. I can't deal with this. I'm leaving. Wait, Emma, I'm sorry. I was just being a jerk. I calmed down as Eric spoke that he had been estranged from his family for 2 years because he refused to take over the family business. His clothing line was a result of wanting to prove he could make something successful without being connected to them. Part of me understood. I still wanted to pursue my clothing line dream, even though Caleb said I didn't have to. When I told Eric, he didn't laugh, but he seemed impressed. Take out your computer. You're making a website today. Eric helped me create my website from scratch. As usual, he was going super fast and I scrambled to keep up. But when I looked in my laptop reflection and saw him laugh, he looked different to me, almost attractive. Snap out of it, Emma. He's your boyfriend's brother. My website was good, but for the first few days, I didn't get many orders. But I didn't lose hope and continued sketching and building my brand. I worked on them for days until one night I got a call from Caleb and he sounded a bit off. Want to talk about it? Not really, but I have a surprise for you. Caleb told me that he'd put my name in a small fashion show for new designers. I couldn't believe it. Oh, you really shouldn't have. Yes, I should, and yes, I will. I've decided to be more supportive of your dream. Thank you. I was over the moon that day, but when I told Eric, he didn't sound as impressed. It's just a small show. Yeah, but it's big for me. And maybe after this, I might actually get some customers. You will come to the show, won't you? You're inviting me? Well, you've helped me get this far. It would be rude of me not to. When the day came, I peered at the audience behind the curtain. I was blown away to see Eric sitting in the back row. I was glad he showed up. Too glad to admit. Once my models were ready, they were off strutting down the catwalk wearing my designs. Surprisingly, the audience went crazy. I walked out and bowed with the last model and then jumped into Caleb's arms. Behind his shoulder, Eric was watching and he looked irritated. By the time I made my way to the back of the room, Eric was gone. The show had tremendously boosted my sales. Caleb invited me to his parents' home to celebrate. My brother will be there. Sorry. Why do you hate him so much? He's a total jerk. Anyone would kill to get my father's business, but he would rather do his own thing. Whatever. Joke's on him. I get the business now. Caleb's words didn't sit right with me, but I kept it to myself. We got to his mansion, and my eyes instantly started searching for Eric, but he didn't show up. We were halfway into the party when Eric strode through the door with a girl. Guess I wasn't missed. Mom, Dad, this is Angelica. My stomach turned. Since when did Eric have a girlfriend? By the looks on everyone's faces, they were thinking the same thing. Angelica's a model from New York. She has her own beauty brand. The more I watched them interact, the more I felt sick. It didn't make sense to me why I cared so much. Caleb, however, seemed to care for different reasons. That's so typical. Inviting people without asking Dad? Ugh, spare me for not being Dad's little saint. Suddenly, Caleb's dad flew into a rage, making Eric's date shrink away from the scene. That's enough, Eric. If you don't want to be part of this family, then stay out. Gladly, Father. Gladly. He turned and left the party. I found myself following him. Eric, wait. I'm sure he didn't mean it. And you've known them for what, a week? Now you're an expert? I looked into his eyes and saw there was pain there, even though he tried to hide it. You do care. You act like you don't, but you do. His face was so tense, I thought he would snap. Instead, he sighed and turned away. Just leave me alone. Listen, I need to
As I rushed behind Eric, my toe caught on a bump in the sidewalk and the ground rushed up to me. When I sat up, my ankle was throbbing and Eric swooped me up in his arms. As he carried me back, I couldn't stop myself from falling for him. I knew this was wrong. I was with Caleb, but Eric was so much kinder and helpful and sort of a jerk, but he was always there when I needed him. After that day, I decided to keep my distance from Eric. Caleb was my boyfriend, and I couldn't betray him. I spent my days working on making my business better, and one day, my brand ended up exploding all over social media. I had to investigate, so I went online and did some online digging. The root of it, I discovered, was none other than Eric's site where he'd promoted my line. He also left me an email in my inbox.
I know you don't want any boosts or freebies, but us entrepreneurs have to stick together. Enjoy the extra press. You've worked hard and you deserve it. Sincerely, your tutor.
I wanted to find him and thank him, but Caleb told me he was leaving the country to open up a store in England, and he was taking off that night.
Good riddance.
You don't care that you'll never see your own brother again?
Not really, no. But why do you care so much?
I don't. I was just...
Wait, please, don't tell me you have feelings for my brother. You do, don't you?
Before I could say anything, Caleb snapped.
After I supported your dumb business, you went behind my back and cheated on me with my brother?
Caleb, I didn't cheat on you.
Ugh, it's smothered all over your face. Dad was right about you. You're classless and...
Shut up! You're the worst, Caleb. I had no idea you thought so low of me. But I'm glad you told me now. And by the way, eat bugs. We're done. I was horrified with how mean Caleb was. And after that day, I broke all ties with him. I tried calling Eric multiple times, but he never returned my call. So, I guess that was done too. Some months later, I opened up a popular boutique in the city, keeping Eric's note at the bottom of my register. I tried to keep my mind off him as best as I could, and decorated my office with selfies of my parents enjoying their vacation in Greece. One night, just as I was closing the boutique, I heard a voice behind me.
Does this come in amends?
Eric! I rushed and hugged him tight.
That's a reaction I could live for. Now tell me, do you have a size larger? I ate too many burgers in England.
Taking the shirt he was holding, I went into the back room and found a large for him to try on. He too handed me one of his overpriced t-shirts. How is it?
I feel like a unicorn. What about yours?
Oh, you know, feels like a regular old t-shirt. Laughing, he grabbed my shirt and pulled me in for a kiss. Ever since I was a little girl, I've always loved to sing. My grandma was a professional singer. She sang around the world with the most prestigious orchestras and operas. I miss her and her voice so much. When I got to 10th grade, I became the singer of the family. I went to the most prestigious performing arts school on the West Coast. My favorite class was music, of course, and my favorite club so far was show choir. We had been the best in the state for 14 years, with the trophies to prove it. My best friend Addison is also in show choir with me. He and I met in kindergarten and have been inseparable ever since. He's the funniest guy I've ever known. He's also gotten pretty cute over the years too. Or at least, that's what all the girls in school think. But I just don't see him that way. Hard to see someone that way when they used to sneak over from next door and put frogs in your bed. Yuck. One day, our show choir teacher, Miss Conrad, had big news for us.
We've been asked to compete at this year's National Show Choir Competition.
All right!
Yeah! But to ensure we get top scores, the soloists will have to be chosen very carefully.
Miss Conrad told us that we were going to have to audition for the big solo right in front of each other in 1 week. My nemesis, Heidi, started bragging in front of the whole group. We all know who's going to get it. Me, of course. Everyone knows I have the stage presence of a star.
I don't know. I think Kaylee might give you a run for your money. She's got star power and the voice to match.
The others' eyes widened. Were they about to fight? Just then, the bell rang. As everyone left the class, I swatted Addison on the arm. Don't start fights with Heidi. She's my biggest competition.
That's exactly why you have to stand up for yourself in front of her.
I just don't want anyone to think I think I'm better than her.
Well then, I guess that's why I'm here. To remind them for you.
What would I do without you?
Good thing we'll never have to find out.
I was so nervous, even though I'd sung in front of our choir before, but the pressure was on. The whole week leading up to auditions, I practiced. In the shower, in the car, between classes. I really wanted to beat out Heidi for the big solo at the end of the show. Finally, audition day arrived. I woke up, put on my cutest outfit, curled my hair, and took extra time with my makeup. After all, if I'm gonna be a big star one day, I might as well start dressing like it now. When I stepped out of my house to walk to school with Addison, his cheeks turned super red. What's wrong? Nothing. You, just look different is all. Your hair is... Oh no, does it look bad? Maybe I should have worn it up. I'll just go change. No, leave it. You look good. Great. When I arrived in class, Heidi was sitting in the front row looking totally perfect. What was I thinking? With her shiny hair, big eyes, and as much as I hated to admit it, her beautiful voice, why would anyone ever look twice at me? But I just tried to remember what my grandma would always say. It's not about who sings the loudest or looks the prettiest. As long as your song comes from your heart, people can't help but listen. So I took a deep breath and sat down next to Heidi, right in the front row. She gave me a once-over and rolled her eyes. Who cared what she thought? I knew I looked great. Miss Conrad sat down at the piano and called Heidi up first. After she finished singing, I applauded politely, along with everyone else. Then, it was my turn. I stood confidently and turned to face everyone. Addison gave me a thumbs up from the back row. Such a good friend. Miss Conrad played the opening notes for my song when suddenly, the door to the classroom burst open behind me. I turned to look, and standing in the doorway was the most handsome boy I'd ever seen. Tall, with long brown hair that fell perfectly into his eyes. He looked just like a fairy tale prince. My jaw dropped. He handed a note to Miss Conrad. Class, this is our newest addition, Patrick. He waved to everyone, then put his hand on my shoulder, looked deep into my eyes and said, I'm so sorry I interrupted your audition. Knock 'em dead. Then he took my seat right in the front row. I gulped. Oh, now I was nervous again. I shook off my nerves, took a deep breath, and nodded to Miss Conrad. As she played, I could feel the music filling me up, all the way to the top. I opened my mouth to sing and let my song come from my heart. When I finished, the whole class burst into applause. I felt like I was walking on air. Patrick got up to sing something last minute. He was so good. The next day, Miss Conrad put up the list, and I had gotten the solo. And she'd even added a duet in the middle of the show for Patrick to sing with me.
Looks like it's you and me, Kaylee. I'm so honored to be singing with someone as talented as you.
I felt my cheeks turn red, and he grinned.
You're so cute when you blush like that. Be careful, or I might just fall in love.
He walked away with a wink at me. I couldn't believe he'd just said that, and neither could Heidi, who'd been listening around the corner. Don't get too comfy with that solo. Once Miss Conrad figures out that you'll cave at the first sign of pressure, I'll be ready to step in. Eavesdrop much? Jealousy isn't your color, Heidi. The next day, we started rehearsing for nationals. Everyone was working so hard, and Patrick and I sounded great together. But when it came to our dance, it was like I'd suddenly grown a second left foot. No, Kaylee, no. Once more from the top. Miss Conrad, I'm happy to come up front and show Kaylee how it's done.
Not necessary, but thank you, Heidi.
Just here for the team. After I knocked Patrick over by mistake for the third time, Miss Conrad called it a day.
Kaylee, please go home and
practice. Ugh, I could have wiped that smug look off of Heidi's face. Everyone went to start packing up their bags, and I started to head backstage to get my bag when Patrick came up to me.
Hey, gorgeous. Want to stay and practice a little with me? Then it'll be perfect by tomorrow.
Oh, I wouldn't want to impose. Your toes must be all bruised.
That's okay. I really don't mind. And I wouldn't mind spending a little quality time with my co-star.
Well, if you insist. Just then, Addison came up to us.
Hey, Kaylee, ready to go?
That's okay. I should really practice a little longer.
I can practice with you. I could use a few run-throughs myself.
Oh, well, Patrick already offered to stay behind and practice with me here.
He did he? How are you gonna get home? I can drive her. Oh, do you live in our neighborhood? No, but, I mean, if it's not really convenient for you, I'm not spending time with Kaylee because it's convenient. Neither am I. I'm spending time with her because she's cool.
My face turned bright red. Did he really mean that? Addison, I'm gonna stay here too, just for a bit to practice.
I'll see you later, okay? Fine, if you insist. I'll, see you when you get home. He turned on his heel and walked out. Patrick turned to me with a grin on his face and held out his hand. Shall we? We practiced more, and I was finally getting good. Patrick swung me out for our final spin, then pulled me in close and dipped me. That's when I noticed his face was just so close, his ice blue eyes staring deep into mine. Was he gonna kiss me? Just then, all the lights in the theater went out. Patrick dropped me in shock, and I shrieked. All of a sudden, the lights came back on, and Miss Conrad stepped back on stage. Oh, hey kids. I'm so sorry. I didn't realize you were still here. Ugh, I couldn't believe she'd interrupted our moment. Still, we waved goodbye to her and headed out. A little while later, when Patrick dropped me off, he got out of his car to open my door. Such a gentleman. It was nice hanging out tonight. I'll see you tomorrow, superstar. Then he wrapped his arms around me and gave me a big hug. Is this what heaven smelled like? Then I headed up the front walk to my door. So do you like him or something? I whipped around and saw Addison waiting on our front porch swing. I don't know, maybe. He's so cute and really talented. Okay. Cool, I guess. Do you still want to practice? That's okay, I think I got it now. Okay then. Well, then I guess I'll see you tomorrow. Here, I got you a milkshake. Hey, thanks. He started crossing the yard towards his house. Is it? Cookies and cream, your favorite. Thanks. I'll see you tomorrow? You know it. Then it was finally time for nationals. As we arrived at the concert hall, I was overwhelmed by all the other groups here and overheard one girl say to another,
She was a little flat at the end.
I couldn't believe it. What if I lost us the whole competition? All night and throughout all our warm-ups the next day, it was all I could think about. If I messed up again, I'd be letting everyone down, including myself. And there were several famous music industry people judging the competition. What if I ended my career as a singer before it even started? And then, it was almost time to go up. I tried to calm down, but I was shaking like a leaf. Miss Conrad, Kaylee doesn't look so good. Miss Conrad came over. She looked pretty nervous herself. Kaylee, you look terrible. Are you going to be able to perform? Of course, because if you're sick, I can always put Heidi on. I'm ready to go, Miss Conrad. Just then, I spotted Patrick warming up down the hall. I just need a minute. I raced down the hall towards him. He was stretching, shaking out his hands, jumping up and down. Patrick? His expression was so strange. Was he nervous too? I'm so nervous. Do you think we could practice? Kaylee, I'm kind of busy. What if we... I really just need some space here, Kaylee. Yesterday, you said we were a team. That doesn't feel like a team to me. I can't do this right now. Could you leave me alone? Fighting back tears, I ran down the hall and found a corner backstage. I couldn't let anyone see me so upset, especially not Miss Conrad or Heidi. What was I gonna do? Suddenly, Addison stepped out of the shadows. He looked so handsome in his costume. Kaylee, are you okay? I threw my arms around him. He caught me and squeezed tight. I'm so nervous. I overheard one of the other teams say I sounded bad. Miss Conrad is ready to replace me with Heidi. Patrick isn't any help, and there's amazing industry people out there, and... Ugh! You sounded amazing in rehearsal. Those other teams were just jealous. Forget about Patrick and Heidi. Remember why you love to sing. What was it your grandma always said? Sing from your heart? Exactly. Just do that. I took a few deep breaths, and Addison was right. Will you just run the last part of the number with me? Of course. And there, in our little corner of the theater, we stepped, we twirled, we kicked in time together. Addison took my hand, spun me around, and dipped me low. I felt his arm slip. He was dropping me, but right before I was sure I'd hit the ground, he caught me with a twinkle in his eye. I swatted his arm. You tricked me. I'd never drop you, and even if I did, I'll always be here to catch you. Thank you, Addison. Then he smiled at me so genuinely, and my heart fell into my stomach. What was that? Places, please, students, places. Kaylee, are you ready? Yes, Miss Conrad. As we all rushed to take our spots to start our number, Addison shot me a wink. Knock 'em dead, superstar. You too. As soon as the lights came up on stage, I felt a little thrill of excitement. We danced, we sang, we twirled. Everyone had brought their A-game. When it came time for my duet with Patrick, we totally nailed it. But any spark that had been there was gone. As the opening chords of my solo began, the lights shined down on me, and I opened my mouth, and the music poured from my heart. I knew my grandma was right there with me. I hit my final note, and held it out forever as everyone finished their steps behind me. As we struck our final pose, the crowd erupted into applause, a standing ovation. I beamed. We totally nailed it! That night, after all the points had been tallied, all the teams gathered on stage behind the judges. Addison reached for my hand and I squeezed back. Thanks for the pep talk. I could have never done it without you.
Of course you could have. I'm just here to remind you.
You're always there for me. He leaned in close, and I felt a flutter in my stomach as he whispered in my ear.
And I always will be, if you let me.
I turned to look directly in his eyes.
Kaylee, I have to tell you.
Just then, the announcer started announcing the winners. Second place, runner-up. Our whole team clasped hands and took a deep breath together.
And the grand prize for this year's National Show Choir competition goes to...
As they said our name, the crowd roared. It was so loud I could hardly think. Confetti rained down on us as Miss Conrad stepped forward to accept our trophy. I threw my arms around Addison and he picked me up, swinging me in a circle. We did it! We did it! As we packed up our things in the dressing room and said goodbye to the new friends we'd made at the competition, one of the judges knocked on our dressing room door. He was an exec for a record label back in LA.
I was so impressed with you. Your vocals were so clear, and you've got some real presence up there. Give me a call if you think you'd be interested in recording a single.
He handed me his card, and I shook his hand, totally awestruck. Maybe dreams really do come true. I felt so relieved. Not only had I not let everyone down, but I'd made myself proud. On the bus, Addison dropped down in the seat beside me, running a hand through his hair. When he saw me watching him, he grinned, and the butterflies were back.
I'm totally beat, aren't you?
Definitely. I, got you something.
Oh yeah?
I pulled out a bag of gummy worms. Your favorite.
You're the best, Kay.
He ripped open the bag and dug in. Hey, Addison, what was it you were gonna tell me earlier?
I don't know. I don't remember.
Well, I have something I want to tell you.
Yeah?
I like you.
Really?
Really.
I like you too. I have for a while now.
Really?
Really.
He took my hand and I know my cheeks turned pink.
I got something for you too.
Ooh, okay. I love presents. And then he put his hand on my cheek, leaned in close, and kissed me. It was the perfect end to a perfect day. I'm just a normal high school student and have the most normal, boring life of anyone I know. All the other kids at school got to do exciting things during spring break. Sarah B. traveled to Prague with her family. Kara got to go to Cancun. Priyanka went skydiving. The most interesting thing I did was clean up my dog Lulu's poop. But it wasn't anyone's fault but mine. Sure, it's true, my parents couldn't afford to take me on fancy trips like that. They only ran a restaurant together and all their money went back into the business, and they needed me to help out after school. But the truth is, they would have let me do anything I wanted, but I was too scared. I could never go skydiving or even flying to another country like Prague. My whole life, I had been scared of everything, and I was sick of it. Just once, I wished I could go on an adventure of my own, but I had to look at everyone else having a great life through Instagram. And sometimes I couldn't even look at their photos because my stupid phone was constantly acting up. I was telling Kara all this while we picked up our food at lunch, and she said, "Well, if you're too scared to do anything, you can't really complain about not doing anything. Not to be harsh, you know, but it's your life. You're the one who has to live it." You know what, Kara? You're right. The next time I get an opportunity to do something fun or crazy or scary, I'll do it. With a newfound determination, I shook Kara's hand, but when I sat down, I sat on my phone and saw that it was dialing some random number. I held it to my ear, but there was only a strange static sound, but it seemed to be mostly okay. After school, my friend Kara and I were at my parents' restaurant studying for the history test. I don't know why you don't like this place. I'd be so happy if my parents had a restaurant and I could eat free breadsticks every day. You're eating free breadsticks now. A man came into the restaurant just then. He wasn't like our usual customers. He had a nice suit on and dark sunglasses. It seemed like he was looking for someone. His eyes landed on me and I looked down at my textbook. It was none of my business. Kara nudged me, and when I looked up again, the man was standing right in front of our booth.
Agent Dark, I'm Agent West. I need you to come with me.
I stared at him, dumbfounded. Was this a prank?
Please, Agent Dark, we don't have much time.
My name is Allison.
No real names. In case one of us is captured, the less we know about each other, the better. My heart was pounding. Was this guy for real? None of what he was saying made any sense.
Agent Dark and I were just finishing up. She's ready now. What? I couldn't believe it. Why would she do that? She kicked me under the table and looked at me as if to say, "What are you waiting for? He looks like a Greek god." "Would you excuse us, sir?" She dragged me up and pulled me to the corner. "This is your big chance. Adventure, no fear. You said you would take your next opportunity, remember?" "I didn't mean this. I don't know anything about being a spy or fighting. I'm boring, remember? That's the only thing anyone knows about me. And guess what? It's true." "Yeah, but that's not what you want. This is it, Allie. You either go and do this thing with this random, beautiful Greek god of a man, or you stay boring and safe forever. Remember, in life, nothing changes unless you change it." Maybe she was right. It was time to do something crazy, to finally step out of my comfort zone. I stood up. My mom glanced over from me from the kitchen window. "Are you leaving, honey? Why don't you and your friends take some breadsticks with you?" I grabbed the sticks and nodded to Agent West, who led me out of the restaurant by the hand. A black car was waiting for us outside. We both got into the back seat, and the car rolled out of the parking lot. I couldn't see the driver. There was a partition separating the front of the car from the back. Agent West breathed a sigh of relief.
"We were so glad to finally get your signal. We thought you were captured, or worse."
"What signal?"
"The access code. You called in yesterday. The numbers you put in. We know it was you. Don't try to back out now."
I thought hard. What code? What numbers? But then I remembered yesterday when I was eating lunch in the cafeteria. I sat on my phone. The butt dial. That was totally random, though. What were the odds that I sat on my phone in just the right way to dial a secret number and enter the correct 16-digit secret password? Maybe I should buy lottery tickets. Agent West was quiet for most of the ride. I had a million questions, but I was afraid if I opened my mouth, the truth would spill out, and my adventure would be over before it started. Finally, the car slowed down and parked. I stopped and stared as I got out. We were in the circle drive of a mansion. Not one of those fake McMansions either. Like a real, gigantic, beautiful palace. It looked like royalty lived there, or at least a really wealthy athlete. Agent West removed something draped over a hanger from the trunk and held it out to me.
"Put this on."
I ducked into the back seat and changed as fast as I could. Thankfully, the partition was still up and the windows were almost as black as the paint. When I emerged, Agent West's jaw dropped. I was in a glittering blue dress. I didn't have a mirror, but judging by Agent West's expression, the dress must have looked pretty good. "Everything all right?" He pulled himself together and we approached the entrance.
"Your mission is to distract the ambassador. That'll give me time to crack the safe and steal the device."
"Distract him how?"
"I'm sure you'll think of something."
If anything, the inside was even more gorgeous. Spiral staircase, crystal chandelier, guests in glamorous attire all around.
"That's the ambassador over there."
A small man with a mean, pinched face sipped champagne by himself in the corner. "I don't think I can do this. I'm just a student. I'm not trained." Agent West took my hands.
"Don't panic. They wouldn't have chosen you for this mission if they didn't know you were capable. Besides, I believe in you."
I gulped. It was nice to hear, but was it really me he believed in, or just the person he thought I was? Taking a closer look at him, Agent West didn't seem to be much older than I was. But how could a high school freshman be an international spy? Maybe he just looked young. Then it clicked. I knew what I had to do to make it through this mission. From this moment on, I would pretend to be the person they thought I was. If she was brave, poised and confident and quick on her feet, then I would be too. I nodded to Agent West and he slipped away. I grabbed a glass of champagne from a passing server's tray. I started walking, took a sip. I immediately spit it out. Gross. I set the glass down on another server's tray and walked right up to the ambassador. He stared at me grumpily. I smiled back, but I didn't know what to say. Was I supposed to introduce myself? Suddenly, I was mad. Agent West had left me here by myself with no preparation and no plan. At a strange place surrounded by strange new people? How did I even know he was who he said he was? Maybe he worked for the bad guys. Who were the bad guys? I stopped and took a breath. I didn't think he worked for the bad guys. Remember, I told myself, you're not Allie. A boring, ordinary freshman at Claremont High. You're Agent Dark, international spy extraordinaire. Breadstick? I offered a breadstick from my purse. The ambassador's angry face broke into a delighted smile.
Don't mind if I do.
A little while later, Agent West appeared and pulled me away from the ambassador. I had done such a good job charming him that he seemed disappointed to see me leave. He even wanted me to meet his daughter. Agent West and I snuck out onto the balcony. The city lights sparkled in front of us. I got it. I didn't even know what it was, but I was happy the mission was a success.
You were incredible tonight, Agent Dark. I couldn't have done it without you.
That made me feel even better. Like maybe I wasn't here by mistake, and I was capable. Can't you tell me your real name? You already know mine.
I'm Zane.
Nice to meet you, Zane. The sounds of the party were faint. Here on the balcony, it was quiet. Just me and Agent West, Zane. He peered into my eyes. My heart began to pound. He leaned in to kiss me. An alarm went off just before our lips met. It was a deafening wail. There were shouts inside, people scrambling everywhere.
We have to go.
He hopped off the balcony railing onto some vines climbing up the mansion wall. I froze. That didn't look very stable. I looked down at the distant gravel below. Then I heard more shouting inside. It sounded angry. I glanced through the sliding glass doors. 2 burly security guards noticed me. One pointed right at me, and they hurried toward the glass. I turned back to Agent West. He held out his hand. The security guards were almost there. I took another deep breath. Remember, Allie, what would Agent Dark do? Just as the security guards crashed through the doors, I took Agent West's hand. Agent West walked me to my front door. We stood on the steps, both quiet and giddy from our close call.
Thanks for everything, Allison. You're even more impressive than your reputation.
That's right. Take that, Agent Dark. Call me Allie.
Good night, Allie.
Good night, Zane. When I finally went back to school the next day, I felt a new sense of confidence. All my fears were gone. While Priyanka and Sarah B talked about their adventures skydiving or going to Prague, I had to keep my mouth shut and just pretend like I was jealous. They would never know that I got to be a secret spy. At least Kara knew. And I looked amazing in that dress. Speaking of, that dress was too nice to wear only once. I decided to go to the dance with it. When I got there, everyone was buzzing in the halls. I had no clue what all the commotion was about. And then, there he was, Zane, in a tux and a vest.
You look familiar.
I glared at him. I wasn't sure I was in the mood for jokes when I hadn't heard a word from him in weeks. You know, you could have texted or called or sent a flying pigeon or something.
I know. I'm sorry I just disappeared like that. I had to go radio silent until the heat died down. I was afraid if I contacted you, I might put you in danger.
Yeah, well, I like danger, don't you know? I've jumped off balconies. I think I can handle a phone call. As mad as I am, I have to say, I'm glad to see you and I'm happy you're safe.
Well, I appreciate that. I know I'm probably too late, but I wanted to ask you, just in case.
I waited, nervous. Did he need me for another mission? I wasn't sure I was ready for that kind of excitement again so soon. Especially considering we'd almost been caught last time. What would have happened to me if I hadn't taken the leap off that balcony? Jail? Worse? I was okay with life being a little boring sometimes.
Do you have a date for the dance?
Ark was a jerk. I would always see him harassing one of the shy kids in the halls at school. One day, I had had enough. So I marched up to him and yelled, "Hey, stop bullying people, you're hurting their feelings." Mark was stunned. No one had ever stood up to him before. The shy kid ran away and we were left staring at each other. I was scared of what he would do or say, but he didn't really do or say anything. He only looked down like he was really sad and walked away. I was so shocked. And I had to admit, I felt kind of bad. I never yelled at anyone before, and I only did it because I thought he would get mad. But seeing him sad made me feel terrible. The next day, the entire hallway stunk. Everyone was trying to find out where the smell was coming from. As soon as I got close to my locker, I knew something was wrong. I opened it to find that it was yesterday's fish sandwich. It had been put in there and left all night. I almost puked. That's when I saw Mark smiling from down the hall. He was wearing those big, stupid headphones he always wore, and he even waved to me. All the guilt I had disappeared. I was gonna get him back. Just needed to figure out how.
All day, I snuck behind him, following, watching, like a stealthy ninja. Every move he made, I was right there, but he never saw me. I noticed him writing in his notebook all day, in every class, but he was never prepared with the assignments. So I knew whatever he was writing, it wasn't homework. The notebook became my obsession. I needed to know what was in it so I could use it against him, but he never left the thing alone. It was always right beside him. Finally, in English class, he went to the bathroom. But he was smart, or should I say paranoid enough, to put the notebook in his bag. I pretended to drop my pencil and crawled to his bag. I couldn't take the whole notebook without being discovered, so I just opened the zipper, and I hoped that would be enough for the notebook to fall out when he took his bag. And then, when the bell rang and class was done, he put his earphones on again, picked up the bag, and the notebook fell out. He didn't hear it, of course, so I ran and grabbed it. I ran home and read it. It wasn't jokes or anything mean. It was poems, and they were all really sad and beautifully written. I almost cried reading them. Suddenly, I understood why he was so mean to people. It sounded like his dad was really mean to him at home and made him feel like he was nothing at all. There was a time when we were little in kindergarten when Mark would tear up the notes that came with school lunches from other kids' moms. I saw him at school the next day. I felt totally different about him. I saw the sadness in him and how no one paid any attention at all to him. And I admit, I swooned a little when I realized he was actually pretty cute. I got the notebook out and walked up to him with it.
Is that mine?
It, fell out of your bag yesterday.
And you didn't give it back?
I got busy, sorry. I gave it to him. He opened it and saw my letter. He read it there as I stood watching, my cheeks getting redder and redder by the second.
You read my journal?
He kept his eyes on the page, like he couldn't face me. I understand why you're mean to people, but before I could finish, he ripped my letter from the notebook and dropped it on the floor.
Don't ever read my stuff without permission again.
All the good feelings I had for him disappeared. Didn't he know how hard I worked on that letter? How much I cared? Not to mention, I bore my soul to him. I got red again, but this time, it wasn't embarrassment. It was rage. That night, I told my mom everything. She told me,
"Honey, you tried to do something nice, and that's great, but you read his private journal without asking. You invaded his privacy."
I'm the only person who saw him. Everyone else ignores him.
I understand, but that doesn't make him any less worthy of having privacy, does it?
I went to my room without talking to her for the rest of the night. How could she not see what I had done? I put my heart on the line and got rejected. I did the right thing. All I wanted was to help him and let him know I understood. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept tossing and turning, thinking about how he acted, but also what my mom said and how violated I would feel if someone read my diary. After barely sleeping a wink and finally calming down so I wasn't so angry anymore, I decided she was right. As soon as I got to school, I would apologize to him, and that would be that. I practiced my speech the entire walk to school that morning. Every word I would say, every gesture, I wanted to be understood and let him know that I understood him too. But when I got to school, I was horrified to see that there were printed posters of me all over the halls. They had my school photo and said Maggie is a stalker. Everyone was looking at me. I ran to the bathroom and cried. How could he do that to me? Maybe I was wrong to think he had any good in him at all. I wanted to run away and go home, but we had a big test that day, so I had to sit in class after class while the other kids whispered about me. I sat in all my classes getting angrier and angrier, waiting for my last class when I would finally see him. I couldn't wait to confront that jerk. When I finally saw him, he smirked at me. I stomped right up to him and yelled, "Tell them it was you."
It was me.
Tell them it's not true.
It is true. You read my journal.
I was so frustrated. All I could think of was to scream. Ah! The teacher came up to both of us and gave me detention for yelling in class and gave him detention for pulling the prank. When we were both in detention, I made sure I was looking out the window or at the ceiling. Anywhere as long as we were not looking at each other. And of course, he starts whistling. I had to grind my teeth to keep from yelling again. Then the teacher left to get a coffee and we were left alone. It was so awkward. After a while, he took out his notebook and was reading something inside really intently. I had to admit I was curious about what it was. And then he wrote something and I was so mad at myself for even caring, but I did. I wanted to know what it was. As much as he annoyed me, I really did like his poems. But then I remembered his prank and ignored him. It was so mean. How could he do that? Did you really mean what you wrote in your letter? I couldn't believe he was actually talking to me. Yes, of course, but how do you remember? You threw it away. After I put all the posters up, I went back and found it in the trash. He took out a paper from his journal. It was my letter. No one's ever seen me the way you did. Then the bell rang and detention was finally over. He moved to the door, but before he could leave, I said, "I'm sorry about reading your journal, but I really like your poems." He turned and looked me in the eyes and said, "Can you come to my house tomorrow?" I was shocked and couldn't speak for an—
Have you tried talking to her? Seems like a better plan than avoiding her forever.
That gave me an idea. You're right. How can I get revenge if I'm always hiding?
I didn't say anything about revenge.
Thanks, Troy. You're a genius. Troy was right. It was time to turn the tables. The next morning, I got up bright and early and headed to Heather's favorite cafe. I had a hunch she'd show up eventually. Sure enough, soon she came in to order. I slipped a note to the barista and hid behind some rando's laptop. Shortly after, the barista put her drink on the counter. Double espresso macchiato for horseface Heather. The entire coffee shop started laughing. Heather turned beet red and then looked right at— Before I could hide, Heather marched right over and dumped her iced coffee on my head. Did you really think you could hide? I could see the tacky dye job from space. I'll have you know that I'm a natural strawberry blonde. Seriously, my hair got lighter from spending so much time in the sun. It's not a dye job. Okay, so that didn't go quite the way I'd planned. I was seriously gonna have to get a new wardrobe with all the clothes Heather was ruining. Next time, I would be more stealthy. Sadly, summer was coming to an end, but the good news is my university campus was gorgeous. I fell in love in an instant. Even the presence of my arch nemesis couldn't break the spell. On the first day of classes, I had my textbooks, my planner, and a pencil with an adorable pink floofy thing at the end. I was prepared for everything. I noticed a girl was about to sit next to me. Don't even think about it. Sorry, I'm saving it for a friend. Why was I yelling at random students? I'm glad you asked. About an hour ago, I'd paid the janitor to delay Heather on her way to the classroom. That way, when she arrived to class, there would only be one seat left. Earlier that day, I'd gone to a hardware store to buy the strongest glue I could find. See where I'm going with this? Unfortunately, Heather did too. When she came in, I tried to play it cool, but I kept glancing at the chair, and Heather noticed. Then she did something truly evil. Hey, your name's Kiki, right? Would you mind taking this seat? I'm nearsighted, so I like to sit close to the front. As that girl Kiki came over to take the seat, I panicked. Pranking Heather was one thing, but embarrassing this random girl was another. She was about to sit when suddenly I shoved her out of the way and sat there myself. Sorry, I just realized my great-grandmother sat in this seat when she was my age. It's kind of a sentimental thing. You get it. She didn't get it. But whatever. At least I'd saved her from humiliation. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for myself. When it was time to leave class, I tried to stand carefully, but the glue stuck to my jeans and ripped a hole right in my butt. What's wrong? Did you pee your pants again? If I did, this would be the first time. It's hard to come up with a good comeback when there's a giant hole in your pants. All of my pranks were backfiring. Clearly, I needed to make better plans. So this time, I did. I spent all week preparing for the most epic prank ever. I gathered 6 chickens, 25 jars of honey, glitter, and a human-sized net. Don't ask. Then I hid in a bush with my binoculars and waited for Heather to get home.
I see you decided to be mature and talk things out.
Exactly. Thanks, Troy. I am mature. Troy rolled his eyes and went inside. A little while later, I saw headlights approaching, and Heather pulled into the driveway. Everything was ready. Heather was finally gonna get a taste of her own medicine. But when she got out of the car, she was on the phone, and I noticed she was crying. You obviously don't care at all. You would have come back by now if you did. Forget it. My hand hesitated on the rope. Heather was in position. All I had to do was pull, and she'd be coughing feathers and glitter for a week. Instead, I approached her. Are you okay? Why do you care? Well, I don't know if you remember, but we used to be friends. Before you ruined my life, you mean? Oh my God, Heather. I have no idea what your problem is with me. We were besties, and then one day you decided to turn me into a boogeyman for no reason. Whatever it is, get over it. I'll never get over it. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. You'll never know a moment's peace until I have my revenge. Wow, she really was insane. Stripes and polka dots. Also, the whole evil villain speech, that was weird too. Good luck with world domination or whatever, crazy pants. I started to walk away when suddenly I tripped and pulled on the rope to catch my fall. In an instant, I was hit with a cascade of feathers, honey, and glitter. Heather laughed when suddenly the net fell and snatched her up into the air. We both looked totally ridiculous. But at least the prank was a partial success. Was it just me, or was that a smile on Heather's face? Smile or not, Heather had told me she wasn't gonna let this go. I needed to be ready. A few weeks went by with nothing happening. I knew Heather was trying to lure me into a false sense of security. She must be planning something big. There was a big fall festival coming up. Even though I was a total summer girl, I loved the changing leaves, crisp autumn air, and pumpkin candles. I couldn't wait for the festival, and that's why I knew Heather would make her move there to ruin it for me. The day of the festival, I was on high alert.
Babe, why do you keep checking your makeup? You look great.
I'm not checking my makeup. I'm watching my 6. Then I saw her hiding behind the donut stand.
That's it? I've put up with your stupid little games all summer, and clearly you're not growing up anytime soon. I'm breaking up with you. Also, I lied. Your makeup doesn't look great.
You take that back.
Have fun being at the festival all alone, loser.
Hey, pretty boy. James and I turned at the same time. Suddenly, Heather dumped her pumpkin spice latte on his head. He was about to scream when I took my candy apple and jammed it into his mouth. There, definitely an improvement. Agreed. James stalked off furiously, and Heather and I laughed. You stuck up for me. Well, we did used to be friends. Heather, I'm not lying. I really don't know why you started hating me. You really don't? You set your mom up with my dad. He left my mom and moved to the rainforest with your mom. I was shocked. Heather, I didn't even know they were together. I thought your dad was in Europe. And why would you think I set them up? You used to always bring your mom to our play dates and then leave her alone with my dad because she was less strict than my dad. I wasn't playing matchmaker. I was 11. To my surprise, Heather hugged me. I'm sorry. Listen, your brother came to me last night with tears in his eyes. He begged me to stop. I enjoyed it, but yeah, he was sad. He what? Listen, he's right. I never should have blamed you. It was so hard, and I guess focusing all my sadness and anger on you was easier than dealing with my broken family. I know you had your own struggles too, and I'm sorry if I made things worse. I missed you. I missed you too. I have to go and kill my brother, so come here. What do you say we focus on a couple of those cinnamon donuts?
Hi friends, my name is Crystal and I'm from Korea. Please like and subscribe. When my mom was pregnant with me, so was her best friend. When our kids are born, they'll be buddies just like us. And Ben and I were. Growing up, he was my pal. One time Ben and I were playing and he was running after me. Then he accidentally nudged me and I fell down the stairs. I hit my head, but before I could cry, Ben started wailing. No, Crystal! Oh my god, it's all my fault. Does it hurt? Let me pick you up. Gosh, you're heavy. Crystal, are you okay? Ben, I'm fine, really. Saying that, I hugged him. Ben was such a softie. I did get a small Harry Potter-like scar on my forehead, but I didn't blame Ben. He was the best, and I wished we'd always be together. But when I was 5, Ben and his parents had to move to France for a work opportunity, and I missed him so much. As if things couldn't get any worse, Dad suffered a huge loss in his business soon after. Slowly, I saw how bad Mom and Dad's relationship was getting because of money problems. And after a few years, Mom left us. But Dad always tried to make me happy. We were so short on money that we had to shop at thrift stores, but he spent hours looking for the things I'd like. Look at this jacket, Crystal. It has rhinestones. You love rhinestones. It is pretty, Daddy. See? I told you we'd find some good stuff here. Since I was a good student, I got a scholarship at my school and relieved Dad of that burden. I worked hard and was a top student. I needed to keep the scholarship. And when I was in the 10th grade, something awesome happened. Ben and his parents had returned to town and moved into a big mansion. And seeing Ben on the first day of school after summer vacation, my heart started beating fast. And then he swept me into his arms. Crystal, oh my god, you haven't changed a bit. But you have. You're so tall. And wow, so muscular. Ben and I were in the same class and we started hanging out together all the time. But I soon realized he was getting way too much attention from all the girls, especially Mia. And she was the worst. She acted like she owned the whole town, just because her mom was the mayor. And to my horror, Ben and Mia soon started dating. I hated her, but for Ben's sake, I pretended to be nice, and she did the same. She acted like a saint in front of Ben, but not when he wasn't around. She'd do petty things like pull out the chair when I was about to sit, and she would always comment on my clothes and appearance. I'm saying all this for your benefit. No one likes a girl who looks so poor. I'd rather be poor than a jerk like you. Gosh, what did Ben ever see in that witch? One time for lunch, Ben had gotten the yummiest pizza and we were enjoying it when Mia came and hugged him tight. Oh, I missed you so much in art class. Why didn't you join it, Benny Wenny?
You know I'm a science guy, babe. Here, wanna have some pizza?
She refused, and then Ben packed the leftovers and told me I should take them home because he was full. Dad and I never ordered out much, and I was happy to share it with him. A few weeks later, it was Ben's birthday and he invited me to his place. I saw how Ben and Mia were dancing so close to each other, and it made me feel so jealous. I went to the balcony for some fresh air. After a while, I was headed back inside when Mia and some of her friends came, and I hid behind a plant.
You've really got yourself a hot boyfriend this time, Mia.
Yeah, he's totally wrapped around my fingers. He adores me and gives me the best gifts. There's just one problem. His miserable beggar friend. Oh, I really hate her. You know, Ben cares for her so much that he gets her favorite pizza for lunch every day and pretends to be full so she can take the leftovers home. He really pities her, and she has no shame. She could probably live on his charity forever. Why would Ben tell her something like that? What? So pathetic. Wiping my tears, I just ran back home. After that day, I sort of ignored Ben, even though he asked me if something was wrong a million times. I just didn't need his pity or his charity. When we were in our senior year, our teacher announced a science tournament and the winning team was going to get an amazing cash prize. Dad and I could always use the money, so I immediately signed up for it, and I was paired with Ben. I tried to get my partner changed, but the teacher said it was final.
So, you want to come over to my place to brainstorm some ideas?
No thanks.
Hey, Crystal, I don't know why you stopped talking to me, but come on. This is a great opportunity. Let's do this together, please.
I knew Ben was a science genius, and being paired with him was probably the best thing, so I reluctantly agreed. We came up with some really cool ideas, and I ended up at his place almost every day to work on them. But I noticed how his mom was never around. A few times I asked about her, but he'd always ignore the question. But one time, Ben and I were at a park near his home, and he asked me the strangest question ever.
Crystal, do you ever miss your mom? Does she call you? How does it feel to live with just one parent?
I never really thought about it. I guess it's not so bad knowing how much my dad loves me. It's not exactly a secret that we don't have much money, but he goes out of his way to make me happy. I don't know how to live with two parents, but the one I have, I love to bits.
That's really sweet. I asked because, well, my mom, she isn't well. She's going through treatment. Sometimes it's really hard to see her like that.
Oh God, Ben, I'm so sorry. I didn't know he was going through such a rough time.
Crystal, why'd you stop talking to me?
Taking a deep breath, I told him what happened at his birthday party.
Crystal, Mia kinda twisted my words. Yeah, I told her you guys were going through a tough time. But because you're my friend and I care about you, not because I pity you. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have discussed it with her at all.
Saying that, he came close and swept my bangs aside.
You still have the scar. I was so scared that day. I'm so sorry, Crystal.
Hey, it was a long time ago, and it kind of reminded me of you when you were away. Ben looked at me like he might kiss me, but he suddenly snapped his fingers.
Bazinga! I just got a brilliant idea for our project.
And he sure did. Just a few more adjustments and our model worked. We came first at the science competition, and Ben gave all the prize money to me, saying I did the hard work. It wasn't true, and I knew he was just being kind. Why did such a nice guy have to be with Mia? But then Ben told me one day that he was gonna break up with Mia soon. My heart was jumping with excitement, but I pretended to be sad. And when Ben broke it to Mia, the girl had a complete meltdown. She took a bat and smashed all the notice boards around the school. During her psycho rampage, Mia suddenly spotted me and was coming right at me. But Ben stepped in between.
Stop making a fool of yourself, Mia. It's over.
You're doing this because of her? Because of this poor, ugly bimbo?
Crystal's my best friend, and she's special to me. Don't insult her again. Mia stomped off furiously, and I was left dazed. Ben just said I was special to him. Whoa! I was on cloud 9, and I just needed to confess my love to my best friend. I didn't have the guts to say it to his face, and we didn't have phones, so I wrote him a letter. Dear Ben, I saw you for the first time in kindergarten, and I've had a crush on you since. What I really want to tell you is that I love you. A lot. Crystal. During recess, I slipped the note in Ben's bag, but for some reason he got called to the principal's office in the last period. I kept wondering if he saw the letter, and when I got a reply the next day in my locker, I almost had a heart attack. Dear Crystal, I love you too. I was gonna tell you, but I didn't have the courage. Let's meet at our spot tonight. I can't wait to kiss you. Ben. It was like all my dreams were coming true. Wearing a new dress, I went to the park and waited for Ben. I was so excited and nervous. But suddenly, I felt someone pull my hair and I landed on my butt. Mia!
Oh, a new dress for Ben. He ain't coming, sweetie. He showed us your letter, and we're all in fits.
What? You're lying.
Oh, no, I'm not. You really think he'd leave me for some poor beggar like you? In your dreams, girl.
Mia kicked me, and suddenly I saw red, and I pounced on her. But her friends got me off of her, and then they all ripped my beautiful dress. I felt so furious that I punched Mia square in the jaw. What happened next was a disaster. Mia called her mom and made up a whole story about how I attacked her for no reason. And her mom made a case of assault against me and actually sent me to juvie for 2 months. My dad was devastated, and so was I. Even worse, Ben never showed his face. Not once. Coward! As soon as I got out, Dad and I left town. After weeks of interviews, Dad finally ended up finding a decent job, and I worked as a waitress too while I studied in a community college. 4 years later, I graduated with a law degree at the top of my class. Luckily, I got hired by a law firm, and just a couple of years later, I became a junior partner. One day, I read a piece of news that filled me with joy. Mia's mom had been arrested for corruption during her time as mayor. The whole family was being publicly humiliated. They deserved it. Sometime later, my firm asked me to set up an office in my old town, and I was kind of glad to return. I wanted to show everyone what I'd made of myself. One day, I was busy doing some paperwork when Mia walked into my office, asking me for a job.
Please, Crystal, help me. No one in this town wants to hire me or my family for anything. I know I was mean to you.
Cruel. You were cruel to me.
Yes, cruel and terrible. Please, please forgive me.
After Mia begged for a job for days, I finally let her be my personal assistant, and she had to do literally everything I asked. I really made her suffer. For a while it was fun, but then it wasn't. Seeing her qualifications, I gave her a higher position.
Wow, I don't know what to say. Thank you. And this means you've forgiven me?
No, not really, but I'm trying to be a better person. Better than people were to me.
Crystal, I never wanted things to go so far. With you going to juvie and everything, Mom just got carried away. I'm really, really sorry.
After that day, Mia was always nice to me, and so was I. I just didn't want to hold grudges. But one day, as I was walking out of a coffee shop, I bumped into a guy. It was Ben. Oh my god, Crystal? I've missed you. We need to talk. Suddenly, the memory of him giving my letter to Mia came rushing back. No, stay away from me! But the next day, there were tons of roses in my office and a note from Ben telling me how he wanted to meet at our spot. What a jerk! But this kept happening every day for a week. One day, I got so frustrated that I started throwing them out the window, but Mia stopped me.
Crystal, I need to tell you something, and it's gonna make you hate me even more, but I have to. Ben is completely innocent.
What are you talking about?
Ben never got your letter. I stole it from his bag, and I lied that he showed it to me. I made all of that up, and he never showed up to see you because, well, he'll tell you everything, and again, I'm terribly sorry.
I drove to our spot in the park and saw Ben sitting on the swings, and I gave him a chance to explain. Turns out, the day I put the letter in his bag, Ben got the news that his mom had suddenly gotten much sicker
and he flew to France with her for some treatment. He stayed there the next 3 months, and he said he called my place and wrote me letters, but he never got a reply. And when he returned, I'd already left town. I looked for you a lot, but I had no idea where you were, or why you'd left without a word, till Mia reached out to me some weeks ago and explained everything she did. She just told me everything too. I'm so sorry about your mom. I'm sorry I left without giving you a chance to even explain. It's all in the past. There's only one thing I need to say to you now, Crystal. The thing is, I've always loved me. Yes, I've always loved you too, Ben. Since forever.
Hi, I'm Kiara from Norway. Please like and subscribe. From the moment I was born, my dad decided I'd be the future of our small country. He was the head of the government and was loved and respected by everyone. Dad always wanted me to be like him, so my training started pretty young. You must have seen kids running after butterflies in the park or jumping on couches. Well, I never did any of that. Instead, I had to attend special etiquette classes as soon as I was old enough to sit at the table. I never spoke loudly, and there were certain words I wasn't allowed to use, like poop or pee. Always say, I want to drop the browns in the bowl, or I want to put gravity to good use. Well, that did get me some strange looks in kindergarten, but I didn't care. One time when I was 7, I went with Mom to my friend's birthday party. I was having an amazing time stuffing my mouth with cake, but when I wanted a 5th helping, Mom refused. You know the sugar rush makes you hyperactive, Kiara. No more cake. But when Mom wasn't looking, I sneaked to the table quietly and cut myself a huge slice. Just then, Mom saw me and tried to snatch it from my hand when my classmate Naomi bumped into me and the cake went flying onto Mom's face.
What have you done? I wanted that cake. It's so yummy and sugary. Not like all those awful salads I have to eat at home. Here, have mine. This one's even more sugary since I added strawberry syrup on top. And here's a secret. Salads taste much better when you put chocolate sauce on it.
That was genius. I tried her recipe that night, and the sugar rush made me go wild. I transformed into a little tornado bouncing off the walls, destroying everything in sight. And Dad was not amused. He gave me the biggest lecture on how I needed to behave responsibly and grounded me for a week with no gadgets, no storybooks, and no desserts. This should teach you how to live a disciplined life. I sulked for hours but knew better than to argue with Dad. The next day at school, Naomi asked me if I tried her recipe, and I told her the truth.
But that's so lame! If kids won't eat sugar, then who will? We can't have the sugar factories go bankrupt, right?
After that day, Naomi brought sweet treats for me every day, and soon, we became best friends. Meanwhile at school, I studied my butt off to ensure I topped my grades. I knew it was always expected of me, and I loved studying anyway, so I wasn't complaining. But studying wasn't the only thing I was good at. By the time I was in high school, I was the president of the student council, a national-level chess player, and the best actress in the school's drama club. And I absolutely loved the drama club. It was the only time in my life when I could forget who I was and slip into the life of another character. One time, I got chosen to play Juliet for an inter-school drama competition, but the guy playing Romeo broke his ankle and got replaced by the biggest jerk in our school, Justin. And he was so annoying. Ever since I'd made fun of his gigantic glasses in 1st grade, he'd held a grudge against me and was such a pain in the butt. Romeo, oh Romeo, where art thou, oh Romeo? Kiara, oh Kiara, I'll make you a tiara of spiders and flies all dead to put it on your ugly head.
That's not what you're supposed to say!
No? Sorry, I forgot my lines. But you're such a piece of art that poetry just flows out of me whenever I see you.
God, why was he such a moron?
Other than this minor glitch called Justin, my life was perfect. Hey, Naomi, I won the Spanish debate competition. Again.
Could it be that no one else participated?
Well, it's not my fault everyone's scared to compete against me.
Girl, why don't you just slow down and enjoy life? You know, you don't have to be perfect at everything.
I know, but that's just how I am.
No, it's just how you've made yourself to be. Tell me, when's the last time you went to a party?
I don't know, but that reminds me. Dad's hosting a dinner for his politician friends tonight, and your dad's invited too, so you better come along. That night at the dinner, All the adults were mingling with each other while Naomi and I sat in a corner sipping orange juice. What a bore fest. Catch me if I fall asleep. What's wrong with this party? The music's nice, the people are classy, and the food is good. How dare you call this food? Cows eat this stuff. Burgers, cupcakes, extra cheese pizzas. That's real food. As for the people, I bet they secretly hate each other. Can't you see all the fake smiles? That's called being polite. Polite my butt. After putting me through this torture, you've gotta accompany me to the school's camping trip this weekend. I don't think Dad would. Just then, Dad walked over and said he wanted to introduce me to someone.
Kiara, meet Ted. His dad's a media mogul in the US. And my dear friend, we keep joking about you two getting married. Why don't you two get to know each other?
Ted took me out for a stroll in the garden, and it was so awkward. He cracked the lamest jokes, kept bragging about how rich and famous his family was, and even tried holding my hand once. I avoid holding hands since it's the flu season, and I can't risk catching an infection.
I like it. A girl who knows how to take care of herself will take good care of my babies too.
What the freaking fudge? Thankfully, at that moment, someone came looking for him and he left. I thought of escaping to my room when I saw Naomi at our mansion's gate talking to someone. It was Justin, and he was dressed as a pizza boy. What are you doing here?
Belly dancing. Can't you see I'm delivering pizzas?
Sorry, Kiara, but I was starving and the food at your party is, terrible. But Naomi, it's healthy, and it's good to eat healthy food. Good luck trying to convince yourself, hun, but I'd rather eat unhealthy food and go to heaven sooner. Yum.
I have a spare pizza if you want some.
I can't eat junk food and take risks with my health.
Holy potatoes. I always thought you were a snob, but you're actually a nutcase. I guess it's no fun being you.
Can you stop being a jerk? It's easy for you to judge when you don't know a thing about me or my life. Feeling angry, I turned and stormed off. But deep inside, I knew no matter how much I tried to deny it, Justin was right. It was no fun being me. Feeling a bit frustrated, I went to Dad's study later that night to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. I had to tell him about that self-absorbed dimwit Ted, and that there was no way I could have a future with him.
What do you mean, Ted's not your type? You don't even know him yet. Besides, I've decided this marriage will be great for your political career.
Marriage is not a deal, and I'm still a teenager.
So where's the rush? You two can start dating and then eventually get married.
I couldn't believe my ears. Dad had decided my future and I had no say in it? I was so mad at Dad that the next day at school, I told Naomi I'd accompany her to the camping trip. Your dad agreed? I hope you told him you can't take security along. Dad doesn't need to know. Whoa, who are you, girl? And what did you do to my perfect friend? I'm just letting her take a back seat for a while. Later that day, I was going to the library to return some books when suddenly a hand grabbed my arm and pulled me into an empty classroom.
Listen, I'm sorry for last night, but it seems tragic that you've never eaten a pizza before. So, I got this for you. Take a bite. I promise you won't die.
Justin looked straight into my eyes, and for some reason, it made my heart skip a beat. It's amazing.
Not as amazing as you, though. I mean, you amaze me.
And why's that?
You're the only girl I know who looks like a goat eating a pizza.
What an absolute jerk! That weekend, when I snuck out of my house early in the morning for the camping trip, Naomi's car was already waiting for me. We drove for hours and reached a huge house by the lake in the middle of nowhere. Where are we? And where are the camp people? Kiara, don't be mad, but I lied to you. This isn't a camping trip. Justin and I decided to organize an overnight party, and I thought Dad's lake house would be perfect for it. What? You've gotta be mad. You know I hate parties. That's 'cause you've never been to one. Come on, Kiara, it's just one night. Even though I was super mad at Naomi, I agreed since I had no other option. Her driver had already left after dropping us off. As we went inside the lake house, I discovered Naomi had invited tons of people, including some of our classmates, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. I stood like an outcast for a while until Naomi forced me to join everyone. And I must admit, I had a lot of fun. That night, we played Spin the Bottle, and I got partnered with none other than Justin. Our task was to spend an hour in the woods. Oh, come on, you can't be serious about this. It's just a stupid game.
Guys, I think Kiara's too chicken to do this. She's a scaredy cat.
Me? Scared? You've gotta be kidding. I marched ahead of Justin, and in a matter of minutes, we were out in the woods. Justin asked me to stop, but I was determined to prove my bravery. So I kept going, and soon we were lost.
You idiot. How are we gonna go back?
No one's ever called me an idiot. And why don't you open Google Maps or something?
Because there's no signal here.
We tried finding our way back, but when we couldn't, we fell asleep under a tree. When I woke up the next morning, I found myself lying awkwardly over Justin, drooling on his jacket. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Ugh, you're heavy. I'm gonna have a sore back for a month.
You could have woken me up.
And risked your anger? No thank you. Besides, I understand you're used to sleeping on soft mattresses.
I wanted to tell him his abs were anything but soft, but I knew better. Justin, I want to drop the browns in the bowl.
You want to what?
Oh, gosh. I need to use the washroom.
And where will your highness find it in the middle of this jungle?
No need to be so snarky. I'll go find one myself.
Where do you think you're going? Don't even think of wandering alone unless you want to end up in some bear's browns.
He then pointed towards a big rock and asked me to finish my business behind it. We spent that day wandering through the woods. Thankfully, Justin knew how to climb trees and he plucked lots of fruit that kept us going. We talked about random things and I found myself getting attracted to him with each passing second. He was funny, smart, and incredibly handsome. And for some reason, I felt totally at ease with him. I told him everything about my life. My love for theater and Dad's expectations of me. He told me about his younger sister who was sick and that he was working 2 jobs after school to earn money for her treatment.
That's why I was at your home that night delivering pizzas.
You aren't who I thought you'd be. You pretend you don't care, but deep down, you're actually a good person.
And you're trying so hard to earn your dad's approval that you've forgotten to have your own life to live.
You don't get it. It's not that easy.
It isn't so complicated either. Okay, close your eyes and see yourself as a politician giving a speech. Do you like it?
Yeah, kinda.
Now, picture yourself on stage, giving the best performance of your life.
In that moment, I imagined myself as Juliet, delivering my lines with such confidence that the audience cheered loudly. It felt so surreal that my eyes flew open.
So, which scenario did you like better?
I don't know.
Don't lie to yourself. You have one life, Kiara. Live it the way you want to.
Suddenly, Justin's face was so close to mine that I forgot to breathe. Then he gently lifted my chin and kissed me. It was the most magical moment of my life. Just then, we heard the sound of helicopters and we started shouting and waving like maniacs to catch their attention. Soon, a team of paramedics rescued us, and when I finally reached home, I thought Dad would be relieved to see me. But to my surprise, he looked furious.
I can't believe you would be so reckless, Kiara. Do you have any idea how much negative publicity we've got?
Dad, I was lost in the woods for hours, and all you care about is negative publicity? I stormed off to my room, wishing I'd never been rescued. That night, I was about to go to sleep when I got a call from Naomi that left me stunned. I wish I'd never invited you to my party. Your dad is literally ruining my life. He got my college application canceled by telling the dean stories about my reckless attitude. And he even got Justin fired. You knew how the guy was working so hard to save money for his sister's treatment. But Naomi, I didn't save it, Kiara. I wish you had a spine. Saying that, she hung up on me, but I felt my blood boil. How could Dad do such things? I ran to Dad's study and confronted him, and he didn't even bother denying it.
They got what they deserved.
That was it. Something in me snapped that day. Dad, how could you? That college was Naomi's dream, and Justin's working 2 jobs so he can afford his sister's treatment.
I don't care. Those kids were distracting you from your goal.
My goal? Says who? Did you even consider for a second that I may not want to be a politician? All my life, I worked so hard to make you happy, but I just can't do it anymore. For the first time in my life, I shouted at Dad, and he looked stunned. The next 2 days, I refused to eat anything until Justin got his jobs back and Naomi's admission was restored. Ultimately, Dad had to listen to me. Then, when I told Dad a few days later that
I planned to join an acting school in the US after I finished high school, he threw a massive fit. But I was no longer the Kiara he could dominate. I knew Dad had bribed the college dean into kicking Naomi out, so I threatened to tell the press about it. I'll create a massive media frenzy, one you'll never come out of. I knew Dad's reputation meant everything to him, so he had to agree. I moved to the US, and over the next few years, I worked my butt off and became a popular actress. One day, I was backstage after a performance when I heard a familiar voice.
Autograph, please?
Yeah, for me too. Justin? Naomi? I was so happy to see them both that I jumped and hugged them. We sat and talked for hours. I told Naomi how I felt so ashamed of what Dad did that I never contacted them. I thought they hated me. Naomi told me she'd graduated from an even better college and apologized for her bad temper that day. And Justin told me how he'd saved up enough money for his sister's surgery and had even started his own pizza chain back in Norway. I am just so happy for you guys.
Can you maybe make me even happier? By going to dinner with me. How does this weekend sound?
Oh, really? And what if I say no?
I'll try again and again and again.
I shut him up with a kiss as Naomi cheered us on. Hi, my name is Elena, and I'm from Seattle. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a single mom who used to travel from one place to another, entertaining people on the streets. And after I was born, I became part of her gang too. She'd wrap herself in bandages and dress me up in shabby clothes, and then we'd go out and put on little acts in front of people. I'd feel weird about this, but seeing Mom's face light up after getting the money from people would make me happy too.
Oh, honey. Ever since you've come into my life, I've been bathing in riches.
You're so lucky for me. Mom adored me and often took me to parks and picnics, and we'd put on our little acts there too. Our life was perfect, but there was one issue. I couldn't speak. No matter how hard I tried, not even a single word would come out of my mouth, and it really upset me. Honey, you're gonna be fine. We love you just the way you are. But when I was 7, I discovered something really shocking. Like always, Mom asked me to put on an act and faint in front of an approaching bicycle one evening. But surprisingly, the man went all bonkers on us. Get the kid out of my way, you morons! OMG, what have you done to my daughter? I know people like you. Frauds. You rob innocent people like this, but I'm not gonna fall for your act. Suddenly, a crowd gathered, and Mom broke into tears, and I couldn't keep still. I got up and hugged her. Look, she's totally fine. Huh? So you want my mute daughter to die now? You heartless jerk. But the fight just got worse, and in all that chaos, I somehow let out a loud scream. Stop! Everyone turned to me. They are frauds. The girl's not mute. Catch them! Mom grabbed me and we ran from there. But when we reached our van, she looked at me suspiciously. Why didn't you tell me you could talk? I'm the one who tricks people, but you've been tricking me this whole time? She did what? I had so many questions, but again, I couldn't speak. Later, she took me to a doctor and we discovered that I was just a late speaker. And with practice, I could speak like the other kids. But my happiness was incomplete because now I knew the reality. My mom was a con artist who made fools out of people and took money from them. Come on, baby. We're getting late, and this time make sure you don't shout or scream. You're a good girl, right? No, and I'm not going anywhere. What? Why? You liar. Bad. How can you say that, honey? I had no means to raise you. That's why I got into this business, and now you're saying I'm bad? Do you know, if I stop doing this, you're gonna have to give up on so many things. All your favorite foods and trips. Can you do that? Well, maybe she really had no option, but I knew that this was wrong, and I refused to be a part of it anymore. I told her to stop with the stupid acts and get me into school, or I'd go to the police. So we shifted to Seattle, and there, Mom got me enrolled in a public school. I made tons of friends, and I was the happiest there. But then, in the 7th grade, things took a wild turn. A woman named Mrs. Miller came knocking on the door and claimed that she was my birth mom. That's rubbish. She's my daughter. The woman told us that she'd discovered some years back that I got exchanged at birth, and ever since then, she'd been looking for me. I don't believe you. You look like some fraud to me. And believe me when I say I can smell 'em. Mom! I know it's hard to trust me, but I'm sure you're my daughter, Elena. Please, give me a chance to prove it. But Mom pushed her out, and I felt really uneasy about this. What if she was actually telling the truth? And then a few days later, the unthinkable happened. Cops came to our house and arrested my mom. Wait, what are you doing? My mom's innocent. But the cops showed me CCTV footage, and it turned out Mom had robbed a bank this time, and now she was gonna serve time in jail. As a result, I was sent to a foster home, and it broke my heart. It was worse than prison, and I was ready to run out of there. But then Mrs. Miller came to see me there one day. Oh, Elena, I saw everything that's happened on the news, and I didn't want to leave you alone, dear. She tried hugging me, but I pushed her away. My own mom lied to me. I wasn't gonna trust some stranger now. I know you can't trust me, but I don't want you to live in such a place when your mom can take care of you. And I will get you the proof you need. Mrs. Miller kept persisting, so I agreed to get a DNA test, and just like she'd said, the results were a match, and she was indeed my birth mom. I was super shocked by this revelation, and moving in with her seemed so much better than rotting in this filthy place. So I agreed, and she took me to a palace-like house. My birth mom was frickin' rich. This is gonna be your home now, sweetie, but I need you to promise me something. The girl who was switched with you, Stella, I haven't told her about any of this yet. I've loved her like my own child, and I want more time to speak with her about this, okay? I promised not to say a word about it, but as we entered, a cute little boy bumped into me and we both fell on our butts flat. Ouch, that hurt. Hey, are you okay? I helped him up, and Mrs. Miller told me that he was my younger brother, Jeremy. And indeed, we looked so much alike, but he seemed really shy and ran away. Later during dinner, Mrs. Miller introduced me to Stella.
A distant relative? But how come I've never heard about her mom?
Because she lived very far away, honey. But now, Elena's gonna stay with us for a while, and I want you guys to be good to her, okay?
Don't worry, I'm gonna take good care of her, and we're gonna be like besties.
Stella seemed like a very nice girl. She showed me around the house and even let me borrow some of her gorgeous dresses.
I'm having a sleepover tonight with my friends, and we're gonna have so much fun.
And she was right. It was a blast. Everyone loved me and kept complimenting me.
Your cousin is amazing, Stella. You should invite her to all our sleepovers. And I guess we won't even miss you because she's so much more fun.
Gosh, these girls were so funny and crazy. They asked me some questions about my family, and I came up with some random lies. But Stella looked a bit suspicious. The next few days were amazing. Mrs. Miller would take me out shopping, and we'd have so much fun getting to know each other. She even took me to her workplace, and I got this proud feeling knowing that she was a top lawyer in a huge firm. And soon, I wanted to be just like her. But that night when I was asleep, I heard some strange noise in my room, and I saw someone going through my stuff. It was Stella. What are you doing here?
Oh, well, I was just checking up on you. Go back to sleep.
Saying that, she rushed out of the room, but I felt really uneasy and I couldn't sleep after that, so I went downstairs to the kitchen for water. And there, I found Jeremy hiding behind the kitchen counter, binging on ice cream and cookies. Caught you!
No, please don't tell anyone I was here. I swear, I didn't eat anything.
Hey, it's okay. I'm not telling anyone. Relax. After he calmed down, I asked him what was wrong. I binge eat when I'm nervous about anything. What are you nervous about, Jeremy? I always fail all my subjects and all my friends make fun of me, and we have tests coming up. It's freaking me out. What if I helped you with your studies?
Really?
Yeah. And we can teach those nasty kids a lesson so they won't ever pick on you ever again.
You're so amazing, sis.
Saying that, he hugged me tight, and after that, I'd spend all my evenings teaching Jeremy in his room. Over time, I discovered that we had so much in common and we bonded so well together. I'm so happy to see you guys getting along, Elena. Yeah, I've been helping him study, but I guess he's too exhausted for the day, so I'll go now. I was leaving the room, but just then, Mrs. Miller took my hand gently. It's a good thing that I never gave up on looking for you. I'm so glad you're here, my daughter. I'm glad too, Mom. When I said Mom, her eyes lit up and she hugged me tight. Then a week later, I started school, and all of Stella's friends were so happy to see me there.
Who's the gorgeous girl, Stella? Why don't you introduce us?
Well, I'm not sure either. Why don't you go ask her? Saying that, she ignored me and went away with her friends. But I didn't like her being this way with me. So later that night, I went to ask her, "Hey, what's the matter? You've been acting weird lately." "Yeah? That's because I know something's up. And you and Mom are both lying to us." "Oh, really? Is that why you were going through my stuff the other day?" "Don't act, Elena. Nothing you say ever matches up, and it's been so many days and no family member ever calls you. What are you hiding?" I knew she'd figure out something was up sooner or later, but I couldn't tell her anything now, so I just left. Soon it was our birthday, and Mom decided to throw a huge party for both of us. And I got a really awesome gift for Stella to make things up with her again. "Hey, you look so pretty. I got this for you, and I'm sure you're gonna love it." She opened the box and her eyes lit up. "I've got something even better for you that's gonna blow your mind." I wasn't quite sure what she meant till something terrible happened at the party. While everyone was enjoying themselves, Stella got onto the stage and grabbed the mic. "Hey everyone, as you all know, it's my birthday, but it's also Elena's birthday, and I've got a great surprise for her. But before that, you should all know who Elena is." Saying that, a slideshow opened on a screen behind her, and it had pictures of my mom and all the news about her being a con artist and a robber. "That's Elena's mom, and Elena's a fraud, just like her."
Stella, stop this nonsense at once.
"Oh, this ain't nonsense, Mom. This is the truth. And now I want to know why you brought this street rat here and hid it from me. You're such a horrible person, Stella." "Oh, do you want to cry like a little baby?" "Stop it. Don't hurt her. She isn't the con woman's daughter. You are." Suddenly, a loud silence swept across the room. "Have you lost it, Jeremy? What are you talking about? Stop hurting Elena. She's my real sister."
No, Jeremy, stop.
Stella looked at Mom with questioning eyes. "What? What is Jeremy saying? Mom?" Mom remained silent, and the look on Stella's face changed and she ran to her room. After that, Mom asked all the guests to leave.
"Jeremy, how did you know this?"
"Once, I heard you talking on the phone about how you were looking for your daughter who got exchanged. And that night, when you came into my room, I wasn't sleeping, and I heard Elena was my real sister."
"Oh, Jeremy, but you shouldn't have said this in front of everyone.
"You were crying, and Stella was hurting you, so..." I immediately went up to Stella's room, but she wouldn't let anyone in. Even Mom tried talking to her, but she didn't come out of her room for a few hours, and I decided to break in through the window. But when I got there, I saw she was lying unconscious on the floor. We immediately rushed her to the hospital, and the doctor said she was all right, but she just passed out because of shock. Later that night, when she gained consciousness, I was right next to her. "What are you doing? Get away from me!" "Stella, calm down. I know it's a big shock for you, and I can understand how you feel, but please, listen to me." "I don't want to hear anything, Elena. I hate you. I'm gonna lose all my family and my home because of you." "You're not losing anything, okay? Mom's loved you for so long and brought you up like her own daughter. How can you even think that she'd replace you?"
Elena's right, Stella. You're my daughter and my family, and you're always gonna stay here with us.
"But Elena's your real daughter. Isn't that why you brought her here? And now even Jeremy loves her more than me."
She is my daughter, but so are you. I love you both equally.
"Yeah, I love you both equally too. I'm sorry for what I did." "So, you promise you're never gonna let me go, and I'll always be important to you?"
"I promise, honey." Suddenly, she pulled Mom in for a tight hug, and I joined too.
"You guys, I'm here too. Come on then. What are you waiting for?"
Hi, I'm Olivia from New York. Please like and subscribe, because my story animated will give $1,000 to one lucky person in the coming 7 days. My supermodel mom and lawyer dad lived in a beautiful mansion with my sister Sophie when I came along. The minute Mom laid her eyes on me, she was obsessed. Oh my God, have you ever seen a baby this perfect? People did have some strange reactions when they saw me. Once, a friend of Mom's was visiting us, and she just wouldn't put me down. Oh, that dark hair and those green eyes, and that beautiful olive skin. Just let me have her. You can keep my daughter. Just then, her demon daughter came running straight at me to attack. But before she even got close, Sophie pounced on her. Then she kicked Mom's friend really hard, picked me up, and dashed out of the room. Sophie was the most amazing older sister and always had my back, even against our mom. See, Mom had retired, and she was just around me all the time, doing crazy things. When I was only 4, she had 10 women applying products to my hair and skin every day for hours. I'd sing non-stop to annoy them. Let me go, let me go. I'm one with the wind and sky. Just let her be, Mom. Why does she even need all this stuff? Oh, you wouldn't understand. You're quite plain and not pretty at all. But your sister's beauty is extraordinary. It must be taken care of. Her words seemed to make Sophie really sad, so I spat at her and slapped her hand away. Touch me again and I will end you. I threw such a big tantrum, Mom had to fire her. On my 5th birthday, my parents threw a huge party and got me a gorgeous cake. But as soon as I started eating some, Mom pulled the plate away. Sugar isn't good for your skin, sweetie. Here, eat a carrot. No, I want cake! Mom managed to snatch the plate away, but then I jumped onto the table and started stuffing chunks of cake in my mouth. Everyone was laughing as Mom came running and carried me off. Just then, a friend of hers approached us. He was a movie director, and he begged Mom to let him cast me in his next movie. My parents were only too happy to say yes, and the very next day we were packing up for a movie shoot in LA. But Mom, Olivia is starting school next week. Oh, school schmool. She can always join it when she's back. This is a chance we can't miss. Sophie was left behind with the nanny, and I was so excited to see her after 2 months. But next thing I knew, I was being whisked off to another project, and then another, and another. I never joined school, and my parents hired a tutor who traveled with us. I lived in this world of makeup, cameras, and strangers, and it was lonely. I just wanted a normal life. When I was 12, we were in Canada for a movie when I spotted some kids skating on a frozen lake from my hotel window. I ran off to join them, and seconds later, I heard a loud scream. I saw that a girl had fallen through a soft patch of ice, and she was drowning. I raced to her and jumped into the water. As I pulled her out, some people gathered around and rushed us inside the hotel lobby, and they were calling me a hero. I took off my wet coat and bent next to the girl, asking her if she was okay. She suddenly looked up at me with a disgusted face. Ew! Get away from me! What's wrong with your skin, you alien? Wow, was that her thank you? But then I looked down at my arms and I had purple scaly patches all over. What was happening? Suddenly, Mom came running in and dragged me away. And next thing I knew, we were flying back home to see the best skin doctor. He told us that I had a condition called psoriasis. It's a skin disease that happens because… Oh, shut up! Don't explain it to me, just fix it! But no matter how many doctors we went to, or what we tried, nothing seemed to work. Mom, I can't do it anymore. Can we please stop these treatments? They just make things worse. So this is how you want to be, huh? Fine, I give up. You're not the same girl I had. You're ugly to me now. Mom, are you crazy? Her condition isn't her fault, and she's still the same person. But from that day on, Mom started ignoring me completely and canceled all my movie deals. Well, I wasn't upset about that. I could be with Sophie now and even go to school. I didn't want anyone to find out about my condition, so I made sure to wear jeans and a full-sleeve t-shirt on the first day of 8th grade. But the welcome I got was something I wasn't expecting at all. Oh my God! You're Olivia, right? The movie star? Oh, you're even prettier in real life. OMG, I love you! I'd do anything to have your beautiful skin. If only they knew. But for now, my secret was safe, and I was surrounded by all these boys and girls wanting to be my friends. As they led me to the classroom, I suddenly heard a voice that sounded rather familiar. Well, look who's here. It's the Little Mermaid herself. Have you shown everyone your fish scales yet? It was that girl from the frozen lake. What are you talking about, Donna? I rushed to her and pulled her out of the classroom. Listen, can you please keep my condition to yourself? Why? Why should I do that for you? Because I'm asking you to. Why are you being this way after I helped you? Oh, so what? I'm supposed to be grateful? Somebody else would have helped me if you weren't around. And sure, I'll keep your little secret, as long as you do what I say. With that, she winked at me and walked back into the classroom. Why did this Donna have to be at my school, in my class? I knew she was just gonna make me miserable, and that she did. She was making me carry her stuff, dumping all of her homework on me, making me bring food for her at lunch. I always made sure to spit on it first, but I was getting really annoyed. Oh, thank you, Olivia. You're such a good friend, and so humble for a movie star. But then she went really overboard. One day in math class, the teacher announced a mental math quiz, and Donna instantly passed a note to me. Answer every question by saying, "I'm a moron and I don't know anything." What? I'm not going to do this. She just shrugged and gave me an evil grin, and I knew my secret would be out as soon as class ended. The teacher started asking questions, and I was dreading my turn. Olivia, how many minutes are there in a month? I'm a moron and I don't know anything. What nonsense! Come on now, take a few seconds and tell me the answer. I'm a moron and I don't know anything. It's basic multiplication. You don't know how to multiply? I'm a moron and oh my God. You're just being cheeky with me, aren't you? Tell me, what is 2 times 2? I'm a moron and I don't know anything. The teacher immediately sent me to the principal, and Sophie was called in. I was given 2 weeks of detention, and Sophie was surprised at my behavior. As we walked out of the office, she asked, "What's going on, Olivia? That's really not like you." I told her everything about Donna, and she was so mad. What a little jerk. Olivia, you can't keep doing everything she says. These other kids like you, and they're your friends. So what if they find out about your condition? Sophie, you won't understand, okay? I don't want anyone to know. The way Donna reacted when she saw me, and have you forgotten Mom? She can't even look at me anymore. You don't know what it's like being told you're ugly. I don't know what it's like? Olivia, that's all I ever heard growing up. I was the ugly sister and you were the beautiful one. Everyone made me feel it. And it did hurt, a lot. But I realized that I'm so much more than my skin and what I look like. And so are you. Anyone who tells you otherwise isn't worth being friends with. Wow, Sophie was so amazing and strong. And she was right. I couldn't let Donna hold this over me forever. So the next day, when she told me to get her lunch, I walked over with a plate of spaghetti and smashed it straight in her face. What do you think you're doing, witch? What? I just brought you lunch. Didn't anyone ever teach you to say thank you? She flew out of her chair and leapt at me. As I tried to push her off, suddenly a bunch of boys from class lifted her away. Donna, are you crazy? Don't you dare hurt Olivia. You could have scratched her perfect face. Perfect? Oh, this girl is far from perfect, and you'll soon find out. As she stormed off, I was left to wonder what she'd do next. And I didn't have to wait for too long. A few days later, this cute boy Colin from my class invited me to a party, and I happily accepted. We were having a really good time, and as he led me to the dance floor, suddenly Donna came flying out of nowhere, and she shoved him away. Colin, get away from her! She'll give you her disease. And with that, she suddenly pulled hard on my sleeve and ripped it right off. The people standing around us gasped. Just look at her arm. She's probably got fish scales all over. I just saved you from a freak. You're welcome. Colin stared at her in shock and then looked furious. Donna, you're a psycho. I already know about her condition, and so do the rest of her friends. She told us. This doesn't change anything for me. She's still amazing and 10 times prettier than you. As everyone stared at Donna in disgust, she started screaming, and Colin had her thrown out of his party. Well, Donna was an outcast now. No one in class wanted to talk to her, and I was trying to be more comfortable with myself and started wearing different clothes too. But one day I was out with Sophie when I had a really bad flare-up, and my skin started itching worse than ever. She took me to my skin doctor, and he gave me some cream to relieve it. Like I was telling your mother the other day, the best way to keep it under control is to get plenty of sunlight. And wait, my mother was here the other day? Why, yes, of course. I mean, she has the same condition. Wait, what? When I went home with Sophie, I burst into the living room where Mom and Dad were sitting. Mom, you're such a liar. You made me feel so ashamed of my skin condition when you suffer from it yourself? What? How did you find out? I don't even want to look at you, Mom. Dad, I want to talk to you. I want to talk to the lawyer in you. I want a divorce from Mom. I don't want to be her daughter anymore. Olivia, please don't say that. I'm not ashamed of you. I hate myself for passing this on to you. You got it from me. I gave up modeling when I got psoriasis, but that was nothing compared to how bad I felt giving my condition to you. I just don't know how to deal with my guilt, but I should never have made you feel bad. Please, please forgive me. If only you'd shared it with me, Mom. I wouldn't have felt so alone and unloved. Baby, I love you more than I can say, but I was foolish and wrong, and I'm really, really sorry. It took me a while, but I eventually forgave Mom. I understood she'd treated me this way because of her own insecurities, but my true rock is Sophie, who always loved me unconditionally and made me realize my own worth.
Hello, my name is Simona, and I'm from Spain. Please like and subscribe. Growing up, what I hated most was when my parents argued and yelled at each other. And it happened a lot. But there were some moments when we'd all laugh together. Like when I turned 3, Dad came home with the biggest unicorn doll for me. And Mom baked my favorite vanilla cake. It was the happiest day of my life.
Simona, you're the best thing that's ever happened. When you were born, our world changed.
Yes, darling. You mean everything to us. Mom worked as a secretary at a big insurance company, and Dad worked at a local store. So we lived a pretty average life. But then one day when I was 4, Mom came home driving her boss's expensive car and told Dad that she was leaving him.
Please don't go, Mom. I love you.
Oh, my baby. Tell you what, you will visit me at my new house every weekend. I watched Mom pack her bags and drive away. And Dad was so sad. He told me that he and Mom were now separated. Months later, he took me to visit her at her new fancy house, and she was sitting with her boss carrying a new baby. Simona, I'd like you to meet your baby sister, Luisa. Luisa was the luckiest little baby because her dad bought her all the toys in the world. I liked going to their mansion, and Mom would be so happy every time I visited. But soon Luisa started crying so hard for Mom's attention that it became difficult for us to spend any time together. Once when I was 5 and Luisa was a toddler, Mom took us to the zoo and bought us both candy. But Luisa threw hers into the baboon cage, and then she started crying hysterically for more. She even started pulling Mom's hair, and I gave her my candy so she'd calm down and give Mom a break. Oh, Simona, thank you so much. You've always been such an understanding child. I hope your sister grows up to be just like you.
Thanks, Mom. We just want you to be happy.
Since Mom had left, Dad always tried to hide his sadness and make me laugh with his jokes and dramatic bedtime stories. And I tried my best to always make him proud and happy too. Once in 2nd grade, Dad came to my school for a parent-teacher meeting, and my teacher, Esmeralda, told him all sorts of nice things about me, since I was the top student in her class.
Wow, I'm so proud of you, darling.
You should be. Simona is a very special little girl. Right after the meeting, Dad invited Esmeralda to come with us for pizza. He looked really happy around her, and soon after, he started seeing her more often. And I didn't mind at all because she was very nice to me. Once in 4th grade, we went to the ice rink together, and Esmeralda showed me how to skate. Okay, I'm not letting go of your hand until you're strong on your feet. I think I can skate on my own. Look! I let go of her grip and twirled around, feeling like I was flying. And then suddenly my leg twisted and I fell down hard. I felt dizzy and I saw Esmeralda running towards me as I blacked out. I was rushed to the hospital and my leg was put through so many scans and then bandaged up. Esmeralda couldn't stop crying. This is all my fault. I'm so sorry, Simona. No, please, don't blame yourself. I wanted to skate on my own. Dad hugged Esmeralda to make her feel better. And just then, Mom barged in with Luisa.
How could you let this happen?
She started yelling at Dad, and they both got into a big argument, forgetting all about me. Guys, stop! Everyone looked at me, and then Luisa came closer to my bed, looking angry.
I had a big concert today, and I was the lead, but now I'm here because Mom was worried about you. You ruined my concert.
Luisa, you can't speak to your sister like that.
She just got injured. Luisa pulled an ugly face at me, And just then the doctor walked in with some bad news. He told my parents that my leg would never be normal again. I walked with a limp, and at school I couldn't participate in any sports, but I still remained the top student in the class. And everyone was so nice to me since I'd never had trouble making friends, and I always helped them with their homework. One day when I was in 7th grade, Esmeralda watched how I helped some kids understand a math equation, and she was so impressed. Simona, you would make a really good teacher one day.
Yes, I would love to be a teacher one day, just like you, Esmeralda.
Esmeralda really cared about me, and when I was in 8th grade, Dad told me that he wanted to marry her. I was so happy for them. Dad even invited Mom and her family. This was his way of finally making peace. Just before the event started, I found Louisa standing and glaring at the big wedding cake. What are you doing here, alone?
Whatever I want. This cake looks so delicious.
Yes, it is, but don't stand too close. We don't want any accidents. She smirked at me, and then suddenly, she stuck her finger out and scooped the frosting off the cake. Hey, you can't do that. But she just laughed and reached for the cake again. I ran forward to pull her away. As she tried to push me off, we both started wrestling and crashed straight into the cake. Just then, Mom and Dad appeared, looking speechless. What have you girls done? It wasn't me, Dad, honest. Mom surprised me when she yelled at Louisa. I'm so tired of your behavior, Louisa. Your father has spoiled you so much that everywhere you go, you ruin things. Simona was such a good child compared to you.
Well, maybe I should tell Dad to send you back to your poor family.
Both Dad and I were so shocked at the way Louisa spoke to Mom. And after the wedding, when I visited Mom again, I noticed that Louisa was awful to Mom all the time and bossed her around because her dad gave her the power to do so.
Mom, my Prada jacket still has a stain. Get it cleaned right now. I need it for school.
Okay, dear. Why are you so mean to Mom?
Because she never does anything right. And if she doesn't listen, my dad will kick her out.
She's our mom. Don't you love her?
Well, she loves you more, so I guess I love my dad more.
When I tried to talk to Mom about what was going on in her life, she told me not to worry and said she could handle it. There wasn't much I could do to help her. One day in 10th grade, I was studying in the school library when a boy came out and sat on the table opposite to me. I knew exactly who he was. Jared. He was one of the hot, popular guys at school and was reading one of my all-time favorite books. My eyes kept wandering to him now and then, and I tried not to make it too obvious. But he was just so gorgeous. And while I sat zoned out in my fantasy, he suddenly started waving in my face. Hey, are you okay? Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't staring. I was actually, it's okay. I'm used to it. That's why I sometimes come in here to hide away from the girls coming after me. My parents wanted me to be a model because of all the attention I get. Yes, you're very good looking. Modeling would suit you. I actually like books and reading. I don't like being in the spotlight. I was so surprised because I always saw him surrounded by girls. I was never after him because he was way out of my league. But after meeting him in the library, we actually became good friends because we had so much in common. One day, he asked if I'd like to see the latest Star Wars movie with him, and I was so excited that another kid in school liked that kind of stuff. We even dressed up like the characters and had the time of our lives. I'm so happy to finally have a Star Wars partner. Me too. You're such a cool person to hang out with. He looked deep into my eyes, and then he leaned over and kissed me. I was so shocked because it all felt like a dream. And then I looked down at my leg and started doubting myself and wondering if any of this was real. Hey, what's wrong? Jared, you're like the hottest guy on this planet, and there's so many pretty girls without any issues like mine. So why me? There's nothing wrong with you, Simona. You're perfect. Jared liked me just as I was, and I learned to love myself with my brokenness. Life at school felt great until one day Mom called me with some surprising news. Honey, Louisa will be joining your school. She got expelled from her fancy private school because she was bullying kids. But Mom, she won't fit in at my school. No other school will accept her. Please look out for her and show her around. Maybe she can learn something from you.
The next day, Louisa walked into my school wearing a white fluffy coat and black shades. Just as she approached me, a group of girls snuck up behind her and spray painted her coat.
What is wrong with you fools? This is Dolce & Gabbana. Oh my gosh, you ruined it.
The girls went ballistic and lifted her off her feet. What did you call us?
Put me down.
When I told the girls that she was my sister, they let her go.
What is wrong with the people in your school?
This is not one of your fancy schools, and all the newbies get spray painted. It's tradition.
That's why I hated the idea of a public school. Poor people have no class.
Ugh, she was such a snob. While I was showing Louisa around, we bumped into Jared and he kissed me before running off to class. Louisa looked at me, stunned.
Oh my God, how did the hottest guy in school end up with you?
Why? What's wrong with me?
Everything. You're boring, you dress like a granny, and you have a broken leg.
You're just a very ugly person inside and out, Louisa.
I'm going to steal him from you. Watch and see.
I wasn't threatened by my stupid sister. After school, when Jared walked me out to the gate, Louisa ran after us and slipped her number into his pocket. Before I could say anything, Jared spoke up. Louisa, what's wrong with you? I'm with your sister and I'm crazy about her. Please, just stay away from me.
I smiled widely as Louisa turned red.
And just then, Esmeralda came to pick me up. We had to wait till Mom came for Louisa, and she yelled on the phone at Mom for being late. Hey, you can't speak to your mom that way.
Mind your own business, lady. You are not my stepmother.
Louisa was just out of control. I decided I was done with her. I completely ignored her for the next day at school. And during recess, she insulted some girls by calling them poor, and they all surrounded her. But I didn't run to her rescue. Hey, aren't those girls hurting your sister? Yes, but she can't control her awful mouth. Whatever happens to her, she deserves it. Yeah, but she's still your sister. Jared always had a way to make me think twice. So I stepped into the circle of girls and found my sister crying.
Simona, please tell them to bring back my bag.
Not until you promise to change your ways, especially how you speak to Mom.
I promise. Please, please save me from these mean girls.
It's not so nice when it's done to you, right? I told the girls to leave my sister alone, and then she joined me and Jared for lunch. And to my shock, she actually apologized for being a jerk.
I'm really sorry, Simona. I've always been mean to you and Mom because I always felt she loved you more. But today, when those girls were mean to me, I felt what it was like to be the weak one. I've hurt so many people already.
Well, it's never too late to change. Later that Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a hopeless romantic. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I completely blame Mom for my problem. She's been a soap opera actor since her teens, and I think playing the heroine and all those love stories made her believe they were half real, even though she was often disappointed in reality. But a hopeless romantic doesn't give up easily. Despite some bad experiences, you continue to believe that one day true love really will conquer all. So I grew up watching classic romantic movies and Disney fairy tales, and I believed in soulmates and love at first sight and happily ever afters. That's what the movies told us. It had to happen as long as we believed. Well, Mom was still looking, and I was on this journey with her. And when things went bad, I was waiting with ice cream and her favorite rom-com, When Harry Met Sally. And I spotted something in the grass from the corner of my eye. It was a praying mantis. Oh, wow. It's been a while since I saw one. I was about to crawl quietly to catch it when someone else got to it first, and I looked up to see Dom. What are you doing here?
Chasing some praying mantis, obviously. Are you crying?
What? No. My eyes are just sweating because it's hot.
It's actually quite chilly. Sadie, is everything okay? You can tell me like you always do, you know.
Dominic leaned over and gently wiped the tear off my cheek, and my heart skipped a beat, but I quickly tried to hide it.
Wow, look at you, ignoring me for weeks and now pretending that everything's fine? What's happening to us, buddy? And why did you get so aggressive with Ace? Dominic stared at my face for a few seconds.
I don't know either, but I just wanted to.
Just then, Ace suddenly called out to Dom from their balcony.
Hey bro, your girlfriend has been calling you non-stop.
She's not my...
You should go. I gotta head back inside anyway. See you around. And then I walked away with fresh tears pouring down my face.
The next morning, as I shut off my alarm, I sleepily checked my phone, and my eyes grew wide at a text I'd received. It was from the principal, saying she wanted to place an order for 50 fried chickens for a lunch party. Whoa, for real? I ran downstairs to the kitchen where Mom was already frying chicken. Mom continued frying like she hadn't heard me. I got 50 orders from our principal for lunch.
Okay, I'll prepare for it.
I walked up to her and gave her a bear hug from behind. I miss you, Mom. I don't like you being mad at me. Mom unwrapped my arms and kinda pushed me away.
I'll call you once the order's ready.
Okay, and I left the kitchen with a heavy heart. A couple of hours later, I was running breathlessly to the principal's office, carrying her huge order. I knocked at the door before entering, then walked up to the desk and placed the food on it. Good morning, ma'am. Here are your 50 fried chickens. Phew. But the principal looked shocked and almost terrified.
I have an allergy to chicken. Get that away from me.
What? But I got an order from your number, ma'am. Look, this is yours, right? The principal narrowed her eyes as she looked at my phone screen.
There's been some misunderstanding because I never texted that number. Just take them away, now. The smell will make me break out into hives any minute.
Feeling dazed, I picked up the order and left the office. Why did she have to be so rude? No wonder they called her Rude Tank. Yeah, Tank for being fat. I had barely taken a few steps down the hallway when I found myself face to face with Dana and her minion.
How dare you take your chickens to my mom? You could have killed her with those.
I'm just a delivery girl doing my job. I'm not a psychic who can predict an insecure girl's plan to play a stupid prank on a small business.
You're indeed a writer. You're good at making up dumb stories.
I bet her stories are as embarrassing as her.
You can always read one to be sure.
Not interested in reading something by a cheap chicken girl who's trying so hard to fit in. So now you're making up some mysterious long-lost billionaire dad just so you can impress someone like Ace?
Oh, so this is what it's about. And why would I need a rich dad to impress Ace? You've always had one. He's never paid any attention to you. As I started to walk away, Dana suddenly snatched the bag from me and flung it aside. Everyone in the hallway gasped as all the fried chickens went flying across the floor. And then Dana's minion started crushing them with her feet. What makes you think you can treat people like this? Do you have any idea how much hard work you ruined in seconds? Of course you don't, because you're just a stupid, spoiled brat. You know what? I actually feel sorry for you, because you are the most pathetic person I've ever met.
How dare you?
Dana leapt forward to attack me, but just then, Margot stepped in calmly, holding her iced coffee.
Margot, you have got to start taking my side. Chicken Girl started it as usual. She always provokes me.
Margot turned around to me with a strange face, and for a second, I thought she was going to do something to me. But then, she abruptly turned back to Dana and flung her coffee in Dana's direction, and some of it got over Dana's shoe.
I already warned you, Dana, but you never listen.
What is wrong with you? I can't believe you do this to your own friend.
Don't think I don't know the things you say behind my back. I'm not sure you know how to be anyone's friend.
I thought a catfight was about to break out between them, but then Dana leaned away.
Come on, girl, let's go.
As she turned around to leave, Clover suddenly appeared and stuck out her foot. Dana tripped and fell on the floor with her head first in some fried chicken.
Tastes heavenly, right?
You're all gonna pay for this.
As she stormed off crying, Margot suddenly grabbed my arm, her face expressionless.
You and I, we need to talk. Meet me in the chemistry lab after school.
Before I could respond, she walked away too. What was this about? I was at the lab before Margot, and she turned up about 10 minutes late. She sat down on a stool and looked at me squarely.
Listen, Sadie, let's get this done in a civilized way. I know Dom's into you. I'm not so stupid that I wouldn't notice it. So, I need you to stay away from him.
Suddenly, her pretty face became threatening.
You don't want to see my other side, Sadie. You know my dad, right? He can do anything, literally. And, well, my mom, she's a senator with a lot of connections. I can just tell them how violent Dominic is and how he tried to hurt me. Everyone already saw what he did to his own brother. I can ruin our scientist lover boy's life in just a snap. So really, it's up to you. How do you want to play this?
I was speechless for a few seconds. Wow, I didn't expect that from you. Why are you doing this?
Because I can, Sadie. Because I can.
Margot got up and exited the lab gracefully, while I sat there in shock. After talking with Clover and thinking a lot about everything, I'd finally made some decisions. I walked over to the pool next door, where Ace was doing laps. When he spotted me, he quickly came to the edge.
Wow, I wasn't expecting to see you here. You haven't been answering my texts or calls. Listen, I'm sorry I upset you that day. I shouldn't have tried to kiss you. I didn't know you weren't ready.
Ace, never mind all that. We need to talk. Ace just looked at me as I sat down on a pool chair. You've been very good to me, and I'm grateful for everything you did, but I don't think we should see each other anymore.
Why?
Because you don't deserve to be with someone who isn't sure about you. For a second, I saw a furious glint in his eye, but then his face softened again.
If you give me time, I know I can change your mind.
I'm really sorry, but...
You know I'm willing to do anything, right? I processed your mom's papers, didn't I? So what, you just used me?
No, you offered to do it. You said we're friends, right? And I tried being more than that, but I just can't. And then everything that's happening between you and Dom, what is that? I know he's not a violent person, so are you making that up?
Wow, you saw him punching me and pushing me, and I didn't even fight back? And you think I'm the liar here?
I don't know what to think, except that I need to end this.
You do know that I can reverse the paperwork I got done for your mom, right?
Is that a threat? You know what? Now I feel certain that I've made the right decision. Goodbye, Ace. And I walked away quickly, feeling relief wash over me.
As we were having a silent family dinner one night, Dad suddenly cleared his throat.
So I've made my decision regarding this company.
Ace and I quickly looked at each other before turning back to Dad. My heart was beating a mile per minute.
And after careful deliberation, I'm making Dominic the CEO of the company by the end of this quarter.
Oh my God.
Dad, are you kidding me?
Dominic has proven himself with his research and gained the trust and respect of the board. I've made the decision that makes the most sense right now.
Ace's face had twisted into rage, and suddenly he swiped the plates off the table and sent them flying into the wall.
Ace, have you lost your mind?
No, Dad, it looks like you have. You've been preparing me to be the CEO my entire life, and you just gave it to this lowlife? What do you expect me to do, roll over and drool?
I expect you to respect my decision and behave yourself.
You'll regret this, Dad. You're making a huge mistake.
And with that, Ace stormed out, slamming the door hard behind him. I think he's just shocked. Dad, he'll be fine.
I really hope so. Sorry that this moment has been ruined for you. Congratulations, son. I'm sure you'll always make me proud.
Thanks, Dad. I'll do my best. As Dad retired to his room, all I wanted to do was run over to Sadie and tell her the news. In fact, I wanted to talk to her about a lot more. But before that, I had to speak to Margot, and I headed to her place immediately. When I reached Margot's mansion, a maid let me in and informed me that the family was having dinner and I could join them. As I got closer to the dining room, it seemed like there was an argument happening inside, and I stopped at the door.
How many months will you be away this time, Mom?
Do you need an exact deadline? It will be longer than usual.
But it's my birthday next week.
It's just a birthday. We can always celebrate later. Why are you throwing a tantrum?
I'm not throwing a tantrum.
Oh, before I forget, Dominic's father told me that he'll be announcing Dominic as the official future CEO of biotech any day now.
Oh my, that's wonderful. The company will be in good hands with him. He also has this perfect image in the media, which is beneficial for us. Margot, it really is one thing you've done to make us proud, darling. You chose the right guy.
Nothing else about me makes you proud, Mom?
I just gave you a compliment, Margot. Why do you always make everything so negative?
I think we should announce an engagement between Margot and Dominic soon. The public loves that kind of news, and it'll make my deal with biotech all the more secure.
What? Engagement? But
how are things going between you two?
Everything's great. He's the sweetest.
That's amazing. Maybe I could postpone my appointment so we could throw a grand party on your birthday. We'll raise a toast to Dominic for becoming the CEO too, and make him feel special. How does that sound?
Oh, wow, really? I'd love that.
I backed off quietly and went to the living room. Suddenly, things were making a lot more sense. Margot had only gotten close to me to win her parents' favor, and they obviously cared more about their image than they did about their daughter. I was still lost in thought when Margot walked in, looking surprised.
Hi there. How long have you been waiting?
Oh, not that long. Listen, there's something I need to talk about.
Oh my God. I think I already know. Your dad made his decision, didn't he? Are congratulations in order?
He did, yes. But Margot, that's not why I'm here. I have to say something else. Margot looked at me, then quietly said,
This is about Sadie, isn't it?
I'm so sorry, Margot. I don't think this will work between us.
I realized that some time ago. But Sadie likes your brother. What are you gonna do about it?
I don't know. All I know is that I need to be honest to you and to myself. Margot came closer to me and put her hand on my face.
That's a good start. Thank you for being honest, Dom. I would never want someone to feel stuck being with me. I care for you. And Sadie, too.
That means a lot to me. I have to get going. But please, don't be a stranger.
I won't.
I kissed Margot on the cheek gently and then left. It had gone much better than I'd hoped.
If I'm not happy, I'll make sure no one else is either!
Clover and I sat silently on my bed, staring at the photos I'd received in the mail last night. I told you, Margot wasn't kidding. She'll use these fake, bruised pictures of herself to destroy Dominic's image. And it won't matter that it's not true. It's just about creating enough doubt. She's influential enough to make a big deal of it in the press. Once that happens, the board of directors will definitely suggest that Dom shouldn't be the CEO for the company's image. This means too much to him, Clover. I can't ruin this.
Margot's crazier than I thought. I get what you're saying, but you also can't let him be with that witch. I said the same before. You have to tell him everything and let him deal with it.
I'm not sure about that. He's just become the CEO, and I don't want him to be dealing with a press scandal.
Did Dom tell you about the CEO announcement himself?
Nope. I just read it in the news like everyone else.
Just talk to him, Sadie.
Suddenly, we heard loud, angry voices downstairs, and Clover and I looked at each other in alarm before we ran down. And I found my dad in the lounge with Mom yelling at him. I see you guys have finally met again.
You asked your father to pay off my debts? And he's the one who has sorted out my immigration papers? How could you do this without asking me?
Can you just calm down?
No, I don't want your help. We were doing just fine without you.
By then, I just had it. No, we're not, Mom. We are not doing fine. I know you've been working yourself to the bone to take care of me, and I love you for that. But we can't handle everything ourselves. I had asked someone else to handle your papers before, but I couldn't trust him anymore. And I can't worry about you being deported one day, or deal with the idea of thugs turning up to terrorize us, Mom. And I've got my own stupid school drama. It's just all getting too much for me, Mom. Mom looked at me, stunned, as tears rolled down my cheeks. You don't have to forgive Dad right away. You're allowed to feel angry. But I do want to have him around, and I want our lives to be less stressful. So please, Mom, for my sake, just try to make some peace with the situation. I hate that you're mad at me. You're my best friend.
Hey, that's me. No one gets my spot.
Mom and I looked at her, and suddenly, we all started laughing.
Believe me, I'm not trying to take Sadie away from you. I have no expectations from you either, except hoping that you'll forgive me one day and accept me as part of Sadie's life. I won't help you again without running it by you first. Okay?
Mom sighed and sat down on the couch.
Okay, I need time to accept all this, but I am willing to try for Sadie. I'm sorry, honey. I didn't realize the toll it was taking on you.
I sat down next to her and hugged her. You know, Mom, I have an idea. Let's go to Cuba to visit Grandma. You haven't been home in the longest time. And with your papers sorted out, it won't be an issue now. I really think we could use a break, don't you? Mom looked up at me and pressed my hand.
Let's do it.
It had been a crazy 3 days since Dad had made the announcement, and with all the meetings, briefings, and press interviews, I was coming back home really late every night. Tonight, I'd come back a little early, and I decided I just had to talk to Sadie. Just as I was going over to her place, the phone started ringing.
You need to come back to the office right now.
Is everything okay?
No, it's not, but I can't discuss this over the phone.
Okay, I'll be right there. And when I got to biotech, I was even more surprised to find Ace in Dad's office, with 2 security guards standing next to him. What's going on here?
I had a feeling I couldn't trust your brother anymore, and I was right. I had one of my men approach Ace, acting like a competitor who was interested in buying the research you worked on for a lot of money. And guess what? Ace made a deal with him.
I stared at Ace in shock. Are you serious? I know you hate me, but you would really do that to Dad's company? What is your problem? Ace leapt from his chair, about to attack me, but the security men held him back.
My problem is that I'm just better than you. I've always been better than you, and you robbed me of something I've been dreaming of my whole life.
Ace, I don't know how to deal with you right now. This is breaking my heart. Even if I made Don the CEO, I expected you to be by his side, helping him build the company up. But you're too busy tearing him down, and you don't even care about how it hurts me. I'm sending you away to France to live with your mother. I don't want you around, not till I can trust you again. If I ever can. Go home and pack your things.
Ace looked shocked, then stormed off with the security guards behind him. I was still reeling from the news when I saw tons of missed calls from Clover. I excused myself and called her back.
Oh my God, finally!
Ow, can you please not shout?
Come outside the office building, now!
I rushed out to find Justin leaning against his car while Clover was pacing around impatiently. What's going on? Why are you two here? together.
She can't drive, and she forced me to bring her here because the princess couldn't take the bus. And it's some sort of emergency.
Can you please shut up? Dom, Sadie's leaving. Margot threatened her. You have to talk to her. Well, to Sadie, not Margot. Well, also Margot, tell that witch to buzz off.
What are you even saying? And then Clover thrust an envelope in my hands. I opened it and was shocked to find pictures of Margot with bruises on her arms. What is this?
Margot sent these to Sadie. She's been threatening Sadie to stay away from you or she'll make these public and say you hurt her. Margot is insane. You can't be with her, Dom.
Oh my god, she is insane! And I broke up with her a few days ago anyway!
Well, I guess she still doesn't want to see you and Sadie be happy together. Which, by the way, if you want to be, you gotta tell her something right now. Like right now, before she takes a plane to Cuba.
Sadie is going to Cuba?
You've been really busy, and Sadie has been dealing with a lot, so she and her mom are going to Cuba for a month to take a break from all of it. She told me to give you this file after she was gone, but I thought you should know everything right away, and you shouldn't let her go without talking to her. Also, FYI, she never liked Ace.
Dude, just go to the airport and talk to Sadie so this weirdo can stop talking.
My mind was all over the place, but I just had to focus on one thing. Catch Sadie before her flight. Okay, I'm off. Thanks. Wish me luck. And with that, I sped off in my car.
Do I need to drop you off home too? I have an important game to get to.
Oh my god, I play this too! Wait, you're Unbeatable Beast? For real? I've been beating your butt for weeks.
Your sharks can't poop?
Yep, come on, drive me home and we'll stop by for ice cream on the way. I'll teach you some of my winning tricks.
Crazy girl.
Mom and I had just gotten through the long security lines at the airport, and I was about to switch my phone to airplane mode when I noticed a bunch of missed calls from Dominic. Just then, I heard someone shouting,
Sadie, wait! Sadie, please, wait!
As he ran up to me, I stared at him in shock. Dom, what are you doing here?
Oh god, I need to catch my breath. Okay, I'm fine. Listen, how could you just leave without talking to me for a month?
You've been ignoring me for weeks. What's another month?
Sadie, I'm so sorry. I was really stupid. I just got really jealous seeing you and Ace together. I think he led me to believe some things that weren't true. And yes, I was flattered by Margot's attention, but I think I just agreed to go out with her just because you were seeing Ace. Also, Clover told me Margot was threatening you, and I'll take care of that. Also, I broke up with her a few days ago. It just never felt right because, well, I've been in love with you for a while. And it's okay if you don't feel the same way, I just had to tell you.
I threw my arms around him. I think I feel the same way about you, dummy.
You think?
Aw, you guys, this is so sweet. Sorry to interrupt, but it's the final boarding call. Unless, Sadie, you don't want to go?
Oh, no, Mom. Of course I'll go.
You don't have to, love. You can stay with Clover. Or your dad.
You'd be okay with that?
Wait, your dad?
See? You two have a lot of catching up to do. And yes, I'll be okay with that, Sadie. I'll see you in a month.
Dom and I waved her goodbye as she left for her flight. Then we turned to each other, feeling kinda awkward. This feels a bit weird, right?
A little, but weird in a good way.
I agree. Dom smiled at me warmly, and I just couldn't help pulling him in for a kiss. He kissed me back, and it felt just right. Hi friends, I'm Jaina from Pennsylvania. Please like and subscribe. I grew up happy. My dad worked in marketing and my mom was a teacher. We had a beautiful big home, white picket fence, even a dog named Biscuit. Every birthday I got a huge party, and every summer we stayed at a house by the lake. My friends and I spent every moment together. Everything was wonderful. Then my dad lost his job. Suddenly, everything in my life became horrible. We had to sell our beautiful house, and I said goodbye to all my childhood friends since we moved to a completely different state. Our new place was a tiny little apartment. On the first day there, I saw rats. They didn't allow animals either, so we had to give Biscuit to a friend. Dad had to take on 2 jobs, and my parents began to fight all the time. I went from being happy in every part of my life to just wanting to be someone else. Without my friends or parents around, I turned to basically just watching TV. Everyone there seemed to have the perfect life. Beautiful apartments, sparkly dresses, fun parties, and friends. They also had something else in common.
They all moved to New York to start a new life of glitz and glamour. Maybe if I went to New York, I could be someone totally new too. As soon as I turned 15, I started working at the local ice cream shop. I saved every single penny, smiling even as the rudest people came into the store.
This strawberry ice cream is too pink.
My kid dropped his ice cream. We want a new one. This is melting. I want my money back. It didn't matter what they said to me. All I cared about was saving for my new life. Slowly, my savings started to add up. By the time I turned 16, I had enough for a weekend in New York. I knew I couldn't have a whole new life yet, but for now, a weekend would be enough. I finally told my parents on the morning of my birthday. I'm going to New York for the weekend. New York? That's so expensive. We can't pay for that, honey. I saved up from the ice cream shop. Okay, but call us every day, okay? Yeah, sure, whatever. They dropped me off at the train station and I was off. I was so excited to finally be on my own and knew that at least for the weekend, I could be whoever I wanted. New York was so exciting. I could go wherever and do whatever. I tried on dresses at a fancy department store. I bought a hot dog from someone off the street, then got sick an hour later. But it was okay. I was living my dream. Finally, I went to the hotel I booked. I dreamed of gold chandeliers and well-dressed doormen and expensive steak dinners the whole train ride here. Instead, I got this. The hotel was tiny, dirty. Flies buzzed in the lobby. I didn't even have my own room. It was filled with other people and I just had a single bed. I think there's been a mistake. Nope, this is what you booked. Welcome to New York. This was not what I imagined my New York trip would be like, but it was all I could afford. Even in my dream city, I was still the same person and my life hadn't changed at all. Suddenly, New York didn't seem that great. It was smelly and dirty and there were way too many people. Hey, watch where you're going. Who are you looking at? Nothing, Hey! Someone bumped right into me and I nearly fell over. As I stood up, I realized he had stolen my wallet. I ran after the thief, but after a few minutes, he was gone. Now I didn't have anything. It was all too much. People were so mean. I started to cry in the middle of the street, and people began staring and pointing. It was so incredibly embarrassing. Finally, I decided to just go into the nearest building to get away from everything. Wow. This was the hotel of my dreams. Big, beautiful chandeliers, doormen in fancy suits, rich women drinking champagne and dressed in sparkling gowns. This is who I wanted to be. I was so enchanted by everything that I ran headfirst into someone. Ow! Elena. Huh? That wasn't my name. This man must have confused me with someone. Where have you been? You can't just run off without telling someone. Who even are you? I'm Stefan. Your parents sent me to make sure you stayed safe. You have to tell me when you leave the hotel. Come, let's go back to your room. My room? The one with the bed surrounded by other strangers and mice? It was the last place I wanted to be other than home. I almost ran. Then I noticed that Stefan wasn't taking me out of the building at all. Instead, he was taking me further into the hotel. I was shocked as I stepped into an elevator completely made of gold. It whisked us away so high and so fast, I almost got sick. It felt like we were flying. The elevator doors opened directly to a hotel room. No, not a hotel room, a penthouse. This is my room? I know it's not big enough, but you have to deal with it for now. And again, if you want to leave, you just have to ask. Your dad just wants to make sure you're okay. Not big enough? This place was a palace. Stefan left and I had the whole room to myself. The bathroom was all marble with a built-in hot tub. The TV was huge, bigger than I was, and there were so many chandeliers I lost count. Even the bed was luxurious, so tall and soft I could barely even climb on. Who the heck had such a nice hotel room? I knew I should have told him he had the wrong person, that I wasn't Elena and I didn't belong here. But then again, this was exactly what I had dreamed of. My stomach started growling and I decided I would have to figure all that out later, after some free food. I raided the mini fridge in the room, snacking on soda and chips, I even ordered room service. By the time I was done, I was almost gonna fall over. Life had never been this good. My phone rang and I saw it was my parents. All I could think about was the fighting and the rats and losing our sweet biscuit. I hung up on them and decided I couldn't go back there, ever. I would stay in New York and start my life now, even if I had to take over this Elena girl's life to do it. I looked around and found her diary and laptop. I opened the laptop and, is that me? Suddenly, I realized who she was. Elena, a famous actress. My friends used to joke that she was my alter ego. Jaina and Elena sounded similar after all, except while Elena was living a perfect life, I was stuck with nothing at all. Elena would probably be back soon. If they caught me in the room, I would get in huge trouble. I had to get out of here before I was arrested or kicked out. But maybe I could go with a little something extra since my wallet was stolen after all. After changing into Elena's clothes, I told Stefan I was going shopping. He insisted on coming with me. When we got to the store, I said, I forgot my card. He just sighed and handed me the money, no questions asked. It was more cash than I had ever seen in my life. With this kind of money, I didn't have to go back to Pennsylvania at all. I grabbed a bunch of clothes and told him I was going to try them on, but as soon as I was out of view, I made a run for it. Maybe New York hadn't been that great at first, but things were going to be different now. Or so I thought. I hadn't even walked more than a few blocks when I realized I had forgotten my phone. But that was the least of my problems because suddenly someone grabbed me from behind and everything turned dark. I woke up a few hours later, feeling dizzy and confused. Where am I? You! Hey, you! I looked around and saw a girl staring at me from across the room, but she was in total dark, so I couldn't see her. What are you doing here? I don't even know where here is. I don't even know who you are. Well, I've been kidnapped. It happens a lot, to people like me. What I don't understand is why you're here. I've never been kidnapped with other people before. Oh my god, does that mean I'm not special? She stepped into the light and I realized, Elena? That's me. Now, who in the world are you? I'm Jaina. Jaina. You seem familiar, but I don't remember meeting you at a party or a ball. We look a bit alike. As if I could never have such ratty, dull hair. Or put together an outfit that horrible. Horrible? It's your jacket. Oh my god, it is. You're stealing from me? What? No, well, kind of. Are you working with the kidnappers? No, Stefan thought it was you. Ugh, I can't believe he mistook you for me. That's so gross. I was starting to get mad. This girl was so rude. We have bigger problems here. Maybe you get kidnapped a lot, but I definitely don't. I'm gonna get out of here, with or without you. Now, are you gonna help me or not? Elena stared at me for a long moment. Fine, but only so I can yell at Stefan. The two of us sat down and hatched a plan. The kidnappers come to check on us every few hours. They have to unlock the door, which means we can escape. How about I pretend to be hurt so they have to come all the way in? Then you can knock them out. I'm the actress. You knock them out. Fine, okay, then what? We have to tell someone where we are. How the heck are we gonna do that? We gotta steal a phone. Suddenly, our planning was interrupted by something outside the basement. We eavesdropped through the door. What are they saying? They don't know which one of us is actually famous. That's why they kidnapped us both. We only have a little time then. Once they figure out which one of us is the real Elena, who knows what they'll do? Probably wonder how they could possibly have been so dumb to think someone like you could be someone like me. That kinda hurts, Oh, sorry. I'm not very good with people. They usually just want my money or a picture with me. No one really talks to me except bodyguards. That sounds terrible. I'm sorry. I gave Elena a big hug and she began to tear up. I actually liked things better when we didn't have money.
Really?
Yeah, my dad doesn't care about me anymore. That's why I keep letting myself get kidnapped. All my dad does is work and fight with my mom. I don't think it's the same. They care about you, right? Right. My dad doesn't even remember my birthday. Elena looked very sad. I felt guilty about not answering my parents' call earlier that day. I knew Elena would do anything to have her dad call her. Suddenly, we heard footsteps in the hallway. Quick, the plan. I hid behind the door while Elena retreated to a far corner. She started crying and pretending that she was hurt. It felt like it was straight out of a movie. One kidnapper entered the room and looked concerned. As he walked towards Elena, I used the chair and hit him. He was knocked right out. I rummaged through his jacket until I found his phone. Got it! We dialed 911. Then quietly, Elena and I tiptoed up the stairs and out of the basement. We took off our shoes to be extra quiet and snuck past one of the kidnappers snoring on the couch. We were almost out the door when someone suddenly shouted,
Hey, they're getting away!
One of them ran and blocked off our exit and reached out to grab us. Elena and I ran in opposite directions. We ran into the dining room. I started throwing everything I could find. A fork, a napkin, a frying pan. Throw your shoes! These are designer! You matter more than your shoes! I grabbed a plate from the dining table and chucked it at the kidnapper. It shattered against his head and took him down. Go, go, go! Elena sprinted to the door. To freedom! Yes!
Not so fast, girlie.
The last kidnapper grabbed me by the arm, yanking me away before I could make it out. That hurts!
You're coming with me. I'll get that ransom if it's the last thing I do.
Jana! Elena was standing in the doorway, frozen in fear. Why hadn't she left yet? Go! I won't leave you! Suddenly, the front door came down entirely.
Give us our daughter back.
Dad! Mom! I was so relieved to see them. I almost started crying. Behind them, I could hear the sirens. The police were on their way. The kidnapper's grip on my arm tightened.
Where's our money? Your money? How about our daughter? You're not getting her back without it. Ow!
Elena grabbed me and dragged me away from the kidnapper. Come on, Jana, let's go! You threw the shoes! Of course I did. You matter way more than shoes.
Police, hands up!
And just like that, the police came and arrested all of the kidnappers. They told us that they would be going away for a very, very long time. My parents wouldn't let me go, constantly hugging me and making sure I was okay. How did you know I was kidnapped?
You left your phone at the hotel. Stefan called us when the kidnappers demanded they pay up for both girls, and we realized that they had you too.
We should have never let you go into the city alone. I didn't think you cared.
We love you so much, Jana. Maybe we're not the best at showing it, but at the end of the day, you're our daughter. We might not have a lot of money, but we would give anything for you.
I love you too. Let's go home. I smiled at my parents, but I noticed that Elena started to look really sad. Her parents hadn't come at all. It was only Stefan. Are you gonna be okay? I'll be fine. I just wished my family cared as much as yours did. You know, friends can be family too. We smiled at each other, and I reached out and squeezed Elena's hand. Come visit me in Pennsylvania? Pennsylvania? I would love that.
Hi, my name is Charlotte, and I was a very hardworking teenager. My life was always about studying and part-time jobs, but that all totally changed because of a boy. I was on my way to the principal's office to talk about the college scholarship that I'd applied for when I saw a boy from my class, Mason. His mother was there too, and she was yelling at him on their way out of the office. The week before, his dad had been here with him, and now it was his mom. He'd probably got another detention because of his failing grades, or the pranks he was usually pulling at school. Not that I was his stalker or anything, but I had always been intrigued by him. His mom was very angry, but he seemed happy because there was a smile on his face. Why? He was popular in our school because he was pretty talented and athletic, and he also had a playful nature. He had won multiple awards in special events where parents were expected to attend, but I noticed that he was always alone. That night, while I was on my night shift as a cashier at the local movie theater, I got a strange call. "Hello, is this Miss Charlotte?" a familiar older woman's voice asked. "Yes, that's me," I answered. "I saw you reply to our online ad for a private teacher, and we want to hire you for our son. We're wondering if you could start right away, like tomorrow." I was shaking with excitement all of a sudden. I was so happy that she wanted me despite me only having 5 months of experience from last year. I asked for the address, and what she gave me sounded familiar. It was close to our school anyway. I shared the good news with my mom, but she didn't seem particularly pleased. You should enjoy being a teenager sometimes, Charlotte. Learn how to quit if things start to stress you out. I just smiled at my mom's concern. The next day, I finally arrived at the address the woman gave me. I pressed the doorbell, and unexpected faces appeared at the door. My face turned white as a sheet when I realized that they were Mason's parents. Did that mean I was going to be my crush's private teacher? I had a funny feeling in my stomach. My hands started to shake. The thought of being in a room alone with Mason gave me confusing emotions. I was terrified, excited, and anxious all at once. I'd never talked to him in my entire high school life because why would he notice me? I wasn't like his girlfriend Mandy, who was the definition of a goddess. Each session was planned to run for 2 hours every weekend. Mason is a stubborn boy. He hates to study, so please do everything you can. We're counting on you, his mother said. He needs to graduate and go to college. I can't wait for him to help us in one of our businesses, his father added. And I was already feeling the butterflies in my stomach from the pressure, and other things. After finalizing everything, his mother led me to the study room to start my first teaching session. He wasn't in there yet, so I took some time to calm myself. I gasped when he suddenly appeared from behind me. He'd clearly just got out of the shower because he looked so fresh in his white t-shirt, and his hair was still wet. "Hey there, you must be the tutor," he asked. It was officially our first conversation in my entire life, and I tried my best to speak. "Yes, I am. So, shall we start? You look familiar," he said with narrowed eyes as he leaned his face closer to mine. I felt my heartbeat in my eardrums as I leaned away from him. "You don't recognize me?" A light bulb seemed to appear above his head. "Oh, right, you're that girl who always sits in the last row." "Yes, that's me. I'm Charlotte, in case you didn't know my name." I had to get a grip and be like a proper teacher. "Okay, Charlotte, but before we get started, let me tell you something." "What is it?" "I can make your job easier by doing nothing. Just do your thing there." "No, Mason, your parents are paying me to teach you, so I have to do my job," I said firmly. "I won't tell my parents anything, and you shouldn't either," he said as he put on his AirPods and started playing on his phone. Unbelievable! We finished the 2-hour session without me doing anything, and I felt guilty. Before going home, Mason's parents asked me how the session went, and I felt terrible lying. I didn't sleep well that night as I was brainstorming how to convince him to study. I was more anxious the next day. They reminded me to do my best because they wanted Mason to pass his final exams. As soon as I opened the study room door, a hand immediately pulled me in. "What do you think of this? Do you think a girl would like this as a gift?" Mason opened a jewelry box in front of my face and revealed a diamond bracelet and necklace. I was speechless for a moment. He was so generous to give me a gift as expensive as that. "It depends if the girl is into material things, Mason. But yeah, they're beautiful," I said. "Thank goodness, I'm kind of nervous right now. Today is me and my girlfriend's first anniversary," he revealed with sparkling eyes. "So this is him as a boyfriend. Ugh, Mandy is so lucky to have him." He opened the window, and I was surprised when he pulled someone in from outside. It was Mandy. How in the world did she manage to get up here? "Hi, Charlotte," Mandy greeted me, and before I could even reply, the two of them started kissing right in front of me. "Happy anniversary, babe. This is my gift for you." Mason then gave her the jewelry box, and her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Oh my God, this is beautiful!" She looked so happy with the gifts that she put them on right away and started taking selfies from every angle. She busied herself inspecting the diamonds and taking pictures of them to post on her Instagram and Snapchat, while Mason just stood there looking at her. "Let's go to your bedroom, babe. I need to change my clothes and touch up my makeup for more pictures," she said. I cleared my throat before butting in. "Excuse me, guys, but just a little reminder that we're having a private teaching session right now. We have a math quiz tomorrow, and you have to pass it this time, Mason." I gave him a stern look. "Don't worry about that, Charlotte. I can pass it," he said confidently. Mandy then dragged him out of the room. I wanted to scream in frustration. I wanted to tell his parents what was going on, but what if he got mad at me? Why was he like this? I was sure he could do better, and why would he allow Mandy to treat him like that? She was all over his gift instead of him for their anniversary. He was so visibly disappointed. The next day at school, while I was on my way to our first class, Julia, a particularly mean classmate, blocked my way in the hallway. "Hey nerd, I want to copy your answers later for the exam," she demanded, which surprised me. I mean, why would I do that? This girl had bullied me almost every day. "That's not right, Julia. You should study and be prepared. That's your responsibility as a student." To my surprise, she suddenly shoved me, which sent me sprawling on the floor. "Selfish nerd," she yelled at me before walking away with her friends. I turned onto my side and saw a hand offering to help me. "Stop sulking and get up." It was Mason, who then pulled me up. We then walked together to our first class for the first time in my 4 years in high school. And my disappointment in him from last night was replaced with excitement. My day ended with his parents calling me, informing me that I needed to do my job better because Mason had failed the math exam that day. Our next session came and I found him sleeping on the couch in the study room. I tried to wake him up, but he didn't even stir. Should I tell his parents this time? He was overdoing this already. Come on, Mason, wake up. You have to study and learn, please? I need to do this. I need this job and I need to pay our bills and school expenses all by myself. Come on, Mason, you have to help me. I was begging, but he looked so tired. I was running out of patience already. Okay, fine. Tomorrow, if you still won't behave, I'll tell your parents whether you like it or not, I said, which finally woke him up. He got up and without a word, he grabbed my arm and dragged me to the window. Mason, wait, what are you doing? You have to come with me. No, we have to study, and there's no way I'm sneaking out through that window. You don't have a choice. I screamed as he pushed me out of the window, but I landed on a safety net below. That answered my question from last time. I had no other option but to follow him into his car, or his parents would notice us. He started driving, and my heart was pounding hard against my chest. You're crazy. What if they catch us? I should have been stricter with him. I couldn't let him do things his way all the time. Stop worrying about the world even just for a minute, okay? He convinced me, and all I could do was lean back in defeat. Minutes later, we stopped by a familiar house. Wait a minute, this is Julia's house. What are we doing here? Get out of the car and come with me, he said with a naughty grin on his face. He opened his trunk, grabbed some rolls of toilet paper, and started throwing them on the trees in front of the house. What are you doing? We'll both get in trouble, Mason. Julia deserves it for bothering you. It took me almost a minute to process his intentions, and moments later we were both giggling as we threw more toilet paper over the trees in their car. Did you know that a Japanese horror novelist called Koji Suzuki wrote an entire novel on a single roll of toilet paper? I blurted out a random fact from something I read a month ago. That must have been an interesting novel, he replied. Someone must have noticed us because a part of the house lit up. We rushed back to his car and he immediately dashed off. My stomach hurt from laughing and from the thrill. That was cool, I said while panting. Sometimes you just have to let loose and own the world, Charlotte. His words struck me and I was quiet for a moment. And now it's time for a party, he announced. What party? He told me that his old friend was having an epic party in the countryside and he needed to join. Unfortunately, his car got stuck in the middle of the road. Great. We're in big trouble now, Mason. Your parents aren't going to know where we are. There was no signal, so we decided to wait for a car to ask for help, but an hour passed and no one came. I settled in the back of his car and gazed up at the stars. I couldn't remember the last time that I had been able to relax like this without thinking about my responsibilities. Mason saw me lying there and joined me. We were both quiet for the first few minutes, but then I realized that it was finally my chance to ask him questions about his parents. He seemed reluctant at first, but he eventually spoke. Their world revolves around their jobs and our businesses. I'm non-existent at home. They only notice me when I do stupid things, so it's useless to be an achiever at this point. So he just wanted attention from his parents. This side of Mason softened my heart, and for some reason, he became more physically attractive in my eyes too. We continued to talk about life and our families until we finally got sleepy. Morning came, and we were finally able to get help and return to the city. His parents called him, and since the call was on loudspeaker, I heard everything. Can you please stop disappointing us, Mason? We're tired of this. Your teacher is useless too. What he said next caught me off guard. Don't drag her into this, Mom. It was all my fault, okay? I tricked her into coming with me when all she wanted was for us to study. And please, about disappointing you, what's new? You only notice me when I get in trouble. It was the first time that I'd seen him that mad. He then ended the call and was quiet for the rest of the ride. It was Friday night, and my boss at the theater told 3 other staff members and me that it would be our last week because they were cutting costs. So I went home crying and frustrated. The next day at Mason's house, I had expected him to change his behavior this time because of what had happened last week. But he was busy preparing a prank for his friend. Remembering what his mother said about me, my patience had finally run out. I slammed my hand against the table loud and shouted at him. You should study because other people out there are working so hard to go to school and get their diploma. You can blame your parents all you want, but at some point in life, you have to take responsibility for your actions, Mason. This stunned him for a few moments. To my surprise, he finally sat down beside me and started flipping the pages of my book. And for the first time, we finally had a decent teaching session. He tried to listen, but I felt that he was preoccupied. He didn't even pass the short quiz that I gave him after our discussion. But at least it was progress. I went home satisfied. It was my last day at the movie theater, and I saw him buying tickets from the other booth with Mandy. After the movie, I noticed that Mason was alone, looking like he was about to cry. I left my booth and asked him how he was doing. Mandy and I broke up. We have been having trouble lately, and I was trying to get her back, but now I should probably give up. Maybe you two aren't meant to be together, I comforted him. An idea then came into my head. You know what? There's this simple, hardworking, and down-to-earth girl I know. I'll introduce you to her if you solve all the challenging problems that I'll be preparing for you. I smiled when I saw the determined look on his face. Over the next few days at school, Mason and I became closer than ever before. He also helped me find another part-time job. As finals approached, I pushed him harder to study more with me, even at school. I convinced him to be more open about the things that he couldn't understand so I could more effectively teach him. To everyone's surprise, Mason ended up in the top 10 highest scorers next to my name, and I was so proud of him. Out of pure happiness, he hugged me so tight he almost crushed my ribs. During lunch, he joined me at my table. So where's this girl that you were talking about? He said. I almost choked on my spaghetti. I was actually referring to myself, I playfully told him as I winked, and he burst out laughing. You tricked me, he said, and we couldn't control our laughter. Deep down, I was hoping he'd date me, but my little fantasy was shattered when he took Mandy to the prom. It looked like they'd gotten back together. Oh well, having a boyfriend wasn't my priority, so although I was heartbroken for a week, I moved on. Graduation came, and I was so happy to see that Mason's parents were able to attend this time. They also looked so happy as they watched their son receive his diploma on stage. While listening to his graduation speech, my heart started racing when I heard him mention my name. And to Charlotte, a classmate of mine, and my private teacher. I just want to thank you for inspiring and teaching me, and for being my study buddy. I will never forget you, Charlotte. You will always have a special place in my heart. When everything was over and I began to leave, I felt someone tap my shoulder. You're already leaving? He asked. Yeah, I'm not exactly the resting type. For a few moments, we stayed silent. Then he sighed. I just want to thank you for talking sense into me, and also apologize for making things difficult. Not able to form words, I just smiled and nodded at him before leaving.
Hi, I'm Tiana from Russia. Please like and subscribe. My mom gave birth to 2 identical twins, me and my sister Mila. Unfortunately, we were only a month old when my parents divorced. Mom took Mila to the city while I stayed in the village with Dad. Dad was my only friend because growing up, I was super shy and preferred to read and write stories in my journal than play with other kids. Are you sure you want to spend another Friday night alone, sweetie? Don't worry, Dad. I'm fine. Aren't you happy I'm not going to any wild parties or dating any boys? Then one day when I was 16, I got a strange visitor. Hi, Tiana. Oh, you're all grown up now and so beautiful. Thanks. Do I know you? Wow, I guess your dad never mentioned me much or kept any pictures. I'm your mom. You're joking, right? But she wasn't. Instead, Dad came over and the two of them sat down with me in the living room. All right, I let you come over because you said you had an emergency. So what's going on? It's Tiana's sister, Mila. She's a model and makes a lot of money, but she started struggling with mental illness and suddenly quit. Now, if she doesn't complete her contract, we'll be sued for a crazy amount of money. Tiana has to fill in for her. No one will know. I may have to trim her bangs a bit, though. Wait, what? This is the emergency? What a stupid and twisted thing to ask your daughter that you haven't seen in 16 years. Get out of my house, right now. They started arguing and I didn't know what to do. So I just slipped out of the room and tried to calm myself down. But Mom just wouldn't give up. And the next day, she made me a crazy offer. Your father mentioned you write stories and that it's your dream to become a famous author. What if I told you I knew an agency that could publish your work and pay you a fortune? How could I say no to something like that? After that, I convinced Dad to do the modeling contract and finally, he agreed. So, I moved to the city where Mom and Mila lived in a mansion. Mom greeted me at the door and hugged me tightly. I still wasn't entirely comfortable with her, but it was nice to feel welcome. You'll meet Mila later today. She doesn't leave her bedroom. She even has dinner there. You mean I'll only see her if I come upstairs with you? Doesn't she ever leave the house? Mom didn't answer. She just snapped her fingers and ordered some servants to get me settled in my room. God, this place was so different from what I was used to. And I was curious to meet my mysterious sister, too. That evening, I was reading in my room when I heard a scream outside my room. I went into the hallway to find the maid covered in food. That's when I also saw Mom and Mila. I told her I wanted pizza for dinner, not these soggy vegetables. Of
course, baby. Our mistake. But pizza's not good for you right now. We'll get you the tastiest salad ever. I'll give you a raise, all right? I can't have another servant quit because of her.
You always do this, Mom. I don't want a salad. If I don't get a pizza right now, I'll take all of your gold jewelry and give it to the neighbor's dog to chew on and then throw up. Excuse me, but don't speak to your mom like that. And you certainly didn't need to throw food at your maid. This is my twin sister, Mom. She has a lot of nerve for a house guest. Also, we may look identical, but her skin is way more blotchy than mine. You should tell the photographer that beforehand. Jeez, this girl was something else. I went off to bed after that, and Mom told me not to take Mila's behavior personally. I just want her to be happy and healthy. The next day, I arrived on set, when suddenly, I noticed everyone glaring at me and whispering angrily. What was going on? Hey, why is everyone here giving me dirty looks? Did I do something wrong?
Ugh, you're here? I thought you quit after you humiliated me in front of thousands of people. Also, you bullied every single person on set since you started working here, Mila. They were hoping they'd never see you again after you left.
What? I bullied everybody here? And what did I do to you? I mean, I didn't take my meds this morning, so I forgot what happened. Can you remind me?
Ugh, give me a break.
Mila had apparently done a lot of horrible things because every person around me acted like I was some kind of monster. I called Mom and told her what had happened.
You must have spoken with Vlad, Mila's coworker and ex-boyfriend. She dumped him publicly during an acceptance speech for an award show and said some mean things. Just focus on your work, honey. He's not your problem.
I knew Mom was right, so the next day, I ignored all the death stares and kept to myself. But later that afternoon, Vlad and I had to do a photo shoot together. The photographer was about to start when suddenly she started freaking out.
I cannot work like this, Vlad. How much weight did you gain? The costume designers worked really hard and you… forget it. I'm requesting a different model. What? Why? We've been rehearsing this for weeks and I haven't gained any weight.
He really does look great. Maybe his suit just has to be tailored a bit. The photographer wouldn't listen and Vlad stormed off with tears in his eyes. Vlad, don't listen to that photographer. You're in great shape. I don't get why she had to be such a jerk.
Well, she wasn't totally wrong. I have put on a little weight. I'm surprised you didn't make fun of me about it.
Have I made fun of your body in the past?
You made fun of it in front of thousands of people during your award speech. You said you were dumping me because I didn't have abs anymore.
Wow. Well, I'd like to apologize for that. The truth is, I think you're really brave for doing a job like this. I hate having my picture taken. I mean, even though I'm a model, the point is, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. I really didn't expect an apology from you. We're still broken up, but thanks for that.
After our talk, Vlad was nicer to me, which made my job a lot easier. One day, I headed to the den to watch some TV when I saw Mila sitting on the couch. What are you doing here? What do you mean? This is my house, isn't it? Yeah, but I thought you never came out of your room. I don't, but my room doesn't have a TV, and I like watching my MSA videos on a big screen. You watch MSA too? They're my favorite YouTube channel. Their stories are what inspired me to become a writer. Yeah, I don't care. You can watch with me as long as you keep your mouth shut. I decided to take the opportunity to spend time with Mila. She obviously had some issues, and I was curious to know more about her. As we were watching videos, Mila's phone suddenly rang and she looked annoyed. Why is Vlad calling me? My heart started racing as Mila answered the phone. Apparently, Vlad had called to ask her out to coffee. He said he's glad we're getting along better lately and that I seem happier and healthier. Did you flirt with him or something? What? No, we're just friendly coworkers. Listen to me. At your job, you're not Tiana, you're Mila. And Mila doesn't want you talking to Vlad at all. I still love him. You love him, and yet you dumped and publicly body-shamed him? Look, I'm not interested in your ex-boyfriend, but I'm allowed to be his friend. He's not your property, and he deserves to be around someone who doesn't mistreat him. I left before Mila could answer, and the next morning at work, I told Vlad I was sorry if I was rude to him on the phone and that I was happy to hang out.
I really don't have time for your games, Mila.
I'm not playing games, dude. Just whatever you do, don't call or text me on that number again. I got a new number. I convinced Vlad to let me buy him coffee, and as we were walking to a cafe,
I saw a lady come up to us with a little girl behind her. I'm so sorry to bother you, but my daughter is a big fan and I wanted to say hi. She's just a little shy. You don't have to feel shy. I'm just a normal girl at the end of the day, like you.
Did your mom buy you this pretty scarf?
Actually, I got it as a present from my agency. Do you want it? I think you'd look even better in it than I do. No, we can't possibly accept that from you. Mila, that scarf costs thousands of... It's okay, really. I want her to have it. The girl was starry-eyed and her mom thanked me over and over. Wow, I can't believe you just did that. You've changed a lot during your vacation, haven't you? Are you in therapy now or something? I guess you could say that. Vlad insisted on buying me coffee instead of the other way around, and I even got some free pastries since the cashier was also a fan of Mila. I was living like royalty pretending to be her, and my life as a model just kept getting better. I was getting huge business deals because everyone was amazed at how Mila had apparently made a comeback. But my success drove my sister totally wild. You're just living your perfect life, aren't you? Oh no, wait. You're living my life. The only reason I'm even here is because you sabotaged your career with your awful behavior. Mila just threw a pillow at my head and walked off. What a brat. As more time passed, I also started hanging out with Vlad and we became really close. But I was always hesitant to tell him about my real identity. One night, he walked me home and when we arrived in front of the house, he took my hand and I felt my knees go weak. I had such a lovely day with you. You seem a lot happier and healthier lately. Or maybe I'm just seeing a different side of you. Suddenly, he leaned in to kiss me and I found myself pulling away. Vlad, I'm sorry, but I can't kiss you. What do you mean? I want to give us a second chance because you're the new you. I know, but things with me are more complicated than they look. I have to go, I'm sorry. I quickly snuck inside the house, but when I closed the door, I saw Mila leaning against the wall, and she looked enraged. I saw you two from my bedroom window, Tiana. I told you to stay away from Vlad. I know we haven't grown up together, but you're still my sister, and sisters don't steal each other's boyfriends. I'm not stealing anything from you. He tried to kiss me and I refused. But if you still love him, you should reach out and apologize. Do you think I haven't done that? He won't take me back, Tiana. I know it doesn't look like it, but I am trying to work on myself and become a better person. Hurting Vlad was the biggest regret of my life. I didn't know how to respond to that. And as I lay in bed, I felt torn about what to do. I did have feelings for Vlad, and Mila had been horrible to him, but I still didn't want to hurt her. So the next day at work, I told Vlad I only wanted to be friends. But why? Is there something you're not telling me? It's just that suddenly I saw something that made me forget what I wanted to say. The director was putting an envelope next to my purse, and it had my name on it. I left Vlad right away to see what it was. Excuse me, what's in this bag? The menu for your new diet. You have a photo shoot coming up this month and you need to drop some weight. What do you mean I have to drop some weight? This diet is insane. I could get sick. That's ridiculous. We've given you this diet many times and you were fine. So can you do your job and follow this diet? Or are you going to go crazy and have a mental breakdown again? I felt like the ground beneath me had collapsed. This was how the agency had treated Mila when she was here? No wonder she'd been struggling. I had to see her right away. I went home and knocked on Mila's door, but there was no answer. Then suddenly, I smelled something weird coming from underneath the floor. So I opened the door, and my heart dropped. Mila's entire bedroom was covered with dirty plates, and there was food under her bed that she'd snuck in from the kitchen. At that second, Mila's bathroom door opened. Oh my God! Get out! This is a total invasion of privacy! Mila, what is all this? The director gave me the diet menu today, and she said she's always given it to you whenever you put on weight. But now, I think you have an eating disorder. My eating disorder led to my breakdown. I thought it was a harmless diet, but they kept telling me that I was still too heavy. So I started starving myself, but I'd get hungry and stuff my face, and the pressure to look perfect got to me. And then I projected my own insecurities onto Vlad. Tiana, I was never jealous of you. I just didn't want you to suffer like I did. Oh my God, I had no idea. I am so sorry. But it doesn't excuse my behavior. It's turned me into a monster. I hugged Mila tight and let her cry for a while. And after that,
We went straight to the agency to take care of business. But when we arrived, Mom was there, and when she saw Mila, she freaked. What is she doing here? Tiana, I came here to help you sign a contract for a new business deal. We could get into huge trouble if someone sees you two together. Forget it, Mom. I'm not filling in for Mila anymore. I'm done. You care more about money than you do your daughter's health and well-being. This agency totally mistreated Mila and the other models. And if I stay any longer, I'll go down the same dark path she did. Oh, Tiana, don't be overly dramatic. Mila's breakdown had nothing to do with the agency. Mila was about to answer when we heard footsteps behind us. And when we turned around, it was Vlad. I hadn't spoken to him since the other day. His eyes got huge as he stared at Mila and me. Mila? You have a twin? Actually, I'm not Mila. My name is Tiana, and I've been secretly filling in for Mila since last month. She didn't want to continue modeling, but they were going to sue us, and she quit before her contract ended, and it was her you've been hanging out with this whole time. I don't understand. So you both lied to me and the whole world about all this? It wasn't our choice. It was... Vlad walked away before I could finish, and I was devastated. I wanted to go after him, but I had to take care of other things first. I called Dad right away, and with his help, we filed a lawsuit against both the agency and Mom for mistreatment and fraud. Dad got custody of Mila and got her the therapy she needed, and I was still able to get my stories published. But our little switcheroo was all over the news, and Vlad was still ignoring our calls. Then one day, Vlad texted me to meet him at a cafe, but he said he didn't want to talk to Mila. That was weird. So, talk to me. How come you asked me to come here, but not Mila? Because you're the one I want to be with, Tiana. You're a better person than Mila is. I was hurt that you lied, but I know you had your reasons. I'm not a better person than Mila. I just had it way easier than her. She still loves you and wants a second chance. But she hurt me too deeply, and I don't think I can ever love her the same. You're the one I want to be with. My heart raced as Vlad took my hands, and I stared into his deep, dark eyes. Vlad, maybe someday we can be together. But right now, I have to focus on myself. I've been living my sister's life for too long, and I've lost touch with who I am. Still, I've loved every moment I spent with you. Me too. Good luck, Tiana. Hey, it's Maeve here. Goth, movie geek, the odd one out in school. Please smash that subscribe button before I continue. I just grew up different. Other kids had playdates while I had horror marathons. Horror movies, horror books, horror cosplay, you name it, I loved it. But it usually wasn't anyone else's cup of tea. Like once when I was 15, I met this cute guy at a book club who asked me out and suggested watching the latest horror flick in the cinema. Big mistake. He spent the whole movie clinging to my sleeve and crying on my shoulder. Worst date ever. As I was heading to the bathroom to wash his tears off my shirt, I bumped into a guy and soda went flying everywhere. Watch where you're going, you blind... Oh, I realized just then that I was staring up into the dreamy eyes of the coolest guy in school, Tao. He was a football star, a genius, and every girl's crush.
I'm sorry, I was just thinking about the big plot twist in the horror movie I watched.
You watched a horror movie? Alone?
Yeah, I love horror. Horror's my middle name. Actually, my middle name is Jung, but you know what I mean.
Okay, he was weird, but exactly my brand of weird. He loved horror everything. We both liked hard metal music and had the same favorite books. The more we hung out, it felt like he was the yin to my yang. As a friend, of course. I mean, a guy like him and a girl like me? Please. One night, we were lying on the grass stargazing when suddenly Tao put his hand on mine and my heart skipped a few beats.
Maeve, you're really different from other girls. In a good way, you're amazing.
And then he kissed me. I had fireworks in my head, the whole shebang.
Be my girlfriend?
Yes. I felt like I'd won the lottery. We were the it couple for months, and I was falling head over heels for him. I was ready to say I love you, and decided to do it at a haunted house we were visiting later that week. It was gonna be perfect. And that night, when I finally said, I love you, Tao, he turned to me looking stressed out and said,
I can't do this anymore. I have to break up with you.
Haha, very funny.
I'm serious, Maeve. My parents are very strict and crazy. They care about traditions and don't allow me to date anyone, especially if it's a girl out of my culture. I think my sister Jaya already suspects something. I can't have her catching us together.
Huh? What exactly are you saying?
It's over, Maeve. I'm sorry.
And then he just turned around and left. I tried calling and texting him, but he wouldn't reply. I just couldn't let things end like this. So, I found out that Jaya worked at their parents' restaurant and went there the next day feeling crazy inside. Jaya, why are you such a witch? What kind of sister won't help her brother date the girl he likes? The whole place went quiet. Everyone turned to look as Jaya walked up to me, wide-eyed.
I'm guessing you're Maeve? Look, please don't create a scene. He's not your boyfriend anymore, and that's that.
It's because he's scared of being caught by you.
You don't get it. Our family traditions keep us strong.
He should have thought of that before. With that, I pushed her away angrily.
Watch it, you stupid girl.
She came at me and we started fighting. But as we pulled each other's hair, she whispered,
I'm on your side, idiot. My parents just got here and they're watching us. We can't talk about this here, so leave, you moron.
I let go of her and rushed home, still shaken from the fight. And later that evening, Jaya called me.
I can't tell you everything, but you have to know that my parents are really awful. And Tao has pushed you away because he doesn't want to involve you in our mess. He still cares for you. You just have to give him a few weeks to figure things out. Please stay away from him till then. He can't be seen with you.
Reluctantly, I agreed to keep my distance from Tao, feeling worried but hopeful that he'd come back to me soon and explain everything. Over the next couple of weeks, Jaya and I started talking more, and we got along really well. On a bad day, I was sitting alone on a park bench, missing Tao badly and trying not to cry. Jaya came up to me with a little gift box, and inside was a horror-themed bracelet that was just my style.
For the tough days, to remember you're not alone.
I smiled for the first time in weeks and hugged her. But even though I loved being Jaya's friend, I couldn't shake off the feeling that something really weird was up. She just wouldn't say more about Tao's breakup with me and was super secretive about her parents. She only said they were awful and she hated them. I tried to not think about it too much, but one evening I was feeling restless and just wanted to see Tao. I went to his parents' restaurant where I knew he'd be working a shift, but instead I saw him sitting at a long table with a bunch of people, including Jaya, and next to him was a beautiful girl, and he was putting a ring on her hand. My heart was about to burst, and I just couldn't stop myself from storming in. Tao and Jaya jumped up from their seats as soon as they saw me. You want to tell me what's going on here?
Who is this girl? Wait, wasn't she here one day fighting with you, Jaya?
She's just my project partner, Dad, and she gets weird when she hasn't taken her anxiety meds. I'll handle this.
And with that, Tao took my wrist and quickly led me out.
What do you think you're doing? We broke up.
No, you broke up out of the blue, and I want to know what suddenly happened to us. You go from dating me to getting engaged to someone else in weeks?
There was no us, Maeve. I never loved you. Telling you that dating you was against our family tradition was just an easy way out, and you fell for it. Can you stop being so pathetic and hung up on me? Surely you'll find some boy out there who's into weirdos.
His words hit me like a sharp slap in the face. I stared at him, speechless, and then I just started running away. Moments later, someone called my name, and I saw it was Jaya coming from the restaurant's back alley.
Maeve, wait! He's lying to you!
Lying? I just saw him getting engaged to another girl with my own eyes. He just told me that he never loved me. What kind of twisted game are you playing by making me think he cares about me?
It's complicated. I'll tell you everything when the time is right. But all this, it's bigger than us. You just have to trust me.
No, I'm not gonna do that anymore. In the weeks that followed, I stopped talking to Jaya, avoided her calls and texts, and dodged Tao every chance I got. I was done with that weird family. To distract myself, I started writing a horror novel. It felt good to put all my feelings into something creative that was just for me. And slowly, I was starting to feel better. But then one day, something turned my world upside down. Mom had a fall at home, breaking her leg pretty badly. She needed really expensive surgery. The hospital bills were mounting. Dad was working double shifts, and I felt helpless. Then one day, Jaya appeared at the hospital with an envelope.
I heard about your mom, and I want to help with the surgery. It's the least I can do.
No, I can't accept this. Certainly not from you.
Maeve, I'm sorry about everything. I've left home. I just couldn't live with my parents anymore. I'm staying with my friend until I graduate high school.
Okay, and how does this concern me? I really don't care about your crazy family issues, and I just want a peaceful life. Also, I don't need your money.
Don't be stupid. We don't have to be friends again, but just take the money.
How did you get it?
Why do you care? Take it and pay me back when you're ready.
I really did need the money, so I took it. And Mom got better and was discharged some days later. I felt guilty, thinking I'd been too harsh with Jaya, so I sent her a thank you text and some other funny memes like before. And the next thing I knew, she was at my door.
Yay, my bestie is back!
Well, it's more like I felt obliged to talk to you since you helped me.
Nah, you love me. We both know it.
You're Tao's sister, and he kind of broke my heart brutally in case you forgot.
I didn't forget. Listen, can I I take you out for coffee and finally explain everything?
As we sat in a cafe later, Jaya started speaking.
Tao made me swear I wouldn't say anything till it's all taken care of, but I can't keep it in any longer. Maeve, my parents are big mafia criminals. Their restaurant is a front for all their illegal activities. They told us about the family business a few months ago, so Tao and I could join it. We were both horrified, but we decided to play along so we can actually gather evidence against them. We want to turn them over to the police.
Okay, wow. You all just got a whole lot weirder. Still, how does this explain why Tao dumped me and got engaged to that girl?
She's a private investigator. We convinced our parents she's his girlfriend because she's from our culture, and her family is well respected. Getting them engaged just provides really good cover for her to be around all the time. We're close to getting enough evidence, but a few weeks ago my parents got an innocent waiter at the restaurant framed for a crime, and I just couldn't pretend to be okay with all this anymore. I lashed out at them and left home.
Gosh, this is a lot to process. Listen, Jaya, I get that you're trying to explain things, but I'm moving on from Tao, and I really don't want to be part of your family drama. I'll return the money as soon as I can, but I don't think we should see each other. Take care and good luck. Just as I was about to leave, suddenly Jaya's parents and Tao walked into the cafe. When they spotted us, Tao looked shocked, and his parents looked furious.
I was hoping never to see your face in this town again, Jaya.
You think you're so brave running off? You're probably begging for money from this girl, aren't you? Or spreading lies about us to anyone who will listen? You're a shame to the family. Stop it. She's your daughter.
Shut up and mind your own business.
Enough, Dad. You can't talk to her like that.
You're going to talk to your father like this because of some stupid stranger? You ungrateful child!
His hand flew up, aiming for Tao, but I jumped in front. Don't you dare! My fist met his cheek before I even realized what I was doing. He staggered and fell back, and the room fell silent. Tao's mom started screaming and called the police, and the next thing I knew, I was in jail for assault. I was allowed to make a phone call to my parents, but before they reached the police station, I was told my bail had been paid and I was free to go. And I found Tao standing outside with Jaya a few steps behind.
Maeve, I'm really sorry. Look, I don't have time to explain right now, but...
No, I don't have time to listen to you or your crazy sister. I don't care what explanations you have. I just need you and your bizarre family gone from my life for good. Don't ever come near me again. A month after the chaos, Dad got a job offer in another city, and we moved, leaving Tao and Jaya's drama behind. For a year, life was peaceful. I graduated high school and I published 2 horror stories. Until one day, out of nowhere, freaking Jaya showed up at my door.
Tao's gone missing.
I couldn't believe it. Just when I thought I was done with all that drama, it pulled me back in.
Once my parents discovered Tao's plans to expose them, he disappeared. I don't know if they're involved in his disappearance or if he ran away on his own.
I only dated Tao for a few weeks in high school. Why won't you leave me alone? And why come to me about your brother now?
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm desperate. I had to talk to someone, and I'm homeless. I've been living in my car for months now.
God. Well, just come on in.
Fine, if you insist, but I'm sleeping in your bed.
Not happening.
My back's really hurting. Maybe because of my new prosthetic leg.
What? You got a fake leg?
No, I'm just trying to guilt trip you into letting me sleep in your bed, though a little drama might help.
Trust me, you already bring plenty of drama with you. Jaya stayed over and slept on my couch. While we had coffee the next morning, she did seem really weak and worried. So, what's your plan to find Tao?
I've got no plan. That's why I'm here. You're the writer, right? I was hoping you'd have some ideas.
The only thing I can think of is hiring a private investigator to find him. Since we can't call the cops because you're scared of your parents,
I'm broke.
I'll pay for it. I owe you. Jaya's smile spread across her face, and it warmed my heart. We hired a private investigator, but 2 weeks later, we were watching TV when suddenly we came across the news of Jaya's parents being arrested for a long list of criminal charges. We jumped up from our seats in shock, and then up and down in excitement.
Tao finally did it!
Oh my God, he really did it! I hugged Jaya, and we cried happy tears. A few days later, Tao showed up at my doorstep. He was thinner and looked older than his years.
Tao, where the heck have you been? We were worried you might be, I don't know, dead?
I had to lay low. I can't even tell you the horrible things our parents did to me to stop me from exposing them, but I managed to escape and finally got evidence to the police.
Are we really out of this whole mess now?
Yeah, they're gone, Jaya. It's over. We're finally free.
And then he looked at me with a smile. I'm glad you're okay.
Maeve, let me start by saying I'm really sorry. More than you can ever know. I hated hurting you and I've missed you. maybe we could start over, go back to how things were?
Oh, wow. Tao, back from the dead and straight to playing boyfriend? How about we aim for friends and see if you can stick around without disappearing?
She's just playing her. When I was 5 years old, someone gifted me a 3,000-piece puzzle on my birthday. My parents thought it was too hard for me and put it away, but I snuck into their room when they were asleep and took it. I stayed up all night piecing it together, and when they saw it the next morning, they were totally amazed. Laura, you're a genius! We're gonna send you to the best schools, the best classes! You're going to be the best child in the world! In an instant, my life changed. My parents shifted us to a new city, got me into a fancy new school, and signed me up for 6 hours of tutoring daily. But the problem was that I had ADHD as a kid, and it was really tough for me to focus the way my mom wanted me to. Once, Mom even tried to give me pills to control my behavior. You should take these, Laura. They will help you focus on your studies. Okay, Mom. When she left, I threw the pills in the trash. What if she wanted to poison me? My mom made me hate studying, so I had no choice but to start sneaking out when my parents weren't looking. My little escapades were awesome. I got to play soccer with the other kids and eat all the junk food I liked. It was all going so well, until one day in the 2nd grade, when I snuck out to go to a soccer match. 2 big girls approached me on the street. Hey you, give me your bag. No way. One of the girls grabbed me while the other tried to pull my bag off my shoulder. Suddenly our neighbor spotted us. Hey, what are you doing? The girls ran off in a hurry, and the neighbor took my hand. I'm taking you home to your parents, Missy. Oh no, not my parents. When Mom saw me, her face turned red with anger. What are you doing out, Laura? Once she learned about the incident, she totally lost it. She took away all my toys and grounded me until further notice. Until you can learn to be a grown-up, you're not going anywhere. I already don't go anywhere. Mom was about to slap me when Dad came between us and stopped her. Such a rude kid! The next morning, Mom woke me up at 4 a.m. You're going to learn self-defense with your dad every morning and night. But Mom, it's not even morning yet. You start now. I had no choice. He began to teach me kickboxing every morning and jujutsu every night. One day, I was heading to an advanced math exam. My mom had been grilling me about this paper for a year. She wanted me to rank number 1. I was on my way to the exam room when I suddenly spotted an adorable boy with glasses cornered by some bigger kids who were pushing him around. I knew I had to go in for my paper, but I couldn't ignore this. I ran in between them. Hey, stop it! Is this little girl here to save Devin? This little girl will kick your big butt! I kicked one of the boys on his knee and he fell. When his friend ran to get me, I dodged him easily and pushed him away. The boy was totally stunned. You're awesome! Suddenly, my teacher came out of the exam room. Miss, this girl just attacked us. She's crazy. Before I knew it, I was being dragged to the principal's office. I already knew what would happen now. He called my parents. Mom came in like a raging bull. You missed the exam? You beat someone up? Mom, they were bullying someone. So what? Are you Mother Teresa or Wonder Woman? Mind your own business. How dare you ditch your exams like this? Dad, I did the right thing. You know that. Say something. I knew Dad agreed with me, but he was just too weak to say anything in front of Mom, who was acting like freaking Godzilla. She signed me up for a replacement exam in 3 months and told me to get to work. The next day, the boy I helped, Devin, came up to me and thanked me for saving him from the bullies. He thought I was amazing and asked me out on a date. My first date ever! And he was just so cute. Of course I said yes. Devin and I began dating, and I did everything I could to keep it secret from my parents. I got a secret phone with my savings to text him, and I'd sneak out every night to meet him. I started to think that life wasn't so bad after all. Until one day, Noah, the gorgeous soccer player from my school, came up to me during lunch. Hey, go to the Blue Pearl Cafe at 5 p.m. Watch what happens. What? Just do it. It's very important. With that, Noah walked away from me. That was so weird, but I decided to go anyway. When I reached the cafe, I saw Devin sitting there arm in arm with another girl. What? Devin kissed that girl right on the lips before she left. Oh my God! Devin! You cheater! The whole cafe turned to look at us, but I didn't care. Laura, what are you doing here? I'm dumping you! I walked forward, grabbed his plate, and dunked all his food over his head. Just then, another girl walked into the cafe. Devin, what's going on? I'm here for our date. Oh my God! I told the new girl the truth about him, and she grabbed some food from another table and chucked it right in Devin's face. Just then, the manager showed up and threw us all out of his cafe. I hope you rot in hell, Devin! And with that, I ran back to school. I was going to find Noah. He was practicing soccer with the school team. I pulled him aside and demanded that he tell me how he knew about Devin. I've seen him around with you, so I knew you were dating. But I saw him with other girls too. Why did you tell me? Because I kind of have a huge crush on you. You what? I'm not sure if you remember. We used to play soccer together before you stopped showing up for practice. I've always liked you, and I didn't like the idea of you dating that slime. Oh my god. Noah had a crush on me? I know it's kind of weird and sudden, but do you want to go out with me sometime? He was so stunning, and I wanted to say yes, but I couldn't get Devin out of my head. How could I ever trust a guy again? I had to turn Noah down. Maybe we can just play soccer, like old times. Yes, we can try that. I started playing, and it was the best fun I'd had in years. Everyone loved me and asked me to try out for the official soccer team. I cleared the tryouts easily, but I had to make sure my parents never found out about this. One day after practice, Noah came to me with a whole bunch of roses and a couple of friends playing guitars. He asked me out on a date, again. Oh my god, you're dating Noah? I turned around to see Devin behind me, and he looked really mad. It's none of your business what I do with my life. Tell me the truth, Laura. Noah told you about my dates, didn't he? So what if he did? I always knew he liked you. He was always staring at you. Go away, Devin. Yeah, before we make you. The entire soccer team stared him down, and he had no choice but to back off and walk away. I turned to Noah and said, I'm sorry, Noah. I really like you, but I just can't trust someone so soon. That's okay, Laura. I get it. Come on, let's prep for the semifinals. The semifinals of our tournament went by like a breeze. We had trained hard, and our skill and teamwork were totally unmatched. When I scored that winning goal, I literally lost my mind. The thrill and joy was too much. I wrapped my arms around Noah and gave him a kiss right on his lips. The entire stadium began to hoot at us, but I didn't care one bit. Everything was perfect until I heard it. Laura! I jumped away from Noah and literally screamed in shock. Mom? Dad? What are you doing here? Devin called and he told us everything. You've been sneaking away every day to play this stupid game? My mom began to fight with me in front of hundreds of people. I had never been more humiliated in my life. You're grounded! Forever! Mom, the finals are tomorrow. Come on, honey. We can't make her miss that. Why not? She should be punished. She is a bad daughter. To my surprise, Dad finally put his foot down. He told my mom that I was an amazing daughter and that he'd had it with her bullying. My mom went purple with rage. Laura is playing tomorrow, and there's nothing you can do about it. I love you, Dad. I hugged Dad. He'd finally accepted me. My mom refused to say one word to me from that day on. I won the soccer finals 6-0, and without our knowledge, a scout had come to watch the match. They picked me up, and I got a full sports scholarship for my undergrad degree. None of my other teammates got that offer, including Noah. He got into a good college, too, but it was thousands of miles away from me. You have to take this opportunity, Laura. You're going to be great. I loved him so much that I really tried to make it work long distance, but it just became too painful for us to keep missing each other. We had to end things, even though we still loved each other and were on excellent terms. My soccer career was thriving, and I was playing at the state level, topping every chart in the women's league. During a final match with Penn State, I fell and twisted my ankle so hard that I blacked out instantly. When I woke up, I was rushed to the hospital where the doctor told me in clear terms, you can walk and run if needed, but you can't play soccer ever again. My heart was broken, and it felt like my life was shattered. I went back home, and my dad consoled me and supported me. My mom made a few snide comments about how she was right, but Dad chased her away. I believe in you, Laura. We'll get through this together. I eventually started teaching self-defense and soccer classes for little kids in my city. It was good pay, and I really enjoyed working with children. One day, I got a text from Noah, and I flipped. I didn't realize we were in the same town now. He asked to meet me for dinner, and I was shaking. My jaw fell when I saw Noah. He was drop-dead gorgeous, just as the day I met him. He wasn't here alone. Some of our friends from the soccer team were here with their old guitars. Noah had 100 roses, and he gave them to me before he asked me to be with him again. And this time, I said yes, and jumped into his arms. He lifted me up in the air as I kissed him passionately. Noah and I started our lives together, and eventually got married 3 years later. My dad attended, and my mom didn't, which was totally fine by me. A year after our marriage, I became pregnant with our first baby. The pregnancy itself was a breeze, but the delivery was tricky. There was a complication, and I had to go into surgery, which really scared us all. Thankfully, both my daughter Claire and I made it. When I'd recovered, the doctor said, I'm sorry, Laura. Getting pregnant again could be really dangerous for you. That complication would happen again. At first, I was heartbroken because I'd always wanted a big family. But once the grief passed, I said to Noah, I'm grateful I have Claire, and I still want her to have siblings. We adopted 3 children after I had Claire. Claire absolutely fell in love with her siblings, and Noah and I got to give our 4 children a wonderful, loving home.
Musical sensation Cameron Cassie has gone bananas. She's turned the stage into a scene from Jumanji.
And if you don't stop talking, I'll turn you into a scene from The Walking Dead.
Yep, that's me. Crazy old Cameron.
But I wasn't always like this. There was a time when I was the most patient, quietest person around. Want to know what happened? Then stick around. And yeah, like and subscribe to MSA. I grew up in a big family. And by big, I mean I was the oldest one among 10 siblings. You don't believe me? Okay, team, let's go. This is Lana, this is Rose. These are my twin brothers, Brad and Pitt. My twin sister, Hala and Lala. Another sister, Ava, and that's Thanos. Don't ask me why. My parents are huge Avengers fans, and they thought this might be a good idea. Of course it's not. You forgot about me. Again. Just like you forgot me in that park last year. I didn't forget you, Liam. You pooped your pants, so I asked you to stay where you were while I looked for an extra pair of diapers. You were the one who ran behind the squirrel. She was cute. And why didn't you just carry an extra pair of diapers? You were 7. You were supposed to be potty trained by then. My parents worked as hospital nurses, so they didn't have a lot of time, and I had to step up and look after the house and my siblings. They also didn't make much money, so whatever little we had was shared between everyone, and because I was the oldest, I was made to sacrifice the most. I didn't mind that, though. My parents were already working hard enough, so I did what I could to help them out. But sometimes, I wish I could just get a little space of my own, where I could play my guitar in peace. It was a rusty old thing, but I loved it. In this world so big, give me a place oh so tiny, with nobody screaming or acting whiny. Ah! What the heck was that, guys?
Sorry, Pitt started it. No, I didn't. Brad threw his lunch in my face. I didn't throw it at you. I was just throwing it away.
Why?
Because it's tasteless. I want pizza. I want pizza too.
Did someone say pizza? No one's getting pizza. Go inside and finish your veggies or no TV for a whole week. So, yeah, things weren't peachy at home, but school was worse. Between house chores and studies, I had no time to make friends and grew up to be an introvert, which somehow made me the perfect target for bullies like Bailey. We'd been classmates all our lives, but ever since her family struck it rich, she became this mean, hostile person with a personal vendetta against me. It didn't make sense. She was the lead drummer of the school band, really popular, and even had her own YouTube channel where she did covers of famous songs. So I just never understood why she was so obsessed with me. Like this one time in high school, I was casually singing my favorite songs when Bailey barged in. Hi everyone! So in this episode of Off-Key Talents, we have Cameron Cassie. She thinks she sings well, but she sounds like someone stepping on a squeaky toy. Maybe it's because she's always screaming at her horrible siblings. How many are there again? Can you get that off my face? I'm not comfortable, and I don't care. Anyway, I got what I wanted. I can go back to whiny singing now. You're not gonna post that, are you? Bailey just gave me an evil grin and left. I wanted to scream in her face, but I knew she'd only make my life more difficult, so I kept my head low and went on with my day. But the next morning, I was still in bed when my sister Lana came running into my room and told me that the video Bailey posted had gone viral. What? Why would she post that? That's it. I will bite Bailey's head off and then use her hair to mop floors. What are you talking about? People are loving you. You're famous. Lana shoved her phone in my face, and I was shocked to see that she was right. People were calling me inspiring, adorable, amazing, and all sorts of great things. Within a few hours, it had more than 1 million views, and I was famous.
You got pipes, girl. Would love to take you out sometime. You have the most beautiful voice in the world. Will you sign my pizza?
Sure. Bailey sat in a corner, looking totally humiliated, and it was the best day of my life. I was debating whether to thank her or kill her for posting my video without asking me, when suddenly my phone rang. It was some lady who told me that Tucker Wayne, owner of one of the biggest talent agencies in the world, wanted to see me. Apparently, he was assembling an all-girls band and wanted me as the lead singer. The money was great, and he'd even sent me a first-class ticket to New York for the same night. I was pretty excited, but my parents weren't happy.
Who's gonna look after the house?
Maybe we could hire some help?
Don't be ridiculous, Cameron. We don't have that kind of money. Millions of people go to New York every day because they think they can change their lives. What makes you think you're any different? You'll only become disappointed.
And what if I'm successful? This opportunity could change our lives.
Fine, do what you want, but don't come sulking back to me when you fail at this stupid music thing.
I was hurt that my parents didn't support me, but I knew this was my one chance to turn things around. So I packed my bags and left for New York that night. When I arrived, a limo whisked me away to the most stunning building I'd ever seen. Mr. Tucker greeted me warmly and gave me a tour of the studio. The first day of recording was an absolute blast. Everything seemed to be falling into place until a few days later, I was chilling in my hotel room when the door flung open and Bailey walked in.
Ah!
Bailey? What are you doing here?
Your drummer had to drop out because of personal reasons. So Tucker called me in.
Why?
What do you mean, why? Because I'm talented, you butt face?
Talented in making my life miserable.
Ooh, someone grew a tongue while I was away. Relax, that was school. But this is real life. I won't bully my own teammate. You can take my word for it.
As soon as Bailey left, I spoke to Tucker and he confirmed Bailey's story. He asked me if I was okay with it, and I wanted to say no, but Bailey was insanely talented, so I let it slide. But the next day, I regretted every bit of my decision. Not only was Bailey somehow more annoying, she was also really controlling. She gave me notes on my singing and would stop the recording every 2 seconds because she wasn't feeling the music. Then one time, in the middle of a performance, she changed the notes to my solo on the spot.
What are you doing? Improvising? No, you're messing up my solo. And what are you gonna do about it?
Bailey just left, and at that moment, something snapped inside me. I closed my eyes, focused on the notes, and sang. When I opened my eyes, the crowd stood still, and then they burst into a massive applause. Everyone was chanting my name, and Bailey looked like someone had pulled her kidneys out. From that moment forward, my life was an absolute whirlwind. We were getting more live shows, doing interviews, talk shows, and I was truly famous. I even got the first ever call from my mom, but it wasn't what I expected. Hey, Mom, I'm so glad you called.
Your sister plays the oboe, you know.
Lana? Yeah, I know.
So let her in your band.
But I thought you hated the idea of getting into music.
I do. But Lana will be going to college soon, and playing oboe professionally will look good on her application. Now, will you help her or not?
I wanted to say no. Mom was talking to me after weeks, and I didn't want to disappoint her. So I agreed, and a week later, Lana joined me. But I had no idea how to fit an oboe in the band. And Lana didn't seem too interested either. All she did was sleep or order room service all the time. And I barely had any cash left for myself. To make things worse, we were a month away from the album launch, and I still had a bunch of songs to write. In this world so big.
Stop! This is not working out. We need something edgier.
Could we try a different note?
No! I want more emotion. Was there ever a time when you were angry?
Not that I can recall, but maybe when Bailey posted that video of mine without asking me, or the time she dipped my books into spaghetti sauce, or when she tried to spoil my solo on stage.
Darling, you can't let people walk all over you like that. Stand up for yourself. Dig into that rage and come to me tomorrow with a new song.
I spent the entire night replaying the conversation with Mr. Tucker, and when I calmed down, I realized he was right. I was a pushover. Bailey had tormented me for years, and I'd never stood up for myself. My own parents had treated me like a pushover, but not once did they pay attention to what I wanted. And when I finally did something for myself, they tried to snuff that spark out too. Heavy with rage, I picked up the phone and dialed in. Bailey? Yeah, you're out. You're a bully, and no bullies are allowed in my band. And I cut the call before she had a chance to scream. On a high, I called my mom next. Hey Mom, Lana doesn't want to be here, and oboe doesn't make sense in this band. I'm sending her home. Finally! I couldn't believe I just stood up to my mom, and to be honest, I felt pretty proud of myself. The next day, I walked up to Mr. Tucker and told him the conversation I had with Bailey. I thought he'd be mad, but instead, he smiled.
Good for you, darling. And don't worry, we'll find a new drummer. Let me hear that new song.
I poured my heart into my song, and Mr. Tucker was so impressed, he sent it straight for recording. He even set up auditions, and within no time, we had a new drummer in our band. A week later, when the song was released, it got more popular than all our live shows combined. We rose to the top of every chart, got invitations to every celebrity show, and Mr. Tucker even extended my contract. I was making more money than ever, and life was pretty good. But the more I leaned into my emotions, friends, the angrier I got, and pretty soon I was lashing out at everyone. I ordered this salad with ranch. This is blue cheese. What are you doing? Trying to make me fat?
I'm sorry, ma'am, I forgot.
Did you forget to brush your teeth? Did you forget to take a bath? Did you forget to sleep? No? Then how can you forget to follow simple instructions? The waiter ran away crying, and I felt a bit bad. But with the amount of money I was spending, I deserved better service. But the next day, I was making waves on social media for being rude and mean. Apparently, someone from the restaurant posted a video of me screaming at the waiter, and now everyone was out there to get me, including the paparazzi.
Have you always been this spoiled, or has success gotten to your head?
Have you always been this stupid, or did you fall on your way here and damage your brain?
That's inappropriate.
Your face is inappropriate, Jane. You are a terrible interviewer. You should switch jobs because I don't think this one's gonna last that long. I was mad with power, and no matter how much people called me out for it, I just didn't care. I partied like there was no tomorrow, shopped like a crazy person. I was finally living my life the way I wanted to. I didn't even care about showing up at work, and my bandmates tried to warn me, but I was the star of the show. No one would replace me. I thought I was untouchable until one day I walked into the studio and saw Bailey in the recording room. What is she doing here?
Oh no, this is awkward. I was gonna tell you, but you're off the band, Cameron.
Since when and why?
Because you're a loose cannon, and I can't let you tarnish my reputation anymore.
But I did what you asked me to do, and now you're kicking me out? I'm the star of the band. You can't replace me.
Honey, everyone is replaceable in showbiz. Now bye-bye. Have a nice life.
I was stunned. Just like Bailey and my mom, Tucker had manipulated and used me. I felt betrayed, but I had no time to sulk. I wanted to show these suckers what I was made of. So I tapped into my network to find a new label, but no one was ready to take me on, thanks to my negative image. And while I struggled to find work, Bailey rose to fame. She was having her first ever solo concert, and it was completely sold out. I couldn't let her win this time, so I crashed her concert, sneaked my way to the stage, and right before Bailey was about to sit down for her performance, I pushed her away. What are you doing? Stealing your thunder, just like you stole mine for years. Cameron's back, baby! I kicked over her drums, and in a moment of pure rage, I grabbed the guitar and smashed it to pieces. Some of the things went flying into the crowd, and everyone started panicking. The show was canceled, security was called in, and I was thrown out of the venue. Tucker even threw me out of the hotel, and thanks to my crazy party expenses, I couldn't afford another place. Eventually, I had to move back home, but I was so messed up in the head, I hardly ever came out of my room. All day, I would watch TV and see Bailey's rise to fame, and it only made me realize the things I'd lost. Then one day, I was sitting in my room when Mom walked in.
You know you can't stay cooped up in here all day, right?
I don't know what else to do. It's not like anyone needs me anymore.
That's not true, Cameron. I was angry at you for moving out and then sending Lana back home. Then I realized that we'd been really tough on you. You were just a teenager, and you deserved to have a life of your own.
So you're not angry at me now?
Of course not, sweetie. We love you. We always will. My mom hugged me tight, and I felt better than I had in days. With my family by my side, I slowly started picking up my life again. I got back to music and even joined my old high school again. I had to repeat a year, but that was okay. At least I had something to look forward to. One day, while playing in the backyard, one of my sisters recorded a video of me and posted it on YouTube. It went viral again. People were amazed by my transformation and started requesting my old songs. So I played them. Soon, I started getting calls from agencies. One of them asked me if I could perform my singles at their show. The pay was good, the venue was close to home, so I agreed. As I got ready backstage, someone tapped on my shoulder. Mr. Tucker.
Great to see you, kid. You've been doing well. Ever thought about coming back?
Aren't you working with Bailey now?
Yes, but she's boring. You're so much better. I will double your pay if you want. Think about it.
As tempting as it was, there was one thing I'd learned in my time in New York. Never let anyone walk over you. So I immediately called Bailey and gave her a rundown of what had happened. Why should I believe you? Because Tucker is a manipulative worm, and I don't want him to ruin your career like you ruined mine. You don't have to believe me, but just watch your back. Wait, thanks for letting me know. It's no excuse, but I'm an only child, you know? And my parents put this insane amount of pressure on me, and your family just seems so big and fun, and I was just jealous. Life's not always as it seems, but we can be a bit kinder to each other. Anyway, glad we had this talk. Same, you know, I really did like your new album. Bailey and I never stayed in touch after that, but I heard she quit and started her own band. As for me, I'm still singing in the backyard and making my own music. That's the best kind.
Stay calm, my dad said as I stuck my hand into the pool water. Before I could respond, he pushed me straight into the water, and it was the deep end. I struggled as he held on to me and kept telling me not to panic. All the while, it felt like he was trying to drown me. You're a natural, he said as we got out of the pool. It seemed like an eternity since I'd gone in. We'll get you that scholarship. Just you wait. I could only nod after the shock had faded away. I had to do this. What I really wanted was to get into a great university. University students had so much freedom. They were studying things that actually mattered and having the best parties too. But whenever I thought about it, I got pretty sad. I knew there was no way I was getting into one with my grades. I just wasn't smart enough. Academically speaking, at least. I figured that if my grades weren't up to scratch, excelling at sports could be my ticket to getting into university. Every day, I would take the bus to my dad's club. We did a lot of training and drills. I even made a new friend there, Mindy. Mindy had her sights set on the swim team, so we had a lot to talk about. She was also a pretty good swimmer and a faster learner than me. We started sharing everything with each other, and I even told her some of the tips my dad had taught me. Then, she told me something that would change my life. One day after training, I asked Mindy why she wanted to be on the team so badly. She told me about a swimming event that was held every year at the club. Only members of the team could take part in it. There's a cash prize and everything, she said. Then she lowered her voice before continuing. And the rumor is, recruiters from universities secretly come and watch it. Like a secret talent hunt? I asked, amazed. Mindy nodded. And if they like what they see, they might just offer you a scholarship. That was my dream. I knew right away that this was going to be my shot at the life I wanted. But there was one big problem. There wasn't room for both of us. Mindy told me that they would only take the winner. She said that it was her dream to go to university with her scholarship because her family couldn't afford the fees otherwise. I didn't tell her that it was my dream too. It didn't seem like the right time. I went home and told my dad about it. He nodded and said he already knew, and that's exactly what he was preparing me for. But first, he said, a little warm-up. I've signed you up for the charity swim fest. It was my 14th birthday when the charity event took place. My mom and dad were in the stands cheering louder than anyone else's parents. Clearly, everybody else knew this was just for fun, but my parents didn't get that memo. I tightened my goggles and took my place in my lane as the announcer instructed everyone. I waited for the gunshot and dived right in as soon as it fired. My mind began to daydream as I hit the water. I dreamt that I was at the club event instead and that I was swimming for a scholarship. I kicked my legs as hard as I could, and I could almost hear the crowd cheering for me with each stroke. Before I knew it, I had completed all the laps and won the competition by a whole 9 seconds. I was out of breath and struggling to climb out of the pool. But as soon as I did, my parents were there to hug and congratulate me. I looked around to see a cheering and clapping crowd, but there were fewer people than in my head. I made eye contact with a woman in a suit who was sitting at the far end. She was just staring at me. Weird, I thought. I dried off and was called to the stage to receive a medal. I noticed my dad had tears in his eyes as it was hung around my neck. The very next day, I started to focus on entering the grand event at the club. I needed to be a member of the club's swimming team first for that to happen, though. I showered and walked to the pool. There was a woman standing there waiting for me in a suit, and I recognized her from the crowd at the charity swim. Does she only have one suit? I thought to myself as I walked over to her. So, autograph? I asked her with a laugh. Actually, I was hoping you would swim for us, she replied politely. What? I stopped, confused. You see, she went on, I'm from an agency, and we are considering masters in training young athletes like yourself. The woman handed me a professional-looking business card. I saw you swim a few days ago, and I have quite the eye for talent. We would like you to be our new face. I was so excited. I was going to be famous, too. You won't be swimming against people for charity, though, the woman added. The people at this club are really good at what they do. We will get you on the best nutrition plans, get you the best training, and make sure a talent like yours is where it deserves to be, at the very top. There was something magical about her voice. My mind wandered and I thought about winning the scholarship again. The crowd in my head was about to start chanting my name when I heard the door swing open and my dad walked in. Ah, there you are. I was looking. He stopped when he saw I was talking to the woman. I tucked the card into my hair. Dad, this is... I know who this is. He interrupted me. You're the one with those fancy agencies, aren't you?" He turned to the woman. "A pleasure to meet the man behind this wonderful talent," the woman said. "Whatever you're selling, we don't want it," Dad suddenly declared. I stepped aside as my dad got into an argument with the woman. She was trying to tell him that his methods wouldn't work when I inevitably faced real competition, as I'd never swam many laps in an event before. She was also telling him about the new equipment they had for training muscles to become stronger and more agile in the water. But my dad didn't want to hear any of it. "We're doing fine. I've been at this for a long time, and I never needed any fancy tech," he said. "Well, why don't we let the girl decide?" the woman replied, calm as ever. They both looked at me, and I didn't know what to say. Could the woman really get me that scholarship? I thought. I looked into my dad's eyes and knew that there was no way he would let me do it. "My dad got me this far, so I'm going to stick with him," I said slowly. My dad's eyes shined and he smiled as the woman walked away without another word. After training that day, I sent Mindy a message explaining everything. He wouldn't even listen to what she had to say. Like, hello, it's not the 70s anymore. Maybe he just doesn't know how the new gadgets work, you know? "My teacher thought airplane mode would get his iPhone to fly," Mindy replied. "Your dad hasn't let you down yet." She made a good point. Little did I know I would soon miss her good points. I decided to tell her everything. I told her that I was preparing for the swim team so I could get the scholarships too. Mindy was silent for a long time, and I got really nervous. Those 3 terrible dots were mocking me. Eventually, she sent a text. And it wasn't a happy one. "We both know you're a better swimmer than me," the message read. She said that I wouldn't have even known about the event if it weren't for her, and how I could take her dream away. I was surprised by her texts, one after the other, angrier and angrier. She felt so strongly about this. I started to feel bad. I looked at the mysterious woman's business card on the table, and I just knew that I had to see this through to the end. I texted Mindy that I was sorry, and I went to sleep. The trials for the swim team took place the year after, and I spent all my time training with my dad. Mindy stopped coming to the pool, and she wouldn't even reply to my texts anymore. I was really getting worried about her. After a few months, I asked my dad if he knew where she lived so I could go check on her, but he said that she was fine and he'd seen her around the club while I was at school. I was sad about losing Mindy, and I wondered if she'd given up on her dream because of me. Was I a terrible friend? How much more would I be willing to give up to get this scholarship? My dad started to notice that I was getting distracted and gave me more drills to keep me busy. I ended up falling asleep early most days because I was exhausted. But in all that time, I never forgot about Mindy. When I was 15, I was ready to take the swimming test for the team. I was pumped. I could feel the energy running through my veins as I took my place at the pool. I looked at the other contestants and saw Mindy at the far end. I was surprised but really happy to see her. She made it. What I saw next, though, made me want to pinch myself. Behind Mindy, sitting comfortably in a chair, was the woman from the agency. Next to her were 2 muscular women carrying bags and bottles filled with what looked like an energy drink. The woman looked the same as ever and smiled at me briefly. My dad saw what I was looking at and reminded me to focus. "Oh, they're messing with the wrong family," he said. I took a deep breath and tried to get my thoughts away from Mindy and her multiple trainers. I readied myself and dived in the very second I heard the whistle. There was no daydreaming now. I knew I couldn't afford to lose. I had trained too hard to have it end here. I put all my energy into every lap and every turn, counting each lap as I went. The second I finished the race, I pulled myself out of the pool and sat on the side, breathing heavily. My dad walked over with a towel. "Don't worry, you still made it." Don't worry? I thought. That means I definitely need to worry. I stood up and saw Mindy sitting in a chair with some kind of special cushion. It looked super comfortable. She wasn't even breathing as hard as me. I looked at the scoreboard and my heart fell. Mindy finished in first position. I was in second by a full 3 seconds. 3 seconds? I thought, shocked. I was thankful that the club took the top 2 from this test, but I also started to wonder what special treatment Mindy was receiving from that agency and if my dad really was too old school. My dad was quiet on the ride home. He must have been thinking the same thing. The next morning, I saw the agency card lying on the table, and I couldn't resist. I dialed the number on the card, and the familiar voice of the woman answered, sounding way fresher than I thought anybody could on a Sunday morning. I asked her what she did with Mindy. "Why did you come to me if you were going to make her your star?" I asked angrily. The woman told me that the offer was still on the table for me and that Mindy's father hired her agency only until the club event. I paused for a moment. Still there? The woman asked eventually. I thought about the scholarship and what it meant to me. My dad wants what's best for me, after all, I thought to myself. I'm in, I told the woman. Somehow, I could feel her smile at the other end of the phone. Excellent. We'll be in touch. The woman hung up, and I took a deep breath. I needed to convince my dad. I found him watching TV and greeted him. There was no point in hesitating, so I told him I accepted the offer. He was furious. He angrily asked how I could betray him like this, and why I didn't trust him to get me the scholarship. You saw Mindy, Dad. You know I've always been faster than her, so how did she beat me? I managed to say. My voice was shaking. I'd never fought with my dad before. I hope you know what you're doing, he concluded and walked away to his room. I sat down on the sofa with a heavy heart. First Mindy, now my dad? How much more would I need to give up for this scholarship? We had lunch without speaking that day. My mom was confused as to what was going on. She tried to ask my dad, but he just grumpily chewed his potatoes. Right after lunch, I got a call from the agency. They said they would send over a car to pick me up. I asked my dad if he wanted to come with me, but he told me to sit down and listen to him. He told me that the agency was a fraud and that they would use illicit performance-enhancing drinks to make athletes fitter. I was horrified. That would explain Mindy's outstanding performance, I thought. I decided to give Mindy a call and tell her these weren't the type of people we wanted to mess around with. Of course, she didn't believe me. She thought I was trying to put her down and increase my chances of winning the competition. I was extremely sad at her response because I was only trying to be honest with her. I decided that my dad was indeed the best trainer for me. After all, we'd been training together for so long. A whole year passed and the day of the race arrived. My chance at my dream university. I walked to the pool and saw Mindy there. She looked at me and smirked. Before taking my place, I looked at my dad and said, "No matter if I win or lose, you'll always be my hero and I'll always love you." I got into my position at the pool. It was time. The gunshot rang out and I blazed through the first round. There was a feeling of déjà vu as I finished my laps and landed first place. The crowd erupted with cheering. I climbed out of the pool feeling depleted but accomplished. I looked at Mindy and could see she was surprised at coming in second place. I was given a couple of hours to rest before the next round, and it was a very welcome rest time, which came with a drink from my trainer. The bell rang and I got back into place. I didn't even feel tired anymore. My training was paying off, but I got overconfident in this round. I swam thinking I was unstoppable. When you're underwater, you really can't tell. At the end of the round, I got to see that Mindy was in first place this time. I walked over to the woman, still in her suit. She was still calm as ever, so I asked, "Aren't you glad that Mindy won that round?" She replied, "We don't care who wins. We just want to experiment on younger athletes so that professional swimmers can benefit from the results." "Thanks for that," I said sarcastically. I sat down to rest, but something in me changed. The woman's voice didn't seem so magical anymore. She didn't seem worried about my scholarship like my dad was. All she cared about was her agency getting the credit for whoever wins. I looked over at Mindy preparing for the final round, then at my dad, who gave me a thumbs up. I was nervous. I'd lost my best friend for this. The bell ringing interrupted my thoughts. I went over to the pool for the final round. At the sound of the final gunshot, I dived in. As I swam, I gave it my all at first, but then I started to think about Mindy and what it meant to her. Maybe she did deserve it more than me. After all, I just needed to get better grades, right? Towards the end of the final lap, I made my decision and slowed down. I reached the end to hear cheering, clapping, and a roaring crowd. I was breathing raggedly, but I wiped my eyes to see all the applause was for Mindy. She'd won. Her family was crying happily with her outside the pool. I walked over to my parents and my dad was talking to me again. He was trying to console me and saying it'd be okay, but I didn't feel sad. I felt happy seeing Mindy so excited. She looked over at me and smiled warmly. I waved back at her. At least I'd won my friend back that day, and my dad. As we left, I saw a man approach her and take her aside from the crowd to talk privately. She'd clearly got the scholarship. When I got home, I went to bed and cried into my pillow. I was happy but sad at the same time. It was a strange feeling. The phone started ringing, and it was an unknown number calling. I picked it up through tears and nearly dropped it as I listened. The man on the other end was saying he was a recruiter from a university, and he'd tried to find me after the race, but I must have left in a hurry. Then he said something I never expected. He was offering me a sports scholarship. I thought you only took the best, I asked with a runny nose, shocked. We're smart enough to see that this year there were 2 of the best. His voice made it seem like he knew about my decision not to win. So, what do you say? I thought about Mindy. She and I would be going to the same university. There was no way I'd let her go again. I'm in, I answered.
I was crazy nervous as I tried to hold my balance. Someone from the crowd cheered, "Come on, Scarlett! You can do it!" Okay, here goes nothing. I took a deep breath. Even though these were only tryouts, practically half the school was there to see me perform. They were all cheering for me. I closed my eyes and started to roll. And your girl did not disappoint. Oh my god, I did it! Everyone applauded when I landed the perfect split. Just then, the gym door flew open, and my mom rushed in screaming, "Be careful with my baby!" I groaned, momentarily forgetting where I was and losing my balance. The next second, I was on the floor. Half the audience ran to help me up. Thankfully, Mom couldn't push past my adoring fans, but I could hear her yell, "Is she okay? You won't know! Let me pass!" But her screams were drowned out by all the boys asking me if I was okay. "I'm fine, guys. No biggie." The football captain laughed and said, "Darn! That was a nasty fall. But you didn't even flinch. You really are perfect." Why, thank you. Everyone laughed kindly as I brushed off my dress and took a bow. "Time to go home, young lady." "Hi, I'm Scarlett. I've just been made captain of the cheerleading squad, and to everyone else, my life was perfect. But I have this rare condition called CIPA, which means I can't feel pain or hot and cold. My condition helped me make my crush fall in love with me. But shh, it's a secret." As soon as we got home, Mom started my daily body check. I rolled my eyes. "Seriously, Mom? I'm 16 now. I can do it myself." But Mom wasn't listening. She was staring in horror at something on my elbow. "Just look at this! You'll end up killing yourself and you won't even know." "It's just a scratch, Mom." "A scratch? Any more scratches like this and I'll have you homeschooled again." I groaned. Jeez. Mom was always overreacting. "I hurt my leg that one time, Mom. I was 8. I'm sorry, that one time? Need I remind you of the state of your perfect leg?" Ugh, fine. She had a point. When I was 8, I fell off a swing and injured my leg. But because I couldn't feel pain, I didn't know how bad it was. When the doctor realized the week after, I ended up with a prosthetic leg. But that was ancient history now. Mom just wouldn't get over it. Suddenly the door slammed open and my younger sister, Brooke, barged in. "Mom! You said you'd take me shopping today. I'm still waiting." "Oh, yes, I forgot. I'm busy now. We'll go another day." "What? Oh my god, no, Mom! You've been stalling for like 2 weeks. I need a new outfit for the spring dance." By this point, Mom wasn't even listening. "Mom, But Brooke looked at me with anger and stormed out of the room, yelling, "I don't need your stupid sympathy. I need you to get out of my life." A few weeks later, as I was putting my books in my locker before practice, someone said, "So, you want to be my date for the spring dance tonight, dollface?" Dollface? Ew? Where was I? In some tacky noir movie? I looked up to see who it was and saw the captain of the football team. Oh, of course. Ever since I'd been promoted to captain of the cheer squad, every jock in school was on a mission to claim me. But this guy was the most persistent. One day, I found my locker full of gifts and hundreds of love letters. It took me an hour to find my chemistry notes. Another day, I was in the cafeteria when I said, "I love pizza." Suddenly, he jumped up and announced, "Free pizza for everyone!" I gasped in horror. He didn't even wait for me to finish. I told him I really wasn't planning on going with anyone tonight. I couldn't imagine how Mom would react. Half the time, she acted like breathing was an extreme sport. But thankfully, at that moment, a crowd of people started rushing to the parking lot. Someone yelled, "The new kid has an Audi!" Within minutes, the entire school was gathered around the car, breathless to see the owner. I rolled my eyes, like waving candy in front of a baby's face. But just as I was about to leave, the owner of the car stepped out. For a minute, I was starstruck. This was the most handsome guy I'd ever seen. And clearly, I wasn't the only one who thought so. All the girls began to ooh and ah. The most interesting thing was that he seemed to not even notice anyone. He walked away from the crowd and headed straight over to me. I froze. Why was he coming over here? He looked at me and our eyes met. He hesitated and I felt my knees getting weak. Then his eyes filled with anger and said, "Move out of my way." I jumped away like I'd been electrocuted. As soon as he went past me, it was like everything returned to normal, and immediately the captain appeared and said, "So, about about that date. That evening when I got home, Brooke practically skipped over to me. She looked really happy. You know that new guy, Connor? He's coming to the spring dance tonight. He won't say no to me if I wear your black outfit. Mom didn't take me shopping because of you. With that, she grabbed the dress and was gone before I could say a word. I slumped onto the bed and decided to watch videos on my favorite YouTube channel, My Story Animated. I just put on my favorite one. My psycho mom is obsessed with healthy food. At least this would cheer me up. Mom suddenly barged in through the door and snapped. You're not going to this dance, are you? I rolled my eyes and said I might go for a bit, and Mom quickly forbade me. She says since she wouldn't be able to come with me to keep an eye on me, I couldn't go. Kids do all sorts of crazy things at these parties. You might hit your head or injure your other leg. You wouldn't even know. So you're not going. But Mom, she just slammed the door. Ugh, it was so annoying how she was always in my face. I could hear Brooke dancing around as she got ready. Now that Mom had said I wasn't allowed, I really wanted to go. So I waited for Brooke to leave and Mom to go to her room. Then I put on my turquoise evening dress, grabbed my heels, and tiptoed down the stairs. The minute I was at the door, I broke into a run. Suddenly, a car came racing towards me. I screamed and in my panic froze on the spot. A loud horn blared and the car stopped just inches from me. Are you out of your mind? What happened? Are you okay? When I finally realized what was happening, I immediately pretended to be hurt and cried. Ow! It hurts! It hurts! I didn't even touch you! I wasn't sure if he was lying or not, so I just shouted, Are you calling me a liar after you almost ran me over? He helped me onto the hood of his car and looked for any injuries. I blushed. I couldn't believe Connor was helping me out so tenderly. As I got off the hood, I pretended to limp. But to my utter embarrassment, I lost my balance and ended up on top of him. I'm sorry! But then I heard Connor mutter under his breath, You're breathtaking. I'm sorry, what? Did I hear him right? Then he abruptly pushed me off. I'm sorry. I was confused till I saw what he meant. He accidentally stepped on my foot. I began to jump up and down again. Oh, my foot! My poor foot! He quickly opened the door of his car and helped me get in. When he pulled up at the dance, everyone looked at us in shock. Someone whispered, Makes sense for them to come together. They look perfect. I blushed, wondering if he'd heard it too. But of course, Mr. Connor had just disappeared. The captain of the football team rushed over to my side and grabbed my hand. Dance with me. You're my date for the night. Ugh, him again. I pointed to my foot and said, Oh no, I hurt my foot. I couldn't possibly. But to my utter shock, he just pulled me to the dance floor. One dance never killed anyone. I was getting really annoyed now. Do you not get consent? I turned to see Connor glaring down at the guy. My heart fluttered. Was Connor rescuing me? My hero. Immediately, everyone gathered around us. The captain took one look around him, then dropped my hand. Somehow, Connor had that impact on everyone. No one wanted to mess with him. I stepped towards Connor to thank him, but before I could say a word, my eyes landed on Brooke. She glared at me before rushing over, dragging me aside, away from Connor. I thought Mom said you couldn't come, and now you've hurt yourself in front of Connor to get his sympathy? You're disgusting! What? No, Brookie, that's not what happened. But before I could explain, something even worse than Brooke happened. Mom came in, yelling my name. Scarlett! Scarlett! As soon as she saw me, she rushed over and started shouting for an ambulance. My baby is hurt! Someone call 911! My baby! I tried to tell her that I was fine, but she dragged me away, saying we had to go to the hospital as soon as possible. On my way out, I tried to catch Connor's eye, but he suddenly seemed determined to avoid me. The doctor said I was all good, but Mom didn't seem convinced. When we got home, Brooke was already back, and she was fuming. Before she could yell at me, I turned to Mom and said, Mom, I'm tired of you following me around everywhere. If you ever try to embarrass me like that again, I promise you I'll just move out. She looked shocked and said, I'm doing this for your own good. Just don't, please. There's gotta be another way. I can't have you showing up at school every day like that. For a minute, she looked stunned. And then she slumped onto the sofa, looking heartbroken. I almost felt bad for her. Almost. The next words out of her mouth made me want to jump out the window. You know what? You're right. You don't need me all the time. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mom. When you've got your sister. We both yelled. What? I tried to tell Mom that's not what I meant. But she didn't listen and said I chose cheerleading against her will and that it's a dangerous sport. Brooke looked furious, and then she stormed out, saying, You'll regret this big time. And regret it? I did. The next day, I tried to talk to Connor alone. But as if it weren't bad enough that he was avoiding me for God knows what reason, Brooke kept following me around the school. I finally found Connor alone in the library. I tiptoed up to him. Hi, I was wondering where I could find a copy of Pride and Prejudice. I'm not the librarian. He immediately turned his back on me. How mean. I know, but I just thought maybe. I tried my luck again, but whenever I tried to face him, he turned away. Leave me alone! He tried to rush past me just as I decided to step in his way again, and suddenly our foreheads bumped. Ow! Oh my god, Scarlet, what a smooth move. Hit the hottie in the head, why don't ya? I'm so sorry. Impulsively, I reached up and pushed his hair out of his eyes to check his head. He stared at me, and I suddenly realized what I was doing. For a second, we looked into each other's eyes, and instinctively, we both leaned in. Excuse me. We both jumped back as Brooke appeared. Immediately, Connor left the library while my body tingled all over. Had I just almost kissed Connor? I'm going to the cafe. Yes, I can see you're starving. In the cafeteria, as soon as I sat down, all the jocks started flocking around me. Immediately, Brooke danced up to me, smiling and said, I almost forgot. I got you a bar of chocolate. Then she stuffed it into my mouth. Thanks. The boys around me started panicking. I grabbed my phone and was shocked to see my swollen face. I literally looked like a pufferfish. Were there peanuts in the bar, Brooke? I'm allergic to peanuts. Oh no, I forgot. Someone immediately rushed me home. For a few days after that, I couldn't go to school, but I didn't miss much. It was like the whole school was sending me flowers and gifts and whatnot. A few guys even came to my house. But there was one gift that really caught my eye. It was a small package. I opened it up and gasped. It was a copy of Pride and Prejudice. Had Connor sent this? My heart fluttered at the very thought. Apparently, Brooke thought so too. Because as soon as she saw it, she tried to throw it away. I had to fish it out of the trash. I was thrilled. My life really, truly was perfect. But perfection was an illusion. And the next day, my illusion shattered. As soon as I walked to my locker, I noticed papers scattered on the floor and everywhere. They looked like pages from a book. Or a diary. And a very familiar one at that. A horrible thought entered my head, and I snatched up one of the sheets. Almost passing out. My gut feeling was right. It was a page from my diary. I rushed to my locker and saw something that totally crushed me. Across the front, someone had painted Frankenstein. From a corner of the room, the football captain yelled, Thank God I broke up with her. What was he talking about? I yelled back, We were never together. Can we be now? I don't care about your condition. So what? I ignored him and rushed to find Brooke. She was in the cafeteria surrounded by a huge crowd. Do you know who could have done this? It could be anyone. You keep your diary in your bag. I think my life is over. Oh, come on. You're super pretty and popular. Why don't you relax? Here, drink this iced coffee. Just as I was about to drink it, someone snatched the cup away from me. I looked up in surprise to see Connor. It's boiling hot. She's trying to trick you. Look at your hands. They're blistering already. I glared at Brooke, and she looked terrified. But before I could even touch her, she returned to everyone and said that she regretted being related to someone like me, and that they should know the truth. You guys never wondered why she's good at doing splits? It's her lit! I jumped at her and was about to punch her. You little witch! But Connor dragged me away. We sat in the backyard, and Connor said, So it's true, huh? I told him about my rare condition. So yes, it's true. I'm a freak. Just because you're different doesn't mean you're a freak. In fact, you're like Wonder Woman. And that's pretty cool, Scarlet. It's not that easy, you know, he quietly said. Yeah, it is. As he said that, Connor shyly put his hand on mine. I gasped. Oh no. I pulled my hand away. What is wrong with you? Why do you keep doing that? Do what? I told him I was really confused with the way he was hot one moment and cold the next. Your mood swings are kind of giving me whiplash, Connor. He tensed for a minute, and then he said, I'm that way, Scarlet. I'm weird, and I love strongly, but then I can't always show it, and it's difficult for me to. I could see that Connor was struggling, and my heart melted for him. I reached for his hand and said, I don't think you're weird, Connor. Not for a second. Suddenly, he pulled me in for a kiss. Fireworks exploded around me. As we headed back inside, I was stunned to see Mom marching over to me. She was dragging Brooke by the ear. Scarlet! My baby! Are you all right? The principal called me. Mom, relax. Relax? How can I when my own child, my own flesh and blood, is doing such terrible things? I'm going to ground her till college. No, Mom, it's not Brookie's fault. You're always so focused and worried about me. You're always leaving poor Brooke alone. Mom froze. What? What are you talking about? It's true, Mom. If you were fair to her, she wouldn't be so mad at me. So if you really want to change someone, it's gotta be you. Both Brooke and Mom looked shocked. And then suddenly, Brooke burst into tears. I rushed over to her and hugged her. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's okay, Brookie. I'm here. I forgive you. We're all here for you. Mom started to cry too, and she hugged us, apologizing for all the times she was unfair. Behind Mom, I saw Connor and pulled him into the hug. They were all my family now. It was the worst day of my life. There was just no other way to put it. I'd been super excited about being selected as the lead for the school play, And that too over Jessica, the head cheerleader, who was always trying to one-up me. But just as I was celebrating my small victory, she walked up to Brody, my boyfriend, and the male lead. Then without any warning, she kissed him in front of everyone. When she pulled back, Brody looked stunned. But to my utmost horror, he grinned and said, "That was hot." Hey, get away from him. Oh no, don't. Babe, listen, I've been dreaming about her kissing me since forever. It's a dream coming true. I'm sure you'll understand. We're over. Take care, I guess. Are you out of your mind? What do you like about her? But she just kissed him again, and they both left. She doesn't even like Sniper Wolf. She isn't human. I was so devastated that I ran home and went straight to bed. Little did I know, the horror was just beginning. Hi, my name is Carly. And this is my story of how my entire life got turned upside down in a matter of hours. Before I continue, don't forget to like and subscribe. I woke up startled when I felt something touch my foot. I sat up in bed and saw something that made me scream. A young girl was staring right at me across the room.
Carly?
Who are you?
Thank God you're awake, Aunt Carly. You look so stupid when you're asleep.
Aunt? Carly? Who are you? And how did you get in here? The kid just rolled her eyes and handed me a letter.
Mommy disappeared last night and left this letter to me. Read it, now!
I opened the letter and almost passed out. My beautiful Haley, if something ever happens to me, don't be scared and go to your Aunt Carly on this address. Just make sure your grandma never sees you. I'll come find you as soon as I can. Love, Mommy. I gasped. This little brat was my sister Abby's daughter? Mom had kicked Abby out 6 years ago for being pregnant at only 18. She was so mad at her for violating her #1 rule. Don't get pregnant before marriage. Abby had completely disappeared, and now suddenly, she'd sent her kid to me out of the blue? While I was reading the letter, the girl had unpacked a huge bag with skincare products.
It's time for my night routine. Where's the bathroom?
Hold it. You can't stay here. How am I supposed to hide you from Mom?
That sounds like your personal problem.
Suddenly, Mom started banging loudly on my door. Carly! I just heard a little girl's voice. Are you hiding your secret child in there? Open the door or else. Oh no! I shoved Haley inside my closet and threw all her bags under my bed just as the door flew open and Mom barged in, looking like a bull ready to attack. What took you so long to open the door? Where's your kid? Don't be crazy, Mom. Why would I have a kid? I don't remember getting pregnant for 9 freaking months. I don't even have a boyfriend. That's what your sister said too. But look what she did. But I'm not Abby, Mom. I have my eyes on you, young lady. As soon as Mom left the room, Haley stepped out of my closet looking really annoyed.
Your mom sounds like a pain in the butt.
I don't know what to do with you. Could you just go to sleep now so I can have my peace? I'll get you a mattress. She laughed and jumped onto the bed.
Don't be crazy. That's child abuse.
Before I could protest, she had snuggled under the covers and gone to sleep. I considered putting her out with the trash. But as she lay there peacefully, I realized that she looked so much like her mom. It just really made me miss my sister. Okay, fine. I'll give you a week before I have to figure out how to deal with the situation. The next day, I woke up to Haley jumping on the bed.
It's all done, Auntie Dumbo.
What is?
Your homework. I redid everything because all your answers were wrong.
She pushed my notebook into my hands and I almost passed out. She'd erased all my work and it was due today. I didn't have time to correct it. This is a graded assignment. If I fail, I swear I'll make you live under the bed forever. But boy, was I in for a shock. My teacher announced that I was the only one with a perfect score. After class, everyone surrounded me in the hallway and someone said, "If you do my homework, I'll pay you $50. I'll pay you $100. Before I knew it, I already had 20 people offering to pay me good money and everyone wanted to hang out with me so I wouldn't turn their work down. After school, I rushed home with a brilliant idea. I told Haley I would keep her if she did everyone's homework. You can help me be popular and I'll take you shopping.
You've got yourself a deal, sister.
And popular I got. Not only was every other guy dying to hang out with me, but more importantly, I had Brody's attention again. One day he stopped me in the corridor. "What do you want now, Brody?" "Carly, I'm so sorry. I was so stupid, and I never should have broken up with someone as smart and pretty as you." "You're right about that. I just need your help to pass this one class. Please, please tell me you'll help me, or I'll think you haven't forgiven me." Okay, fine. I'll do it. "Thanks, babe. This means the world to me." I took his assignment and gave it to Haley. She took one look and said,
"Brody, is this the boy you've been crying over in your diary who was such a jerk to you?"
"You read my diary? Just mind your own business and stay out of adult things that you don't understand. And make sure you do this assignment really well." A few days later, I woke up and found Haley sleeping at my desk, next to the pile of assignments she'd been working on. I noticed a small piece of paper next to her. It was a little sketch of Haley and Abby outside a cute little home. Under it, she'd written, "I love you, Mom." Suddenly, I felt terribly sorry for her. So I decided to enroll her in my school. I marched her straight into the principal's office and dumped my calculus assignment on the table. My niece here did this. She's brilliant. You have to enroll her. You can test her. The principal rolled her eyes and wrote a question on a piece of paper and pushed it towards Haley. Fine. Solve this, baby genius. In under a minute, she solved it and pushed the paper back. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. The principal looked at it with her mouth open. She immediately enrolled Haley in the 6th grade on a scholarship for gifted kids. I felt like the world's best aunt. As soon as we left the office, I bumped into someone. I looked up to see that it was Brody, with Jessica right behind him. What did you do? You made me fail. What are you talking about? How else do you explain the F? That's not possible. And how do you explain holding Jessica's hand? You're still with her? Of course he is, loser. And with that, Jessica grabbed his face and started kissing him. Ew! You guys are so gross. I'm glad I messed up your assignment. I knew you're not good enough for my aunt. Then she turned to me. You're too beautiful and smart for dumbos like him. You deserve someone so much better. Jessica raised her hand to slap Haley. Watch your mouth, you little. I immediately cut in. If you or your two-timing jerk of a boyfriend ever think of touching my niece, I will rip you apart. Come on, Haley. After class, I looked around for Haley, but she was nowhere to be seen. I finally found her in the washroom, surrounded by other girls from 6th grade throwing spitballs and paper planes at her. You're really tough in class, baby Einstein. Isn't it time to change your diaper already? You stink. Back off! I'm not scared of you. It's time we change that. There was no way someone was talking to my niece like that. Hey, back off, jerks. You're just jealous because she's smarter in her sleep than you are all at your best. The girls immediately stepped away and scattered. As they ran out of the bathroom, one of them said, If I was that ugly, I would want to be smart too. At that, Haley burst into tears. I am beautiful. I have a whole Korean skincare routine. I hugged her and asked her what I could do to make her feel better. Well, I've been wanting to go shopping for weeks now. How about I take you to the mall tomorrow, kiddo? I have the play today and I really need that scholarship. But I really need new boots. I've only 14 pairs. That's tragic. I promise, I'll take you tomorrow. It's Sleeping Beauty! All you have to do is sleep. No need for practice. I want to go now. I rolled my eyes and shook Haley off me. She looked mad and ran off. I'd deal with her later. I had a play and university scouts waiting for me. I changed into my costume and was just about to go on stage when my phone rang. We have a little girl here, Haley, who says she's your niece, and she's forgotten her way home. Please come and get her immediately. The mall's closing. What? You must be mistaken. Haley would never. Listen, lady, you come get this kid or I leave her outside. I ran out of the auditorium feeling furious. I was going to kill Haley. I found her outside the mall in a pair of new boots. She jumped up when she saw me. Hey, look! Kylie, aren't these pretty? How could she make me miss my play for a pair of stupid shoes? Before I knew it, I was yelling at her. You're such a brat! I wish you'd never come to live with me! Haley looked shocked and then burst into tears. As soon as we got home, she jumped into the closet and slammed it shut. I started feeling terrible for yelling at her and told her to come sleep on the bed, but she wouldn't even reply to me. When I woke up the next morning, Haley wasn't in the cupboard. I noticed her little backpack was gone too, and so was the picture she'd drawn. I looked for her all over the house, then ran to school hoping to find her in class. But her teacher says she hadn't come to school this morning. Is everything okay, Carly? Also, when you have the time, I need to talk to you about Haley's attention deficit disorder. Her what? Oh God. Her behavior was a condition? I felt even worse. Panic rose in my chest and I did the only thing I could. I went to Mom and told her everything. She was shocked at first, and then she was so mad at me. You let my grandchild sleep in the closet? And now you've lost her? How could you be so careless? Don't blame me. It's your fault my sister doesn't trust you with her kid and I'm only 15. This is not the time for your nonsense. Where do we look for her now? Just then, Haley's drawing came to my mind, and I thought that Haley might be at my sister's. We got there and I ran inside, and sure enough, this was Abby's house. I started to look around and found Haley in bed, fast asleep while hugging Abby's framed picture. Mom and I ran and hugged her, and Mom whispered into her ear, I'm sorry, kiddo. I'm so sorry. I don't know where your mommy is, but I promise I'll look after you till then. Somewhere along the evening, we fell asleep next to Haley. The next morning, I woke up to find Abby sitting on the bed and smiling at us. Abby? Abby? Mommy! Haley ran and hugged her while she groaned a bit. Easy there, kiddo. Mommy's a bit ill. Mom was all tears. She kept hugging Abby and Haley and crying and saying how sorry she was. But where were you, Abby? What's wrong? Finally, she told me where she'd been for the last month. Apparently, she'd passed out at work and had to be taken to the hospital. She'd been unwell for a while and had left the note with my address for Abby as a precaution, in case she got worse. Lucky you did! But now it's time to come back home. You need someone to take care of you. And now that I've seen her, I want my granddaughter in my life. I hugged Haley. Looks like no one can resist your cuteness.
Oh, thank goodness! Aunt Carly finally said something smart.
Then I got a message from Brody, and I showed it to Haley. Jessica dumped me. Please take me back.
What a loser! You deserve the best, Aunt Carly.
That's for sure.
Hi, I'm Annabelle, and I have a secret admirer that turned my life upside down. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I was never exactly the most popular girl in school. Well, at least not for the right reason. My sister Lenore and I grew up with parents who were the very definition of a weird goth couple. You know, the usual. Dressing like Victorian gravediggers, feeding ravens in the park, and that one time my mom pranked the dentist with her fake vampire fangs. Yeah, typical parent stuff. But believe it or not, my parents aren't my biggest problem. They're actually the best, most supportive parents anyone could hope for. Yes, we get stares and whispers when we go out in public together, but we didn't care. We were living our best lives. That is, until Lenore and I started elementary school. We were dressed in our usual goth attire, black clothes, black shoes, and black backpacks. My pet spider Sam even snuck into my pocket. The moment our parents dropped us off, the other kids started laughing at us and saying mean things.
Hey, look! Twin freaks! Is your mom a vampire? Is your dad Frankenstein?
Lenore was so embarrassed that she ran off and hid in the bushes.
Leave me alone, you jerks!
I tried to shove one of the mean kids out of my way, but he didn't budge. Just then, Sam crawled out of my pocket and jumped on the kid's face. The kid ran crying and screaming like a maniac. The principal found out, and I was suspended for 2 weeks. That night, Lenore begged Mom and Dad for new clothes. She threw a huge tantrum and refused to eat. When that didn't work, she blasted pop music and ran around the house dressed like a clown.
That music, it's so happy. It's melting my brain. All those colors in that clown costume are burning my eyes. Please, make it stop.
By the next morning, Lenore got her way. Mom and Dad bought her a brand new wardrobe. When my suspension was over, I went back to school. And to my surprise, Lenore was the most popular and best dressed girl in school. During lunch, I tried to sit next to her, but this girl named Stella looked at me like I had 3 heads.
What are you doing, creepy crawly? You can't sit here. No weirdos allowed.
I looked over at Lenore, and she just shrugged.
You heard her. Go sit somewhere else.
As the years passed, Lenore and her BFF Stella became more and more popular. By the time we reached high school, they were captains of the cheerleading team. They had the best grades in our class, and all the boys wanted to date them. They were perfect, and I was a disaster. I did want to make friends, but I could just never get it right. Like for my 14th birthday, I planned a huge birthday party and invited my whole class. I had a spooky birthday theme, of course, which I was sure everyone would love. But just as the kids were done singing happy birthday, I opened the closet and a dozen bats flew all around the room and maybe acted like they were attacking the kids. Everyone started screaming and running around in a panic, and then they left. And the next day at school, the kids whispered behind my back and refused to talk to me. But it was fine. I didn't need those jerks. I still had Sam. Yeah, the tarantula. Jeez, why is everyone so scared of these beautiful creatures? But even though hanging out with Sam was fun, I got lonely sometimes. I never imagined that my life could become an even bigger mess than it already was. But, fate had something in store for me. On Valentine's Day, I walked down the hallway during recess to find a dozen boys surrounding Stella and Lenore in the hallway with gifts and flowers.
Please go out with me, Stella. I'll buy you a Ferrari. Be my Valentine, Lenore. I'll fly you out to the Bahamas.
As I rolled my eyes and took my stuff out of my locker, I was surprised when a bright red envelope fell out of a book and it had my name on it. Hey, what's that? I was super excited, but I tried to play it cool. I got a Valentine.
Ooh, creepy crawly has a secret admirer.
Stella snatched the envelope out of my hand and made a huge commotion. Suddenly, everyone was staring at me. Hey, give that back. It's private. Stella tossed the envelope to Lenore, who opened it and started reading it out loud.
My darling Annabelle, you're a shining star, a diamond in the rough.
the jocks and cool girls can't measure up to you. Whoever wrote this must be blind and stupid. I tried to get the letter back, but Stella got in the way. You're my debating diva, my leading lady, my dancing queen, and my future class president. My heart aches when I see your face. Love, your secret admirer. Lenore, Stella, and all the other cool kids couldn't stop laughing, but I was shocked. I only joined the debating team a couple days ago. The last role I played in drama club was a donkey's butt, and I was too shy to dance in front of anyone. Plus, the odds of me becoming class president were slimmer than a toothpick. Just then, Jack, the editor of the school newspaper, materialized right beside me.
I think that's a nice letter to get on Valentine's Day.
Of course you do, nerd. I bet you wrote this junk.
It wasn't me, I swear.
Whoever wrote this has lost his mind. Yeah, he's a crazy lunatic. Lenore ripped the letter to pieces and threw it in the trash. That was mine, you witch! You're so stupid, Annabelle. You don't really have a secret admirer. Someone's just pulling your leg, you dummy. Lenore was probably right. It was a stupid joke. I felt like the biggest loser ever. Once everyone had walked away, Jack pulled the letter out of the trash and taped it back together.
Ignore them. I think your secret admirer is real. Maybe I can help you find him.
Jack spent the rest of the day asking me a ton of questions about every boy I'd ever spoken to or sat next to in class. He even came home to continue with his questions. Jack was annoying at first, but it felt kinda nice to have someone taking an interest in me.
I'm positive he's a member of the drama club or the debate team. All you have to do is lure him out.
How am I supposed to do that?
Simple. If you suspect someone, you'll wink at him and smile, like this.
Jack started doing something really weird and twitchy with his face. Just then, Lenore barged into my room. You idiots are still searching for that stupid secret admirer? Not real. My secret admirer isn't stupid. If you aren't going to help, you can get out. Fine, dummy, I'll help. Don't say I never did anything nice for you. Lenore spent all night teaching me how to flirt with boys. The next day, I set my plan in motion. First up, drama club. I asked the drama teacher if I could audition for the lead role, and surprisingly, I got it. During rehearsal, I met a cute boy who seemed to be into me. When I caught him staring at me in the hallway, I grabbed Jack and pretended to laugh at a joke. Oh, Jack, you're so funny. Your arms are like marshmallows made of steel.
What? That doesn't make any sense.
I'm flirting with you. Play along. Oh, stop. You're too much. Drama boy immediately swooped in and asked me out on a date, and it was pretty sweet. He read me poetry and sang to me, but he swore he didn't write the love letter. My next date was a boy from the debate team. I studied for days to earn a spot on the team, but I ended up being so good that I kept beating the team captain, and every time he saw me in the hall, he gave me the meanest looks. I think he hates me. He's just playing hard to get. One night, me and Debate Boy stayed after everyone had left to practice, and the next thing you know, we were kissing. But when I asked him if he was my secret admirer, he got annoyed and blocked my number. A day later, out of the blue, Stella's ex-boyfriend Dylan, who was the best dancer in school, invited me to a party. I didn't think it was a good idea to go, but then I remembered something. OMG, Jack, what if it's Dylan? You know, this one time Dylan came over to my house with Stella, and he accidentally walked into my room when I was dancing alone.
It could be him. Yeah, your secret admirer called you a dancing queen.
But what about Stella?
What about her? Stella broke up with Dylan 2 years ago. She's dated 6 guys since then.
I took Jack's advice and went to Dylan's party. As soon as I got there, Stella marched up to me. I heard you're trying to date my boyfriend.
Isn't he your ex?
He's mine and he doesn't date freaks like you.
She's not a freak. I think she's unique and much cooler than you.
Stella got mad and stormed off. Dylan took my hand and pulled me to the dance floor. All eyes were on us, and I got really nervous. Then Dylan whispered in my ear,
"You got this, dancing queen."
I was beyond excited. Dylan just quoted a line from my letter. My nerves melted away, and we were dancing like superstars. The crowd cheered my name, and at the end of the night, Dylan gave me the perfect kiss. The next day, we were the talk of the school. The more time I spent with Dylan and all his friends, the more I started to realize that I'd been an outcast all this time because I'd never really tried to get to know the other kids at school. I hadn't given them much of a chance because they were different from me. They weren't bad at all, and I could make compromises and not bring Sam to school. Overnight, I became Dylan's girlfriend and even more popular than Stella and Lenore. Someone even nominated me for class president, and I actually won. Even Lenore was nicer to me now, and we'd hang out more. Life was perfect, except for Stella. Every time she saw me, she gave me death glares. She spread rumors and tried to make fun of me, but no one paid attention. My schedule got so busy that with being class president and spending time with Dylan, that I hardly had any time for Jack. Then one day, Jack caught up with me in the hallway.
So, what's the verdict? Is Dylan your secret admirer?
Maybe. I haven't asked him yet. Then I opened my locker and found another letter in a red envelope from my secret admirer. I started to open it, but I hesitated. What if my secret admirer wasn't Dylan? Then Stella appeared out of nowhere. She snatched the envelope out of my hand and ran down the hall and right up to Dylan. Hey, Dylan, I'm sorry to be the one to drop the bad news, but your creepy crawly girlfriend is a cheating witch. Stella showed Dylan the love letter. Dylan, it's not what it looks like. Stella read the letter out loud. Dearest Annabelle, I'm sorry I've been away for so long. You've kissed a handful of frogs, but that's over now. Meet me behind the bleachers after school and I'll reveal myself to you. Love, your secret admirer and one true love.
Am I a frog?
That seems to be the case, dummy. Shut up, Stella.
Let's go, Annabelle. Your secret admirer's waiting.
I didn't know what to do. The last thing I wanted was to break Dylan's heart. Dylan, when you called me your dancing queen, I thought you wrote me the letter on Valentine's. I thought you were my secret admirer.
Who cares about some stupid letters? You already have me.
Dylan was right, and he was sweet, but he wasn't my true love. I'm sorry, Dylan. I just need to know who it is.
I really care about you, Annabelle, and I wish you'd change your mind. But if you don't feel the same way about me, then you should go.
I thanked Dylan and gave him a kiss on his cheek. Then I snatched the letter out of Stella's hand and ran. I felt like a jerk, but I had to meet my secret admirer. He'd seen me when I was invisible. He really knew me. I wouldn't have ever had the confidence to make new friends, audition for the lead in the school play, or run for president if it wasn't for his first letter. Jack and I raced out the door and headed straight for the bleachers. When we got there, Jack turned to me.
I'm your secret admirer, Annabelle. It was me all along.
Jack leaned in to kiss me, but something didn't seem right. I didn't feel any butterflies. In fact, I felt pissed. What? You've been lying to me this whole time? If you liked me and sent me the first letter, why did you make me go after the other boys?
No, it was just a little game. I wanted you to see the garbage out there to realize we're perfect for each other.
Well, thanks to your stupid games, I just broke Dylan's heart. I got so mad I pushed Jack into the mud.
Man, Stella didn't say this would be so complicated.
Stella? What does she have to do with this?
Did I say Stella? I meant melons. I'd sure like a melon right now. How about we go get one from the supermarket?
I grabbed Jack and told him to tell me the truth.
Fine, I didn't send the first letter. The new letter is a fake by me. I wasn't expecting you and Dylan to actually become a thing. I thought he'd just be one of those popular jerks who'd ditch you soon. But when you got all chummy, Stella came up with a plan to write the second letter so she could get Dylan back, and I could finally have you notice me. We really don't know who sent the first letter. Come on, just forget about your stupid secret admirer.
I couldn't believe it. I ripped up the letter and threw it in Jack's face. My secret admirer isn't stupid.
He's a dumb cow who's too embarrassed to show his face. Or maybe he's not even real. He's just a joke, like you.
I punched him, ran straight home, threw myself on the bed, and cried into my pillow. Hey, what's up, creepy crawly? What do you want, Lenore? I heard about what happened with Stella and Jack. I'm really sorry. You were right all along. I don't have a secret admirer. The whole thing was just a joke, and I was too dumb to see it. Just leave me alone. After that, I moved on with my life. My parents bought me a new coffin to cheer me up. Lenore started being nicer to me, and Dylan and I managed to become good friends. Jack spent weeks begging me for forgiveness, but when Sam bit him on the nose, he stopped bothering me. I thought the whole secret admirer thing was behind me until one night. I'd just come home from a party. I went to a lot of those now that I was class president. I was super exhausted and immediately fell asleep. And then I woke up in the middle of the night. At first, I didn't know where I was, but soon I realized I was in my mom's home office, under the Victorian hardwood desk. Moonlight streamed through the windows, drenching the room in white light. I looked down at my hands and saw that I was holding something. It was my mom's ink pen, and I was holding a red paper with something written on it. Beside me were a handful of matching red envelopes. My heart clenched when I finally realized what was going on. I haven't written to you in a while, my dearest Annabelle, and that's because you don't need me anymore. I'm writing to you one more time to tell you that I'm so proud that you've accomplished everything you wanted, and I'm sure you'll achieve so much more. Love, your secret admirer. It wasn't my handwriting, not exactly, but I knew it was written by me to me. I knew I had a habit of sleepwalking and scribbling things on walls as a kid. I guess that had returned. I'd written that first letter to myself in my sleep. I was my mysterious secret admirer all along. Weird or not, I'd found my greatest cheerleader, gained confidence, made friends, become class president. Nice going, me. I rolled the letter into a ball and threw it in the trash can. Finally, it was over. Oh yeah, one more thing. You have to promise not to tell anyone. Pinky swear and cross your heart. It's our little secret. Shh. One more thing. You think I should call Dylan now? Comment below. When my mom was pregnant with me, the doctors told my parents they were having a boy. Wonderful. We'll name him Ace. Ace. I love that name. Then along came me, a girl, and I was born without a forefinger on my right hand. My parents were a bit freaked out at first, but they didn't really care. I was still their perfect baby. Hey friends, my name is Ace, and I live in a small town in Ohio. Please like and subscribe. When I was in kindergarten, our teacher asked us to paint with our fingers, and that's when a kid noticed my hand was different.
Hey, look at Ace's hand. So cool. Are you an alien? Whoa, Ace. Did a mouse chew through your finger? No, dummy. My hand's always been like that.
My classmates never bugged me about it, which was nice. Over time, more people found out, and some mean kids would call me a freak, but I was never bothered much because I could do everything people with 10 fingers could do, like play baseball. Dad was really into it, and he taught me everything I knew. Once when I was 14, I saw some boys playing baseball in the neighborhood, and I asked if I could join, but they said they didn't play with girls. Losers. As I turned to leave, one of the boys hit the ball and it came flying towards me. I swiftly caught it and swung it at him. The guy seemed shocked. Whoa, how did you do that? Yeah, you threw a perfect curveball. How did I do that? And when I tried baseball over and over again, I learned that I could throw a perfect curveball because of my missing forefinger. After that day, those same guys wanted me to teach them. I started playing with them every day and gained a reputation for smashing the neighbors' windows. When I was in 11th grade, Dad gave me some big news. I'd have to finish high school in Cincinnati because he'd gotten a better job there and we could use the money. So we moved. The school was 5 times the size of my high school back home, and I was feeling nervous as I walked in. Just as I found my locker, a very pretty girl walked over to me.
Oh, hey, you look like you're new here. I'm Bree, and I must say, your overalls look awesome.
Oh, thanks. My dad and I have matching ones.
Really? The janitor wears almost the same. Is your dad the janitor?
Wait, was she making fun of me? Before I could reply, a boy with flaming red hair came running down the corridor and crashed straight into Bree, knocking her to the ground.
Oliver, you moron, get off of me.
You were in my way and now you've made me lose it.
Lose what?
The rarest butterfly. I was following it and now it's gone.
What kind of guy chases butterflies? You are such a loser.
Stop being so mean to me, Bree, or I swear I'm gonna fall in love with you. She shoved him aside and stormed off. He grinned at me. I see you've met the school queen bee. More like school witch. Haha, yeah, that's Bree. So beautiful, but so cruel. Everyone's kinda scared of her, but not me. Me neither. Soon after, I found out Oliver and I were in the same class. He was a great guy, and we started hanging out together. And I discovered that he loved 2 things, magic tricks and baseball. He was always trying out silly magic tricks on me that made me laugh. And when he insisted I join the school's baseball team, I got to see how good he was. And also really competitive. One day in the cafeteria, Oliver was showing me a new card trick when Bree and her minions came by.
You guys make the perfect weirdo couple. Miss Nine Fingers and Mr. Tomato Head.
Having a bad day again, babe? I'll give you a hug if you don't mind the weird smell of my t-shirt.
Ew. And I'd never be the babe of someone like you. Do you even have any life plans, Oliver? Or are you just gonna be some homeless street magician?
Hey, I make plans every day. Like feed your goldfish, put on pants, annoy Bree. Why are you so worried about my future anyway? Do you see yourself in it? In your dreams, loser! And with that, she grabbed a bottle of mustard and dumped the whole thing on his head. Ketchup and mustard go together. And before I knew it, I'd flown out of my seat and attacked Bree. She screamed like a banshee when I sat on her and pulled her hair. Don't mess with my friend again. I can hurt you pretty badly with just 9 fingers, you dumb witch. That incident landed both me and Bree in detention, but I was a hero after that. No one had ever laid a finger on Bree before, and lots of kids were patting me on the back, and Oliver just couldn't get over it. That was epic, Ace. I can't forget the look on her face. I wish you'd made a video of me, dummy. Bree gave me death glares from afar every day, but I guess she backed off because she knew I could kick her butt. Oliver and I grew closer, and we played every day to help each other improve our game. Even my dad loved him, and his mom was so nice to me. I found out that his dad was always in and out of jail, and his mom was basically raising him alone. Since we were always together, lots of kids assumed we were a couple, but that didn't bother us much. We were best friends, and nothing could change that. One time we were having a practice match, and I was on fire. Oliver was really struggling to hold his ground against my curveball pitching. Are you trying to hit me in the face, Ace? Boo-hoo. Focus on your game, Oliver. You already have 2 strikes. 1 more and my team wins. For some reason, Oliver seemed tense, and when I pitched, he missed again. When my team started celebrating, he just threw his bat, ran off, and sat under a tree. Hey, don't be a sore loser. I'm just mad at myself. The final games are only a few months away, and that's where all the university recruiters pick talent. I really need a scholarship, and I'm playing so badly. And on top of everything, look, my shoes are ruined. Every player has some bad days. Cheer up, let's get some ice cream. Come on, let's go. He just sat there like a stubborn donkey as I pulled his arm with all my might. Suddenly he got up and I fell backwards, dragging Oliver with me. Awkward. By saying awkward, you made it awkward, weirdo. And then we both burst out laughing. I went to the bathroom to clean up, and that's when I heard Bree behind me. Do you know how gross it is to see 2 dorks making out? Get a room. We were not— Wait, why am I explaining anything to you? Think what you like. I was leaving when she said, I haven't forgotten what you did, Ace. I'm gonna get you when you least expect it. Oh, I'm so scared. I'd go running to my mommy if I had one. And I walked off quickly before she could reply. She sounded crazy. A week later, it was Oliver's birthday, and I wanted to buy him the perfect gift. I had to use all my savings, but it was worth it. I went over to his place, and when he opened the box, his eyes shone. Oh my God, new baseball shoes. Ace, you're the best. Can you sign them, please? 'Cause for me, you're a star. Are you sure you want me to destroy these killer shoes with my sign? When he nodded, I gave him an autograph. Soon we had our summer vacations, and I went back to Ohio to see Grandma. When I returned, I was in for a shock. Oliver seemed to be over his awkward puberty phase, and he looked really different. I'd never seen his hair brushed before. Where is my crazy best friend, and what did you do to him? I'm still the same guy. Hey, Ace, I gotta tell you something. Let's catch up at lunch, okay? Of course. But when I got to the cafeteria later, I saw Oliver there with Bree, and she was all over him. I felt so angry. I wasn't jealous or something, but why her? And once she left, I asked him, and he was going on and on about how they'd bonded over the summer and how she'd really changed. Nobody. She was calling you a loser only months ago. Well, I was acting like a loser. Come on, Ace, I'm kind of into her. I want to give this a chance. All right, if it makes you happy. But I wasn't happy. Why was he calling himself a loser suddenly? Some weeks later, the baseball finals started. Our school's team was doing well, and Oliver and I were the breakout stars. But only one of us could get selected for the prestigious sports scholarship at the best Ivy League university. As we prepared to go onto the field for the last match, Oliver shook my hand. May the best man or woman win. Couldn't have said it better myself. I played hard and totally nailed the game. But when the scholarship winner was announced, it turned out to be Oliver. He even got a huge cash prize. I quickly got over my disappointment, and I was so happy for him. A week later, Bree threw a party to celebrate Oliver's victory. But when I got there, Oliver was just busy with people I didn't know. I felt out of place and went to go sit by the swimming pool. And that's when I spotted Bree showing off her necklace to her friends. Wow, Oliver sure has good taste. That looks expensive. It was the least Oliver could do after what my dad did for him. He's the head recruiter at that Ivy League university, and he basically gave Oliver the scholarship, even though Ace played better. That witch got what she deserved, and Daddy really thinks Oliver is gonna be a huge star one day. Oh my God, I felt gutted and furious. I ran up to Oliver and grabbed him by his shirt. You cheated? How could you? Oliver knew right away what I was talking about and quickly pulled me into another room. I yelled at him and he kept trying to shush me. Hey, I did what I had to do. Your dad has a decent job. My dad, he's in jail again. You know my situation. I need this, Ace. You can get it next year. Yeah, I know your situation, but that doesn't give you an excuse to stoop so low. Do you feel happy that you won by cheating? I don't even know who you are anymore. I spat in his face and left the party. Oliver and I didn't speak after that, even though he tried to talk to me and kept calling. A couple of months later, he stopped trying, and then one day, I saw him on the news. He was being called the next big thing. A few months later, I participated in a local fundraising match and led my team to victory. After I accepted the trophy, a man approached me.
Hello, Miss Ace. I'm from a prestigious university, and we want you to apply for our sports scholarship. Your missing finger gives you an edge that I've never seen in any other player. No one throws a ball like that.
I was excited to apply, and I got in. The opportunities my university provided me in baseball were amazing. After graduation, I got into the national women's team, and I heard how Oliver had received a huge offer from a league in Japan and had moved there. Sometime later, I met an amazing guy and fell in love for the first time. After dating for a few months, he proposed, and I said yes. One day, as I was walking into a coffee shop, I bumped into someone, and I looked up to see that it was Oliver.
Oh my God, Ace.
Oh, Oliver. Been a long time. I thought you moved to Japan with Bree.
Yeah, I did. But things didn't go so well. Bree's with a soccer player now. She broke up with me after I had a rather serious injury.
What? When did that happen? And then Oliver told me how he had an injury that left him paralyzed for a year. He had to work really hard to get back on his feet, and he was finally playing again. Oh my God. I'm so sorry, Oliver. Just then, my eyes fell on his shoes. You still have these? Why?
I have a game later today, and these are my good luck charm. Look, Ace, I'm so sorry for what I did. I was selfish, I was a jerk, and I was desperate. I'm not making any excuses for my behavior, though. Please forgive me. I've really missed you.
I didn't forgive him right away, but we kept in touch and slowly patched things up. The truth was, I'd really missed my best friend too, and I was happy to discover that he was still a weirdo. And when I got married a few months later, I was so glad my best friend was there by my side as my best man. As always, I'm the last one in the library. This is my favorite spot. 7th floor, tucked away in a corner behind a mountain of medical textbooks. It's my own little oasis. The doctor-patient relationship is very important in this example. No, that's not right. The doctor-patient relationship is essential in this example. If I can finish this assignment in the next hour, I'll still have time to review for my pharma test before they kick me out of here. That happens most nights. I try to focus in on the task at hand, but a buzzing sound breaks through from outside. I look up, and there it is, high above the empty parking lot, a black drone, hovering with an insistent hum. And it's watching me, or at least it feels that way, like it's waiting for me to do something. Really? The drone moves closer, right to the other side of the window. I knock on the glass. Get a life, man! Go find someone else to annoy! I stare down at the drone, hoping it'll lose interest and fly off, but it doesn't budge. Instead, the camera lens zooms in on me, inching closer, as if it's trying to peel away my privacy layer by layer. A chill runs down my spine. This feels too deliberate, too invasive, like someone is testing me, seeing how long I'll sit here without snapping.
I swallow hard and reach for my harmonica bottle, needing something, anything to distract me. It's a gift from Mom, something she picked up on Amazon. I take a sip, gripping the cap a little tighter than necessary, and then, completely by accident, I blow into it. A soft, trembling note escapes from the cap. I freeze. Wait, what? I stare at the bottle, then blow again. Another note, a little clearer this time. It plays music? I let out a shaky laugh, part disbelief, part nervous energy. Of course Mom would get me something bizarre without realizing it had a secret feature. And right now, oddly enough, it's exactly what I need. I take another sip, then deliberately play a slow, uneven tune. It's not perfect, but it's enough to drown out the silence pressing in around me. The drone still doesn't leave. Go home! I close the blinds and try to settle back into my work, forcing my focus onto the page. My fingers tremble just slightly as I pick up the pencil again, and for a second, the words blur in front of me. I know it's just a distraction. Some bored jerk with a drone, probably just trying to get a reaction. But no matter how many times I tell myself that, the feeling of being watched lingers. A subtle itch under my skin that I can't scratch. A few hours later, I make my way out of the library. It's nearly midnight as I cross the parking lot to my car. The fluorescent lights overhead buzz faintly, casting everything in a sickly yellow glow. I flip open my textbook again and scan the words, even though I know they're too bloodshot to absorb much. Initial trials demonstrated significant SCAT correlation. Patients' concussion severity was statistically reliable across all trials. Just as I reach for my keys, I hear it again, that buzzing, high above. I look up, and there it is, the same drone from before, hovering like it's been waiting for me all this time. Okay, this isn't funny. The only response I get is the hum of the drone, eerie and absolute. Every hair on the back of my neck prickles. The parking lot feels suddenly too big, too open, and I'm completely alone. I'm serious. This is harassment. My voice trembles, but I steady myself, clutching my textbook tightly in case I need to swat it out of the air. The drone lowers itself, hovering at eye level now. Whoever you are, please leave me alone. I have a huge test tomorrow. The drone doesn't budge. It just hangs there, with its lens fixed right on me, whirling louder, the sound drilling into my brain, rising in pitch. Okay, I asked nicely. With a deep breath, I swung my textbook and smashed the drone out of the air. It crashes to the ground in pieces, the sound echoing across the deserted lot. I wait, heart racing, expecting someone to step out of the shadows, to claim the wreckage or demand an apology. But no one comes. You're welcome! I toss my books into the car and breathe a sigh of relief. Just need to get home, read a few more chapters, and salvage what's left of this night. I buckle my seatbelt, still shaking, my hands gripping the steering wheel tight. It was just some idiot's drone. Just a prank. Nothing to worry about. But then, I hear it. That buzz. Louder than before. My pulse picks up as I glance around and spot two more drones emerge from the shadows, gliding toward me from the opposite ends of the lot. My stomach twists as one of them circles my car, almost like it's sizing me up. The other hovers just above my car's hood, its camera fixed on me, with a steady, unsettling gaze. Leave me alone! I throw the car into reverse, the tires screeching as I swerve out of the parking lot and into late-night traffic. My heart's pounding, fingers fumbling as I dial 911. I glance back, and of course, the drones are right on my tail, relentless.
911, what's your emergency?
Hi, I'm being followed.
Okay, ma'am. What's the address?
I'm on Grove Street. I swerve to avoid a slow-moving car.
Are you in a car, ma'am?
Yes. Another glance in the rear view, and I almost lose it. There's a third drone now, catching up with the others. Now there's 3 of them!
What? Can you please describe your vehicle, ma'am?
My hands tighten on the wheel as I jerk it around a corner.
Yeah, it's a white Toyota. And something really weird is happening to me.
Can you describe the vehicle following you?
No, I mean, they're not vehicles. Before I can get another word out, one of the drones slams into my windshield with a loud crack, splintering the glass. I gasp, hitting the gas pedal harder. Another one shatters against my side window. Fragments of glass rain down around me. They're hitting me!
What's hitting you?
Drones! I can barely hear the operator anymore, her words swallowed by the chaos around me. My breathing is ragged, my pulse so loud it drowns out everything else. Glass digs into my skin. Up ahead, the stoplight flashes yellow, and I know I shouldn't, but I punch it, squeezing my eyes shut as I shoot through the intersection. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god! The light turns red. Horns blare from every direction as I thread my way through, somehow avoiding everything.
Ma'am, are you okay?
No! I need help! I need help right now!
Just stay on the line. We're tracking you.
I steal another glance at the rearview mirror, and my stomach drops. More drones speed after me, filling up the road. I'm so focused on them that I almost don't notice the truck stalled in my lane ahead. I yank the wheel, tires screaming against the pavement.
Ma'am, slow down.
Not an option, lady! I slam my foot down, tearing through the next intersection, only to see a solid wall of drones hovering there, waiting for me. I veer left, my tires losing traction as the car skids. The smell of burnt rubber fills the car, and I fight to keep control, knuckles white on the wheel. Okay, there are a ton of these things. Can your people please hurry?
Officers have been dispatched. Please stay calm.
My rear windshield shatters completely as a drone smashes through. It sputters in the back seat among a pile of broken glass. The wind howls in, and my hair whips across my face. Make it stop, please! At the next intersection, I spot another wall of drones hovering just ahead. I don't have time to think. I swerve right across two lanes, barely squeezing between a couple of honking cars. My stomach flips as the drones close in, one after the other, smashing into my car. I can't keep this up.
Ma'am, please pull over.
And then what? A drone smashes through the windshield and showers me in glass. I throw my arms up to shield my face, feeling shards cut into my skin. My foot slams the brake, and the car veers off course, crunching head on into a light pole. For a moment, everything goes still.
Ma'am? Ma'am, are you there? Rescue is on the way. Stay with me.
I cough, tasting blood, or maybe just fear. My hands shake as I shove the car door open and stumble out into the street. My books spill out beside me, scattering across the pavement like the thoughts tumbling out of my head. Every muscle aches. I can barely breathe. But that buzzing sound, it's still there. I look up. The sky is filled with them. Drones. Hundreds of them. No, thousands. They fill the air like a swarm of angry bees, red lights blinking, cameras fixed on me. I can't move.
Ray Austin.
Who are you? You could have killed me with those things.
Do you know where you are?
Los Angeles, okay? What does that matter? The drones shift, giving me a clear view of the intersection. My heart drops. No, I know this place. I know it too well. The blinking crosswalk light, the cracked curb, the old billboard half burnt out. This is where it happened.
2 years ago. What did you do?
Nothing. I didn't do anything.
Don't lie.
The pressure builds in my chest. My knees buckle. I feel like I'm drowning in my own heartbeat.
Who did you hurt?
I shake my head. I try to hold it in, but it's over. I'm unraveling. I don't know his name. I was driving from
from the library. I was tired. I closed my eyes for a second, just 1 second. I didn't see him crossing. I hit him. I drove off. I left him there. I left him to die. I scream it, every ugly word. I sob until I can't breathe, until my knees hit the ground and I can barely see through the tears. The drones don't move. They just hover there, watching, judging. I pull out my phone and call 911.
911, what's your emergency?
I hit someone 2 years ago. I ran. I left him. I killed him. I can't live like this anymore. I need to confess. The sirens came fast. I sit on the curb, hugging my knees, watching the flashing lights reflect off the shards of my windshield.
Ma'am, we got your call. Are you hurt?
No, not really. Not physically. But get rid of the drones, please.
What drones?
I look up. The sky is empty. There's nothing there. They were here. I swear. They talked to me. She glances at her partner. I can tell what they're thinking. Maybe I am losing it. Maybe I already have. They take me in, gently, like I'm made of glass. I don't resist. At the station, I tell them everything. I don't hold anything back. They write it all down. Later, someone comes in with a file. I see the surprise on the officer's face. It turns out, the man I hit didn't die. Not even close. He was treated for a broken leg. They never caught the driver. They ask if I want to see him. I nod. He's older now, walks with a cane. He has kind eyes, the kind I don't deserve.
I remember that night. I always wondered who it was. I won't lie. I was angry for a long time, but I survived, and I moved on.
My throat tightens. I didn't. I never did.
Then maybe it's time you should. I don't want revenge. I want you to get better. Live better.
I will. I promise. I'll heal people. I'll help them. For free. For the rest of my life. That's all I want. That's all I've wanted since that night.
Then start by healing yourself.
When the music kicked off and everyone started dancing, I escaped to the garden for some fresh air. As I sat down by the fountain and sighed, a soft object hit me squarely in the face. Then someone in black jumped down from the tree above me.
Brought your favorite cheeseburger.
Meredith, what are you doing here? And why would you hit me with a burger? Wait, are you dressed up like Catwoman?
Yeah, it's been my look for weeks now. 1, it shows off my fantastic figure, which is a service to humanity. 2, every vigilante hero needs a costume, and I've always found Catwoman classy. 3,
vigilante hero? You basically rob people.
Yeah, like Robin Hood, stealing from the rich and giving to the poor.
You steal for yourself.
I am the poor. And what's all this you nonsense? Last time I checked, we were a team. But sis, what's taking so long with this mission?
It's not that simple.
It's pretty simple. You make this rich dude fall for you, get access to his vault, steal the painting, and we run off to Bora Bora. Are you having trouble making him fall for you? Maybe he hates your eyebrows. I don't know, but I feel like punching you in the face every time I see your eyebrows, which is basically every time I see your face.
Shut up, Em. Everything's going fine.
Okay, but hurry up. This catsuit is giving me a butt rash, even though I use baby powder under it. I want to put it away soon and retire on a beach in a bikini. Aren't you looking forward to it?
Just take the stupid suit off. You're a con artist, not a cat burglar. And of course, I'm looking forward to it. You should go before you blow my cover. And thanks for the burger.
It's not a gift. Duh. You're gonna pay me back. I've noted it in my diary. See ya.
I couldn't help laughing as I saw her clumsily climb the wall, then fall over to the other side. But as I turned away, I felt troubled. The problem wasn't about making this rich guy I had to rob fall for me. He already had. The problem was, I'd fallen for him too. Let's start from the start, okay? Hi, I'm Claire, originally from Connecticut. And yes, you might have heard some fun words being used for me. Deceitful witch, manipulative liar, and con artist might come up, none of which is an exaggeration. But people change, okay? Before I tell you my crazy story, please like and subscribe. My mother was born into what she always called old money, which basically means her family had been rich for a long time and their wealth was passed down generations. Unfortunately, it skipped our generation. Apparently, my dad was extremely charming and swept Mom off her feet when she was just 20. She married him against her parents' wishes and they cut her off from their wealth. Then, 2 years later, Mom gave birth to twins, Dad met another woman, and he abandoned us. At least he left us the house in a nice neighborhood, but my grandparents refused to help Mom out and said she had to live with her decisions. Mom, how are you feeling now?
Like my organs are shutting down one by one.
So, same as this morning then? Here's some chicken soup.
There's no chicken in it.
Well, you asked for chicken soup when there was no chickens in the fridge, so I guess we all have to use our imaginations, don't we?
Oh, the soup at my parents' house always had chunks of chicken and big fat prawns. What has life come to now? I was raised as a creature of luxury. I'm like that fairy tale princess who couldn't sleep because of a single pea under her mattress.
So you say, but there's a bunch of sharp pebbles under your mattress and you sleep like a log and snore like a bear.
What? How could you put pebbles? I do not snore. Leave me to decompose, please.
Well, you have to return to your waitressing job, so get well soon, Mom.
Shall not.
I loved Mom, but she was basically a spoiled, selfish child who just couldn't adapt to her change in fortunes and start acting like a freaking parent. My sister Meredith and I were twins, but we looked nothing alike. With her soft blonde hair and big baby blues, she looked like the kind of sweet soul who saved kittens from trees, helped old people across the road, and sang to birds. She didn't look like she had an ounce of evil in her, which wasn't true, like at all. But we'll come back to that later. From an early age, it was clear to me and Meredith that we had to be resourceful for money. I started doing odd jobs for our rich neighbors in the 8th grade, like raking their gardens, walking their dogs, and babysitting their kids. But Meredith was always finding more creative ways, like taking stupid boys in her class on paid exclusive tours to an alien site she'd discovered in the nearby forest. I'd seen her digging up the crater where the spaceship had landed, or selling youth water to high school girls, claiming she'd traveled far to the Fountain of Youth over summer break and had a limited supply. They actually thought she was telling the truth because it tasted different. Yeah, that's because she was filling up bottles from the neighbor's gross jacuzzi. People eventually caught on and stopped buying from her, and that's when she started stealing from me. But whenever I'd confront her, she'd throw a tantrum and deny it like I'd accused her of killing someone. So the next time, I hid money in my diary and made my latest entry. Dear Diary, guess what? What? When Mom took Meredith to the hospital for her sore throat the other day, the doctors made a shocking discovery. Meredith has a rare, incurable disease. She only has a few more months with us. We've decided not to tell her so she isn't scared and lives the rest of her short life in peace. Yes, I'm sad, but not that much because my baby sister is going to a better place and leaving me all her stuff. I knew my trick had worked when Meredith came down one morning with swollen eyes. When Mom asked her what was wrong, she burst into tears about her incurable disease.
Where would you get an idea like that?
Yes, Meredith. Please, tell Mom where you got this idea from.
You wrote it in your... Wait, you chubby witch! You made me believe I was dying!
Meredith lunged at me and we went rolling all over the kitchen floor. But she ended up getting grounded for a month for stealing and invading my privacy. I soon started missing her at dinner time though. So late one night, I snuck into her room with ice cream to find her playing darts with my face as the target. I'm sorry you're stuck here, but you did steal from me. I know we don't have a lot right now, but we'll work hard and make money in the future.
But the future is in the future. What do I do now when I need money for mascara and gummy bears?
Maybe we can think of some business idea.
Oh, I thought you'd never ask.
She pulled out a box from under her bed full of t-shirts.
So you know my friend George, the next door gardener's nephew? Apparently he volunteers at a mental institution every weekend. The owners got t-shirts made from all the patients, but they refuse to wear them, blah, blah. So now the mental place has hundreds of these lying in storage. George said he can score them for me, and we could have our own t-shirt range with cute things written on them. Look, here's one I made for myself.
I want to go to Bora Bora, but I'm Bora Bora. Please help me. Funny.
I'm very serious, actually. I'm gonna live in Bora Bora one day. So, are we selling these t-shirts?
I'm in.
I also made one for you. That'll be $10, thanks.
Money can't buy happiness, but poverty can't buy anything. Please help me. You should pay me for wearing this. Meredith didn't have the best reputation in our neighborhood or school to sell things, so we decided to hit the other end of town and set up a t-shirt stall outside a private school. With my salesmanship and Meredith's flirting, we managed to sell quite a few on the first day. We started setting up shop at different locations, and one day as we were heading home, Meredith suddenly said she had to pee really badly. So we walked up to the closest house to ask if they'd let us use the bathroom. We rang the bell, but no one seemed to be home. I was peeking in through the window when suddenly I turned around to see Meredith already crawling halfway through one. Are you crazy? That's breaking and entering!
I'll kick in your face so hard that you'll need plastic surgery, which we don't have money for. If you don't want to be ugly for the rest of your life, let me pee.
I let her go and was standing guard at the door when, to my horror, a car suddenly pulled into the driveway and a snooty woman stepped out.
Hey, you girl. What are you doing lurking around my house? Were you thinking of breaking in?
What? No, of course not. I'm a Girl Scout selling cookies. Yeah, I study in the, Aston Bridge School for Girls.
Oh, I see. It's a lovely school. I know many people whose children go there. Sorry for my mistake. I'll be happy to buy some cookies from you. Put me down for 20 boxes.
Sure. It's, $5 a box, so that'll be $100. I'm putting your name down on my list, and I'll drop them by tomorrow.
That's perfect, sweetie. Here's the money. I'll see you soon.
Just then, I saw Meredith slip out the window, and as soon as the lady went in, we ran like crazy down the block and then collapsed on some grass.
Look, I took some pastries from her kitchen. Perfect for a spontaneous picnic.
That's stealing.
Oh, you're one to talk. I heard the whole cookie conversation from inside. You took that lady's money and you're never gonna give her any cookies.
I was just trying to distract her before she caught your butt. I didn't think she'd be dumb enough to actually give me the money. I can return it.
Look, she didn't do it out of the goodness of her heart. She's a rich snob who was being really rude till she thought you were someone rich too. You didn't force her to give you money at gunpoint. Oh, Claire, this has just given me the best idea.
You're not serious.
Yes, I am. Dumb people deserve to be tricked. And what does $100 mean to someone who has a gold toilet seat?
I knew it was wrong, but it was also so easy. And before I knew it, Meredith and I were wearing private school uniforms and hitting different neighborhoods collecting money for Girl Scout cookies that we had no intention to deliver. We made $2,000 in a month. But one day, when we went up to a rich old lady's house, she invited us in and even offered us cake as we signed her up. How many boxes will that be, ma'am?
Oh, none, thank you. You see, I don't buy imaginary cookies.
What?
I'd heard that there were 2 conning Girl Scouts in town, and I was ready for you. I've called the police, and you 2 will end up in a detention center.
Just then, there was a loud bang and the power went out. In the confusion, Meredith kicked the old lady and yelled, "Run!" As we were sprinting down the street, I suddenly noticed a nerdy-looking boy my age running beside us too, grinning and waving at us. Hey, hold on. Who are you?
I'm your new neighbor, Freddie. I'm the one who saved you from that old crow.
What? I'm so confused right now.
New neighbor? You moved into the house next to ours? Why are you here?
I was bored and saw you girls leaving your house, so I followed you for fun. Don't worry, I won't tell anyone about your little cookie secret. When I heard that old lady threatening you, I went to the main circuit board and pulled out a wire with my tweezer, which I always keep handy.
You could have been electrocuted. You're either incredibly smart or exceptionally dumb.
My mom says the exact same thing, except for the incredibly smart part.
Listen, you geek, what do you want? If you think you're gonna get a cut of our profits.
No, my parents are well off. They're neurosurgeons. I just want to be friends. I swear, I don't have any siblings and I don't know anyone here.
What if we say no?
I'll keep following you around until you say yes?
Okay, fine. Congratulations. You got yourself 2 friends.
Oh, I'm so happy! Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year!
And from that day on, that goof really did become our best friend, especially mine. He was like the sibling I never had. I mean, the nice sibling who did my nails and watched the channel I wanted to watch on TV without arguing. He was also really generous. I didn't want to take advantage of it, but Meredith and Mom had no problem keeping all the gifts he was always getting us. We decided to lay low with our conning activities in case the old lady had actually told the police about us. But soon after we joined the 11th grade, a new drama unfolded in our lives. A family moved into the huge white house across the street. Apparently, the couple who'd bought the place was loaded, and they had 5 teenage boys.
Finally, some eligible bachelors on our street.
Thanks. My feelings aren't hurt at all.
Oh, I'm sorry I left you out, sweetie. Maybe you'll find someone too. I mean, they have 5 boys. There's a good chance one of them is gay.
What? Why would you think?
Okay, girls, here's a basket of goodies for you to take over as a welcome present. Now go, throw yourselves at those boys.
Meredith and I rolled our eyes, but we decided there wasn't any harm in checking them out, and we were welcomed by the ugliest quadruplets ever. They were really sweet and really excited to see us, but with their orange hair, acne, and buck teeth, they were not a pretty sight.
Man, I feel sorry for those parents. Like, you know, Mom got one average-looking kid, but God made it up by giving her me. But those parents, God decided to use copy-paste on that ugly model. They must have done something terrible to deserve this.
You are so rude.
Oh, shut up. I know you're thinking the same. I just have the guts to say it out loud.
But then a day later, I'd just woken up when the bell rang, and I opened the door to find the most gorgeous boy ever standing outside.
Hello, I'm Eric. We got some of your mail. I came to return it.
I just stared at him, dumbstruck, feeling acutely aware of how terrible I looked. Just then, Meredith pushed me out of the way.
Hey, thanks. You're such a lifesaver. Haven't seen you around before.
I just moved into the house across the street.
The big white one with the quadruplets?
Yeah, they're my brothers.
What? No, they can't be related to you. They're very unattractive.
Meredith, can't you ever sugarcoat anything?
I am sugarcoating. Did I call them ugly ogres?
I am so sorry.
It's okay. People have this reaction often. I'll see you girls around.
He flashed his beautiful smile at us and then left.
Wow, Eric stole his brother's luck, the schoolboy's luck, the neighborhood boy's luck, and his mother's and his father's luck, and the whole town's.
I agree. He's beautiful. I hope he's smart and funny and kind too. I'm sure he is. I never believed in love at first sight till I met Eric. Okay, maybe love is an exaggeration, but I was crushing on him hard. Freddie, how does this purple dress look on me?
Claire, what the? You can't just come in without knocking? What if I wasn't wearing a towel?
Well, you are, so unclench your butt. Now, what do you think about the dress?
Hey, Freddie, I want your opinion on this red dress. Oh, hi, Claire. I didn't know you were here.
Have some respect for my privacy.
What are you talking about? Actually, I don't care. Now tell me, I look hot, right? Of course I look hot. I could wear a potato sack and I'd look hot. I can do hot in my sleep.
What's the dress for?
The party at Eric's place? What, did you think you're the only one who got invited?
The red's a bit much for a casual housewarming party, no?
Yeah, you're right. It's more of a second date dress. Thanks, I'll look for something else. And your dress looks lovely.
I am not your sister, and you can't treat me like this. I am a man.
Okay, thanks for the news flash. Come on, Claire, let's go before Freddie has a heart attack.
The party was coming up soon, but I knew there would be many guests, and I wouldn't really get a chance to talk to Eric then. So, I decided to drop by to borrow some sugar one evening. But my heart sank when I spotted Meredith and Eric in the kitchen, and they were kissing. I couldn't believe that witch. It was so obvious I was crushing on Eric, wasn't it?
Can you give me some mashed potatoes, Claire?
I lifted a spoonful and threw it straight at her face.
Claire, what the heck?
Oh, I'm sorry. You didn't want them on your face? You should have been clearer then.
You got a problem with me?
What a genius. Since you're so smart, I'm sure you already knew I liked Eric, but you went after him anyway. Yeah, I saw you two kissing.
Oh my God, what? You like Eric? I had no idea. You should have been clearer too.
Cut it out, okay? You knew.
Did not.
Okay, so now that you know, will you stop seeing him?
No, duh.
Are you really into him?
Not really. I barely know him, but he's cute and rich and he likes me. You did see that he was kissing me back, right?
I flung another dollop of mashed potato straight in her eye and stormed off. Fine, that jerk could have Eric. I wasn't even gonna go to the party now. But on the night of the party, when I heard music floating from across the street, I couldn't help myself. Eric had just known Meredith for 2 days. This battle wasn't over yet. I knew I looked smoking hot as I marched up to Eric and Meredith in her stupid red dress. She looked furious to see me before she turned sickly sweet.
Oh, hi. I thought you were unwell and not coming, honey. How are you doing now, honey?
I'm good, honey. How are you, honey?
I'm great, honey. Do you like my honey, honey?
What honey? Honey?
The honey, honey.
I see no honey. Honey?
What's happening here?
Don't worry about it. Let's go get some honey, honey.
We don't have any honey, Meredith.
Honey! You ruined it. You should have ended the sentence with honey.
Don't mind her, Eric. You already know she's rude, and she has a vile temper. She once tried stealing money from an old lady and kicked her hard when she resisted.
Oh, so that's how it's gonna be, huh? Eric, did you know that Claire is so dumb? I told her when we were kids that if she ate bluebells, her eyes would turn blue like mine. She ate a bunch and then pooped her pants in school.
Didn't Meredith tell you she used to fart in the neighbor's jacuzzi just because they said they liked me more than her? It went on for a month.
Oh, how about the time you dropped Mom's toothbrush in the toilet and just put it right back? Imagine someone being so awful to their own mother.
Meredith has a boyfriend who works in a mental institution, and he steals the patient's clothes from there for her. Imagine doing that to sick people.
Claire keeps acting like she doesn't know her best friend is in love with her, and she keeps using him for his money.
What? Are you talking about Fred? I've never used him, and he's not in love with me.
Oh, please. A blind person can see Freddie's been in love with you since day one.
Shut up!
You shut up!
How about you shut the heck up?
Not till you shut up first!
I pushed Meredith out of my way, but I ended up pushing a little too hard and she crashed straight into the punch bowl. She got up and charged me, and we landed straight on the food table. As Eric was trying to pull us apart, Freddie suddenly ran in.
Claire, Meredith, stop! Your mom, she isn't okay. You gotta come now.
We ran outside to see Mom unconscious and being wheeled into an ambulance. Since Freddie's dad was a neurosurgeon, he took Mom's case and ran tests for weeks to discover that she had some inflammation in her brain for unknown reasons, which had sent her into a coma. Freddie's dad decided to enter her name in a clinical trial for rare brain diseases since she met all the criteria. But what's it gonna cost us?
We take one pro bono case for the trial, but there will still be other hospital expenses. And you girls will have to figure out something soon. Do you have any relatives?
We had to contact our grandparents, but to our surprise, Mom didn't even have their numbers saved in her phone. All we had was a framed picture with their names signed at the back. Freddie offered to hire a private investigator, and within a week, he said they'd been found and were flying over to see us. But I couldn't help noticing as they got out of the cab that they didn't look rich at all.
Those paupers are our grandparents?
They're definitely the people from the picture.
Why do Grandma's shoes look like something out of a museum? And Grandpa's coat is missing 3 buttons.
The old lady hobbled towards us and hugged us tight.
Oh, girls, it's so good to see you. We had no idea we had granddaughters till yesterday.
You look nothing like our son, though.
Your son? No, we're your daughter's kids.
Oh, honey, we don't have a daughter. The private investigator who tracked us down did say our daughter was looking for us, but we just assumed that was our son who ran away from home 18 years ago. He was always saying he'd change into a woman one day.
What? Our mom used to be a man?
No, this is crazy. Look at this picture. Does this woman look anything like your son?
Our son is ugly, and I remember this woman. Alfred, you remember this beautiful lady came to stay at our motel many years ago? She disappeared suddenly one night, and the next day some mafia men turned up looking for her.
Ah, yes. Those men kept turning up for weeks. They seemed like bad news. I'm happy to hear the lady's okay.
So, you're not her parents? Then why does she have this picture of you guys?
She took it from the motel. I don't know why. I'm so tired, dear. Can I rest for a little while?
No, if you're not our rich grandparents, you gotta go. Taxi!
Meredith sent them packing immediately, and we just stood staring at each other.
When was Mom in a motel? And why were there bad men after her?
She told us all our lives these random people are our grandparents. What else has she been lying about? Apparently, a lot of things. When we checked out if she had any health insurance, she couldn't be found in the system. I went to the diner where she'd been working for years to see if the manager could help, only to find out that no one there had ever seen her. We had no clue where she'd been going all this time while she was pretending to work, or where she got her salary from. Meredith and I tore up Mom's room looking for more clues. We didn't find anything in the closets or under the bed, but I pulled the rug away and came across a loose floorboard. We pried it open to find a laptop and so many fake IDs and passports, all belonging to Mom. Oh my God.
Mom? As a French redhead?
Her hair is black here, and she's Swedish. We opened the laptop, but we couldn't get past the security code. We asked Freddie to come over and told him everything. And when he went over the laptop, he let out a low whistle.
Whoa, this is heavy encryption and insane firewalls. Is your mom from the CIA or something? Have you ever seen her using this laptop?
Yeah, I have once, but she told me she borrowed it from a friend to watch Keeping Up with the Kardashians.
Who is this woman?
We really had no idea, except that her hair dye started fading soon, and we discovered she was a natural blonde. We still desperately needed the money and contemplated selling the house, but we couldn't even find any documents for it. For the first time in my life, I felt overwhelmed and completely out of ideas. Then one night, as Meredith and I were sitting on the porch, Freddie joined us, looking grim.
I need to tell you guys something about the clinical trial. There's only a 50% chance that your mom will get the drug that could make her well.
What do you mean? Doesn't everyone get the drug?
No, half the patients get a placebo drug. Oh God, I did something really wrong. I checked the files of everyone on the clinical trial, and your mom has been assigned the placebo drug. She's not gonna get the treatment.
So that's it? We're just gonna sit back and watch, knowing there's no chance of her getting better? Make your dad give her the drug!
I can't. Dad would lose his medical license if anyone thought he interfered with the trial.
Then why did you even tell us, Freddie?
Freddie looked at me silently. He told us because he and his dad can't do anything, but we can.
Whatever you plan, I can't be part of it, but you have to do it soon. The trial starts next week.
Thank you, Freddie. You don't know what this means to us.
Of course. I'd do anything for you, Claire.
For the first time, I saw what had maybe been so obvious all along. Freddie was in love with me, and I was about to use it to my advantage. Can you tell me where the trial patient files are? When we visited Mom next at the hospital, I was able to slip away and retrieve Mom's file and another patient's who was receiving the drug. That night, Meredith and I used every Photoshop skill we had to make duplicate copies, complete with the hospital's seal and everyone's signatures to ensure that Mom was the patient chosen for the treatment. And the next day, I slipped the files back in. I knew what I'd done was wrong, and I'd broken at least 5 different laws. But as I walked away, I didn't feel like a criminal at all. I was walking down the hospital corridor with Freddie when Meredith came running towards us.
Where have you been? Mom's awake. She's finally awake.
Oh my God, seriously? This better not be a joke, Meredith.
I swear on my beautiful face, it's the truth. The doctors are just checking her vitals.
Can you girls stop making so much noise? It's a hospital.
Oh, shut it, nurse. We're in the coma ward. Who are we disturbing here? Don't you want these people to wake up?
How dare you talk to me like that? This is preposterous.
That's not even a real word. Remind me to buy you a dictionary. How did you become a nurse? Jeez.
We ran down to Mom's room to find her fighting off the doctors. She jumped onto her bed like an animal and started screaming at them.
Where am I? Are you doing a science experiment on me? You will not touch the daughter of Vladimir. I learned how to catch fish with my bare hands when I was 3 and tackled a bear when I was 5. You think you are any match for me?
Ma'am, we mean no harm. We're your doctors.
How are you old enough to be a doctor? You have a pimples like a teenager.
I'm fully qualified.
Shut up, little boy. Tell me where I am before I take your eyeballs out and play bubbles with them.
Mom? Mom turned and stared at me with wild eyes.
Let's get out of here before she attacks us.
For once, I agree with Meredith.
Who are you? And What did you just call me?
Hey guys, the last time you saw me, I was walking down a hospital corridor after switching the clinical trial files. That was 2 years ago, so let me get you up to speed on everything that's happened since then. Mom entered the clinical trial, and her tests started showing signs of progress, but she didn't come out of her coma anytime soon. Freddie tried to help us, but Meredith and I had to learn to manage on our own. And it turns out, there's a lot you can steal from a hospital. We never had to buy toilet paper or cleaning supplies again. And we always had endless cups of pudding and Jell-O. Meredith, is that diaper cream you're putting on your face?
A girl's gotta moisturize. It's very hydrating. My face is as soft as a baby's butt. What did you score today?
More useful things like new bed sheets, pads, towels, and batteries for our TV remote.
Time for our show and more Jell-O. Woohoo!
But we still needed money, and after high school, we went back to our conning ways. I always pushed away the guilt and justified it to myself with things like, we needed the money, we had no other choice. But I have to admit, I also felt a thrill every time we outwitted someone and got away with it. It started out small, like hitting venues of concerts and games in different cities and selling fake tickets to desperate fans, hoping to get in at the last minute for twice the regular price. By the time they figured the tickets were bogus, we were gone. Or going to the American Idol audition venues and convincing hopeful contestants that we were part of the TV show crew and we'd get them through to the next round if they paid us a little money. Then, we set up an Instagram matchmaking business account with tons of fake success stories. We were getting booked for our services by loads of women. We'd always meet at the client's house in disguise.
What is this exquisite dessert? It's like a cloud melting in my mouth.
It's a Japanese cheesecake, delivered fresh every day from Japan.
You are just the kind of people I like. Ow!
Let's get down to business, shall we?
Wow, I mean, this cake. Yes, business. This is your daughter? Oof.
We know she's a bit plain.
And she's 6 feet tall? With that face?
Is her case hopeless?
Oh no, we've dealt with a lot of uggos before, believe me. Ow!
What my partner means is there's someone for everyone out there, and we're experts at making those two people meet. We'll need a small advance, and we'll bring you a portfolio of suitable bachelors in a week.
You'll be the mother of the bride soon, watching your little giraffe walk down the aisle. Sounds good, right? Make that check to cash, please. Can you also pack the rest of this cake?
We'd take the advance, keep in touch for a few weeks saying we were gathering options, and then disappear. Of course, people soon started commenting on our page, calling us frauds and reporting our account, but we made a good amount while it lasted. We tried out a wedding planner service next.
That's a gorgeous cake, but it's so expensive.
But it goes so perfectly with your pink and white theme.
Also, we're planning to order 2,000 pink and white roses.
And an ice sculpture for the reception area.
How much will all this cost?
You can't put a price tag on happiness.
Daddy will have a heart attack.
He's gonna have one anyway. I just saw him eating a block of cheese. Why should that stop you from having the wedding of your dreams?
Really, you deserve the best on your big day.
Okay, I'm sold. Let me write you a check.
When that went bust, we became travel bloggers and influencers. With our huge number of fake followers, we managed to get into the best hotels for free as long as we wrote a review. When I'm rich, I will buy a hotel and live there. They have the best beds.
Room service? Yes, we'll have 2 lobsters, 4 sushi platters, 2 beef burgers with fries, the prawn tempura, the fish tempura. Okay, anything with the word tempura. And why don't you bring up the entire dessert menu? Thanks!
Of course, none of these businesses lasted too long, and we were always on our toes, traveling from place to place, changing disguises, trying not to get caught. The only person who had any idea of our activities was Freddie. But whenever we went back home, he was always happy to see us and never asked questions. 2 years had gone by like this, and Mom was finally awake, except she didn't remember being our mom. Now, we had no chance to ask her about the fake IDs and laptop we'd found, because all she seemed to remember was her childhood in frickin' Russia. We showed her pictures of us together, and the doctors explained that she'd lost most of her memory, and they were unsure if she'd regain it.
Oh, my girls. I am so sorry I don't remember anything about you, but I feel a connection to you. As strong as the frost on my toes, walking barefoot in snow, and as sweet as the smell of my grandmother's honey cakes, and as deep as the violet skies of Siberia, and...
Yeah, we get it, Mom. We love you too.
As the 3 of us sat in a cafe later, I was still trying to process everything when I saw Meredith had a faraway look on her face. I know that face, Em. What are you planning?
Oh, nothing. Just thinking how excited Arthur will be when he finds out Mom is awake.
You're talking about our neighbor, Arthur?
Yeah, he's been visiting Mom every week for 2 years. He's always been in love with her. He'll be happy, but she won't even remember him.
That actually works in his favor. Mom always found him irritating.
What are you saying exactly?
What if we convinced Mom that she was deeply in love with Arthur before she went into a coma? I'm sure he won't have any problem playing along. Maybe we even say that they were engaged before she got sick. If we set them up, Mom will be taken care of for life. Arthur is rich with a capital $sign.
Wow, Meredith, you're a frickin' genius.
Jeez, why are you girls always scheming?
Because our parents are not neurosurgeons.
You can't use that excuse forever.
Watch me.
Like we expected, Arthur immediately agreed, and we got to work. We photoshopped tons of pictures of Mom and him, and soon he even turned up with a giant emerald ring.
You chose this Russian emerald ring from an antique shop where I proposed to you.
Oh, it is so beautiful. I wish I remembered all of these moments, but I do feel a connection to you, as strong as the smell of lavender on a Russian summer breeze, and as warm as Papa's fur coat, and as comforting as a bowl of kidney pickle soup, and
kiss her now.
As Arthur and Mom kissed, Meredith and I walked out of the room and burst out laughing. We laughed till we almost peed our pants. Oh God, my tummy hurts. Are we doing the right thing? Fooling Mom?
She's no fool. She asked me how rich Arthur is yesterday. Now she feels very connected to him.
And within a month, Mom was walking down the aisle in a grand wedding in Arthur's garden. Of course, Meredith and I had made all the arrangements and totally overcharged Arthur.
I promise to cherish and to love you forever, and follow you to the ends of the earth.
we will go to Russia and start our new life there in the lovely house you have bought me as a wedding gift. And yes, I will cherish and love you and whatever, etc., etc.
Now you may exchange rings.
Did you just hear what I just heard?
Are they moving to Russia?
That can't happen. Is it too late to object to this wedding?
Shh! You guys are ruining the ceremony. What's wrong with you?
Are you a moron? You know she can't go to Russia?
Why not? She's Russian, isn't she? Oh yeah, she shouldn't go to Russia.
Hold it, everyone! Sorry, Mom, but you can't go to Russia.
Oh, sweetie, I will take you girls with me, don't worry.
We're taking them with us?
No one's going to Russia.
Can we, discuss this later? You're ruining the moment.
Arthur, shh! Listen, Mom, we need to talk. As I got up to talk to Mom, I tripped on my dress and crashed into this big cage holding 100 pigeons, and they all started flying off.
This was supposed to be for after the ceremony!
But suddenly, those pigeons turned vicious and came back to attack everyone. They clawed at people's hair, poked them with their beaks, and pooped everywhere. As the guests ran around in chaos, someone slammed straight into the wedding cake. Meredith and I grabbed Mom's arms and dragged her home.
What is wrong with you two?
There's something you need to know, Mom.
Meredith and I ended up showing her all her fake passports, IDs, and the laptop, and she was stunned.
My name is Alexei, and none of these IDs have that name.
Mom, we don't know who you really are or why you left Russia. What if you were a spy or some sort of criminal? What if you're wanted in Russia? If you go back there, you might get arrested or worse. Apparently, many years ago, some bad people were looking for you, and we don't know why. You have to stay here and keep a low profile.
But I want to find my parents and see my home. It's all I remember.
You can't risk it. Not till you get your memory back. Or we get someone to tell us what's on that laptop and figure out who you are. We're sorry.
We hugged Mom as she cried, then fixed her makeup and returned to the wedding. The pigeons had left, and the guests were leaving too.
Stop, everyone. The wedding isn't over yet. And Arthur, Mom wants to move to Hawaii instead. From the top, people.
Arthur was very
Look, I have to say this now. I've been in love with you since forever, and let's not pretend you don't know that. Don't you think you can give us a chance? We're best friends, and I'd do anything for you.
I know, Freddie, but I just can't. I love you, but not like you want me to.
You can try dating me. Maybe you'll feel differently.
I don't think I will.
And I can give you a good life.
You don't need to live like a freaking criminal anymore.
Some people might call me an artist.
Con artist, yeah. Still a criminal.
Maybe I enjoy being one. It's kind of thrilling.
I don't really believe that.
You don't want to believe that. We're too different, Freddie. You're gonna be a neurosurgeon like your parents, and she'll find a nice girlfriend and then marry her and live in a nice neighborhood, and she'll be content. I'm not sure that's the life I want. It sounds boring. I wish I'd said something else when I saw Freddie's hurt face, but there was no easy way to let him down. He kissed me gently on the cheek and walked away, and I felt a lump in my throat. Mom moved to Hawaii with Arthur, and Meredith and I went down a crazy path over the next few years. There wasn't a scam, fraud, or con we didn't attempt. We never stuck to the same thing for too long, in case the police picked up a pattern. But word got around in underground circles about 2 female con artists, and we actually started getting hired for our services. People were always less likely to suspect 2 pretty innocent-looking girls than someone who looks like a thug. And working with these thugs, we learned how to forge signatures, create counterfeit money, make fake checks, and steal credit card information. I'd always been bad with computers, but Meredith even showed a great knack for hacking. We made good money, partied with rich people, traveled first class, and stayed in amazing hotels. But for me,